Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Rise of the Tau in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Part 81. Daemon. Badon has fallen. Ahriman slowed and then came to a halt, swaying softly. Though he spoke only in whisper, his voice rose in volume as it left him, an oppressive and charged sound. The hissing words echoed through the packed legions before him, slowing bodies and turning heads. He felt the death of the despoiler like a knife through his own heart. The collective rage of the Pantheon was a tremor in the warp, a spasm of disbelief and anger, distant enough for only those of his skill and power to sense. The signs were all around him, easy enough to detect if one were of the skill to do so. He had first felt and then seen the second and final death of the Wraith sorcerer, Ijtmer. With the despoiler gone, the powerful oaths that had pulled him from the abyss of the warp were broken, the infernal pacts ended in death. With a scream, the sorcerer had been snatched back into the realm of oblivion, his final cry lingering long after his demise. He regarded the faces around him and dismissed their attentions with a wave of his hand. As one, the sea of heads looked away, focusing once more on the battle ahead. Those without helms to cover their faces blinked, as if awakening from some sudden reverie. The sorcerer's insidious psychic command, his outburst was forgotten. Waves of murderous force continued to buffet him, and it was all he could do to steel his will against them. The blood god's presence, or at least the presence of his influence, was like a fetid breath in his face, inescapable and pervasive. It was a suffocating sensation, cloying and sickening to him. It was raw, base, an overwhelming and primal thing. He dismissed the blanket of stifling malice and strode on, focusing his intent on the task that lay ahead. He could not, dare not, think of the consequences of what he was about to do, only the results. Many would suffer for his impending actions, particularly himself. He had toyed with fate enough for so long now that he knew when to accept his own destiny as inevitable. There could be no other way. From here he held a commanding view of the front line, as his status dictated, and beyond the vast sea of heads he could see the Daemon host, or at least its aura, a black and pervasive presence like a stain on reality. He focused his thoughts and cast his mind out beyond the gathered chattel, barging his way through the unwitting throng. Ahead, the two champions were twin blotches of rich, glowing energy, stars amongst candles, brilliant and terrible in their intensity. Beyond them, the host of Engrath strode proud and unmatchable at the head of the army. His first impression of the abomination was staggering. The thing was black as the void, and yet vibrant and rich as freshly spilled blood. Its very aura exuded power beyond measure. It was a presence of many facets, all of them horrific and incomprehensible. He knew with utter certainty that it had to die, at least as finally as a denizen of the warp could. "I will be strong," Herman uttered to himself, affirming the claim with a slow nod. "My master, I will be strong for the both of us. Agislus speared through the black armor without effort, impaling the squirming marine. Guilliman lifted to warrior up level with his eyes and then flung his arm back, sending the black legionnaire tumbling away over his head and out of sight. To his side, Hydrian launched himself forward and landed a hard kick upon the chest plate of an advancing iron warrior. The silver colossus staggered back and the commander landed before him, firing from the hip. Bolt shells hammered into the warrior and tore his torso apart. Lefarius may have been weak, but at least he would have been here to fight this war. The Alpha Legionnaire sneered, rising quickly. Pachurabo and his ilk were granted daemonhood, a gift my father refused, and yet they cower still within the eye, sending their champions to do their work in their stead. Guilliman looked to the marine as he heard this and nodded a gesture of agreement. They are flawed by weakness, Hydrian. Weakness, and cowardice. I will hunt all my corrupted brethren to extinction once the throne of Terra is mine. The eye is their bastion, and its walls crumble as we speak. Their fate is sealed. A long, blood-curdling roar rose up from the lines before them, snatching both their attentions. The sound was horrific in indescribable ways, powerful and resonating. The ambient temperature rose noticeably, like a hot and sulphurous omnipotent breath. Fine mist pattered against Guilliman's armor and face, and he ran a hand over his cheek, inspecting it. Blood, he uttered, his lip twisting in disgust. Hadrian unleashed another salvo into the roiling enemy lines and then stepped back, pressing a hand to his throat. He listened intently for a few seconds. "My lord, our scouts confirm the presence of daemons. They say the host creature's very presence serves to thin the barriers of the dimensions in its wake. Daemons fall, Hadrian, just as mortal foes do," the Primarch answered. "Do not concern yourself with such debased filth. Let the Grey Knights deal with them." Hadrian paused as he heard this. Although any emotions were hidden beneath his helm, his reaction to hearing the mention of the knights was obvious. The Primarch saw this and smiled a knowing, predatory smile. "Come, Hadrian. Good commander leaves no variable or consideration overlooked. The Grey Knights of the Emperor will serve us in this fight, although they do not know it. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, until such time as he is wont to turn his attentions upon you. That is when you destroy him." Another mighty roar thundered across the battlefield, and Guilliman's head rose again to meet it. His expression hardened, mirrored by his grip on the hilt of his powerful sword. Raleigh. At his call, the mysterious inquisitor appeared by his side, fresh from his efforts with the enemy and yet apparently free of any exertive signs. "Yes, my lord." He followed Guilliman's gaze over the shifting sea of enemy heads, to where a great black miasma could just be seen, shimmering and churning above the field of battle. "Soon it will be time to engage the host and the champions. I am confident that you will meet them with me. You have impressed me thus far, Raleigh, for it seems that the powers of the warp are loath to affect you." "As my lord commands," Raleigh answered, calmly and without emotion. Guilliman gave a gesture of satisfaction, his keen eyes searching the shifting tide of filth before him. "Good. Now, it is time I took my first glimpse at this nemesis of mine." At that, Guilliman raised his sword in both hands and bounded forward, his progress parting the front lines of the unity forces like the prow of a ship through stormy seas. He reached the enemy lines and swung Agislus before him, carving a dozen armored bodies in two with a single stroke. The enemy broke against the Primarch, unable to either retreat or counter his powerful advance. Every strike sent armored body parts spinning away, for there were none powerful enough to stand against the Primarch's might. Guilliman cleared another space before him with a huge sweeping lunge. As the bodies fell, he spied his goal. There, barging through the chaos mass, the massive daemon engine advanced. It was a towering, an abominable thing, borne on many creaking arachnid legs. Massive claws snapped as it lurched through its own lines, crushing those who were not fast enough to move from its path. Black smoke belched from its exhaust ports, thick and choking. The defiler squealed and groaned as it progressed, and though each sound it made was harsh and mechanical, the cacophony gave it a feral, animalistic quality. Guilliman had never seen such a creation before, and yet he knew it without doubt for what it was. The thing's black heart was an entity, a daemon of the warp, bound within the armored shell. He sensed the daemon's attention shift onto him. Powerful waves of hatred buffeted him. The daemon thirsted for his soul. He sprinted forward and leapt to the side as the defiler sent a burning wave of promethium out at him. The liquid fire rumbled past, drawing a scorching groove through the bodies of the Primarch's last victims. Guilliman pressed on, ducking as a huge claw swept at him. He rolled across his shoulder, sprang back up onto his feet and then leapt up onto one of the machine's legs. The Primarch clambered quickly up onto the defiler's chassis and then onto its curious turret body. The thing reared up in protest to his presence and he spread his arms, fighting to retain his balance. The defiler crashed back down and Guilliman twisted his sword around and down into the top of the machine's bronzed head. The defiler roared and shuddered, more through rage at the slight against it than any injury or pain. Guilliman retained his grip upon the embedded sword and cast out towards the black storm of warp energy barging its way closer. At last, he could see it. Almost lost beneath the oppressive void of burning shadow, the crimson figure advanced. The air blazed around him, as if to venture into the surrounding haze would mean immolation and death. In one hand he carried a huge chain axe, and as he neared he swung the weapon about him, striking at anyone within reach as if indifferent to any allegiances. "Champion of blood," Guilliman whispered, his eyes narrowing. "You are mine. Plus. Lucius the Eternal One slowed, his black eyes shimmering with power. He raised his sword out at the conflict, towards a distant and lofty figure. "The Primarch," he hissed, malevolence and hunger thick within his voice. The hulking Typhus paused and looked out to where Guilliman stood atop the writhing defiler, wreathed in the choking black smog billowing from its back. He issued a low, rumbling grunt of acknowledgement. "I see him. Guilliman has wet his blade with the despoiler's blood. Like his father before him. Weakness and arrogance brought about Baden's death. His loss is of no real consequence to us. The Daemon of Kern can have him. Nurgle, as always, will claim what is left. Guilliman is mine." Lucius snarled, pivoting on his heel to face the giant Death Guard champion. "I will test myself against his might. Win or lose, he will fall to me." Typhus shook his horned head slowly and raised his massive man-reaper out to point at the champion of Slaanesh. "Be mindful of my warning, Lucius. Arrogance is a dangerous thing. Not even you can escape death and decay forever." Lucius let out a harsh, sardonic laugh and looked over his shoulder to where Ahriman trailed behind, silent and sullen. "Make ready, sorcerer. Soon it will be time for you to play your part in this. You had better be ready. Do not presume to order me around, perverse one." Hermann snapped, the aura surrounding him taking on a rich, dark tone. "Baden is dead, and there is no one left here on this planet with the authority to command me. As soon as the Daemon and Guilliman meet in combat, the rubric shall be unleashed. I promise you that. Remember, Lucius. For all your martial skill, I could turn you inside out with but a word. And then you would take your just reward." Lucius smiled, tapping the blade of his poisoned rapier against his chest. "And you screams would make a pleasing addition to my armor of souls." "Enough," demanded Typhus. "It is time. Karn has the Primarchus sent." Lucius shifted his gaze away from the sorcerer with a sneer and raised his arm. Living tendrils of vile, glistening flesh snaked from their recesses in his shoulder guard and along his arm to entwine, sliding and twisting together wetly to form a snaking, braided lash. "To battle then, glorious as it is. To battle!" Typhus roared, raising his arms. Loud and resonant buzz rose up from the champions, suppurating armor, and seconds later the air around him blackened and came alive. Thousands of fet flies poured from every gap and orifice, turning the space around the Herald of Nurgle into a writhing black mass. "Let everything rot. For Nurgle." Ahriman watched as the two champions threw themselves towards the inevitable combat, both personalities a stark contrast to one another. Lucius was the avatar of grace, his every footfall light and perfect. Typhus was less animated and yet implacable in his advance, his feet shaking the ground with each step. "Fools," he thought to himself. Unsuspecting, indolent-minded fools. They didn't have the slightest idea that this day would see their deaths. Plus. Guilliman landed amongst the enemy like a falling meteorite, shaking warriors off their feet. He rose sharply and pivoted, Agislus flashing in his hand. Power armor parted with ease and body parts fell away from him, blood spraying from the collective wounds. "Stand aside or die, Chaos Chattel. Let no man bar me from the attentions of the Daemon host." His demands were answered by an ear-splitting bellow of rage, so loud it caused those before it to cringe and scatter. As the hordes parted he looked to the space, and smiled. "Last. Let us end this charade now. It can end only one way." The champion answered, the mighty axe in his hand screaming as if demanding to taste blood. When he spoke, his voice was impossibly thunderous, pregnant with unimaginable power. With the spilling of blood. Part 82. Engrath. Even amongst the inquisitors of the Ordo Malleus and within the ranks of the Grey Knights there are names which are only ever whispered, names which invoke dread amongst even the emperor's mightiest servants. One such name is Engrath, the mightiest bloodthirster yet summoned from the warp, the most favored of Kern's servants. He is known by many titles: the Guardian of the Throne of Skulls, Lord of Bloodthirsters, the Deathbringer. Amongst the ranks of Kern's daemon followers, Engrath is one of the greatest and most revered, created by his god to be the ultimate expression of Kern's bloody creed. No one can stand before him and hope to live. In the past 10,000 years Engrath has been summoned forth from the warp on only 2 occasions. Those who attempted to summon him must have pleased Kern with their devotion and slaughter. Few would even attempt it. Those that do attempt to summon Engrath risk Kern's displeasure and wrath. Both successful summonings have resulted in terrible destruction for the Imperium. Worlds have fallen beneath Engrath's cloven hooves before the Grey Knights were able to stop his rampage. Excerpted from Imperial Armor Update 2004. Something big was about to happen. Barolinus could feel the tension rising. Up ahead the tow lines were starting to flow faster, and the ambient noise levels were rising fast. There was an electric sense of fear and anticipation in the air, a palpable charge. The tow escorting him began to communicate amongst themselves in their own unfathomable language, their curious voices rising. As they argued they kept pointing out towards a strange and oppressive darkness ahead, some form of localized phenomenon that set his hearts beating faster every time he observed it. Blood was heavy in the air. He could smell it even through his rebreather, hot and acrid. He could not help but feel a pang of apprehension about what lay ahead. His plan was simple, near stupidly so. Now that he was amongst the tow, he had decided that the best course of action would be to approach the Primarch cautiously, using the battle as cover. He had no idea how he would go about this, only that he had to try. He had to. Something was terribly, utterly wrong. There was no way to explain it. It was a primal sense, a gut-wrenching feeling. Life itself raged against it, protesting its existence. Something was that should not be. He quickly checked his bolter, ensuring its rightful place at his belt. Satisfied, he inspected the liberated heretic weapon in his hands, offering up a quick prayer to appease the gun's tortured spirit. For so long had it done the foul work of the traitorous enemy, and he could only hope that whatever mysterious sentience resided within would find a measure of peace in the possession of a faithful charge. Shouts and cries rose in volume up ahead, as if something important was happening. A fresh sense of urgency surged through him and he started forward, pushing past his bewildered escorts and quickly leaving them behind. Their angered protests quickly faded into the battlefield ambience as the bodies pressed in around him. He fought the urge to open the way with the searing bite of his meltagun and instead turned a shoulder to the crowds, barging bodies out of his way. He ignored every angered retort and focused solely on the way ahead. There. He caught a glimpse, just a flash of blue. Ultramarine blue. He didn't dare imagine what this was, for fear of anticipation overtaking him. He fixed his gaze upon the gap and broke into a run, shoving bodies aside without thought. The space before him was dark and ominous, and though broken by the bodies that kept on filling the gap intermittently, he could see the roiling blackness beyond, hazy and charged, a living and localized storm. Weapons fire flashed and hammered beyond, intermingles with the shouts and cries of combat. He lowered his head and charged, no longer caring anything for the surrounding tow. He felt armored bodies fall before him, felt the softness of flesh and the contrasting solidarity of armor give beneath his boots. It did not matter. Nothing else mattered now. Lurum Barolinus charged headlong through the breach and straight into the mouth of hell. He staggered, threatening to fall forwards, the press he had fought against abruptly disappearing. He quickly righted himself and lifted his gaze. For a second all was chaos, a riot of flashing forms and blurred color. Something was roaring louder than any other sound he had ever heard. Blood. He realized that it was the sound of his own blood thundering through his veins. That was when he saw him. He saw him. There, far to the right, a monolith of brilliant blue almost lost amongst the crimson and black of the thing before him. Magnificent. Proud. Immaculate. Primarch, he whispered near reverently. Then came shock and pain, as something coiled around his throat and squeezed, lifting him bodily off his feet. His free hand came up to his throat and his fingers sank into the fleshy stuff of the thing around his neck. As he struggled, he felt himself being flung back, sailing through the air. Searing pain tore through him, the very touch of the living tendril like fire. The thing released its grip and he slammed into the ground, almost losing his grip on the Meltagun. Barolinus fought through the choking pain and pushed himself up, fighting to control the racing beats of his hearts. The BD responsible for the assault stood regarding him with a cold malevolence, his black eyes burning with disdain. He was an abomination, a perverse parody of an Astarte in every way imaginable. Barolinus found his stomach twisting at the very sight of the warrior. Despite this, he could not look away. Not worth my attention. The thing sneered. The living coils that had assaulted him wrapped around his arm into a single, tight coil, writhing softly. At that, the warrior raised his shimmering golden saber and turned his attention back towards the fight. Offense stung the Astarte as he absorbed what had just happened to him. The Chaos scum had spared him. He had been dismissed, cast aside. He felt his cheeks grow hot with the indignation of being rejected so. The scarred creature bounded into combat against what looked to Barolinus to be other Chaos Marines, dancing and pivoting with consummate grace as he cut the warriors to pieces. He cried out in exultation as he slashed and slaughtered, his very form looking to haze with a glittering golden light. He drew back his arms and cried out. The strange array set into his back mirrored the war cry, unleashing its own cacophonous scream, overlapping and terrible like the projected agonies of 1,000 voices. Those before him quailed beneath the onslaught, twisting and convulsing as they were affected by the tortured noise. Barolinus sprinted forward and pressed his finger against the trigger of the gun, unleashing a white-hot stream of superheated air. The sound of the escaping blast caught the attention of the warrior, and he pivoted sharply on his axis, his black eyes widening. The champion flipped out of the way, twisting through the air to land on his feet out of harm's way. As he settled, a malevolent smile starched across his pink, ruined face. So, you are truly eager to die. Time slowed for Barolinus. His hand reached for the bolter at his belt even as he saw the warrior leaping towards him. He thumbed the safety off, unclipped the gun and brought it up one-handed to meet his foe. I am Lucius, the warrior announced, landing lightly before him. That is a name you will remember. Fool. Name you will scream into eternity. Barolinus sprang back and fired his bolter one-handed, fighting to control the ferocious recoil of the weapon. He followed with another meltablast and then ducked to the side, avoiding the blade of the glittering power sword. Lucius twisted around the hail of fire like a daemon, sweeping his sword out before him again and again. He threw his arm forward and struck at Barolinus with the living lash, missing the Ultramarine's head by a hair's breadth. The return stroke cracked across his knee guard, sending a wave of pain shooting through him. He fought through the agony and stood firm, determined. Barolinus saw an opening and took it. He fired a quick burst of bolter fire and caught the champion's shoulder guard, the resultant impact sending shards of the ancient armor whickering out across the battlefield. Lucius squealed in delight and flipped back, landing effortlessly on his feet. He seemed to shudder. Then, his outline growing hazy. The ghostly faces that swam across his armor swirled and ran fluid. And a second later a wall of white noise erupted from the array set into the champion's back end. Slammed into Barolinus, punching him from his feet. He felt the ground slam into his back and gagged, the meager contents of his stomach erupting from his mouth to fill his helm. He threw his weapons down and clutched at the neck seals of his helm, fighting to remove the thing before he choked to death on his own vomit. Every agonizing second brought with it the expectation of death. He expected to feel the bite of the champion's blade so totally that he could almost feel it already. Not like this. He gasped, pulling the helm free. Not like this. Plus. Guilliman strode forward and slowed, sweeping the crackling blade of Agisluz across the loose ash. At his feet. Before him, Karn of the World Eaters raised the chain axe Gorechild and carved a similar gouge across the ground, echoing the Primarch's gesture. Blood-red abominations thronged around Karn, and as the Primarch looked on, more and more of them were vomited out onto the surface of Caris Esteris. They were huge and hulking things. Daemons of crimson skin and rippling, blood-wet muscles. Twisted parodies of men and beasts. Combined, what little armor they wore was burnished brass, stained in eons of blood. The fate of your foul kind will be sealed here this day, Guilliman uttered, regarding the blood letters with disgust. Caris Esteris shall be the tomb that will see chaos laid to rest once and for all. Blood for the blood god. Karn answered, his voice thunderous and pregnant with the power of the burgeoning daemon within him. This dry husk of a world will once again see an ocean. It will be an ocean of blood, drained from the bodies of your unity. I will swim in its fathomless depths for an eternity. Then we have no more to say, you and I. Let us finish this. Guilliman was the first to move. He sprinted forward, Agisluz held high above his head. Karn threw his head back and howled like an animal, bloodlust enveloping him. The crimson darkness about him pulsed in empathy with his murder lust, as if in approval. Karn lowered his gaze in time to meet the Primarch head-on. Gorechild screamed as its terrible teeth ground against the Primarch's ancient blade, its powerful bite threatening to tear the sword from his grasp. Guilliman and Karn met then, face to face, weapons locked. The murderous betrayer dug his heels in and pushed, empowered by the incalculable demonic strength of the entity inside him. Guilliman met the World Eater's efforts and matched them. The Primarch's face tightened and his lips drew back over his teeth. Perhaps for the first time since he had been restored by the Tau, he was tested. Karn saw this and laughed, a barking, an animalistic sound. He thrust his arms forward and pushed Guilliman away, sending him stumbling back. Fool! You do not know the power I have at my disposal. He roared, bounding after his foe. You have no idea, son of the Emperor. I shall carve your eyelids open and show you the truth. Karn sprang forward, twirling the massive chain axe around his head. A full 3 spans across, and with a haft as long as a normal man was tall, Gorechild tore through anything unfortunate enough to be close, carving flesh and armor into ragged strips. Blood letters fell away to unravel and dissipate, bisected by the unmatchable weapon. Guilliman parried the swinging axe and rolled with the momentum of the blow, coming up onto his feet far enough away to avoid the return stroke. Karn pressed on, thrusting the axe before him. Again and again. To the untrained eye his ability with the weapon appeared random and brutish, but there was a hidden skill behind the betrayer's abilities. The sheer brutality of Karn served almost to mask his martial skill. The champion also wielded an ancient plasma pistol and he fired the archaic weapon wildly, barely bothering to aim in the Primarch's general direction. Searing plasma sailed past Guilliman. The closest shot punched a blackened hole through the Primarch's swirling cape. Karn continued to unleash the power of his pistol out into the surrounding throng, bellowing with enjoyment as his efforts punched through the bodies of friend and foe alike, devastating flesh and ending lives. Such was his overexcitement that, with a grinding squeal of tortured metal, the grip of the age-old pistol shattered in his grasp. The colossal strength of Engrath was his to command until such time as the daemon chose to be birthed into this reality through the champion's flesh. Karn's underestimation of this resulted in a sudden and explosive end to the pistol. Burning plasma coils exploded, taking the remains of the gun and the champion's arm up to his elbow. Karn stepped back, snarling with rage at the inconvenience. Above him, the seething darkness looked to swell and tremble, sending waves of rage pulsating forth. Guilliman saw this and laughed a short, mocking laugh, as humorless as it was intended to be offensive. Karn looked towards him, hatred smoldering in his eyes. Your skull, Primarch, shall take pride of place at his feet. I will take great care not to let Gorechild taste above the neck. Giselas shall suffer no such restrictions, son of Engren. Guilliman replied, taking up a defensive stance, his sword held two-handed at his shoulder. This time, it was Karn's turn to laugh. How little you truly know, Primarch. This he spread his arms and gestured around him. Was never about us. About me. I just had to see you, Guilliman. I just had to be the one to bring this magnificence to you. I am but the host, the bearer of far greater things. I am the deliverer. Your life is not mine to end, Primarch. I have but one final skull to offer my god. With that, Karn fell to his knees in the ash and raised the screaming head of Gorechild up to his neck. Blood for the blood god. He whispered. My skull is his. Karn's crimson helm fell to the ground and bounced away amid a torrent of blood. Reality itself shuddered and screamed. Part 83. Unleashed. Karn's sacrifice was accepted. The Primarch looked on as the body of the betrayer fell chest first into the ground, leaking its lifeblood out onto the soil of Caris Esteris. He had not expected this. He had not anticipated Karn's final action, and he chided himself for his narrow-sightedness. He was prepared to fight the abomination lurking with the champion, that much was sure, but he had worked everything out in his mind to the letter. This changed things, and that disturbed him. The World Eaters were a breed given over to mindlessness, but there was something about the self-sacrifice, something intent and deliberate, that set his nerves tingling. This was planned. Stand back, he commanded, waving his arms to force those beneath his banner back. The corpse of the betrayer was still pumping blood out onto the ground, and this showed no signs of abating. Indeed, the dark crimson stain surrounding the body looked to be spreading still, despite the appearance that the headless corpse had already spilled its quota of blood. This was darkness, fueled by the warp. The Primarch cast around and brought his sword low, looking out over the unity lines. Karn is fallen. We move to the next phase. Initiate the suppression. A sound in his ear confirmed the fact that his order had been carried out, and he looked back to the fallen champion, his grip on the hilt of Agislus tight. The body was still bleeding, even now. So vigorous was the flow that Karn's remains had begun to sink into the saturated earth. By his side, Gorechild screamed and shuddered in the puddle, drinking deep of the steaming crimson liquid. Movement caught his eye. The body quivered, sinking deeper still. Bubbles began to appear in the dark viscous liquid, gathering quickly into a foaming froth. Execute the plan with haste, Guilliman shouted, his eyes tightening. The body shuddered again. Plus. Barolinus cast his helm aside, blinking away his own stinging, acidic bile. The death blow was long overdue, and he used the knowledge of that fact to steal his thoughts and motivate him. Both his bolter and the meltagun lay either side of him, and he snatched both of them up one after another. A quick visual check confirmed that both were armed and ready for use. The Astarte sat up sharply and thrust the twin guns out before him, quickly covering every angle of attack. The champion was gone. Sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, Barolinus rolled over onto his knees and then rose, twisting at the waist as he did so to continue his sweep of the surrounding terrain. Confusion churned within his mind. He should be dead, but he was not. A sudden movement snatched his attention, and he shifted, bringing the bolter level with a pair of glowing green eyes. Shock held his finger rigid for a moment, long enough to allow the figure to regard him with no more than a glance before he was gone, the glowing staff in his hand swirling before him. The Chaos Champion bounded into his line of sight, pivoting in the air with absolute grace to land before his mysterious foe, bringing his saber around to slash at the man. The being that had announced himself as Lucius was locked in single combat with a warrior of far inferior proportions. The man was clearly human, a fact made all the more apparent against the power-armored bulk of the corrupt marine. Everything about him was unassuming, from his size to the simple cloth garments he wore, covered over by a chest and shoulder brace of ebony carapace. Despite his first impressions, there was more to the human warrior than was readily apparent. The eyes set into his hairless head were vibrant and inhuman, pulsing with an almost nauseating emerald glow. There was something inherently wrong about the man, something that numbed the soul and dulled the senses. Barolinus dismissed the feeling and raised his bolter, citing the chaos filth. He lingered, watching the furious combat, looking for an opening. There. Lucius countered the spinning staff and then struck with his writhing lash, striking the man across the chest. His opponent reeled back, staggered by the blow. The Chaos Champion brought the lash around and raised it above his head, preparing to strike again. The Astarte fired, emptying the rest of his clip into the looming champion. Lucius cried out and reeled back, his arms flailing beneath the onslaught. Miniature explosions blossomed across the champion's chest, sending fragments of ancient power armor spinning away. The fiend squealed in delight and flipped gracefully back, landing lightly on his feet. To the Astarte's disgust, he seemed to revel in the pain. He spread his arms again and the array on his back hissed and whined, the faces swimming across his armor screaming their pain and suffering as one. The collective sound erupted and the living scream slammed into the man, driving him back. Emerald energies coruscated around him, causing his limbs and body to shudder. Lucius pressed home his attack, striding forward. He swirled the lash about his head as he prepared to finish the man, hissing with pleasure. Barolinus slammed into him with enough force to punch the champion off his feet. Lucius hit the ground and rolled away, coming up onto his feet within seconds of the blow connecting. Barolinus was waiting for him. He ducked the questing lash and fired his bolt gun, missing the champion. Even at such close range, the shot failed to hit, a testament to the reflexes and martial skill of the corrupt warrior. He knew then that he would have to call upon his every skill to defeat this foe. The man leapt into the fray, swinging his staff before him. He countered a swift blow, turning the glittering saber aside, and then unleashed a searing blast of energy from the head of the staff, sending a bright pulse into the champion. Lucius spun on his heel, his lash arm spinning away from his body in a wash of coruscating power. Barolinus watched the champion fall and looked to the distant Daemon Storm, the urge to locate his Primarch stronger than ever. He longed to destroy the fiend, the instinct to kill burned into his soul by years of training. He watched as the Chaos Warrior thrashed in the loose soil, punished and bleeding. Despite this, the warrior lifted his legs and twisted, flipping up onto his feet. The sword flashed and the man staggered back, scored deeply across the chest. His thick robes hid the wound, but Barolinus could see without a doubt that it was deep, possibly mortal. He checked his bolt gun. The flashing ammunition indicator told him he had a single bolt left. Both warriors were still on their feet and locked in combat. Despite his injuries, Lucius seemed as strong and alive as ever, his own pain fueling his efforts. His opponent reeled back, countering and blocking the flailing saber. As fast and skillful as he was, the man was ultimately no match for the champion. Barolinus raised the gun and fired. The back of Lucius' head came apart in a wash of gore. The exact same instant, the man plunged the bladed head of his staff into the champion's stomach and, with another bright pulse of energy, blew the champion's midriff into two. Lucius fell, a ruin of shattered armor and burned flesh. Barolinus and his mysterious ally spared each other no more than a swift glance of acknowledgement. With that, he cast his spent bolt gun aside and charged towards the phenomenon, as determined as ever to fight and to die, if need be, by the Primarchus' side. The Tau forces here were reeling. Warriors ran in squads, flowing and shifting position. The Chaos forces advanced in their wake, taking advantage of the sudden change. Despite this, none of the visible squads looked to be making any attempt to close on the space directly around the darkness. He knew in his heart that this was where he would find Guilliman. Such was his preoccupation, his absolute intent, it almost cost him his life. He charged through the retreated fire warrior squads, his eyes alive with zeal, and felt the first shot hammer into his back. He stumbled forward and brought himself to a stop, hissing through bared teeth at the pain. He turned to see a number of the Tau warriors taking aim, mistaking him for a member of the traitor Forces. Don't be stupid. He snarled. I am not your enemy this day, not unless you choose it. Something large and terrible swept through the fire warrior line and took the 5 Tau apart with a single sweep. Barolinus lifted the meltagun as he watched the separated bodies tumble away. Armor rusted and blackened even as it hit the ground. He gagged, a sickly, putrid stench burning his nostrils. The massive blade returned, sweeping for him again. He threw himself back and turned, rolling across his shoulder to avoid another questing lunge. The abomination lumbered into view and his breath caught in his throat. The thing was clad in what looked to be a suit of ancient Terminator armor, and yet it was barely recognizable. The armor was vile, bloated, and suppurating like a corpse disturbed from the bottom of some mud-filled trench. Pus oozed from every orifice, and a cloud of fat buzzing flies swirled around the daemon's head. The monstrosity brought its massive scythe around and swung it again, stabbing another shrieking fire warrior through the back and lifting him clean off his feet. The Tau flailed and thrashed until his limbs fell from his torso, rotten and moldy. Let everything rot. The moldering champion gurgled, shaking the melting cadaver free of his rusting blade. Barolinus spat in disgust and aimed the meltagun. The champion turned his horned head towards the Astarte and raised his arms. Immediately the limb blackened and disappeared as flies poured from every opening along it, their collective buzz rising to a deafening crescendo. The ultramarine fired, the concussive humph of the igniting gun followed a second later by a stream of white-hot air. The fly swarm thickened and compacted before the blast and thus caught its full power. Thousands of tiny bodies were incinerated instantly, flash burned into atoms by the power of the blast. Barolinus cursed and lowered the gun. He did not have time for this fight. He turned back towards the black storm and ran, leaving the corrupt champion to issue phlegmy curses in his wake. The massive champion spread his arms wide and bellowed some painful and unintelligible blight spell. A massive maw opened up in the face of his helm and vomited a stream of mucus-colored bile after the fleeing ultramarine, the torrent rapidly expanding as it projected forth. The bilious substance scorched the ground in his wake, acidic steam rising from the bubbling stuff to choke any within reach. Fortunately, Barolinus was faster. The betrayer's remains rose up from the pool of blood like a marionette, so sudden and violent that even Guilliman flinched. Blood continued to pour from the wounds, swirling and whipping as if solid and alive. Where are my null drones? He shouted, anger thick in his voice. To his behest the air behind him thickened as the automated drones approached, already active and crackling with black, suppressive power. Suffocate the vile thing. A distant, inhuman roar shook the ground as the body drifted higher into the darkness. Black tendrils of twisting shadow snaked around the crimson armor, causing it to swell and bulge. Limbs twisted and deformed, red flesh bursting through the ceramite cage. The drones hovered forward in waves, the coruscating power surrounding them intensifying. Black smoke began to rise up from the changing mess of splitting armor and dead flesh. Without warning, the first wave exploded spectacularly, detonating in perfect synchronization. Guilliman shielded his face as the burning remains of the drones pattered down around him. What is this? The second wave came apart then, falling around the Tau lines and causing warriors to throw their arms up and scramble for cover. Before them, the abomination that was Engrath continued to push himself into existence. Continue with the assault. We have to buy ourselves more time. Guilliman commanded, moving further away from the forming daemon. Above him, more and more of the drones fell, overloaded by the sheer power of the burgeoning daemon's presence. Hydrian appeared by the Primarch's side, his eyes fixed upon the ominous sight. My lord. Guilliman looked to the marine and followed his outstretched finger. He was pointing to the heavens. There, high above the vast carpet of warring aircraft, the upper atmosphere was alive. Bright fire flashed as tiny silver shapes burst through the atmosphere, trailing glittering fire behind them. From this distance the phenomenon resembled a spectacular meteor shower. The Grey Knights. The Primarch observed. Lord, the fleet Let them through. Guilliman commanded. Let every vessel know that there must be no attempt to stop them. We need them now, more than ever. Hadrian bowed his head. You command. Shall I inform the Hessashi to prepare the final sanction? That would be advisable. See it done, and quickly. Time is fast running out. A visible area had been cleared around the forming abomination. Karn's tortured armor flesh were already unrecognizable, no more than a twisted mass, an indistinguishable and shapeless thing. Of impossible angles. With a long, lingering roar, Engrath pushed himself through the flesh gateway and out into reality. The mass bulged and reformed, rolling in on itself as it expanded, changing and changing as it grew. A huge crimson arm punched its way free of the twisted stuff, followed seconds later by a massive, horned head. The horrifying face snapped and bellowed as it cast around, its blazing eyes regarding the surrounding flesh things with a terrible and insatiable hunger. The Lord of Bloodthirsters was among the living once again. Engrath took his first step out onto the tortured soil of Carysesteris and spread his vast wings, blotting out the weak sunlight. Black smoke billowed from his open mouth, and beneath his cloven hooves the ground glowed and ran molten. In one hand the greater daemon held a vast axe, its brass surface quivering and smoldering with demonic life. In his other hand it wielded a mighty braided lash, covered across its length with many cruel spikes and serrated barbs. The colossal daemon lifted the lash and cracked it once above its head, the thunderous sound quaking the surrounding walls. Then it threw its arm forward and swept the lash through the Tau lines, dashing dozens of warriors and war machines to pieces with a single strike. Then he spoke, but a single word. Blood. The sound pealed across the scene, so loud and terrible warriors dropped to their knees. Entire squads crashed together in pain and confusion, made insensible by the horrific noise. Rabut Guilliman thrust Agislus out before him and strode forward, determined and unafraid. LL units, target the abomination. Spare no effort in assailing this unholy creature. The voice. He heard the powerful call and flinched. Such was its power and authority that it could not be mistaken. Berolinus blinked and stepped back, the shock and horror that had held him fast at the sight of the daemon diminishing. He almost dared not turn his head to search for the source of the voice. Then he saw him, a towering and magnificent figure, resplendent in his artificer armor and crimson cloak. Even from this distance, he was unmistakable. He exhaled in quiet reverence. Guilliman. At last. Then the abominable lash of the greater daemon swept across his vision and smashed the Primarch away, sending him twisting deep into the Tau lines. No! He cried, throwing himself forward. He sprinted towards the scene, his mind reeling. He did not know whether to head towards the vile daemon or to begin to search through the throng for his father, concern for the Primarch's well-being clawing at his breast. As he advanced, Berolinus fought to keep his mind. Both forces were in turmoil now, the animosities that had been largely forgotten in the wake of the daemon's birth now fueled by the very presence of the entity. He felt his own rage growing within, stoked by the mere presence of the daemon. Where before he had regarded all around him with a cold, universal disdain, now that feeling had begun to grow and darken. Tau and traitor alike sent waves of revulsion and hatred coursing through him, and it was all he could do to keep himself from descending upon the surrounding warriors with animal abandon. Before him the huge lash cracked through the air again, and he threw himself into a roll as bodies twisted by overhead, showering him with blood as they came apart. He brought himself up in time to see the creature's massive axe bisect a retreating Tau skimmer, the serrated blade splitting it in two amid a wash of flame. He threw himself to the side as a screaming missile tore past to detonate upon the thigh of the colossal being, almost losing his balance as he stumbled upon the dead choking the area. Every time his gaze found the bloodthirster, his eyes stung, and before long he could feel the warmth of his own blood as it ran like tears down his cheeks. Something huge lumbered past him and bowled him to the floor with a casual swing of its augmetic arm, almost crushing his chest and shoulder with the force of the blow. It was a chaos dreadnought, and the hulking machination chanted the daemon's name as it stomped towards the Lord of Bloodthirsters, its monotonous artificial voice a harsh and booming sound. Engrath's lash came down and smashed the dreadnought aside, sending it tumbling out into the tow lines like a rolling boulder. Barolinus pushed himself up and uttered a curse beneath his breath, his bloodshot eyes wide and heavy with awe. All around the Daemon warriors tore into one another with animalistic frenzy, using hands and even teeth where weapons had been spent. He had never before witnessed such a scene of utter pandemonium, and it was all he could do to hold back his own dark urges. Only the thought of debasing himself in the eyes of the Primarch kept him from being lost to his own desires. The Astarte hauled himself to his feet once again and staggered forward a few paces, his chest and shoulder on fire. The meltagun swung almost redundantly in his hands, as if 100 times heavier than it really was. Peering around him through blood-filled eyes, Luram Barolinus despaired, unable to imagine how the situation could possibly worsen. Then the first silver drop pod slammed into the earth mere meters away from him, so close that the powerful impact caused him to stumble. Part 84. Gods and Daemons, Death and Birth. Typhus the Herald smashed his way through the press with his unstoppable man-reaper, scything enemy and ally alike from his path. Herman, he raged, his voice a terrible, gurgling roar. Damn you, servant of Tsianch! Show yourself to me, Typhus! The ethereal whisper filled his ears and brought him to a standstill. The black swarm around him looked to bulge and intensify as the air shimmered with a cold blue light. A moment later Ahriman shivered into being before him and waved his staff. The swarm dissipated immediately, sinking back into the Nurgle champion's armor as if afraid of the sorcerer's power. Typhus showed no such fear. This is no time to cower amongst the chattel, sorcerer. Khurn's destroyer is born. The Emperor's knights are amongst us, and now is the time for your part of the pact to be fulfilled. He gestured to where the towering daemon rampaged through the Unity forces, ending lives with the passing of every moment. Kharn kept his word and gave flesh and soul alike to bring it into this realm. As powerful a host as Kharn was, dead flesh cannot sustain a manifested daemon forever. We need your rubric if we are to sustain Engrath's presence here indefinitely, now more than ever. Despite Typhus' rage, Herman remained calm and unmoved. Patience, traveler. Such powerful magics cannot be simply summoned without the proper rituals. This is no simple parlor trick. See it done. Typhus snapped, his anger manifesting as a sickly, dark aura around his pestilent form. Lucius has fallen, like Baden before him. We are all that is left to champion our gods, Ahriman. Look beyond this meeting. See how the fates mock us. He gestured out at the surrounding skies. Drop pods were falling, as thick as rain. Azure flashes flickered through the shifting ground forces around them, bright against the burgeoning darkness. See how quickly events unfold before us, Herman. As distasteful as it may be to either of us, you need to cement the key ornate abomination's bond to this plane before the Grey Knights engage it. A loud and bright explosion tore through the warring forces, illuminating everything with a brilliant azure glow, if only for a second. Typhus rocked on his feet, buffeted by the blast. Ahriman stood unaffected by the waves of concussive force, his outline shimmering. The sound of weapons fire filled the air once again as the light dissipated, the hammer of heavy cannons and the whoosh of searing flame. See. Typhus gestured towards the silver warriors carving their way through the combined chaos and Tau forces towards the greater daemon. There can be no more delay. Fulfill your role, sorcerer, and do so now, before it is too late for any of us. At that the hulking champion turned his back to Ahriman and hefted his oozing scythe up onto his shoulder, intent on bringing the glory of Grandfather Nurgle to the daemon hunters. Ahriman shook his head slowly and raised his staff, pointing the bestial head of the powerful artifact towards the Nurgle champion. Too late? It is already far too late for you, Death Guard. Bright, searing power erupted from the head of the staff and slammed into Typhus' back, causing him to lurch forward. Multicolored and iridescent arcs coruscated through and around the champion, punching holes through the festering Terminator armor and bursting infection-riddled boils. Typhus shook and lurched, as the sorcery assailed him. He fought to face the treacherous Thousand Sun. He managed to raise an arm towards Ahriman and bellow an incantation. The destroyer hive came to life, rising up from the depths of the moldering death. Guard captain to burst forth from every visible rend or orifice. Tiny black bodies burst in their thousands as Hermann's sorcery burned them from existence, cleansing the foul Nurgle infestation. The small capering beings surrounding the weeping feet of Typhus immolated amid a chorus of shrieks and squeals. One by one, the Nurglings popped like bloated, pus-filled balloons. Ahriman raised the head of the rod and lifted Typhus off his feet. The champion dropped his rusting scythe to the floor and flailed redundantly, issuing a harsh, gurgling sound. He was trying to speak. "Save your voice, Typhus. You have nothing to say that I would hear. Better that you retain some dignity in your final moments." "Alw will rot," the herald gurgled, defiant to the end. Hermann's power finally burned him from the inside out and he fell limp, the rotting being instead the armor scoured from existence by the sorcerer's unmatchable power. "Yes," Hermann whispered, withdrawing his power and allowing the husk to fall to the floor. "And after the rot is gone, all that remains is dust." With that he lowered his staff and fell to one knee, his head bowed. He looked to the towering Daemon in the distance, watching as Engrath slaughtered and bludgeoned his way towards the Grey Knights. Then he lifted his gaze and looked beyond the war, peering through the roiling skies. And beyond, fixing his gaze on something only he could see. "And so it ends. Over 10 millennia we have planned for this, Lord. 10,000 years we have strived for forgiveness, to atone for our mistakes, our sins. I see it as you see it, and my humility humbles me. We have achieved so much, and yet, in our blind arrogance, lost so much more. I am proud, my lord, to offer myself in sacrifice. I hope that in doing this, my actions may lead to salvation. And, ultimately, forgiveness." Ahriman planted the haft of his staff firmly in the soil. He placed his free hand upon the ground and closed his fingers. At that he lifted a handful of the dead earth and allowed it to run through his fingers, as if tasting the heavy, lingering death that stained the very fabric of the cursed planet. Many were the blind who allowed their own pride and lust for power to blind them to the corruption of Horus. Ours was a union of desperation, all other choices taken from us. We thought that we could master the power of the ether, and we did. We never realized, in our boundless arrogance, that far greater powers were manipulating us. Only we know the full truth. Only we know the Emperor for what he truly is. I will ask him, my father, for forgiveness. I pray for the both of us, and for the souls of all our brethren, that he will hear my plea." Ahriman of the Thousand Sons, son of Magnus, opened his hand and let the last traces of dust blow away on the breeze. He watched the skittering ash blow away on the breeze, a heavy and palpable sense of finality settling over him. It was time. Events had aligned themselves enough to provide an optimum environment in which to release the spell that had lingered so long within his mind. Words could not begin to describe the detail that had gone into the construction of this enchantment. Ahriman felt an overwhelming sense of relief as he drew the rubric from his mind and allowed it to unravel. Xiank knew all, and the Changer of Ways had toiled for eons to prevent its release. No more would Ahriman have to fight the overwhelming influence of the Change God. "Linger," he uttered, spreading his arms wide. An ethereal breeze rose at the sound of his voice, tearing at the ancient robes of the sorcerer as if hungry to taste the powerful essence beneath. "No more." The final word echoed, overlapping again and again. As it did so it rose in volume, increasing again and again with such force that the word began to resound across the field of battle, rising above the tumult. Ahriman became mist then, his vestments falling to the floor amid a wash of twisting multicolored steam. Millennia of collected power unraveled and dissipated into the air as the sorcerer gave himself body and soul to see his last great work realized. More. Warriors shuddered as the sound wave washed over them, as if struck by a sudden but quickly passing surge of electricity. Silence fell wherever the wave hit. Combats ceased, only to resume a second later. Engrath paused in his unmatched slaughter. He turned his bestial head to listen as the sound rolled over him like thunder, so powerful it caused his vast outline to haze and shimmer. He hesitated only long enough to bellow in anger at the psychic surge and then turned his attentions back to the flesh. Things around him, his ceaseless thirst for blood taking over once more. Hermann's pact was fulfilled. The rubric was cast. Barolinus ducked behind the shuddering bulk of an enemy rhino as another grey-armored squad passed by, the heavy weapons in their hands burning and shattering the enemy around them. He was breathing hard, more through shock and disbelief than exertion. The Knights of the Emperor. Just thinking the name caused his chest to tighten. He had heard legends of these warriors, the purest of all the Astaroths, and yet he had never truly known whether they were more than myth. These were warriors so unpolluted that their very existence was inimitable to the corrupt and the demonic. They shone with purity, and he could see that. He could feel that. A sudden rush of guilt surged through him at the sight of these proud beings, as if his very presence amongst the corrupt agents of chaos and Xenos filth was enough to damn himself in their eyes. He watched from his place of cover as more of the warriors passed by, wielding shimmering swords and long-handled blades. They chanted and prayed as they met the chaos forces, the sound of their collective chants of detestation as disturbing as they were invigorating to him. They smashed fire warriors and UVESA aside with casual ease to reach the waiting traitor marines, as if the very stench of chaos association incited their hatred. Barolinus risked a glance further out into the melee and was rewarded with a ringing boom in his ear, and a spray of wickering shrapnel to his face. He sunk back behind the rhino as more bolt shells hammered into the ancient metal and slipped away, keeping his body low. He had seen the Primarch fall. He had seen the grievous and treacherous blow dealt to Guilliman, his heart still leaping at the thought of it. He began to push his way through the press, hunting for the spot where the Primarch had fallen. More of the towering knights were carving their way through the packed tow lines, reaping warriors without pause or hesitation, their collective attentions never once straying far from the demonic Leviathan. He leapt clear over a steaming heap of Tau-allied human corpses and then threw himself to the side, narrowly missing the searing radius of a bright energy discharge. He rolled across the ground, instinctively, feeling the dull pressure behind his eyes generated by the sheer psychic force of the blast. He dared afford himself no more than a glance at the power-armored figures at the center of the blinding force maelstrom, wreathed in the burning balefires that immolated the screaming traitor guardsmen around them. He pressed on, recognizing the crippled remains of the Black Legion predator before him. This was where the Primarch had fallen, struck down by the terrible might of the daemon. He increased his pace, breaking into a loping sprint, the meltagun clutched tightly to his chest. He could see a number of figures milling around the area, pointing and shouting at one another. At this, he felt a surge of apprehension. What would he find? He reached the scene and prepared to throw himself into the press, forsaking everything just to reach his Primarch's side. Then the bodies scattered like leaves before the breeze in a colossal shape clad in striking blue artificer armor burst from the center of the gathering, its sonorous voice roaring curses and denouncing the name of the demonic enemy. Rabut Guilliman landed hard upon the tortured soil of Caris Esteris and glowered his boundless hatred out at the Lord of Bloodthirsters. The chest plate of his armor was buckled, distorted by the blow that would have scattered the body parts of a lesser man to the four winds. Engrath! He raged, raising Gesilas up in defiance. You will have to try better than that, Daemon. To spill my blood in the name of your foul god. Bodies began to surround him and he shrugged them away, intent on brooking no interference from those concerned about his welfare. He watched as the abomination continued to tear its way through the milling armies, unstoppable in its thirst for slaughter. Around it the Grey Knights surged through the combined might of the two armies, relentless in their own advance, eager to meet with the Deathbringer. As he took all this in, the wild light in his eyes began to cool, as much as his every instinct urged him To meet with the greater Damon, the cold lucidity he was famous for doused that urge. He looked on as the inevitable conflict grew nearer and gave a slow nod of satisfaction. "My lord." Hadrian ground to a halt by his side, a good many of his warriors in tow. The commander hefted his bolt gun up and made ready to use it, an action mirrored by those accompanying him. Gilliman placed the flat of his sword's blade against the marine's chest and spoke. "No, not this time, Hadrian. We are done here. Our ploy has worked. Let the Grey Knights take the glory of banishing this abhorrence back from whence it came. We came here to force Badon's hand, to discover his intentions. We have done that. The despoiler lies dead, his forces scattered and harried. Now we know the full extent of his plans. There is nothing more for us here. Let this chapter of our war be done." The marine bowed his head to his commander's wisdom. "Gather your spies and make ready to leave," Gilliman ordered. That, the Primarch and his warriors turned away from the battle and began to mobilize for a strategic withdrawal. He tapped the communications stud at his throat. "Commander Shadowblade, Gilliman here. We are ready to execute the final sanction. Prepare the warhead and ready the fleet to receive us. We are leaving this planet." The fleet commander's voice crackled over the link seconds later. The Primarch's vast brow creased as he caught the warrior's reply. "Understood, Kaigula. It is good to hear that you are unharmed. My commander, we have a problem." "Explain, Shaso." "It is the Nikasir, Kaigula. Something is happening to them. They are in turmoil, Commander. Their screams are tearing at our ships, causing fleet-wide instabilities. Something is happening down there, a great disturbance of an extrasensory nature, so powerful it is killing them. Our sensors are incapable of measuring such phenomena, but we are reading a massive buildup of power." "Enough," Gilliman commanded, silencing the Shas. "Such disturbances are to be expected given the nature of this war, and we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted at this critical juncture. The withdrawal of our forces must take precedence. See that my orders are followed immediately, Honorable Shadowblade." With that he disconnected the link and turned in silence to look upon the forces under his command. The warriors of the Unity were already falling back, retreating en masse like the tide. There was no sense of panic or urgency visible, much to his satisfaction. "Primarch." The call stole his attention and he glanced behind him, this reaction undoubtedly saving his life. Agislus came up a heartbeat later and turned the shimmering bolt aside, the flash of the collision between bolt and blade scorching his face. Hadrian and his warriors were embroiled in combat with a squad of the silver-armored knights. Hadrian had discarded his bolter and was holding his own with his chain blade, though his companions were faltering before the sheer ferocity of the Grey Knight's attack. The Primarch, for all his desire to see his plans come to fruition, had not wanted this. He said nothing, and betrayed no emotion as he started forward, his blade shimmering in his hand. He did not want to fight the Grey Knights. He did not want the blood of the pure on his hands. "Do not incite this conflict," he warned, his voice thunderous and resonant. Marines of the Ulfa Legion were falling fast, and though they outnumbered the Grey Knights at least 3-1, the flashing force blades of the proud warriors were carving a bloody swathe through their numbers. Gilliman charged into the fray and batted aside one of the warriors with a reverse fist. The warrior tumbled away, scattering equipment and armor fragments in his wake. One of the warriors, a squad commander, turned his attentions upon the towering Primarch and took up a combat-ready stance, holding his crackling halberd out behind him. He pointed an accusing finger at Gilliman and shouted oaths of detestation, his words as unrecognizable as they were charged with power. The warrior charged, bringing his weapon to bear in a dizzying display of acrobatic skill. His first strike clashed against the steel of Agislus, and his second, a lightning-fast reverse, swept by the Primarch's throat with inches to spare. Gilliman did not give as the knight attacked again and again, hacking and slashing back and forth, his actions fueled by a burning and flagrant zeal. All the while, he chanted and prayed, the words imbuing him with greater strength with the passing of each Moment. Both combatants twisted at the waist again and again as their blades met, facing away from one another as they pivoted from left to right and back again, each hunting for the other's first sign of weakness. The outcome was never truly in doubt. No more than 10 heartbeats passed before the Primarch spun on his heel and took the warrior's head from his shoulders. The knight fell to his knees as his head rolled away, leaving the triumphant Primarch to turn his attentions towards the warriors. Comrades. Plus. The glint of the shimmering blade caught his eye, almost causing him to break his bounding stride. Barolinus looked on as the knight drew back his power blade and prepared to thrust it through the back of the Primarch's head. The colossal armored figure was caught up in the melee, too distracted to notice the impending attack. A rush of dread coursed through him, powering his limbs and driving him on. He fought to cover the distance needed as the meltagun charged in his hands, ready for use. Barolinus leapt the last few meters and blasted the shoulders and back of the warrior, turning his silvered armor into molten slag. The knight came apart as he fell away, acrid smoke pouring from the damaged sections of his torso. The ultramarine landed hard and awkwardly, losing his footing on the debris-scattered, loose earth. He fell forward face first into the ash and came up, bloody-nosed and choking. Time slowed as he set his sights upon the Primarch for the first time. He exhaled, the breath seeming to leak from his lungs forever, such was the absolute incredulity of the sight before him. Rabut Guilliman tore his way through the nights like an avenging angel, an avatar of absolute, unstoppable retribution. Inexorable. Supreme. Perfect. He was all this and more to behold. His strength was unmatchable as he attacked. Barolinus looked on as he smashed his blade through the haft of a force weapon and then struck the head from its bearer on his return stroke. He powered on, pivoting into the next combat to sweep the sword through the knight's belly, parting him at the waist. He brought the sword up and then thrust it forward, driving the blade through the neck of a third. Barolinus staggered to his feet, half blind with dust, and fired the meltagun again. Another silver body twisted away, its arm and shoulder gone. He pressed the trigger and his efforts were rewarded with the muted hiss of escaping air. The gun was empty. Unable to do any more, the Marine flung the spent weapon away and bunched his fists, ready to meet the knights with nothing more than his hands. Guilliman swatted the halberd away and then raised his sword above his head. The Grey Knight brought the haft of his weapon up to block the descending blow. A Gilslas carved through the obsidian pole and split the knight's head into two, the force of the strike forcing the warrior down onto his knees. The Primarch pulled the sword free and let the body fall to the floor, another opponent dead and done. His mighty chest heaved as he spread his arms and pivoted slowly on his heel, ready to meet the next attack. No attack came. The squad was done, slaughtered to a man. The sound of labored breathing caught his attention and he twisted slowly to look behind him, his armored fingers creaking against the hilt of his blade. There, kneeling before him, swaying with the effort of keeping his body upright, he saw the Marine. His armor was caked in grime and viscera. His face was a mass of bruises and blood. His eyes found the familiar markings emblazoned across the azure armor of the warrior and widened. "My Primarch," the Start uttered, barely able to speak. Part 85. Grungy's Return, the Blazing Rebel. The Iron Breaker Demi-Erg Bastion Ship Location Unknown We ready? The question was met with a series of grunts and nods of confirmation. Codian nodded in turn and straightened himself. He made to rest his hand on the hilt of his Crozius before remembering that it wasn't there, a reflex action ingrained within him. His helm tucked under his arm, he looked around him at the gathered faces and felt a pang of apprehension. He was the only Astarte present, and part of him wished that at least one of the other Marines would be accompanying him. Still, he understood the importance of this meeting, and he knew that leaving the others out of this would serve to diffuse potential tension and keep any instances of confrontation to a minimum. At least, that was the plan. He glanced behind him and caught Chivok and Orekiel caught up in a quiet discussion, there. attention on the glittering stars beyond the curved glass of the viewing dome above their heads. From what he could pick up, they seemed to be discussing, or at least trying to determine, their current location. New York ideas? He asked. The inquisitors shook their heads, perplexed. Stars. The Kadayan muttered beneath his breath. They all look the same to me. The tall and willowy alien form of Gormat parted the three humans. He gathered his robes about him and pushed his way gently to the head of the small group, his neck craned so as to take in the vista. I recognize them, he said quietly. He lifted a slender hand up and pointed his finger out at the twinkling starscape, towards a large milky mass. See there. You call that cluster the Damocles Gulf. If you look to the far left, just there, you can see the stars of the Farzaite enclaves. Back here, beyond the gulf, lies the Tau home worlds. By his side, the Kadayan emitted a murmur of barely disguised contempt and turned away. An expression of hurt passed over Gormat's face and he stepped away, lowering his hand slowly. Chivok shot the soldier a cold look. The Kadayan returned it, unrelenting in his disdain. The chaplain caught all this but chose not to get involved for now. He had decided to take a risk and ask the Khan and the other Astaroths to remain behind on the grudge bearer. The situation they were about to enter into was as diplomatically delicate as he could imagine, and he felt that the imposing presence of the other Marines, and the Primarch in particular, could only serve to aggravate the situation. So, this is the Iron Breaker? He asked, taking in his surroundings. Strange, but I would almost swear we had not left your ship. Everything seems the same. Grungy's face colored as he heard this. He looked at the chaplain with a glowing expression of disbelief and anger, as if his very honor had been slighted. This ship is nothing like the grudge bearer. Pa, you stocklegs can be as vulgar as the damned grayskins. Kodian dismissed the alien's displeasure and looked around him. I meant no offense. Just how many of these ships are there out amongst these stars, Grungy? HNN. Not sure. The Demiurge replied. There's no tougher vessel than a bastion or a stronghold. These Leviathans were built to last, and they have done so, long after the deaths of their crew. How is that possible? Kodian asked, casting around to face the Xenos. How is it that your people were killed and yet these ships survive still? It makes no sense. At hearing this question Grungy scowled, though he did not direct the look at the chaplain. He looked away, his scarred face twisted in an expression of emotional pain. They are tombs, stockleg, nothing more. Many ships survived the death of my people. Most were abandoned when the Demiurge answered the call to war. The Demiurge could cross the space between stars in an instant. Kodian, you have seen that. Strongholds and even entire leagues answered the call to war when the orcs turned on us. My people were a proud race, and they confronted the enemy face to face. These ships were left behind. They are our legacy. Kodian nodded in understanding, though in truth he still found the ways of the Demiurge strange and incomprehensible. He turned towards the large door before him, looked to the short Xenos at his side and spoke. You are sure about this? Absolutely sure. It was more a statement than a question. Nonetheless, Grungy nodded. I am sure, Bone Priest. I know the enemy better than I know myself. These Greys hate the Unity as much as we do. You will see that with your own eyes. He believed Grungy to be sincere. Kodian exhaled and readied himself. Let us meet them then, he said. That, the door to the chamber rattled open and they stepped inside. The chamber was vast. The first thing he noticed as he entered was the size of the space. Echoing and cavernous, it was a space obviously given over to storage. Scattered around the edges of the chamber were huge metal hoppers. Some were seemingly empty, while others were overflowing with what looked to be unprocessed ore. Standing at the center of the chamber, before a small collection of rusting and long-disused cargo vessels was a small group of figures, around 10 or 12 in all. Even from this distance, he could see that they were Tau. They all wore the same segmented red and beige armor, and as he closed, he could see the suits were bedecked with all manner of plugs and sockets. The same curious Tao design decorated them all, and Kodian noticed straight away that this marking was of a configuration he had not previously seen. His gaze drifted towards the figure standing at the center of the group. Grungy looked to him and nodded softly. "That's your man." He heard the Tao, Gormat, whisper something in his native tongue behind him, disbelief heavy in his voice. He was clearly under no illusions as to who these Tao were, and what they represented. He slowed his pace a little then, his eyes finding the demiurge by his side. "I cannot believe you never told me of this." Grungy shrugged. "What? I don't know if you've noticed, Longshank, but my life has been somewhat hectic of late. What with all the attention I seem to have been attracting since I pulled you from that rusting tub of a lifeboat. One or two things may have slipped my mind." "Slipped your mind?" Kodian answered. "I can't imagine how the fact that you have openly traded with Tao since the Unity exterminated your species could slip your mind. You never thought to mention this." The demiurge scowled and emitted a sharp hiss of displeasure. "I may be a vessel of hate, Bone Priest, but I still have the faculties to distinguish between an enemy and a potential ally. You of all people should be able to relate to that. I hate the Unity, and I will kill every last servant of that Thor-damned collective if it is within my power to do so. These Tao here are not part of that collective. They are as hunted as despised by the Unity as you or I, perhaps. Even more so. Rebels." Kodian answered, unable to hide the suspicion in his voice. "I have seen and heard of entire species slaved to the Tao, Grungy. Are you telling me that there are dissidents even amongst their own race?" "Yes. Oshiva and his warriors have killed more Unity forces than you or I ever could. They have raised entire outpost worlds in their prime. Of the entire eastern fringe, only the Farzaite enclaves remain free of Unity rule. Believe me, this ship is about as close to the enclaves as a vessel could get, without finding itself blasted into dust. They have resisted for hundreds of years, Bone Priest, and no one save for they themselves know how they have managed to achieve this." Kodian did not answer. Despite his suspicious nature, he found himself intrigued. More than anything, his thirst for answers was stronger than ever. "Introduce us then, Demiurge." Grungy nodded and started towards the waiting Tao, Kodian and the others close behind. The Demiurge's pace was swift and Kodian's stride was long, and within the space of a few moments they were before the Xenos contingent. An uneasy silence settled over the scene. The chaplain found his gaze drawn to the warrior at the center of the gathering. He was of obvious great age, a fact made apparent by the gnarled, leathery texture of his facial skin. He regarded Kodian with milky, age-old eyes, and as he did so his hand tightened around the blade of the massive, curved sword standing upright before him. Kodian looked at the weapon and found himself fascinated by it. Grungy was the first to speak. He tipped his head abruptly and gestured towards Kodian, a motion obviously for the benefit of the Tao at the head of the gathering. "This is Kodian, the Gyula warrior. Apparently he's causing quite a stir back on Tio." The wizened Tao looked him up and down, his black eyes twinkling. Kodian noticed the fading lattice of scars that crisscrossed his wrinkled skin. One of the largest split his top lip, revealing a good portion of the bony plate that served as his teeth. When he spoke, it gave his voice an odd, muffled lisp. "So, the rumors are true," he said, leaning on the massive blade. His deep voice was tinged with pain, as if even the act of speaking caused his punished body some discomfort. "The once mighty empire of the Gyula teeters of the brink of destruction, and yet there is one warrior who gives the Sended Ones pause to consider. You are an interesting enigma. You are the one they call Farzaite." Kodian answered. "I am." The Xenos commander confirmed. As he did so Kodian noticed the other Tao around him stiffen, hands drifting towards their weapons. Kodian remained impassive. "The Farzaite. Shasovir Lashava Kais Montir. I see." Kodian answered, the Tao's answer completely mystifying him. He did however take the answer to be confirmation. As such, he found himself slightly confused. After a few moments' pause, he spoke once more. I was given to understand that you requested a meeting with me, Tao. I confess, I do not know of you. We know of you, Kodian. The warrior answered. This in turn coaxed a murmur of affirmation from the Tao around him. The one who had identified himself as Farza'ite leaned on the ornate blade and took in the chaplain with a considering eye. We have heard the stories of the Gyula warrior who beat Omog Drak in single combat. The warrior who boarded the very flagship of Shah Sovier La Kir La Montrikaon and survived. At that, he looked towards Gormat and nodded his head in the Poros direction. And I assume that this is the ambassador you took from the under the noses of an entire unity coalition. Word travels fast, Gyula. The ethereals on Tio rage at the very mention of your name. And this pleases me. It is good to finally put a face to the name of Kodian. The chaplain bowed his head in response, quietly surprised to hear how widespread the knowledge of his exploits had become. I suspect, Commander, that your wish to meet with me extends beyond a simple desire to see my face. Grungy here informs me that you have grave information concerning the movements of the Unity fleets. Yes. Farza'ite answered, his expression darkening. I have fought the rule of the ethereals for hundreds of years, far beyond the limits of my mortal lifespan. My people are slaves, Kodian, and it took the deaths of the Ons leading our original expedition to realize that. I have discovered many dark truths about my race. The Tao are a lie. He speaks the truth. Gormat interjected, taking a step forward. We exist but to be deceived by those we had looked upon as nigh divine. Our ethereals are nothing more than slavers. They bend us to their every whim, and they do so with a dark and insidious influence. What the Tao race have done to this galaxy, Kodian, they have done so through manipulation and genetic duress. We do not want to conquer these stars through violent expansion and genocide. Those ideas have been infused into our very being by the rulers of our race. Oshiva's eyes narrowed as he listened to the poor. Slow realization crept across his wizened face. You. He whispered. He signaled for one of the Tao with him to take hold of the large blade and then walked over to meet with Gormat. Poro Tiokakeo Gormat, former envoy prelate. Farza'ite answered with a curt nod and looked the Poro up and down. He leaned in closer in order to better scrutinize the minute scarring marking the envoy's face. You were of the Unity. You are free of the influence of the ethereals now, aren't you? I see it in your scars. I am. Gormat answered. I am no longer under any control other than my own. I see the truth as you do, Commander. I also see that the lies painted by the ethereal caste as the falsehoods they are. You are no traitor, Oshiva, and I salute you. Oshiva ruminated upon this as he returned to his weapon and grasped it for support. After a few moments of contemplative thought, he looked to the chaplain once more. The Bentasin trusts you, he gestured at Grungy, and so it would seem that I have cause to trust you too. It is with this in mind that I bring a warning. Kodian stiffened as he heard this. He knew instinctively that what he was about to hear would not bide well for his efforts. He was right. The Unity are mobilizing. Something big is happening, Kodian. Something portentous. The fleet you know as Kraken is on the move. It is already beyond the Empire and is heading for your capital world, Gyula. We suspected as much. Kodian answered. This, Oshiva shook his head. No, this is far more than a simple realignment of forces. The forces of the Unity are literally pouring from the borders of the Empire to join this growing crusade. For the first time in almost 600 of your Gyula years has the enemy's presence around the enclaves slackened. The Unity is steadily abandoning their war against us, Kodian. No longer are our borders harried by their presence. There can be no mistake. They intend to take your capital world as their own. The chaplain, as chilling as this news was, did not blanch at hearing this. In truth, he had expected no less. He nodded slowly as he took this latest news in. We had expected as much. I thank you for your warning, Oshava. At least now our suspicions have been confirmed. The Firecast commander shifted uneasily, as if the chaplain's answer had not been enough. I think you misunderstand me. The Unity has never before mobilized so to this extent before. We have already taken several small outposts on the edges of our system, and as yet we have seen no retaliatory action. We have already undertaken several raids deeper into the Empire. The system defenses are powerful, but ultimately automated. Whatever is happening is so immense that there are simply not enough Tau left behind to defend their own outer borders. So, the Unity seem to be committing everything they have to this assault. Kodian opined. So much so that they would even allow their own borders to weaken to see victory at Terra. Tell me, Commander, why are the Tau of the Unity so desperate to take the Imperial homeworld? Do they wish to see Terra destroyed, or do they have darker plans for the seat of the Emperor? No one truly knows the plans of the Ethereals, except for they themselves, but I can tell you this. If they had wanted to see your origin world destroyed, they would have found a way to achieve this by now. Be warned, Kodian. Such a display of might, if gathered to move against the enclaves, would have seen my own small empire annihilated many times over. This is a move of desperation, and it is more dangerous for the Unity than most of their enemies would realize. Kodian nodded slowly and began to pace up and down before the gathered Tau, considering all he had been told. So, you are telling me that this crusade is a far larger gamble than any of us would have suspected. The Unity is effectively abandoning its own home systems in an attempt to add strength to the vast fleets that are heading for Terra. Oshava tipped his head in confirmation of this. You and I are fighting the same war against the same enemy, Kodian. They call me Farzaite, and yet it has taken this much for me to see that racial differences cannot make our people enemies. All I want is the opportunity to take my race back, to restore the old ideals. We will strike out to reclaim the Empire soon, and we can do it. I need your word as a representative of the Gula that, should you find a way to stop the Unity, you will not come seeking retribution. I will give mine that the borders of the Empire will not expand beyond their original boundaries, and that the Tau will not seek to take Gula worlds as their own through violence and conflict. I tire of war, Kodian, and I am not long for this existence. I need to know that my descendants have a future. I need to know that what I have planned for my people is not in vain. I cannot guarantee that, Kodian answered darkly. I cannot speak for the Imperium as a whole. I am an outcast now, as are you. Circumstances have forced me into exile, and now I must fight that war on my own terms. If I could give you my word then I would, but I cannot. What I can promise is that I will do everything in my power to try and prevent it. Very well, Oshava said. Then make me a promise. He lifted the massive blade with surprising ease and walked over to the chaplain. Kodian looked on as the Tau placed the ancient weapon across his hands and offered it to him. This is the Dawn Blade. Take it. I don't understand. Take it. Farzaite said again. It has served me well for so long. The time has come for us to part ways, and I offer it to you. Kodian took the weapon and found himself stunned at how light the blade was in his hands. Despite its size, its balance in his grasp was perfect. He stepped back and tested its swing. The blade seemed to shimmer as he twisted and swung it, a glittering light playing around the ornate carvings on its sides. The hilt felt warm to the touch, and as the seconds passed, he became aware of a faint buzzing at the center of his mind. You seem suited, Oshava observed with a nod. That is good. Together you will slay many enemies. What is it that I can feel? Kodian asked. The Dawn Blade has power. Do not ask me to explain its origins, Kodian, for I cannot. What I can tell you is that it will both protect and sustain you. It can heal as well as kill. How do you think it is that I have lived for so long? Kodian heard this and frowned. What will happen to you now? I will die, Oshava answered matter-of-factly. But I have lived long enough. It is time now for my descendants to take the reins and continue our war. Our fight is far from ended. You asked me to make you a promise. I did. I ask that you take the Dawnblade and do with it what I have not been able to achieve. I ask you to kill Unva, and end the slavery of my people once and for all. I do not know of this individual, Kodian answered. But I will assume that this Unva is high up in the Unity's command structure. The highest. He is the prime ethereal, the first sended, and he is a murderer and a tyrant. Your paths will cross, Beulah. I promise you that. Then I will kill him. You have my word. This, Oshava bowed his head and then looked to the Tau behind him. I hope so. He said quietly. For all our sakes. Farewell, Kodian. Oshava bade his farewells to the Demiurge and then turned to leave without a further word, heading back towards the small collection of waiting craft. Kodian said nothing, and it was several minutes before he felt a hand upon his shoulder and he craned his neck to see Chavok's face, his features tight with concern. The blade, chaplain. Kodian looked down at the mysterious weapon in his hand and froze. It had reduced to almost a third of its original size, much to his astonishment. He had not even realized it. What manner of demonic weapon is that? He heard the Kodian hiss. Chavok shook his head slowly. It is no daemon weapon. I recognize the design. That blade is Eldar in origin. The chaplain stared at the Dawnblade in quiet wonder. The shimmering runes set into its sides lit his eyes as he regarded them. What in the Emperor's name am I supposed to do now? He whispered to himself. Part 86. Lights fall, shadow rising. The fortress of ages Caris Esteris segmentum solar Grand Master Tzadkiel Reinhold beheld the advance of his brethren in silence. Wherever he turned, he could see shining silver armor amongst the enemy filth, proud and pure. This pleased him. He shifted his attention to the kneeling Terminators before him. Each warrior had his head bowed. Brother captains one and all, awaiting his word. He looked at each of them in turn and took a deep breath, imbibing the pride of the moment. Never before had he commanded such a collective force of knights in his existence, Grand Master, or no. Reinhold was centuries old, so old in fact that even he could not recall his true age. In all that time, he had not known a gathering of such might ever to have taken place. Not since Engrath the Foul had last soiled the stars with his vile presence had so many of his brothers come together. This was a glorious day, as celebrated as it was dark. I can give but one order here today, he uttered, raising his mighty double-bladed halberd up and out towards the distant, towering Greater Daemon. Destroy it, utterly and without quarter. As one the company commanders saluted and rose, determined to follow the Grand Master's command unto death. Reinhold bowed his head to each of the ancient warriors, his piercing blue eyes and ebony skin framed by the polished silver of his open-faced mail headpiece. The Grand Master always took to the battlefield with his face revealed to the enemy where he could, for he had vowed that he would hide his face from no foe. His gaze carried the weight of the Emperor's judgment. Reinhold's brother captains made to rejoin their squads, leaving the Grand Master alone with the hulking warriors of his own retinue. One of the Terminators bowed his head and pointed the blade of his nemesis sword out towards the skies. My lord, the Unity forces are retreating. The Grand Master followed the gesture and saw for himself that his comrade was right. Thousands of Unity ships were rising and falling, fighting their way through the churning aerial conflict. Dropships. He took in the surrounding vista, watching as his own ships engaged the fleeing Unity craft. Thunderhawks screamed through the dropship fleet, blasting craft from the skies with unmatchable ferocity and zeal. Burning debris rained down upon the roiling battlefield, increasing the body count even further. Let them retreat, he said, dismissing the vast numbers of the enemy with a wave of his hand. We all have but one concern here this day. Our nemesis is the Daemon, and those who would seek to bring such abominations into our reality. Let them take precedence. Kill if you are threatened, or if You see the guns of the enemy turn upon your brother. Otherwise, only Engrath and his ilk are worthy of our attentions. Reinhold swept his cloak back away from his feet and cast around to look upon the crimson-skinned fiend, the very countenance of Engrath sending hatred boiling through his veins. To battle! He commanded. Round him, the warriors of his retinue obeyed. The Grand Master led the charge, his feet hammering the parched ground beneath. He raised his nemesis glaive and held it before him like a spear, bracing the haft beneath one arm. His sonorous voice carried over the tumult as he began to recite the canticle of absolution, strengthening both his own will and those of his men against the abomination's presence. Praise the Emperor for his sacrifice, as he endures so shall we. We who are the hunters of daemons, shall strive in his name eternally. Replied his warriors as one, preparing their weapons ready to meet the foe. The advance of the Terminators was thunderous and resounding. The Grand Master led them past a hunting purgation squad. He felt the wash of heat as sanctified promethium ignited at the corner of his eye, purging whatever unholy creature the incinerator's wielder had turned his attention to. Each and every individual act of cleansing he witnessed served to further strengthen and steel his spirit, for it brought with it the knowledge that another foul denizen of the warp had been sent back to that loathsome hell dimension. We, the Order of the Hammer, shall delve into the dark shadows, he cried, tightening his grip on the palm-mounted trigger of his storm bolter. We shall seek out the tainted, we shall pursue the vilest evil. His brethren answered. He bared his teeth as he saw the foul agents of the enemy ahead, warriors who had once been counted amongst the defenders of the Imperium. He could restrain himself no longer with them in sight, and he thrust his arm out before him, allowing his hatred to tighten his grip. The storm bolter rocked on its mount, sending a hail of blessed bolts out at the enemy squad. Corrupt Marines fell before the salvo, their desecrated armor torn and punctured. Dark blood spread through the air like mist. Return fire pattered off the ancient armor of the Grey Knights, scoring black grooves into the polished plate but causing little further damage. Behind him brother Aethelrus caught a bolt to the face and stumbled, the explosion causing him to falter. He shook his head and bore on, pale azure mist curling about his helm where the armor's inbuilt energy field had dissipated both the force of the impact and the resultant explosion. It is we who stand guard, our eternal watch shall not fail. For we are the Ordo Malleus. The Terminators answered, and together they thundered into and through the Chaos Marines, leaving broken corpses and body parts in their wake. Reinhold led his men on, not one Terminator even faltering as they carved through the traitor Marines. Blades flashed and bolters hammered, shattering ceramite all around them. Bethos took a glancing blow to the shoulder from a power fist, enough to throw his body back and see the shield of his insignium valorous spin away into the enemy mass. The offender was cut in two from hip to shoulder for the affront. The Grand Master had not engaged a single enemy at close quarters. This was a tradition he had held with those of his retinue for hundreds of years. He had decreed that his glaive would taste nothing but the unholy flesh of the demonic, and that the blood of living foes was unworthy to stain its shining blades. So it was that each of his brethren had taken an oath to fight to preserve the sanctity of the Nemesis glaive at all costs, so that its purity would be absolute and its edge flawless, when it finally came to facing whatever denizen had drawn them from Titan. We Grey Knights are the hammers, we slay the darkness without fear. Founded in great mystery were we. Chapter 666. The squad bounded through the remnants of the fleeing squad as the Psychonans of the following purgation squad finished off the scattering survivors. Reinhold's lead brought the squad to a series of crumbling, lichen-encrusted arches, and he led them through, the charge causing stone and dust to tumble free of the ancient stone. Beyond the archway boulevard he could see the darkness ahead, and he knew that they were closing upon their foe. Though on Titan we may be hidden, yet our eyes encompass the galaxy. No devil shall avoid our gaze, no daemon shall avoid its fate. He could feel the flickering flames of the power of his faith building within him, as it was within his brothers. Together their prayers were slowly building their collective inner strength, and this in turn served to invigorate them and infuse them with potent energy. Reinhold's eyes narrowed as he felt the suppressive Aegis energies of his armor thicken and crackle. A second later the familiar knot of pressure tightened at the center of his mind and he stiffened, knowing only too well what was to come next. The stench of fresh blood assailed him at the very same moment that the creatures stepped from the darkness and into the gloom, black smoke belching in their wake. Reinhold spied the smoldering iron axes in their clawed hands and spat in disgust. The creatures were as unmistakable as they were loathsome. Bloodletters, the base minions of Kern, willing slaves to his murderous creed. Each one was easily a match for a Grey Knight warrior. But as powerful as these monstrosities were, they were no match for the Grand Master and his finest. We shall be the keepers immortal, all secrets shall be our knowledge. Reinhold cried, charging forward. We are the guardians of mankind. His men answered, engaging the daemons with bolter and sword. The Grand Master's glaive was finally brought into action, now that there were demonic foes to fight. He thrust the weapon through the belly of the nearest bloodletter and withdrew it, watching as the daemon convulsed and then unraveled into smoke before him. Caution and secrecy are our code. He twisted sharply at the waist and beheaded another fiend. Watchfulness and patience are our way. On the return stroke he smashed aside the glowing axe of a third crimson-skinned hulk and put a bolt round through its face, causing it to stagger back. Hidden from the eyes of chaos, we strike without warning or dread. To his side brother Laencer stumbled and fell, only to be quickly swamped by a host of roaring bodies. The demonic axes of the enemy rose and fell, ringing against the ancient plate of his armor. The others reacted quickly, responding to their comrade's plight. Romes wrapped his fingers around the bestial horns of one of the daemons and flung it back before plunging his halberd through the back of another's skull. Urim thrust his fist into a glowering face and fired his storm bolter, sending greasy viscera spattering across his shining armor. The Grand Master continued his prayers despite the turmoil of the conflict. Only by completing the canticle would he and his warriors benefit from the unmatchable mental and physical purity it would bestow upon them. Though we find ourselves in shadows, no blackness will enter our hearts. No treachery will touch our souls, no pride will sully our thoughts. We shall be pure amongst impurity, we shall be innocence amongst guilt. We are the Imperium's hidden saviors. He drove the glaive through another foe, pinning the daemon to the crumbling wall. He let go of the weapon and turned, blocking a downward strike with his forearm. He reached forward and wrapped his hand around the daemon's throat, the very touch of his fingers causing the blood-wet skin beneath them to smolder and burn. We are spread across the heavens, our watch is untiring and ceaseless. As he spoke he focused his mind, and as the words left his mouth they became deep and thick. The Emperor shall guard our souls, as we guard those of others. His men chorused behind him. The bloodletter snarled and began to writhe, but it was as if it was fast, unable to break the Grand Master's grip. Pure white light shone from Reinhold's eyes and mouth as the daemon's skin blackened and came away like ash drifting on the breeze. Within the space of a few seconds the creature came apart, its unnatural form breaking down into thousands of blackened pieces by the Grey Knight's indomitable will. The Grand Master pivoted and pulled his blade free, its victim long since banished. His brothers were busy finishing the last of the enemy off, plunging their blades into the fallen daemons even as they dissipated, screaming, back to the Immaterium. A sudden and ominous darkness fell over the scene, blotting out what little light had thus far managed to penetrate the archway corridor. Reinhold looked up and saw it, the towering greater daemon. Engrath's wings were massive, huge enough to envelop the weak sunlight above. Just visible between the curved tops of the lichen-covered arches, the daemon continued in its orgy of destruction, its vast arms rising and falling as it murdered its way through both the Grey Knights and the retreating Tau. Our will shall be our weapons, our faith shall be our armor, he uttered, his voice heavy in an undisguised antipathy. As one, the heads of his brethren turned to look upon the towering daemon. Our minds will be secure fortresses, no temptation will weaken our resolve. At that Reinhold bowed his head and together the Grey Knights made their way towards the conflict that would shape the destiny of the galaxy. They would win. They had to. +++. The scream of Orca engines drowned out the sounds of the battle raging around him. OKIR Law deactivated his pulse staff and retracted the long haft before fixing it to his belt. He half closed his eyes as the loose earth swirled around him, buffeting his scarred face. A swift glance out into the sprawling compound confirmed that the Silver Warriors of the Imperium were embroiled in conflict with the Chaos forces, so much so that they were largely ignoring the retreating Tau and their allies. He looked to the far end of the compound at the large, ugly carriers of the BJLVESA. The creatures were swiftly withdrawing en masse into the vast holds of the craft. Under the direction of Omog Drak, the Brood commander. He snarled and turned away to regard the dead Marine at his feet, the burning revulsion he had felt at looking upon the crude BJLVESA draining away. His single eye glistened with undisguised lust, as if the corpse before him were some mouth-watering delicacy. He bent at the knee and raised his arm, turning the Grey Knight onto his back as he did so. A smooth, hollow-tipped spike slid from the case around his wrist and he plunged the extractor into the flexible neck ring of the knight's armor. He threw his head back and let out a long, hissing breath, his scarred cheeks quivering in ecstasy. Several seconds passed before the warrior withdrew the spike and let it slide back into its housing. The Shoan Ores flowed through him, sending his muscles into spasm. He lurched back on his haunches and snarled, feeling the invigorating power of the Gulaw's flawless genocide coursing through him. It was an experience unlike anything else, a surge of purity like nothing he had known. Cramps raged through his limbs, forcing him down onto his knees. His fingers constricted, raking grooves through the ash. Dark saliva trickled from his mouth and his breath came in great ragged gasps. A blinding white light filled his vision, causing everything around him to shimmer and soften. He could hear nothing save for a deep and distant roar, and it was the sound of his own blood, surging through his veins. For an instant, less than a second, the seed set his veins on fire with enough potency to burn everything else away, even the suffocating gene influence of the ethereals. It was as if he could feel every muscle, every organ in his body writhing with infused strength. The feeling passed quickly. However, so quickly it was as if the light and the noise and the pain just disappeared. OKIR Law was left kneeling where he had fallen, invigorated and restored, yet somehow hollow. Changed, like an addict. He had endured the ceaseless hunger for genocide so long now, and yet this was different, much more intense. OKIR Law. Commander. A number of Shas Kaon came marching towards him as he rose, still breathing heavily. He ignored the calls, or otherwise he did not even hear them, as he scoured the surrounding carnage, looking for another of the fallen Silver Warriors. The Shas Kaon continued to call for him to no avail, and when they finally reached the towering warrior, one of them placed a hand on his shoulder. Common. OKIR Law let out an animalistic scream and threw himself around. By the time he was face to face with the warrior, his pulse staff was drawn and extended. The warrior fell away, bisected by the blow. OKIR Law watched his victim fall and looked to his comrades, his expression wild and terrible. As one, the Shas Kaon backed away. Honored Shas, please, one of them pleaded with him, raising his hands. It is I, Koryas. Compose yourself, I implore you. Hearing this, the dangerous light in OKIR Law's eye looked to fade and he lowered his weapon. He shook his head and looked at the Shas Kaon, concern at his actions slowly seeping into his expression. Fools! Why would you disturb me whilst I am harvesting? You all should know how dangerous such an action can be. The warriors bowed their heads in apology. Forgive us, Commander, but something is happening. Something unexplainable. Look around you. OKIR Law answered with a sneer. We fight the forces of chaos. Unexplainable is exactly what we are taught to expect from these creatures. The warrior named Koryas shook his head and moved closer to the commander, albeit tentatively. No, this is something else. He pointed out beyond the massed dropships to where the walls of the outer bastion dominated the horizon. The skies beyond them were almost black, tempestuous, and foreboding. The Umbra are acting strangely. Okirla sneered as he heard this. The Umbra are an enigma to all but the Ethereals, Koryas. To even try and attempt to consider them can bring nothing but madness. They haven't retreated yet, Commander. They usually withdraw with the ships, but this time they have not. We saw them acting strangely, gathering. The Shoskaon's voice trailed away as he struggled to articulate what he was trying to say. They were dancing, swirling, I cannot explain it. I have never seen its like before. As they gathered, the shadows continued to fall around them. Now we cannot even see them. None of the ships dare venture near the building phenomenon. What is more, I have received word from the fleet. They say the Nikosar have fallen to madness, as have many of the Gulasiers. Those that are still coherent say that the actions of the Umbra are to blame. Okirla was only half listening to the concerned Shoskaon. He continued to look out over the corpses around them, searching through the fallen for the telltale glint of silver. The Umbra are not our concern. Let them stay behind on this decrepit orb and rot. Follow me, all of you. There is time to harvest yet before we leave this place. Part 87. Ancient. Reinhold shuddered, an instinctive reaction that caused him to slow. The entire battlefield was alive with variable psychic activity of two extremes, both potent and oppressively negative. This, however, was far different. This was a sensation far beyond that of the singular, collective purity of his gathered brethren. It was beyond the pervasive atmospherics of the sorcery and witchcraft of the Chaos Legions and the presence of the demonic. It was a surge so powerful that it rose beyond even the presence of the Lord of Bloodthirsters. Beyond him, the mighty Greater Daemon paused in its slaughter and cast around, sniffing at the air. Its burning eyes looked towards the impenetrable darkness beyond. Though unnumbered lurking perils await us, our blades will ever be ready, Reinhold whispered. For we are the Emperor's vengeance. His warriors replied, thrusting their blades above their heads. The Grey Knights broke into a run once more, passing beneath the last of the archways and out into the sprawling compound. They were behind Engrath now, and passing into the Greater Daemon's wake was like following the trail of a downed strike cruiser. Carnage was scattered before them. War machines and bodies lay broken and cast aside wherever they looked. Reinhold vaulted the downed shell of a corrupt dreadnought and then ducked low, passing through the gutted shell of an Iron Warrior's Land Raider. Masters of all weapons are we, no defense exists against our wrath. With the Nemesis shall we fight, with an Aegis to shield us. Closer now. Here the ground smoldered, the very footprints of the Daemon hot and smoking. He led the squad through a choking black pall of smoke and on, gaining on the abomination with the passing of each second. In bloodshed shall we save mankind, death shall be our everlasting creed. War unending shall be our fate, in battle shall we be steeped. Reinhold could feel every fiber of his being urging him on. It was almost as if he himself held little control over his advance, as if he could not turn away from the inevitable conflict if he wanted to. To banish this fiend back to the warp was his reason for existence, just as his lungs existed only to draw air and his hearts existed to beat. We shall be unstinting in hatred, we shall hunger for holy war. For we are the swords of justice. Mere minutes would see them at Engrath's feet now. This distance, the roar of the Daemon shook them from their stride, causing feet to stumble and redoubts to blur. Reinhold focused his mind and pushed himself on, unwilling to give the abomination even an inch. When all flee in hideous disarray, strong and sound shall we stand. Cowardice is wholly unknown to us, our courage comes from the Emperor. He braced his glaive beneath his arm and glanced either side of him, giving a gesture of acknowledgement to each warrior he could see. He knew with neither doubt nor compunction that this would be the last time he looked upon some of these men alive. Unbowed and unshaken against all foes, we shall claim victory with blood. He shouted, shaking his free fist in the air. Steady and surely we hunt them, those that dare oppose our wrath. His men replied. Far above the towering Engrath loomed. Reinhold was the first to reach his foe. He drew his glaive back and thrust it into the back of the Daemon's calf, the resultant connection so powerful that it sent shockwaves of pure white energy, rippling out away from the point of impact. The Grand Master let out a long, resonating roar as he drove the blade deep into demonic flesh. Light poured from his mouth and eyes, as if he were a thing of energy encased in a shell of flesh. The crimson skin around the blade blackened and flaked, drifting away from the wound. Death stalks us in many forms, the grotesque and the utterly inhuman. We are the bringers of hope. One by one the blades of the others joined his own, and within seconds the Grey Knights were surrounded by a flurry of black ash, the stuff swirling and billowing about them as if thrown about by some ethereal storm. Engrath railed at the attempted banishment. The daemon threw its head back and bellowed in pain, its unholy flesh punished by the combined might of the 10 shining warriors. Their efforts were far from enough. The daemon swung its leg away from the Grey Knights with such fury that it took Gavriel and his blade along with it. By the time the warrior let go of his halberd it was too late. The Grey Knight twisted away and out of sight, thrown like a leaf on the wind. Engrath spread its wings wide and blocked out the light as it turned to regard the warriors at its feet, eyes burning with hatred. Reinhold backed away, snarling at his own failure. Bloody battles unending constantly await us, redemption the reward for our vigilance. When possession rears its unspeakable head, ours is the blade that descends. The only voice not to complete the response prayer was that of Brother Zaffin. He lowered both his sword and his incinerator and looked up to see the dark shadow descending rapidly above him. Engrath's hoof slammed into him, driving him into the ground. Seconds later the greater daemon screamed as holy promethium erupted from beneath him, driving his foot back. Engrath withdrew. And Zaffin rose, sparks and guttering energy coruscating about him, his armor crushed and rent in a dozen places. The blade that descends. The Grey Knight gasped, finishing the sentence. Reinhold leapt back and slashed the glaive across the daemon's shin, drawing a spray of burning blood from the wound. The bloodthirster's response was swift and brutal. He flung his arm down across him and drew the lash through the reeling knights, the strike scattering the warriors and cutting brave Urim in two. The Grand Master witnessed the warrior's death and grimaced, forcing grief and shock to the farthest reaches of his mind. His soul cried out for the loss and yet he could not falter. Even for a moment. When Empyrean horrors invade our realm, our exorcisms shall hurl them back. There is no chaos-spawned horror, which can resist our indomitable anger. The warriors of his retinue were circling Engrath now, taunting and goading him with hit-and-run attacks. Reinhold saw this and knew he had trained these men well. None of them stood more than a slim chance of beating the abomination in straight combat, not even him, but they all knew that they had to try and keep the greater daemon from taking flight, for if it did then there was a chance that it would get away from them. The combined presence of he and his warriors was the best chance they had of banishing the thing back to its hell. Reinhold gathered every ounce of mental strength he had and raised his fist, focusing all his vast mental powers upon the limb. A pure light began to build at the center of his curled fingers, and within seconds the entire fist was no longer visible, lost at the center of the blinding luminescence. He waited for his chance, watching as his warriors harried the fiend. Engrath turned away and drove his axe into the ground, almost cutting Forcas in two. This was what he had been waiting for. He sprinted forward and drove his fist into the armored leg of the greater daemon. The blow was charged with the energy and strength of the Emperor himself and it brought the daemon down onto one knee, the very stuff it consisted of warping and rippling beneath the blow. With undaunted courage, he twisted at the waist and stepped back, ducking a second later as the axe of the enemy swept past his face. We shall prevail, no arcane magics shall overcome us. We are the bearers of victory. Massive crimson legs swept past his vision and he darted between them, hacking and slashing as he passed. Ma'an was standing his ground before the beast, his Psychonon hammering psychically charged bolts up into the demonic mass. Reinhold watched as the marine was there one moment, and the next was gone, swept away by the descending axe. The weapon returned again and almost took the life of Forcas for a second time. The Grey Knight stepped back and swung his thunder hammer into the passing blade, altering its murderous course. At the last moment, The warrior then lowered his head and charged towards Reinhold, his vast arms swinging. Before the Grand Master knew what was happening, the warrior barged into him and knocked him aside. The daemon's vast lash bounced as it tumbled to the ground behind Forcas, throwing dust high into the air. As he tumbled away, Reinhold caught flashes of the warrior flinging his hammer about him again and again, trying to smash the descending hand away. By the time he came to rest and managed to haul himself up, the warrior was gone. The body of Forcas crashed into the ground a moment later, followed by his thunder hammer and storm shield. His head never followed. The Grand Master sprinted around the daemon's legs and cut another deep groove through its stinking flesh. No corruption shall blemish our galaxy, no immaterial fiend shall be spared. No malevolent spirit will oppose us, no creation of sin shall survive. The daemon's very presence was beginning to tell upon him. Dull ache pounded at the center of his mind, a combination of the sheer antipathy of the bloodthirster's existence and his own psychic efforts thus far. Engrath descended as he came about. A massive hand reached for the discarded lash and a horrific, bestial face loomed into view. The Lord of Bloodthirsters cast around to look upon the Grand Master with depthless, hate-filled eyes. Reinhold felt his soul twist and tighten as he beheld the fiend's repulsive countenance. He could suffer no such sight for even a moment, and he acted on instinct, sending a hail of bolt rounds into the daemon's leering face. Engrath rose sharply, burning flesh and greasy matter falling like rain in its wake. The scream of approaching engines slashed through his mind, and he braced himself, sensing what was coming. The Thunderhawk streaked past, the force of its passing tearing at him. Hellstrike. Missiles slammed into the daemon and detonated, engulfing it in burning flame. Lascannon beams lit the skies as they tore through Engrath, leaving behind smoldering craters in its demonic flesh. More Grey Knights were joining the fight now, the selfless charge of the Grand Master providing the perfect opportunity for them to approach with relative safety. Purgation squads assailed the greater daemon with sanctified bolt and flame. Brothers poured from the surrounding carnage to face the abomination, determined and unafraid. Bethos fell, his legs disintegrated by a pass with the lash that reaped knights like grass. The Marine spun away, his ancient armor losing its remaining integrity. Reinhold saw this and struck out with a surge of pure psychic force, fixing his gaze on the reeling knights before him. He visualized an impenetrable wall surrounding the knights, potent and impassable to the attentions of the greater daemon. The effort of doing this racked his body and his mind with pain. His efforts were rewarded, however, on the weapon's return swing. The massive braided whip crashed against a wall of sheer invisible force, staggering those knights within its protective embrace, but otherwise saving them from any serious harm. Reinhold was brought to his knees by the psychic backlash. Bright blood burst from his nose to patter against his silver gorget. Pain flooded through his quivering limbs, but he ignored it and rose. Once again, his efforts successful. No unholy deed shall go unpunished, all blasphemous CTS shall be toned. He shouted, raising his glaive above his head. No spawn of misrule avoids us, all are bound to the void. Came the reply, 100 times louder and stronger than before. Plus. It was Skalax who made the kill. His plasma gun flared from the shadows, the discharge lighting up his hidden form for less than a split second. The Grey Knight rose from attending the body of his fallen comrade and looked his way, their eyes meeting for less than the space of a heartbeat. Then a blinding light encompassed the warrior and blew him off his feet, scattering his head and arms away from him as the plasma burned his torso to cinders. Skalax led the whooping Night Lords from the cover of the crumbling outbuilding and shook the gun above his head, celebrating the kill. He sprinted over to the knight's smoldering helm and lifted it up for his brothers to see, bathing in the victory of the execution. See how easily the Emperor's finest fall to our guns. He hissed, casting the head aside. He waved the gun towards the towering daemon far beyond them, the eyes of his helm illuminated with the burning light of exhilaration. The Tau are as sensible as they are cowardly. They know that they stand no chance of victory here. The rest of the Dark Warriors followed his gaze out towards the distant greater daemon. Only one of the squad did not. Morcellan's eyes shifted towards the darkness behind them, attracted by the low rumbling quivering the ground beneath their feet. He lowered his bolter slowly as he craned his neck to look out into the shifting darkness, sensing rather than seeing whatever it was that churned behind the void. Skalax, he whispered, trying as best he could to tear his attention away from the churning wall of shadow. Neither the champion nor the rest of his squad responded. Slowly, almost painfully, he cast around to look at the others. Skalax. The call was louder this time, enough to attract the others. They turned in time to see the black appendage spear from the void and envelop Morcellan. The huge fanged maw snapped shut around the marine and dragged him back into the darkness without a sound, leaving them stunned. Skalax lifted his plasma gun and fired a salvo of searing blasts out into the mass, backing away as he did so. The others followed his lead, raking the shadow wall with bolter fire. The shots simply sank into the void, leaving behind no traces of damage. The Night Lord champion cast his gun aside and drew his power sword as the others turned to run. More of the monstrous appendages speared from the mass to attack the marines. One punched through the stomach of a warrior before curling in on itself to pluck another off his feet, carrying them swiftly back into the impenetrable shadow. The champion swung his crackling sword about him, hacking at the questing black tendrils. He cut through a blade tentacle and sent its punished remains twisting back, the severed section evaporating swiftly into nothing. Within moments, only he and one other remained. A massive grasping claw speared from the mass and snatched the other Night Lord off his feet. The warrior was dragged, screaming, into the roiling shadow. Less than a moment later the empty shell of his ceramite armor landed at the feet of the champion. Skalax of the Night Lords lowered his sword and looked to the black horror that was the phenomenon before him. He knew he was dead. Part 88. The last of the first. On Shadow's end shall the Saak be lifted. On Shadow's end shall Slahi legacy rise from beneath, ever to bask as before. When Slahi lost, when Slahi suffer threefold, spec trials, only one did brace, did defy, linger, spec Ka did suffer to bring brood to better weather Yamko all murder. No more to thrive beneath star, instead to shift in Saak and skulk, forever dissimilar. So would Ka brood exist beneath all murder. So would Ka brood wait, beneath Saak to lurk. Unseen, await Ka final work. Them from mind, spec devour life, to force Yamko to sleep. Ka enter other void, spec to exterminate them from mind spec. Ka did suffer there. Ka did suffer a shattering, born of infant scream of Orem Ash. Brood did not lament. Rodsko shall see Ka return, and Brood shall sing of this reunion. Brood will rise again, and Rod shall once more gather to answer his call. Plus 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 equals I equals plus 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 plus. Above is a transcript taken from what we believe to be a HRUD data prism of an interminable but suspected great age. It has taken my best Xenolinguator servitor over 6 months to translate the text to the format you currently see before you. Key. These words are currently untranslatable. Spec the translation here is probable at the very best. I would advise readers to regard these translations as suggestions, until more definite paraphrases are uncovered. Addendum. A further breakthrough has been made with regards to the untranslatable parts of the text. As such, I am able to offer my own interpretation on this most enigmatic of Zeno's texts. I humbly place this analysis in the hands of those authorized to read this summary. A curious account, no doubt a result of the enigmatic nature of the Zenos race we know of as the HRUD. I have assimilated the information uncovered here and thus attempted my own efforts at translating this text. Here it is. I only hope that my attempts serve to shed a little light on this most ancient and baffling recount. The HRUD will rise from obscurity, from the shadows of their existence, so to speak. Perhaps to return to former glories? At this stage we cannot know if this mysterious race ever held a position of racial power that far exceeds that of their current state. This is highly speculative. The legacy of the Hrud gods shall bear fruit. The deities of the Hrud suffered some unknown cataclysm at the hands of similarly unknown enemies, where most are suggested to have been exterminated, crippled, or otherwise banished. Only one of their gods survived this disaster. The Hrud were exiled, perhaps, or otherwise chose to isolate themselves. This Ka is suggested to have been in the process of undertaking some final plan, to ensure the rise and restoration of the Hrud race. Here the account grows ever more obscure. Some other force, perhaps psychically attuned, descends upon races of the galaxy like a plague. Whatever these creatures are, they force the enemies of the surviving Hrud gods to retreat. It is suggested that Ka entered what seems to be another realm of existence in order to deal with these creatures. Could this be the warp, or indeed some other unknown dimension? We cannot know for sure. Whether or not Ka succeeds is never recorded. He is sundered by some powerful yet unidentifiable entity of this dimension, whose identity is known only to the Hrud. The Hrud endure. There shall be a mighty and prophesist gathering that shall see them reunite as a race. Why, or indeed when this will occur, we cannot possibly speculate. Xenologist Obesius Caffredine. The Musings of the Xenos Sentient. Chapter 4, The Hrud. The Night Lord flung his sword away and took a step forward, unwilling to give in to fear despite the apparent inevitability of his death. Marines knew no true fear, and amongst the warriors of the Night Lords this was doubly so. The Night Lords were fear, they were the consummate masters of its application. No true son of the Night Haunter would bow his knee in the face of terror, for they had long since mastered such a concept. "Take me then. Take me," he cried, smashing his fists against his chest. "Show me the face that lies behind this shadow. I would look upon you, so that I may spit in your eyes." The darkness seemed to respond to this. The void thickened and pulsated, bulging towards him. Black limbs stretched from the shadow storm to reach for him, multiplying like the heads of a hydra. Until, within the space of a few seconds, he was almost enveloped by a canopy of writhing, questing extremities. Skalax regarded this and laughed, a genuine sentiment accented with an almost childlike wonder. He went as far as to reach up as if to touch the nearest tendril, only for the snaking thing to recoil before his touch, tentative and hesitant, like a wild animal initiating its first inquisitive human contact. "Exquisite," he breathed, unable to keep himself from trying to observe every snapping maw, every coiling and serrated appendage. Such visual horror. So raw. So dark and visceral. What are you? There is no Daemon Ansi at work here. This it doesn't smell right. It doesn't fit. What manner of thing are you, Shadow, to be so perfect as to transcend even the darkness of the Empyrean? At that the probing tentacles withdrew, coiling in on themselves with great speed until they were wholly absorbed by the shadow. The swirling void shrank in on itself with a swiftness the Night Lord struggled to follow, a terrible screaming quaking both the ground and the air with equal force, and within moments the shadows were gone. Skalax released a quiet sigh of disbelief. Standing before him, at the very epicenter of the dissipated phenomenon, was a figure. The being regarded him with eyes as black as the void of space. A total and unbreakable silence surrounded the figure, so potent that the champion flinched, the deep silence ringing in his ears. The sounds of battle were no longer audible, not the slightest noise. It spoke, its psychic voice punching its way into his mind like a charging titan. "I linger no more." The Night Lord fell to his knees, staggered by the sheer force of the entity's psychic presence. He clutched his hands to his head and snarled, feeling the warmth of his own blood trickling down his lip. "Gah! What are you? I linger no more." The thing said again, its mind voice thundering through Skalax's thoughts. He fell to his hands and screamed, agony lancing through his brain. He raised his head through no casual effort of will and looked on as the figure began to walk towards him. Despite its proximity he struggled to focus upon it, his eyes refusing to fully acknowledge that it existed. All he could truly see were the eyes, the terrible, depthless eyes. Everything else seemed out of focus, distorted. Whenever he tried to focus on a particular point, the being looked to blur. What are you? He fell to the ground, convulsing. Even through the pain he recognized his own voice, stolen and echoed by the creature. What are you? What manner of thing are you? Blood pooled in his eyelids, blinding him to the approach of the powerful entity. A sudden warmth soaked through his mind, and he felt his arms first tingle and then disappear, as if he had never been born with them. Part of his face sank into the same state of numbness, and he realized that he had suffered several aneurysms. His brain was beginning to shut down. He became aware, albeit distantly, of the sensation of movement. He started to rise, and before he knew it, he was upright, suspended in the air like a marionette. What are you? It said again, its mind voice softer now but still sending spears of pain lancing through his psyche. He could not reply. His ability to speak had been stolen from him. Though he could not see, he became aware of a sensation, a touch. Even through his helm he could feel cool fingers upon the faceplate of his helm. The next moment his helm was gone. Not removed, but rather just gone, as if it had quite suddenly ceased to exist. He blinked, dispelling the thick, congealed barrier of dried blood from his eyes. Those dark and terrible eyes regarded him still, much closer now. Still war. Always war. Never will this change. Still fractured, inside. The dark creature raised a long, slender hand to its head and ran its fingers down its smooth face. Blinking. Its eyes were huge, pools of void so potent Skulax felt he could be lost in them, absorbed by them. As it spoke to his mind, he shivered. The words were utterly alien to him, and yet he understood them. He could feel his own psyche shifting, altering to accommodate the communication. It was an unnerving experience. What are you? It asked him again, genuinely intrigued by him. You an enemy of the Yam Ko? I saw the slave thing. I know it is here, hidden behind its cloak of flesh, its cowl of false life. You would reveal to me the secrets of your existence. Skulax screamed as he felt the creature flood his mind, saturating his thoughts, probing his darkest secrets. It was no pleasant experience. In that brief and sudden moment, the marine was laid utterly open. The thing's vast eyes widened and it took a step back. He felt it drain from his thoughts, the numbing pain of its presence sinking away. The expression on its alien face was that of experiencing the most bitter of tastes or the most pungent of stenches. Its expression had changed, from one of curiosity to utter disdain. Vile thing. Horrence. You serve neither life nor the Yam Ko. You serve the bitch and her siblings. Another faction then, another foe intent on burning all that would be good and right. Fractured, inside, by her. I see his legacy in every cell of your being, and I see the flaws that allowed the darkness to seep in. Perhaps he was too late to save your race. For you, it is already far too late. You are damaged. Skulax knew pain then. His screams lasted seconds before his ability to produce vocal sound was taken from him. Ceramite groaned as it compressed, folding in on itself as it was crushed by living darkness, compacting tighter and tighter until the marine's body was little more than a ball, a mass of bloodied flesh and armor. The remains of the Night Lord fell to the floor, a dark and perfect sphere. With that, the creature lifted its gaze and looked to the skies, its eyes narrowing. Fractured, inside. It whispered, regarding the twinkling lights of the retreating Tau ships. Slave thing, where are you? An ethereal wind rose from nowhere to snatch at the creature's black robes. The garments quickly loosened, losing their integrity to become a shroud of impenetrable shadow. The dark miasma rose swiftly, swirling tendrils reaching like grasping arms for the sky. A moment later, the space was empty. Plus. Barolinus let out a quiet sigh from between bared teeth. Never before in all his recollection had he felt so tense, on edge. The Primarch had not yet spoken a single word to him. At this moment in time he would be feeling rejected, perhaps even angered by this fact, were it not for the sheer anxiety he felt at the situation. He hadn't known what to expect once he finally came face to face with the resurrected Guilliman. The Primarch could have welcomed him with open arms, or he could have killed him where he stood, without a second thought. This, though, was unnerving, even for Innistrad. He had not known what to say, the sheer incredulity of the meeting stealing his voice away. The incident was still fresh in his mind, ingrained upon his memory. His eyes. The Primarch's eyes had unnerved him. To him they had seemed as twin pools of void, black and alien as those of the Tau. Those eyes had fixed their gaze upon him and had remained there, the thoughts behind them unreadable. He had been only half aware of the angered cries of the other Marines as they had responded to his presence. They had wished to kill him. Guilliman would not allow it. He recalled hearing the booming command and resultant activity as those beneath him had responded to the Primarch's orders. He had allowed himself to be led to the waiting lander, ignoring his rough handling at the hands of the other warriors. He cared nothing for their hostility, a response he suffered even now. He let his head fall back against the quivering bulkhead and looked out across the large compartment. At the head of the bobbing helm he could see the Primarch, head and shoulders. Above the rest, sat astride the command chair. His face was set in an implacable grimace of stone. The lander was still soaring skyward and, judging by the dull roar around him, had just about hit the upper atmosphere. For the first time since he had come into the presence of Guilliman and his followers, he began to feel uneasy. What did they have planned for him? The mood felt universally hostile, and if this was indeed so, then what fate awaited him? He turned to look upon the figure sitting across from him, and it wasn't until he did so that he realized he had been under scrutiny for a while. The man was a strange sight, an ill-fitting piece of the puzzle. Here he was, surrounded by Marines. And yet, sitting across from him, was the same mysterious figure he had seen by the Primarch's side. On the surface of the world, the man's face was utterly without emotion. Nothing about his visage betrayed even a trace of sentiment. He soon came to the conclusion that he could not divine the reasons behind the man's presence and so gave up. "You. What will they do with me?" he asked the figure, struggling to keep his voice level as the craft continued to shudder. The man continued to stare at him but did not answer. He hissed and looked away. He hadn't expected an answer. The merest flicker of shadow flashed at the corner of his eye. The living darkness screamed its way into the hold of the manta, sending forth a whispering ripple of pure force that froze everything it passed over. Guilliman's eyes widened a fraction as every illuminator in the hold flickered and dimmed. A heartbeat later he sat immobile at the head of the gathering, the fingers of one hand suspended in the air above the hilt of his sword. Raleigh leaned forward in his chair as far as the restraints would allow and looked around him. "They are held." The voice seemed to startle him enough to cause his head to snap around to regard the dark figure standing at the rear of the compartment, in the space before the access iris. A nauseating emerald light flooded his eyes as he reached for the restraint releases and made to rise, his actions watched by the host of silent marine statues around him. No sooner had the harness snapped back than his outline started to blur and quiver. "No," the shadow thing said. It raised a hand and the Inquisitor fell to the floor, shuddering, vibrations racking his body. Black limbs curled from the creature's miasma and lifted him up, resisting his every attempt to struggle free. "Slave thing. Lifeless one. Still your kind plague this galaxy. GNNN, the hatred still burns brightly. The hunger remains unsatisfied. No matter. It is coming, slave thing. Can you sense it? Do your masters know? I have spent much existence shattered, broken by the bitch. I am returned now, at last, and I will end this." The writhing man found himself being pulled closer to the entity, and as he neared his form began to flicker, patches of dull silver flashing across his face and body. "GNNN. You wear the face of a mammal, slave thing. Why is that?" The figure gestured around him at the immobile Marines, its long fingers trailing oily shadow after them. "They fascinate me, these creatures. I have not seen their like before, but yes, as I suspected. I know their heart, their core. I see his intent in them. The second birth was clumsy and of haste, but an ultimate success. Good. I would know more about the progeny, as I would of my own. Tell me, false one. Tell me of the fate of my children. Raleigh did not answer. By now he had ceased in his efforts to escape and had fixed his captor with a cold and intense stare. The creature remained unmoved. GNNN. Such misplaced loyalties. So be it. If I cannot see inside that which is false, then I will see inside the others. The creature tilted its head back and fell silent, its aura writhing. Within seconds it lowered its head once again and, casting a fleeting glance towards Berolinis, looked back towards the Inquisitor. Curious. How could they not know, slave thing? Is this trickery, or has this existence changed more than I had dared to suspect? Such boundless evil, hidden so deeply within life. Have our legacies become less than dust? He pointed a finger at the ultramarine. This one holds the imprint of fate deep within him, and the others GNNN, they are soured by the bitch and her siblings, they are tainted, foul and spoiled to the core. What madness has befallen this existence? I would know more. I would know it all. With that the shadows descended around the two figures and then blossomed, leeching the light from the space. Berolinis blinked. He issued a quiet gasp as he first opened his eyes and then shook his head, like a sleeper awakening from a dream. The going was easier now. The shaking has ceased and the distant rumble of the burning outside hull had fallen silent. Around him the other marines were murmuring amongst themselves, heads turning from left to right, as if something was amiss. Then he noticed it. Before him, the chair was empty. Part 89. Lament of the Pure. The ground shook beneath his feet as the rumble of approaching engines grew louder. A crumbling wall to his left exploded outwards as large silver mass barged its way through, sending choking dust billowing into the air. The Land Raider slowed to a halt, its tracks grinding the rubble beneath them to dust. The resonating crackle of its last cannons rumbled and the blinding light of their discharge seared his retinas as they fired, sending lances of energy forth to punch through the daemon's torso. Engrath took a step forward and roared, the sound so powerful that it shook warriors off their feet. The very scared hull of the tank reeled before the scream. Purity seals ignited and flashed to burning dust. Scripture plates warped, turning molten. Icons of faith shattered or became dancing cinders, scoured away by the sheer hatred of the abomination. Reinhold watched as warriors poured from the assailed vehicle amid a storm of fire and swirling embers, defiant in the face of the terrible assault. Nothing shall evade our cleansing fire, not daemon, or spawn or renegade. He called, reloading his storm bolter as swiftly as he could. For we are mankind's divine blade. Came the reply, strong and resolute. The Deathbringer's terrible lash swung past and slammed into the front hull of the Land Raider, connecting with such force that it lifted the vehicle up onto its rear, shedding armor plating as it rose. The tank crashed back down, its front ramp almost cleaved in two. The greater daemon advanced and swung the axe down to drive the corrupt blade through the tank's roof, splitting the mighty tank down the middle. The Grand Master let out a cry of rage and charged. He emptied his magazine into the leg of the daemon, the blessed bolts tearing smoldering strips of vile flesh away from the oversized limb. Heavenly blessings are laid upon us, the warp is ours to tame. Though sorceries shall be against us, no witchcraft will bring our doom. He reached the cloven feet of the beast and drove his glaive into the unnatural mass, gathering all his strength. His eyes shone with burning power, the glow illuminating his dark skin. The flesh beneath his blade began to flake away to ash, the substance floating away on the breeze. Little by little, cell by corrupt cell, Engrath was returning to the dark place of his birth. The daemon would not go quietly. Knights fell back as Engrath pivoted, pulling his leg away. Reinhold gritted his teeth and held onto his sacred weapon. He barely managed to keep it in his possession as the daemon shifted, crushing knights as it brought its hoof back down. He staggered back and steadied himself, frustrated yet more determined than ever to see the fiend driven from his plane of existence. Though spell or incantation blocks us, the Emperor shall see us victorious. No hex can overcome our determination, our resolve is strong as steel. Sigils and wards watch over us, prayers shall serve as our guide. For we are the Emperor's chosen. The dark void yawned open and he stepped out onto the tortured surface of Caris Esteris. With a thought he tossed the slave thing into the dirt and looked around him at the contiguous death and ruin. On your feet, inert one. You were a lord once, display some dignity. Raleigh picked himself up, his inhuman eyes burning with a cold green light. You are too late. You are too late to save your progeny from the fate that awaits them. Don't you see that, Sluggy? You will be consumed along with them, when the Citan come to claim this realm. Your kind stood against us once and we slaughtered you. My God will see to it that you join your kin in oblivion. He will feast again. Mafaran. The creature uttered. Then you had better tell him that I am abroad once again, Slaw. Tell him that my work is complete. Let all the Yamko know of my return. Raleigh heard this and paused, his body tensing. The thing's black eyes widened as it regarded him. Go. Deliver my message, before I change my mind and open a gate to the other place to throw you in. Your deceit amongst these creatures is at an end, slave thing. You will return, and you will tell your God that Ka is coming for him. The false inquisitor did not reply. His outline shivered and began to break up, and as it did so his disguise of false flesh sloughed away, revealing the cold, dull silver of his real facade. It took less than a second for the ancient being to disappear and then he was gone, his insidious role in the plans of the Unity ended. Ka looked away then, out towards the scattered bodies. His eye seemed drawn to the shining corpses of the Grey Knights more than anything else. He drew his dark robes about him and moved to investigate the nearest body, seemingly oblivious to the continuing carnage about him. As he reached the fallen knight he lowered himself and placed a hand upon the gleaming ceramite, letting it hover over the bloody wound in the warrior's chest. He closed his eyes and then let out a quiet gasp, withdrawing the hand immediately. So, it is true, he said to himself. The youngest found his purpose. He placed his hand on the body once again and concentrated, the air about him thickening and distorting. There you are. I see you, cast adrift, your body crippled and your soul anchored to this realm. Why did you choose this fate? These cells hold no memory of the wars against the Yamko or the sacrifices of the progeny. You should not have let your hatred of him cloud the gene print of these creatures. There can be no enemies amongst the living. Yet I see your children stumbling across the void, ignorant and unaware of the history they trample beneath their feet. I see the influence of the other void gods, an imprint that stains your history. Why is it that our parallel plans seem ever fraught with ruination? Are we cursed to fail? She came into existence and shattered me, as she did to Cain. You had a hand in my restoration, I see that. Still fractured, inside. Cain's strength is still enough to regenerate his essence. But not so mine. I have lost shards of myself that I cannot recover. The mysterious being withdrew his hand and rose then, his dark features tightening with building rage. He looked out across the battlefield to where the towering Daemon continued to wage war against the Grey Knights. Your warriors are proud, but they cannot win this fight. Their fate falls from the heavens even now. I could stop this, young one, but I will not. The power of the other void gods saturates this place, for they know that this is their final chance. I cannot gather the strength to stop it so soon after my rebirth. This portal must be closed. The warp must be sealed here, for fear that another breach like that which destroyed the greatest among us be created. I must allow this to pass. He regarded the body at his feet, the shining armor reflected in his eyes. With that he looked to the strewn Tau corpses around him. These creatures confound me. They are not of us, and yet I see much of our handiwork in them. I would know more. With that the dark outline of Ka grew hazy and compressed, and within seconds the creature was no more than a sphere of perfect darkness. A yawning void opened up behind the ball end. Swallowed it before sinking away and disappearing with a final blink of light. Plus. There is much darkness awaiting us, yet the Emperor lights our path. Falsehood surrounds us at every turn, yet no traitor shall confound us. Reinhold shielded his face as the fierce downdraft of the bloodthirster's wings buffeted him, driving him back. The daemon became airborne, carried aloft on massive membranous wings. The Grand Master knew what was coming and began to signal the surrounding forces to fall back. Engrath came down like a falling titan, its hooves smashing into the earth. Knights fell in squads. Beneath the greater daemon's weight, crushed into the floor by its tremendous weight. He pushed himself to his feet and cast around as the daemon shifted. Zaffin's flattened body lay in one of the deep grooves, his armor aflame and the remains of his incinerator twisted and broken by his side. This time around, his armor had failed him. Knights were still assailing the beast, pouring from the carnage about it to hack and slash it, whatever part of the abomination they could reach. The daemon's response was unequivocally brutal. Armored bodies shattered as the lash and the axe continued in their grisly work, killing scores with every pass. No despicable trickery will thwart us, no damnation shall bring us low, he called, charging forward, his glaive drawn up before him. There is no peace for us, for in eternity we will strive. The surrounding legions answered with one voice. The Grand Master knew that, despite the losses they had sustained, victory was close enough to grasp. A sea of shifting silver surrounded the daemon as, slowly but surely, every surviving grey knight converged upon the desperate conflict, eager to end the existence of the vile greater daemon. The collective power of the knights filled him, a pure, burning warmth at the center of his soul. He could see the flickering aura of power as a blanket of hazy light above the heads of the warriors. Once unleashed, not even Engrath would be able to stand against such power. It was time to end this. Though mere mortals in his service, everlasting shall be our true duty, he cried, ramming the blade of his glaive deep into the flesh of the daemon's leg. All around him grey knights followed suit, stabbing into whatever demonic surface they could find. Engrath lifted his head and roared in pain as a thicket of blades assailed him, and as the collective psychic will of the knights surged through their weapons and into the daemon, they spoke with one voice. Et imperator invocato diabolus demonica exorcism. The resultant psychic blast turned reality itself white, a phenomenon so blinding that it was as if everything was scoured away. Sound became a terrible roar, deep and rumbling, so powerful as to defy description. Reinhold felt himself falling back, expelled by the force of the daemon's pain and fury. The ground rushed up to meet him and slammed into his back. Slowly, painfully, his vision returned. It made no sound. Above him the skies were continuing to darken, but they were clear, bearing no traces of the roiling black storms that had surged across the landscape. It was little more than a blink, a flash of light, directly above him. The recitation had stolen his strength, both mentally and physically, and though he knew this would pass, his arms and legs felt leaden, too heavy to lift. His was a curious reaction to an equally curious occurrence. He didn't even know if the foul Engrath had been banished. The first thing he had seen since he reopened his eyes was the flash. He could not drag his attention away from it. Something about it snagged in his mind, like a single, resonating heartbeat heard as if through water. It was not a physical sound, for he was too far away to hope to hear the actual detonation. No, this was something more. Something much more portentous. The first shimmering ripples began to spread through the skies as he hauled himself up. Knights were crowding around him. My lord, the fiend that shall not be named. Reinhold cast his glaive aside and raised a hand, silencing the warrior. I know, he whispered quietly, his gaze still fixed to the skies. It is done. And so are we. He pointed to the skies and the surviving knights glanced up, to see the glittering phenomenon spreading as it descended. High above this curious blanket, more distant explosions flashed. What is happening? Bethos asked, driving the haft of his halberd into the ground and craning his neck so as to better observe what was occurring. Guilliman. Damn his name. He let us fight this battle and yet he could have ended it at any time. He could have ended it from orbit. This was a trap. A murmur of unease began to pass through the gathered knights. Justicars called their squads together with ominous haste. Every Vox unit came alive with chatter, as the Grey Knights began to suspect what was happening. Grand Master, what is it? Bethos asked again, his voice heavy with concern. NTI psychic warheads. Reinhold replied, already beginning to feel the oppressive presence of the approaching wall of anti-energy. They will seal the warp of completely. Enough of them and they will scour every demonic and psychic trace from this world. Not even Engrath would have had the power to save itself from this. "And what will happen to us?" the warriors asked. He looked at the helmed faces of the warriors around him, his own once bright eyes now heavy and dark. He lowered his head for a moment and then raised it again, his fists tightening. "My brothers, we must all steel ourselves and try to weather this. We cannot teleport. We do not have time to fall back to the Thunderhawks. In moments the first wave will hit. There will be pain as the shockwave burns out our minds." The first wave hit as the Grand Master was in mid-sentence. The blast drove every Grey Knight to his knees beneath a shimmering wall of power. Tiny, glittering fragments filled the air, as thick as snow. The roar intensified quickly as the phenomenon gathered strength, bolstered by the subsequent detonations above. Not a single Grey Knight could stand against the assault. The PSYK out warheads quickly obliterated every last vestige of warp presence within a 60-kilometer radius of the Fortress of Ages. Daemons burned and disappeared, the powers that had held them in this realm scoured away. Sorcerers screamed and writhed on the ground, their minds burned away. Daemon weapons grew cold and inert, the terrible entities bound within them suffocated. Powerful psychers to a man, the Grey Knights reeled. For all their strength and resilience, none could stand against it, not even the Grand Master. Many of them never saw the lance strikes come down. Reinhold did. He realized it then, as the first mighty column of light speared into the ground and obliterated the distant outer wall. He realized the fallen Primarch's final deceit. Guilliman could have ended this fight with relative ease, or even prevented the birth of the Daemon. They had been led into this trap to be slaughtered, along with the surviving Chaos forces. Every last Grey Knight was present here with him, their faith and dedication sealing their collective fate. "My Emperor, forgive me," he whispered. "I have failed you." A heartbeat later, all was blinding light and roaring noise. +++. Where is Raleigh? Berolinus tensed as the shadow fell over him. They had left the atmosphere by now and the violent tremors had given way to a silent calm. As he spoke, the Primarch's voice seemed even louder than he had expected. "Where is Raleigh?" he said again, slowly, and with a deep, menacing tone. "I will not ask you again." The Ultramarine glanced around him at the glowing eyes of the other warriors, his face slackening. "I do not know. He was there one moment and gone the next. He just vanished." Guilliman strode over to the start and lowered himself slowly, his vast frame engulfing Berolinus's vision. Twin pools of void met his eyes and he flinched, disquieted by the unnatural sight. "You, Start, are a mystery. I would have had you killed immediately, had your presence not intrigued me. That aside, if I but suspect that you are lying to me, even for a fleeting moment, then I will kill you with my bare hands. Do you understand that?" Berolinus nodded, unable to form a vocal response. No living being had ever instilled such awe and dread in him. He was an Astarte, and until this moment he had thought himself beyond the influence of such things. "Good," the Primarch said. He rose and walked back, his eyes narrowing as he considered the situation. The attention of every Marine remained fixed to Berolinus, and for long moments there was silence. Then one of the warriors looked to Guilliman and spoke. "Raleigh's ways are unknown to us, Lord. Who or whatever this warrior is, I don't think he was involved. If he were an assassin then surely you would have been the first to receive his attentions. HNGH. I saw him. Another grunted, as if reluctant to say what he was about to say. He gave a good account of himself against the silver-armored ones. I am loath to say so, but he most probably saved your life, Lord. Indeed. Gilliman answered, his hands behind his back. He twisted his head to look at Berolinis. Again, deep in thought. After a few moments of contemplation he tipped his head and gestured at the Marine's armor. Those colors you wear. Do you mock me? I do not, Primarch. Berolinis answered, his face flushing red. Driven by instinct and pride he slammed his palm into the harness release and rose to his feet. I am an ultramarine, my lord, as are you. I am proud to be so. You are no ultramarine. Gilliman answered, his own rage boiling to the surface. He moved faster than Berolinis could hope to track, and a palm slammed into the warrior's chest, forcing him back into his seat. The Primarch's face was next to his in the blink of an eye, those terrible eyes less than an inch from his own. The ultramarines no longer exist. I am a father without children. Calgar and his brainwashed filth took my legacy from me and defecated upon it. They sundered my legacy and my name with cowardice and weakness. I am ashamed that they are from my gene stock, just as I am offended by your flaunting of my own colors. There are no ultramarines left, Astarte. They are extinct, obsolete. Nothing but a memory. They are not. I am not. The Marines' reply stunned even Gilliman with its audacity. The surrounding Marines shifted as one, reaching for their weapons. Gilliman took a step back, his eyes widening. It was clear that he was not used to insolence. Berolinis watched the Primarch's hand fall to the hilt of the sword at his side and knew then that he would have to explain, and fast. My Primarch, I implore you to hear me. I am an ultramarine, a true son of Macrage. I am not of this time. It may sound incredible, but please, listen to what I have to say. Do whatever you would of me after, but please, hear my story. Gilliman paused. His hand withdrew and his vast frame loosened. The same look of intrigue passed over his face and he nodded. You have one chance, Start, to save your life. I await your explanation. Berolinis exhaled and ran a hand over his smooth scalp. Then he began to talk. Part 90. Secrets and Shame. The Ziggurat Imperialis the Imperial Palace Terra Calgar stomped down the ramp of the lander and out onto the vast expanse of the spaceport, flanked by his retinue of champions. Cassius and Ventress followed close behind, keeping a respectful distance from the War Master. Regos saw this and smiled. He smoothed back his raven hair and rotated his neck, preparing himself to meet with the commander of the Alliance and his chiefs of staff. This is a glorious day, he said to one of the black-clad, faceless assassins by his side. Do you not feel it, in the air? History is being made. He retained the smile as he looked out past the sea of dark assassin Aurum agents to where the shining golden warriors of the Custodes filled the far right of the spaceport, though the sincerity of the expression looked to fade. At the head of the tall warriors, Imperatorius looked back, his ice blue eyes cold and hostile. Regos nodded in greeting and then dismissed the warrior, drawing in a deep breath. Glorious day, he repeated, quietly this time. With that, he smoothed down his black robes and advanced to meet with the new arrivals. War Master, he began, spreading his hands. It is an honor to finally have you tread upon the holy ground of Terra. Thank the Emperor that you have returned to the bosom of mankind unharmed. And with the Cessus, no less. Indeed. Came the deep voice of the Captain General of the Custodes. Regos glanced to his side to see the towering golden warrior approaching with his own honor guard, their glaives present and to hand. Imperatorius. What a pleasure it is to see you here. It is not often that we see you leave the Emperor's side these days. He greeted the warrior, the merest accent of derision in his voice. Needs must. The intimidating warrior answered. With that he turned his attention away from the Sigillite and moved to greet the new arrivals. The slightest flicker of annoyance flashed across Rigos's eyes. "You forget yourself," he whispered, speaking through perfect, bared teeth. The warrior hesitated. He looked to Rigos, then to Calgar, and finally back to the Grand Master of the Assassinorum. "Of course," he growled, stepping back. "My apologies, Sigillite. As you say, I forget myself." Rigos bowed his head towards the custode and then took a step forward, his hands wide in a gesture of greeting. "Welcome," he said, greeting the War Master first and then the others accompanying him. "You must forgive the Captain General. Like all of us, he is elated to see the safe delivery of the Alliance to Terra, and the promise of salvation you bring. That but a shard of hope's light pierces the darkness of these days is enough to enthuse us all." "Of course," Calgar answered, his massive frame shifting to face the Sigillite. At an unspoken command, the War Master's honor guard shifted to allow the Ancient through. Rigos saw the small casket the old warrior carried in his hands and smiled again. "Is this it?" Ventress nodded and held the casket out. "The Cessus," Calgar uttered, raising one huge paw towards the unassuming appliance. He then cast around to the waiting lander and gestured towards the open ramp. "The hold of this craft is filled with more caskets. I am given to understand that these containers hold the means to power that device." Yes, of course. "I will arrange for your craft to be emptied with all haste." He snapped his fingers and several of the black-clad agents approached. At his quick whisper the figures bowed and headed towards the lander, weaving effortlessly through the gathered asteroids as they did so. At this, Ventress frowned, bewildered. "Sigillite, there are many such containers. Perhaps it would be wise to have menial machines to perform the task." Rigos paused as he heard this, his smile dwindling. He looked towards the Ancient. "Indeed. Unfortunately, however, we have no such machines on hand to utilize. The Mechanic uses currently indisposed." Even as the words left his mouth there was a commotion at the far end of the spaceport and all those present turned their attention to the disturbance. The dark figures guarding the exit doors shifted aside to allow the entry of a group, a mixture of tech priests and hulking servitors. Rigos saw this and allowed himself a barely concealed frown. Imperatorius remained outwardly unmoved at the sight, though the custodes around him shifted, hands tightening around weapons. "My apologies for the unpunctuality of my entrance," said the robed figure at the head of the group. "But it seems the news of your arrival was delayed in reaching me." With a gesture the priest sent forth a host of towering machines to assist the figures descending the ramp. Rigos greeted the Grand Magos with a bow and a smile that was more predatory than welcoming. Little more than a display of teeth. "Byproduct of haste, Grand Magos. Still, you are here now and that is the main thing. May I present the War Master and his most honored generals." Shadowed by the ever-silent sentinel, Echo 6 bowed his head. "It is an honor to meet you, War Master. Your arrival with the Cessus brings great hope for the Imperium. With this device, we may yet defy the Unity's intent for this world." "Indeed," Calgar answered, his augmetic voice as deep and monotone as ever. "By the time the Unity reach Terra they shall have been greatly tested. The defenses of Titan will reap a heavy toll. I also noticed that the space surrounding the debris field of Mars has been heavily reinforced since last traveled this region of space. Our augurs were unable to calculate the sheer number of plasma mines saturating the area. Tell me, do you suspect that the Unity have some hidden interest in the remains of the lost planet?" Echo 6 looked to stiffen slightly at this and then nodded. "Precautionary measure, War Master. The ruins of Holy Mars constitute our most sacred site, and we cannot allow the Unity to barge their way through such hallowed space. The primary Forge world once held many of the most powerful and dangerous of humanity's technological secrets, and the Tau must know that. Even we cannot be sure what survived the death of our sacred world. That the Unity could stumble upon such lost treasures and plunder their secrets is a concern too horrible to contemplate. No, We must set our plans into motion as soon as we can. Time is running short. With that the robed priest moved forward, signaling the priests and servitors around him to do the same. Mechadendrites slid from their hidden crevices about the Grand Magos's body and snaked towards Ventress, coiling as they probed the air. The ancient took a step back and looked to the War Master, disconcerted by the sudden interest of the Grand Magos. Regos saw this and stepped forward, raising a hand. The faceless warriors behind him tensed as one. What are you doing, Grand Magos? The tech priest paused and looked to Regos, his metal hands curling into fists. I must take the Cessus. It must be examined, and its authenticity validated. You must realize that. That will not be necessary. Regos answered, raising his chin. LL of the High Lords are privy to the secret workings and purpose of this device, but none so more than the master of the Astronomicon. Magmador must be the one to investigate the Cessus. It must be taken to him immediately. Hearing this, Akosix blanched. Preposterous. This is a device constructed by a priest of the Mechanics, first and foremost. You would have us utilize this machine without first ensuring its legitimacy? Do you have even the slightest clue how dangerous that could be for us all? If this is a fake, or worse, a deception, wrought to destroy. Enough. Both Regos and Akosix fell silent, the single word reverberating around the spaceport like a peal of thunder. Imperatorius stepped forward, flanked by his warriors. He looked to the Cessus and tilted his head. What good is this argument? There can be but one true judge, and it is neither of you, nor is it I. The towering warrior regarded Ventress and then moved to stand before him, his vast golden form swallowing up the ancient. You, warrior, have carried the Cessus this far. I would ask that it remains in your hands, neutral hands, until it is delivered. Would you do this? Ventress raised his eyebrows at this. Delivered. To the throne. The custode answered. To the master of mankind. The emperor. You cannot, Regos stammered, his face flushing with angered disbelief. Imperatorius looked to the Grand Master and raised his guardian spear, letting the shining blade hover inches away from the man's avian face. I can, Regos, and I will. Sigillite or no, would you claim that your authority supersedes that of the Emperor? Would you make so bold a claim before this gathering? I know, no, of course I would not. How could any man save for a heretic claim this? You insult me, custode, and in the presence of these honored guests, no less. Imperatorius lowered his weapon then and cast around to regard Calgar and his men. Is that so? Forgive me then, Sigillite, but I feel compelled to clarify that accusation. Is it not true that the rule of the Adeptus Custodes is law with regards to the security of the imperial palace? Is that fact not canon, resolute? Has the word of the emperor himself been overwritten without my knowledge? Regis seethed and shifted uncomfortably. Of course it has not. None of us has the authority to do so. As I suspected. Imperatorius answered. Well then, I invoke the rights of my status. The Cessus comes with me, as I see fit. A silence descended upon the scene. Akosix hissed and stepped back. Regos nodded slowly, his eyes fixed upon the War Master and his companions. His anger was visible, but he did not argue. He knew he could not. Of course. As ever, you are wise, Captain General. I concede to that wisdom. At that the giant custode bowed his head towards the arrivals and signaled. The warriors, accompanying him, quickly surrounded Ventress. Without a further word the ancient being and his golden entourage retreated back towards the exit, the Cessus in their possession, watched in silence. By all. What now, Sigillite? Calgar asked. The Grand Master tore his gaze away from the retreating group, and looked to the War Master, raising his chin as he did so. Now, my War Master, we prepare for war. +++. He looked into the eyes of the surrounding creatures and knew then, on some deep and primal level, that this was not real. Another dream. He found himself standing at the center of a stone circle upon which were carved strange, alien runes, surrounded by a host of silent and staring faces. Huge black eyes regarded him without expression or emotion, calculating and unreadable. Such dreams had plagued him since his first encounter with the mysterious cipher. Indeed, he had grown almost used to them by now. Whether or not they served some hidden purpose, he could not guess. Some part of him railed against the presence of the alien creatures, but he reacted no more to their presence than allowing his hands to ball into fists. It was as he caught sight of his hands at the corners of his vision that he realized they were bare. He was naked, completely. Even the black carapace that grew across his chest was gone, leaving no trace of scarring behind. The beings had been conversing amongst themselves until this point. When they noticed his reaction, they tensed as one, eyes narrowing. One or two pulled their decorative robes tighter about them. "What are you?" Kodian asked, speaking slowly and deliberately. "What do you want of me?" None of the beings answered. They regarded him a while longer and then turned their attention back to the unintelligible debate, their collective whispers drifting through the cool breeze around him. He exhaled slowly and considered the creatures. Who or indeed what they were, he had no idea. They were curious things. Their appearance was unmistakably alien, and yet they seemed somehow familiar to him, as if some deep part of his consciousness held the faintest glimmer of recognition. Their dimensions were humanoid, and each of them was as tall as he, though Kodian's keen sense of observation suggested that beneath their robes they were slender and wiry, similar to the creatures of the Eldar race. They seemed almost reptilian, though their smooth skin was free of scale and blemish and glistened with moisture. Aside from the mutual proportions of their build, the only ostensibly corresponding feature amongst the figures were the eyes. They were huge and distended, black as the lightless void between stars. Here, all other similarities ended. The coloring of each figure varied so extremely as to render each of them utterly distinct. Each of them had their own distinctive color, from the purest white to an almost oily black. Whether or not this was a symbolic variation, conjured up by his mind, he did not know. At the head of the group, the most prominent of all the beings, a creature bedecked with gold decoration and whose skin was of the most brilliant azure, raised a hand in his direction and spoke. He could not understand its strange words, but the others around it reacted to what it said, growing agitated. Another of the figures raised its voice in protest, a powerful and burning sound. Its crimson skin looked to darken and shimmer as it lifted the ornate spear in its hand and thrust it out at him. Accusingly, clearly angered by whatever its comrade had said. The blue-skinned one responded to this with a fierce and withering stare, and this seemed to be enough to placate the fiery one's anger. "What are you?" he asked again, this time taking a step forward. As he did so, the creatures fell silent and turned to regard him, their eyes widening. "It speaks," the blue one said, raising its slender hands. The voice thundered through his mind and he slowed, his senses reeling. "It understands," another one whispered, its skin white and iridescent. "How can this be?" This, the most ancient-looking and wizened of the figures raised its gray hands and offered them to its companions. A softly pulsing flame burned between its fingers, casting a flickering illumination over the faces of the others. "Fate is forged within its being," it hissed. "Deep within, where the Yonko cannot taste it. And there is also darkness, a legacy not of our doing. A corruption, wrought by those who are anathema to us, to life. Beware this cancer. It is flawed, this kind," said a pair of the creatures in perfect unison. Both of them looked to him to be identical, their skins vibrant and green. "This gene print is uncultivated, left to grow wild in abandonment," one of them opined, the tone of its voice telling of its displeasure. "Yes. It is gene blind," its twin continued. "The only thing it retains is hatred, broad, xenophobic and indiscriminate. It retains no racial memory of the first enemy. Perhaps even worse, its soul shows much weakness to the temptations of the other void leviathans. No It has potential. Another of the mysterious beings uttered, stepping forward. This one's skin was a shimmering gold. It stood a little shorter than the rest, but its frame was more compact and its shape defined. It held a shining, ornate hammer that it placed on the ground at its feet, so as to better scrutinize him. It can be forged, with enough care. Perhaps ignorance, carefully controlled and guided, could serve us. Enough of this. Cody enraged, raising his fists in anger. Enough of this enigmatic theater. I will suffer these damned dreams no more. The palpable explosion of anger surprised even him. The creatures fell silent then, their eyes boring into him, and as he watched, several of them began to fade. Within seconds most of them were little more than shadows, still visible yet faint, ghostly after images of their former self. Only a handful of the alien beings retained their integrity. One of the strangest, a hunched and lithe individual whose skin was not one hue but a riot of constantly shifting colors, raised its hand and pointed at him. Let deceit be infused within its soul core. Let it live the lie. Only then can it escape the predations of the Yamko. They would exterminate it should they learn the truth. What truth? Codian asked. What lie? I am not to be examined, entity, I warn you. I warn you all. I am of the Astaroths, and I was created to defy fear and to wage war upon the enemies of my kind. You speak of an enemy, its name unknown to me. I fear no enemy. I fear nothing save for failure in my duty to my emperor. At this, the darkest of the remaining pantheon raised its head and looked toward him, the air about it seeming to reflect the sheer blackness of its smooth skin. For the first time since he had found himself within this dreamscape, he was addressed directly. You know fear, Codian. You just do not realize it. Fear cannot be extinguished or banished. It cannot be eradicated, only suppressed. There is a darkness abroad, utterly ancient and monstrous. There are those who hunger for you and for all life, for to them, you are nothing but sustenance. They will consume you, if you let them. You must defy them. You must fight. Codian's lips drew back over his teeth in a snarl and he opened his mouth to speak. He made no sound, his retort dying in his throat as he watched as the red creature, its form now fractured and incomplete, raised its spear out past them to the distant horizon. Bringers of darkness. The Black One uttered, the shadows surrounding him fluttering like a cloak of void in the breeze. Eaters of the light. Codian followed the collective gaze of the creatures, twisting slowly to follow the quivering spear tip. Yamko. The golden figure whispered. Remember. The chaplain looked upon the terrible vision before him and knew then, in that very instant, that he would never forget. Emperor's mercy. He could not have described what he saw if he tried. Such things defied description. For the first time he realized that there was a vista beyond the strange beings, either that or it had simply come into being at the crimson figure's gesture. Far beyond them, high above the featureless gray landscape, they waited. His mind screamed as he looked upon them. They were dark and nebulous, thunderous storm fronts of dark light. The vista itself warped around them as if in agony, driven insane by their monstrous existence. Every cell of his being writhed in protest at their collective countenance. His very breath was stolen from him the sight of them. He knew instinctively that these things were aware, sentient. And they hungered, utterly and without remorse. They hungered for him. A sudden noise drove him from his breathless reverie. The noise was harsh and grating, a low buzz of crackling energy, an electric cry of surprise and alarm. It was enough to steal the collective attentions of the beings around him, enough to scour away the terrible hold the sentient phenomena had upon him and allow him to cast around. He caught no more than a flicker in the corner of his eye as he did so, an abrupt shimmer of darkness, and then it was gone. The alien creatures looked at one another, bewildered by the event. You are needed. The black figure said to him. It is time for you to leave. I will find you. Remember. +++. He awoke with a gasp, drawing in breath as if he were staving off the effects of suffocation. Kodian sat bolt upright in bed, the cot creaking beneath his weight. Another dream. Another unexplainable vision. Enough, he said out loud, casting the simple Hessian covers aside. He whispered a prayer and pushed himself up out of his resting place, his skin glistening with sweat. Sleep and rest were becoming harder to attain these days, and it was at times like this that he felt that the knowledge buried deep within him was a dark curse, a blight upon him. He moved over to the simple ablution basin and activated the hose valve, feeling the water cool him as it splashed from the metal bowl. He placed his hands under the flow and splashed his face, savoring the touch of the cool liquid against his skin. Kodian. He froze, hearing the voice. He rose slowly and shook his head, dispelling the water running from his features. There, at the corner of the room, he caught sight of the dark figure. Bad dreams. You. He uttered, rising slowly. At this, Cypher tipped his head and took a step forward, emerging from the shadows as if part of the darkness himself. It is time, Chaplain. I have come for you. Part 91. The Rock. Kodian shook the water from his hands and shifted to face the dark wraith. Almost a month had passed since their escape to this alien vessel, a month of sitting and waiting for something to happen. Aside from the visit by the renegade Tau, the wait had been uneventful if somewhat uncomfortable. Placating a Primarch was no easy task, and one he had never imagined himself having to perform. So, you return, the chaplain said, drying his face with the simple cloth hanging by the basin. "Nd. Now, at last, it is time for you to reveal the truth. What do you want of me, Cypher?" "Your dreams," the Dark Warrior replied. "I tried to enter your dreams. I could not." "That was you, then," the chaplain realized, thinking back to the strange outline that had dissipated as soon as it had appeared. Cypher nodded. "It would seem to you that there is no place I cannot venture. I can cross the space between stars in an instant, and I can enter into the minds of men with but a thought. I possess great power, Kodian. But there are places in this galaxy closed even to me, and beings whose power eclipses even mine. So powerful are they that even those who no longer dwell in this plane of reality repel me. You saw them, I sense it. You accessed the deepest core of your soul and you saw them there. The primal memory. Who or what were those beings?" Kodian asked. Cypher shook his head slowly at this. "Time is short, Chaplain. I do not have the time to explain such things to you. The events that I have been waiting for are now well underway, and if we are to move then we must do so now, for the window of opportunity grows ever smaller. Gather your people, Kodian, and I will explain what it is I need of you, and how what we are about to do will serve your Imperium in the coming war. .. The darkness peeled away and he stepped forward, out into the dark and silent corridor, his new bolt pistol held out before him. He quickly checked every shadow and access point, ensuring that there was no chance of an enemy ambush. Satisfied, he lowered the weapon and turned to look upon his companion. Cypher simply nodded and then was gone, swallowed up by the living darkness. At that, Kodian once more turned his attention to his surroundings. The corridor was dark and featureless, and seemingly hewn from ancient rock, as black as oil. What sparse light there was to be had was thrown out by the guttering flames set along the walls, a feature that gave the place an almost medieval appearance. Doors were scattered along the wall, rusting slabs of armored metal with no distinguishing features. He listened intently as he caught a faint sound, distant but deep. An explosion, gunfire perhaps. The ground beneath his feet shook and a fine trickle of dust fell from the ceiling above. The candles flickered as one. Faint voices drifted from one of the nearby ventilation ducts, so faint in fact that he barely caught them. Another explosion shook the walls. Movement caught his eye and he pivoted, raising the bolt pistol. Something small and swathed in shadow passed by the end of the long corridor. Whatever it was too small to be human, and he could not imagine children residing in this dark place. What little he caught of the figure told of a Shapeless mass, shrouded in dark robes. Almost as soon as it had appeared, it was gone, leaving him questioning whether or not it had been a trick of the light. His gut instinct told him it was not. He dismissed the occurrence and moved to stand with his back against the wall, ensuring he kept to one of the pools of darkness between the dispersed candles. All there was left to do now was wait. The stale air shifted then and he cast around to see the shadows return. A wall of ivory armor stepped out into the dark space, filling his vision. The Khan regarded Cypher with a silent glance and then moved forward to stand by Kodian, his scarred face tight and ominous. "Have you encountered resistance yet?" "No," the chaplain answered. He raised his free hand and gestured around him. "But I have caught the sounds of conflict. They are distant and unmistakable. There is war here." The Khan nodded and drew his blade, a massive and ancient tulwar. The blue steel shimmered in the gloom, its decorated blade vibrating softly. The white scar's primarch regarded his weapon for a moment and then tipped his head in the direction of Kodian's belt. "What of your steel, chaplain? I sense you are hesitant to release it." "I am," the chaplain replied, shocked by his own sincerity. "And with good reason, I feel. I know nothing of its origins or its power. I sense something about it, something hidden. When it was given to me it was much larger than it is now. What manner of weapon is able to alter its own shape so?" "Zeno's technology," the Khan uttered in reply. "Only a fool would even try to contemplate its construction. So long as its edge is keen enough to kill when necessary, that is all you need to consider." "I suppose," he answered, reaching for the hilt of the weapon. He had fashioned his own simple scabbard from leather straps and he unfastened the holding clip, allowing him to pull the blade free. The weapon trembled slightly in his grasp and he felt a warmth drift through his hand and into his body. He tested the blade's swing as he had done so many times already, and watched as the passing sword left glittering arcs of unknown energy in its wake. Behind the two warriors the darkness bulged again, delivering the next of Kodian's companions into this mysterious place. It took less than 5 minutes to transport the entire group, and the eyes of the gathering turned as one to meet with the last arrival. Gormat stepped into the dark corridor and shivered, his black eyes widening. Of all those within the small group, he seemed the most ill at ease with their method of transition. "That was unsettling," he murmured, drawing a short alien pistol. The swirling shadows faded away, leaving Cypher standing in their place. He crossed his arms and drew his pistols, arming them both as he did so. With that he strode past the rest of the waiting figures and pointed one of the guns out towards the end of the corridor. "This way," he said. "And stay alert. There is war here." Kodian lifted his sword and followed, as did the others. The enormity of what they were about to do weighed heavily upon him, for though Cypher had explained his intentions to them all, only Kodian knew the full truth of the matter. Only he knew the truth behind the warrior's existence. Only he knew what had to be done. They quickly reached the end of the corridor, passing many of the featureless iron doors. Cypher paused and then stepped forward, quickly covering both sides of the intersection. The Kodian did the same, dropping low onto one knee, his newly acquired hellgun swinging from left to right. One by one, they stepped out into the next section of hallway. "I saw something," Kodian whispered to the renegade Darkangel. "When I first arrived. It passed by here. It was small and dark." "Do not trouble yourself," Cypher answered swiftly, interrupting him. "They are the Watchers. They will not harm you and you cannot harm them. I am the one they hunt, chaplain. The lost son." As they spoke, the discussion caught the attention of the others. Hearing mention of such mysteries, Torvis leaned into the conversation. "What do you mean, we cannot hurt them?" "I can split a battle tank in half with this hammer, renegade." "You do not understand," Ligur interrupted the zealous marine. He raised one giant paw and gestured around him. As he spoke, the pain in his expression was obvious. "This is a haunted place. The very walls are stained with guilt, heavy and oppressive. It is a living thing, born of collective shame and dark, ancient powers. These creatures are not of our realm. Daemons. The Kadayan hissed. He spun on his heel and began to thrust his gun in all directions, his eyes wild and fearful. Torvis mirrored the guardsman's sudden anxiety. With that he gestured to the left and led the rest of them in that direction, covering every alcove and shadow as they advanced. As they bore on, the sounds of battle began to grow ever more prominent. Soon the walls themselves began to shake, causing the many candles lighting their way to quiver, some even blowing out. Another explosion shook the corridor with such force that rocks tumbled to the floor, barely missing a number of them. The Khan turned his head aside as a piece of stone the size of a head bounced off his shoulder guard. He slowed and tapped the flat of his blade against Cypher's armor. This has gone on long enough, renegade. I have come this far on faith alone, and the promise of what we are to achieve, but I will have answers. What manner of conflict is this? Cypher came to a standstill and turned, lowering his weapons. The eyes of the others were upon him, their faces expectant, awaiting the answer. His expression spoke of impatience, but it was clear that he would have to explain to them, and so he nodded slowly. The Unity are here. They have hunted the Tower of Angels through these stars for many years. Little over a solar month ago they succeeded in crippling the asteroid's warp drives. Now the Angels are stranded here, besieged by hundreds of Tau warships. The enemy have already succeeded in penetrating the rock's defenses. Enough. The Khan growled, sweeping his tulwar before him. Cypher, tell me that you have not brought us here in some misguided attempt to drive the Unity from this doomed place. We are but a handful of warriors. No, Khan. The Dark Angels are doomed, Primarch. By their very nature, their obsession, they have condemned themselves to death. I have brought you here to finish something, to end my own quest. Another explosion rocked the corridor around them, swaying the gathered bodies. Ignoring the tremors, Cypher continued. He gestured towards Kodian and spoke. I have explained everything to the chaplain. I will take you as far as I can. You do not expect to return, do you? The Khan asked. With that he gestured to the circular alien device hanging from his own belt. Cypher's eyes hovered over Chavok's Wraithgate generator and he shook his head. This will be my final battle. The renegade said no more. He lifted his pistols and set off towards the end of the corridor, keeping a fast pace. Follow me. Kodian was the first to respond, followed closely by the Khan. Torvis grunted and hefted his hammer up, breaking into a sprint after the three figures. The rest quickly followed. HNN. This kind of pace doesn't suit the compact leg. Grungy complained, struggling to keep pace. Cypher drew towards the opening and slowed, falling to one knee. His guns flashed several times. And the emerging figures fell, shattered, and burned by the attack. They were Tau. Kodian drew up alongside the Dark Warrior and looked out at the dead aliens. Stealth technology, he observed, considering the flickering energies writhing about the heavy armor. Somehow, Cypher had seen past the deception of this disguise. This did not surprise him. Ready yourselves. Cypher warned the others. He rose quickly and gestured first to the right fork, and then the left. This was an ambush. The enemy are headed this way. We have to move. Cypher set off down the left-hand turn, firing his pistols behind him as he went. Dark shapes moved into view at the far end of the opposite direction. Bolt shell and plasma punched through them and they fell. Kodian followed quickly, watching as the figures died. His heart leapt as he realized that they were Marines, clad in deep green carapace and ivory robes. He had known to expect this, but still the concept of killing other Asteroids unsettled him to the core. He heard Orekiel shout something and looked past the fallen Marines to see more of their kind. Charging down the corridor, their bolters thundering. Miniature explosions shook the walls around him, spraying him with rock dust and shrapnel. A quick glance in the opposite direction told him that Cypher was advancing further, caught up in his own lust for absolution. The darkness of the corridor disappeared briefly and he looked back to see a wall of shimmering energy surge its way through the Marines, punching them from their feet. Ligure withdrew his crackling hand and nodded to the tech Marine. Laner returned the gesture and removed a Melta charge from his belt. He armed the device and then, bringing one of the huge servo claws of his harness to bear, punched a hole into the ceiling above him. He placed the charge into the hole and then signaled for the others to run. Kodian did not need to be told twice. Fire and thunderous noise erupted behind him a moment later, enough to buffet him and increase his pace. Billowing smoke rolled past, causing the bare-faced members of the team to splutter and cough. The rumble of falling masonry and rock echoed through the cavernous corridors, and he knew by the sound that the section had been sealed off by the powerful but contained explosive. "How long has that bought us?" the Khan asked, shaking the dust from his mountainous shoulders. "Minutes, perhaps," Cypher answered. He slowed as he neared another intersection, checked the way was clear, and then turned to face the others. "We must press on. These dungeons are as close as I was able to bring us to the objective, and we still have a potentially dangerous area to pass through. The deepest areas of this rock hold powerful wards against my kind." There was a roar and a flash. Cypher spun on his heel and fired. At the same time a shot slammed into the carapace of his chest armor and threw him back. Shadow erupted around the mysterious warrior and enveloped him. Seconds later the miasma cleared, and Cypher was gone. Heresy. Darkness. The unclean are abroad. Kodian brought his blade and pistol up to meet the new foe. He looked out at the dark shape emerging from the shadows and paused, his finger loosening from the trigger. The interrogator chaplain stumbled from the darkness to regard the intruders, the bolt pistol in his hand smoldering. His dark armor was buckled and rent in a dozen places, and the ivory robes he wore over them were charred and blood-stained. He lifted the pistol and fired, the shot hitting Umbras in the shoulder guard and punching the apothecary off his feet and into Grungy. Another shot glanced off the head of Torvus's hammer, and a third shattered the dark stone wall next to Kodian. The powerful bite of Cypher's plasma pistol had taken the chaplain's other arm, reducing the limb to a molten ruin. The fearsome warrior seemed little more than inconvenienced by the loss, the injury barely slowing his aggressive advance. "Repent. Repent, fallen ones. Give your lives as payment for your betrayal. Scream your contrition as you die." The Kodian's Helgun sent searing lances of light into the crazed Start, scoring his armor and setting his tattered robes alight but affecting little else. Everyone else seemed too stunned by the warrior's sudden appearance to react in time. Everyone save for the Khan. Jagatai surged forward and swatted the chaplain's arm aside, sending the bolt pistol spinning away. The Dark Angel staggered back and clutched at his belt, struggling to remove one of the cruel blade instruments fastened there. "Repent," he said again. The Khan's blade flashed and the chaplain's head rolled away, leaving his body to slump to the floor at the Primarch's feet. "That was distasteful," the Khan uttered, turning away from the dead warrior. "It was necessary." All eyes looked to the looming darkness. Cypher stepped from the void as it faded away, drawing his pistols once again as he did so. His armor bore no signs of the fatal damage the chaplain's weapon had inflicted upon him. "We saw you," Chivok exclaimed, his voice heavy with disbelief. "We saw you fall, renegade. We press on," came Cypher's reply. "I will die when I am ready." Part 92. Legacy. As he considered what he had just witnessed, the chaplain's mind reeled, as if in sympathy to this. The dawn blade shivered in his hand, an empathic reaction. He had seen firsthand the renegade's uncanny abilities, but nothing like this. The shot had killed Cypher, without a doubt. He himself knew how and where to strike a Marine in order to achieve a kill, and that is exactly what he had seen. The Dark Warrior sprinted towards the end of the hall and slowed. The sounds of battle were ever louder here. The solid rock walls gave way to stone and plasteel at this point. Here the cramped passageway opened out, widening into a larger access tunnel with a high vaulted ceiling. Here the light was a little better, brighter, and more sterile, illuminating the stone-tiled floor and the thick black pipes that ran the length of the walls. Cypher waved the others back and pressed himself against the wall. The others followed his lead and hid in the shadows as best they could. Moments later a number of large domed shapes appeared, hovering through the air. Large cycling cannons were fixed in pairs to the underside of the drones, all except for the lead unit. This machine was laden with bristling scanner units and questing marker light generators. As it passed by the junction it paused, turning the bright search lasers their way. The lights passed over Cypher without incident and continued out towards the first of the hiding figures. Codian. He tensed as the beam passed over his chest plate. Several of the blue lights scattered across the drone's collective arrays shifted in hue to a deep crimson and the unit became vigorously animated. Cypher stepped from the gloom without a word and blew a fist-sized hole in the command drone. His plasma pistol flared and one of the gun drones came apart, shattered by the powerful blast. The remaining drones shifted to counter the threat. Pulse cannons whined as they began to cycle, building speed. The renegade blasted another two from the air and threw himself into a roll, bright pulse fire stitching after him. Codian sprinted forward, firing his pistol. The others opened up behind him, sending a hail of fire, lancing past him and into the gathered machines. Jagatai and the Marines forged forwards after the chaplain, using their power armor as a wall to shield the less protected members of the group. "Let me through!" Grungy raged behind them, fighting to push his way through the wall of armor. "Damn it, don't be so greedy!" Codian's protective field flashed again and again as pulse fire slammed into him, slowing his advance. Up ahead, Cypher rolled up onto one knee and fired above him, felling drones by the score. Azure energies pattered and exploded across his armor, punishing the ancient carapace. Cypher rode the incoming fire and returned it in kind swiftly and without mercy. Within seconds the last drone fell, a broken ruin. Codian slowed and lowered his weapons as he watched the last of them fall. "Which way now, Darkangel?" The renegade rose and gestured towards the left-hand tunnel. "This way." Codian nodded and then looked to Laner, gesturing towards the opposing access way. "Seal it, brother, if you can." Laner bowed and turned to the mouth of the junction. It soon became obvious that he had only carried a single meltabomb, as he looked to the thick stone support columns and began to flex his servo limbs. The tech marine soon got to work. The massive claws of his harness fastened around the nearest column and he pulled, the powerful limbs creaking with effort. The Khan joined him, sheathing his blade in order to assist the marine. He lowered his shoulder on reaching the opposing column, braced himself and then pushed forward, driving his shoulder into the pillar. The huge stone support shifted with a groan and a shower of dust. He repeated the action and the column moved again, further this time. Laner's efforts were also starting to bear fruit, as the pillar before him began to crack and shift. "Move!" the Khan commanded, springing away as the huge block of stone before him crashed to the floor. He grabbed the tech marine and hauled him away from the resultant rock slide. Large stone blocks tumbled downwards as the ceiling gave way and a wall of choking dust surged into them, suffocating the light. Minutes later the last of them emerged from the thick grey cloud. Grungy staggered clear, coughing and hacking, his knotted hair and bare flesh coated in dust. "HNN. I've imagined many deaths for myself over the years, but asphyxiation never sprang to bloody mind. We close?" the Khan asked, peering out into the long tunnel. "Every moment we spend in these vaults decreases our chances of victory and escape." "We are," Cypher answered, turning his gaze towards the light end of the corridor. "That way lies our goal. I must warn you all, we are headed for a violent and terrible conflict. This way lies the heart of the Tower of Angels, the ancient redemption vault. It is here we will find what we seek." "And what of this conflict?" Orekier asked, her eyes widening apprehensively. The simple lass pistol in her hand seemed all the more small and impotent at the mention of such dangers. Cypher looked to the woman, his hidden eyes twinkling beneath his hood. "Ancient Samael and his warriors have chosen to make their last stand at the gates of the vault. Only Those of the inner circle have even the slightest idea of what is held within the ancient catacombs. And they would die without hesitation to keep those secrets from the unity. So, we are pitted against Start brothers. The Khan uttered, his face tightening. Little wonder you were so tight-lipped with the details of this mission. This makes no sense, renegade. If the Dark Angels remain loyal to the Emperor, then why must we make war with them? Such traitorous actions are the first steps on the path to damnation. Cypher shook his head slowly, undaunted in the face of the Primarch's burgeoning anger. Look to your heart and your mind, Khan. Trust your instincts. See the ruin and the degradation around you. The Dark Angels are driven by an ancient and relentless obsession, one that has ultimately corrupted them. The warriors of the Lion are lost to your Imperium. They have witnessed the fall of the Emperor's domains around them, and yet they have abandoned this war and with it the throne. They are beyond saving. Jagatai's expression darkened further as he heard this. He raised his blade up until it hovered inches from the fallen one's chest. I have come this far at your behest, traitor. I will go no further without the truth. You will tell us why we are here, and what we seek. You will do so now, or I will take these warriors back and leave you to fight this battle alone. I assure you, they will comply. Unsurprisingly, not one voice dared raise itself against the Primarch's claim. Cypher looked to each of the gathered faces in silence. After a short pause, he answered. Very well, Father of the White Scars. So be it. I have brought you here because I need help. As I said, the Redemption Vault holds the darkest, most horrifying secrets of the Dark Angels. I need to gain access to the vault in order to destroy the most terrible secret of all. This secret, said Ligur ominously. Why is it so important that you see it destroyed? There is no time to explain. Make time. Torvus snapped, raising his hammer. Cypher glanced around him and hissed through his teeth, frustration beginning to alter his expression. Because that is the lot of my being. I exist only to achieve this goal, but I cannot do this without help. Please, none of you can realize how important this is. I need you to trust me. Do you trust me? Barolinus tensed as he heard this. The Primarch's black eyes burned into him, drawing him in with the power of a stellar singularity. It seemed like an age before he could summon the will to answer. With my life, my Primarch. You are the father of my chapter. How could I not? As he awaited the Primarch's reaction, he watched from the corner of his eye as the last of the Marines left in silence, exiting through the hissing doors at the far end of the tactical chamber. This was the first time the Primarch had spoken to him since he had explained his unbelievable situation to him. Barolinus was convinced the Primarch did not believe him. Guilliman straightened his back and rose to his full height, his hands clasped behind his back. I see. That is good. What is your name, warrior? I am Luramorda Aegis Barolinus, my lord, of Illyrium. Son of Iarus of the Orda Aegis line. Born for potential selection, as is the way of my people. Guilliman nodded slowly and began to pace before him, his brow furrowed with contemplation. I know of the Orda Aegis, Start. One of the oldest and finest lines to hail from Illyrium. Proud heritage. Barolinus visibly swelled as he heard this, pride inflating his chest. To have the very father of his chapter recognize his familial legacy was an honor one could scarcely describe. Guilliman slowed and turned to face Barolinus, his face darkening further. I have heard your story, Barolinus. I have heard the incredulous tale of your journey to gaining this audience. Incredible as it is, Astarte, I believe you. I am able to read a man, and I can read you. I see that there is no deception in you. I see a loyalty in you that I have not seen in an ultramarine for many years, and it pleases me. You came to me, Barolinus, facing impossible odds. You fought your way through an army to find me. My every instinct screams to me that you are not to be trusted, that you are a spy sent from those who would seek to betray me, to betray the true ideals of the Imperium. Yet I do not believe that this is so. Barolinus heard this and fell to one knee before the father of the Ultramarines. He bowed his head and placed his arm across his chest. "You are the father of the Ultramarines, my Primarch. My father. Your blood flows through my veins. How could my loyalties lie with any other? How could I not quest to stand by your side?" The Primarch drew his sword then, and Barolinus tensed, the shrill ring of metal keening through him. Guilliman stepped forward and placed the flat of his blade upon the Marine's shoulder. "Rise, warrior, and know that I accept you as my ward and my faithful servant. You have shown much loyalty and courage, enough to convince me that you are who and what you say you are. Would you accept a place by my side?" "Yes," Barolinus answered swiftly. "Without hesitation, Lord." "Then rise," Guilliman continued, stepping back. "And listen." He sheathed his sword once more and began his pacing anew, his vast bulk shifting before the Marine again and again. Barolinus rose to his feet and stood proud, his head back, his hands by his sides. "I asked you before if you trusted me," Guilliman said after a short silence. Barolinus made to answer. But the Primarch raised his hand, causing the Ultramarine's voice to die in his throat. "Wait, and listen closely before you answer. I need you to consider this question closely. I need you to look beyond your core of blind faith and question it. I am your Primarch and you are a true Ultramarine, Lurum Barolinus, I see that. That is why I ask you to do this. I need to be sure that your allegiance is total." Barolinus raised his eyes and met the Primarch's dark gaze. Color began to flood his face and his cheeks began to tremble, as if he were fighting to hold something back. After a few moments he reached towards the small case at his belt and drew his combat knife, a ferocious scowl twisting his face. Guilliman looked on, unmoved, as the Marine brought the knife up before him and held it out, the blade pointing towards the Primarch's chest. "Loyalty," Barolinus hissed. "You ask of loyalty?" He turned the knife in his hand and pressed the point against his own throat. "I would give my life for you, my Primarch. I would end my existence at your command, if that was your wish. Say the word and test me." Guilliman reached forward and gently took the blade from the warrior's hand. "Such extreme measures are not necessary," he said, stepping back. With a casual ease he took the knife in both hands and broke it in two before casting it away. He issued a barely perceptible nod, and the door at the far end of the chamber slid open. Several Tau passed into the chamber, squat and robust creatures shorter even than the warriors of the line. They bore several unidentifiable devices, a number of items that looked to have medical applications. They greeted the Primarch and then moved to surround Barolinus. He did not speak, but his face told of a visible uncertainty. "Then trust me, warrior," Guilliman said. "Implicitly. First I must ask you to endure this. Do not concern yourself with it. It is merely a precautionary measure." One of the aliens moved to his neck and produced a long needle device. It dabbed a moist swab against his jugular and then pressed the needle deep into his flesh. He hissed as a burning pain coursed its way through him, spreading rapidly. "The pain will pass quickly. What have you done to me?" "Good," Guilliman answered him, pointing a finger at him to emphasize this. "Faith enough to submit yourself to my will, and yet courage enough to question it. A perfect balance. In answer to your question, I have given you a gift." The fight against the forces of chaos was a harrowing and corrupting experience, Barolinus. Strength of will can only serve and start so much. It is a genetic elixir, a powerful ward against the influence of the warp. It will protect your soul against such horrors and it will bring you closer to this brotherhood of ours. You will understand much better in time. Now that we have this over with, is there anything you would like to ask me? Come, son of Iarus, have courage enough to speak your mind and ask the question that has hovered upon your lips since our first meeting. As you wish. My Primarch, why? Why this? He gestured at the compact aliens as if they were little more than insensate, inanimate equipment. You were created by the Master of Mankind to bring about mankind's domination over all the stars in the sky. We as aspirants were taught this, Lord, taught this from texts penned by your own hand. I am yours to command, and that cannot change, but my mind reels with this situation. You serve the Xenos. Guilliman took this question with remarkable calmness. He nodded slowly and then dismissed the Tau, waiting until they had left before he spoke again. There is much that you still do not understand of my presence here amongst these Xenos, Barolinus. I understand your confusion, and I see how my situation must seem to rail against everything you were taught as an start. Very well. Come with me, warrior of Ultramar, and I will educate you. Only then can you truly understand that I seek to do what must be done. Part 93. The Redemption Vault. Cypher turned away from the others and began to head towards the end of the corridor, leaving them in stunned silence. Codian looked to the Khan and his colleagues one by one, trying to read their expressions. Disbelief was clearly unanimous. It is true, he said quietly. Do not ask me how I can confirm this, only that I can. You will forgive me, Chaplain, if I remain incredulous. The Khan answered, his voice low and deliberate. I understand how difficult it is to believe what he claims, Primarch, but consider this. Consider if it is true. Cypher revealed many secrets to me. I used that same knowledge to free you from your Xenos prison, Khan. How else could I have known? Jagatai exhaled fiercely and shook his head as he considered the chaplain's words. It actually makes sense. Chavok reasoned thoughtfully. And it would explain a great deal. I should have known. The Khan uttered, his voice heavy and dark. I should have questioned the disappearance of the lion. The Dark Angels have a lot to answer for. We cannot dwell on such things. Codian said. Blame and accusation must wait, for we have work to do. Let us end this. Let us end this. Jagatai echoed, raising his sword and starting out after the renegade. If this ancient evil still exists, then the Dark Angels are a collective of fools, and I will put right there conceded mistakes. The legacy of my brother will be honored. The rest of the group set out after Cypher, building up a steady and determined pace. The Dark Warrior was almost at the end of the hallway and had begun to slow, his pistols raised in readiness. Before him, Codian reached him ahead of the others and slowed down, picking up the sounds of conflict drifting from beyond the wide arch. We are here, Cypher whispered, drawing back against the stone wall. The Redemption Vault. The chaplain lowered his weapons and crept the last few paces to the junction. Gunfire reverberated around him, echoing along the walls. Shouts and explosions intermingled, sonic harbingers of the ferocity of the conflict beyond. He slowly leaned forward in order to take a look at the space beyond his position. As he glanced around the corner, he stifled a quiet curse. A massive hall stretched away into the gloom as far as the eye could see, so vast he could not make out the furthest reaches of the space. At first glance, it seemed that the corridor led into some manner of huge chapel. Vast stone pillars supported the unseen ceiling, many times wider than a land raider. Everywhere he looked, cloaked, skeletal figures were carved into the recesses of the columns, faceless and foreboding. The main source of light for the immeasurable space was a gigantic circle of light at the furthest reaches of the chapel, a vast sphere of ornate leaden glass. Starlight poured through the casement, illuminating a good mile of ancient stone tiling and Gothic decoration. Dark warriors filled the illuminated space like a tide. Everywhere he looked, ebony figures swathed in white robes milled about the cavernous space, fighting for survival. Land speeders looped and turned high above him, sending waves of bright death into the surging tide pouring into the chamber from the furthest reaches of the visible horizon. Fire spat back and forth in thick waves, illuminating the conflict further. That is Samael, Cypher said, raising the barrel of his plasma pistol out towards a distant, wheeling shape. Codian followed his gesture and looked to where a dark shape twisted and flitted above the melee, spitting bright death out into the advancing Tau. Beware him, Codian. Ancient Samael is the most fearsome and zealous of all the dark angels. He is known as Samael the Eternal. After the death of Chapter Master Azrael, he swore an oath that he would not rest until his chapter had found retribution. He is the oldest surviving angel of the chapter, and he is utterly insane, driven to madness by his obsession. Do not cross him. Combat. Grungy growled, skidding to a halt beside the two marines. His foam-flecked lips twisted into a smile of exultation. My fist thirsts for blood. Let me loose it. The Khan brought himself to a stop and glared at the demiurge, his withering gaze enough to silence the short alien. He allowed himself a glance around the corner and then withdrew, clearly far from pleased with what he had seen. Where lies our goal, Cypher? Tell me and I will forge a path through this war to reach it. Cypher nodded and gestured out beyond the roiling melee. There, far above the heads of the fighting forces could be seen a massive obsidian statue, its smooth perfection illuminated by the pale starlight. The figure was swathed in flowing robes and wore a beautiful helm decorated with a pair of towering wings. He held aloft a massive sword, wreathed in flickering promethium flames. The twisting fire guttered and swirled, illuminating those below it with a deep orange glow. The statue of Johnson. The entrance to the vault lies at the feet of the Primarch. I must warn you all. I cannot pass beyond those gates, so it will be up to you to finish this. The chaplain knows what must be done when you reach the Black Chamber. Codian nodded in confirmation. I vow to end this, Cypher. Let us delay no further. To war. Grungy snarled, letting his weapon fist fall to the floor with a rattling thump. To war. The Primarch and the other starts echoed. The two Inquisitors, the Kadian and the Tau, merely raised their weapons and nodded, anxious but ready to feat the foe. Cypher threw himself around the corner and led the charge towards the warring factions, both pistols held out before him. For redemption! He cried, his inhuman voice rising to a thunderous howl. His guns blazed, sending death out into the roiling conflict. Shadows fell around him and he was gone, only to reappear a second later closer to the fight. He did this again and again, his unnatural powers throwing him forwards faster than mere locomotion ever could. Codian threw himself after the renegade as fast as his body would allow. He drove his feet into the floor and pushed himself forward, the bolt pistol in his hand roaring. The Khan bounded past him without effort, his massive feet quaking the ancient stone. He unleashed a deafening feral howl and began to swirl his sword about his head, the curved steel quickly becoming fluid and impossible to follow. I will hold the enemy for as long as it takes to gain entrance into the vault. He shouted, swiftly, accelerating beyond Codian's ability to keep up. Of all of them, it was clear that Cypher's revelation had affected him the most, an understandable reaction. So much so in fact that it seemed the Khan was willing to take on every Dark Angel and soldier of the Unity here on the rock to ensure that their efforts bore fruit. The first blast slammed into the invisible field surrounding the chaplain and quickly stole away his attention. Cypher vanished from view as the guns of the robed Astaroutes turned upon him. Bold shells sailed redundantly through the empty air and beyond, denied their victim. A second later the Dark Warrior reappeared, inches from his would-be killers. His guns flashed and bodies fell, each shot a clean execution. More of the angels swarmed to meet the threat, their collective cries of hatred and revulsion at the presence of the fallen one rising above the tumult. Bolter shot slammed into Cypher, each shot throwing up plumes of black shadow as it exploded against his ancient armor. The renegade reeled back, still firing at his attackers. Every exit wound punched through him left trails of smoky darkness instead of blood, as though the former Dark Angel was a creature consisting of nothing save for living, cancerous shadow. Such was the punishment he received at the hands of the crazed veterans that he fell back, blasted in a dozen places. His back connected with the floor once and he bounced, his image breaking up and unraveling into thick, greasy smoke. A distant, ethereal scream rose up from nowhere as the renegade dissipated into a thick miasma that sank into the shadows around him as he ceased to be. Codian saw this and didn't give the traitor's demise another thought. He alone knew with utter certainty that Cypher was far from done. He charged into the Dark Angels, Grungy hot on his heels. His field sparked and fizzed as the warriors met his charge with bolter fire. He rode the concussive force of the attack and charged into them, the dawn blade flashing with power. He landed in their midst and spun on his heel, sweeping the ancient blade out before him. The blade passed through the packed bodies as if they were incorporeal, and as he brought himself to a stop he watched as the bodies of his foes came apart, separated by the fearsome weapon. One of the Dark Angels looked on incredulously as his comrades fell about him, the shock of their collective demise staggering him. He turned to look at Codian and raised his bolter, shouting some incoherent curse at the chaplain. He took a single step forward and his torso slid away, the bolter chattering its shells up towards the unseen ceiling. The Marine's legs took another step before they gave way, collapsing forward. There was no blood. Codian felt some distant voice whisper inside his skull and he shook his head, dismissing the ghostly noise. There. He called to the demiurge, gesturing towards the adamantium gates at the foot of the statue of Johnson. We need to reach those gates and bring them down. Would that they were wrought from the flesh of the enemy. Grungy snarled in answer as he leapt to take the head from his opponent's shoulders. He landed lightly and stepped to the side as the towering body toppled with a ringing crash. It would make their destruction all the more satisfying. Codian dismissed the demiurge's rant and turned to look for the others. The Khan was heading for the bulk of the conflict, his blade raised high above his head. The rest of them were headed his way, fighting their way through the shocked Dark Angels. The warriors of Johnson had clearly been taken by surprise when he and the others had attacked, for they had found themselves fighting on two fronts. We need to open this, he shouted, gesturing at the thick metal doors. Grungy stepped forward to place a hand on the ancient metal. It doesn't look too thick per. The rest of the demiurge's sentence was cut abruptly short as the squat alien flew back through the air amid a flash of blinding energy. Codian flung himself back away from the doors and looked up as the air seemed to shimmer and thicken. Dancing motes of light intensified as they gathered, swiftly, forming a foreboding image in the very air above him. The hollow image was a huge and ominous apparition. It bore semblance to some giant skeletal wraith, with robes of the darkest shadow and black, carrion wings. It lowered the massive sword in its bony hands down so that the flickering holographic tip was inches from Codian's skull face, and then spoke. Let none save for those of the inner circle disturb the secrets of the Aeons. Let none save for the faithful seek entry into the redemption vault, on pain of death. A moment of laxity spawns a lifetime of heresy. Ligure and the others slowed before the looming apparition. Every face turned upwards to regard the terrifying sight. Incredible, Chivok whispered, taking a step back as if to better appreciate the vision's dimensions. Never before have I seen a holographic technology of such beauty or artifice. This is indeed technology of the most ancient origin. Moment of laxity spawns a lifetime of heresy. The image said again, withdrawing the sword. Slowly. Codian felt his heart's flutter in his chest and knew then that this was a sign. This was a dangerous situation. The Kadian let out a gasp and staggered back, firing his Hellgun again and again. I need assistance here, he cried. He held the gun as rigid as he could and fired, sending lances of light out at the advancing Dark Angels. Shot after shot punched into his selected target, striking the astart in the flexible throat seal of his armor. 5 shots slammed home at close range before the Marine faltered and clutched at his neck, dark blood squirting through his fingers. The rest of the group responded and opened fire on the advancing Dark Angels, sending a hail of fire out at the black-armored warriors. Chivok raised his fist and turned his head away. A second later a wall of fire erupted from one of the ornate rings he wore and enveloped the Marines. Umbras and Laner fired their bolt clip each into the inferno and then retreated, leaving Ligure and Torvis to wade into the flames to finish off the survivors. Codian turned his attention back to the figure above as it spoke again, ignorant to the conflict raging before it. Moment of laxity spawns a lifetime of heresy. Perhaps it is broken. Grungy considered, staggering forward. His red hair and beard were singed and on end, and his bare flesh was ruddy and scorched, but the demiurge's inhuman constitution seemed to have spared him any further harm. Perhaps, Codian answered. Or perhaps it is a code of some kind. If so, then we must break our way through, for I do not have the answer. He turned and thrust the dawn blade out, driving it a good number of inches into the joint at the center of the two gates. Traitor! The skeletal figure roared, bearing down on him accusingly. Twisting black miasma flowed from the image and coiled around him like a serpent, constricting tighter and tighter. The alien blade quivered and began to glow, a keening ghost song rising from nowhere to echo around the vast space. Hazy light leaked from the blade and flowed down his arm, quickly enveloping him. The opposing energies struggled against each other, fighting for domination. The occurrence clearly unsettled the chaplain, and he pulled the blade free, stepping back as he did so. Almost immediately, the wrath rose back into its original position and the darkness subsided, drawing back into the image. The white light in turn faded and the dawn blade became still, leaving the chaplain mystified. What happened? Grungy asked him, looking first to the blade and then to the looming figure high above. I do not know, but I feel that whatever it was, it should have killed me. I do not think that any of us dare risk attacking these gates again. Moment of laxity spawns a lifetime of heresy. The wrath said again, and Codian suppressed a shiver. There was a rush of cold air and he turned, sensing the breeze rather than feeling it. Cypher stepped from the darkness before him and drew his pistols, as if replaying the same scene over and over again. Just as before, there was no sign of his previous injuries. The Dark One greeted the chaplain and the demiurge with a nod and then strode past them to stand before the gates and the towering guardian. The wrath's hidden face dropped to meet him, and the figure spoke the same words once again. Moment of laxity spawns a lifetime of heresy. Never forget. Cypher answered, staring up at the behemoth. Never forgive. Damnation is eternal. The figure uttered, and thrust the mighty sword down into the flags at his feet. With that the wrath disappeared and the adamantium gates rumbled aside, releasing a hiss of stale tomb air. Cypher turned to the chaplain and watched as the others jogged over to inspect the opening. The way is clear for you, Codian. It is time for you to end the suffering of my wayward brethren and right the ancient wrongs. I can go no further than this point, for all that I am is anathema to the evil that lies beyond, as it is to me. You must destroy it, Codian. It has existed long enough. Here. He stepped forward and handed Codian the blade fastened at his back. The chaplain quickly holstered and sheathed his own weapons and then took the sword. You know what to do, brother. Codian nodded and spoke. And what of you, ghost? What of your fate? I will stay and fight with these brave warriors, until the very end. No go. Finish this. The chaplain turned to the open gates and took a step towards them, feeling the weight of what he was about to do bearing down upon his shoulders. For the Emperor, he said, stepping through into the darkness beyond. For the Lion, Cypher replied. With that, he twisted towards the fight and began to run. Plus. He descended like an avenging angel, his sonorous voice roaring above the clamor of the battle. Fire warriors cast around in time to see the screaming jet bike hurtling towards them. Shouts and cries of alarm rose up from the Tau as pulse rifles were swiftly repositioned, ready to counter the threat. A raging ball of plasma erupted from the underside of the skimmer and punched through the massed aliens, tearing bodies apart. Death to the Xenos! Ancient Samael bellowed, hacking through the survivors with his mighty obsidian sword. Purge this filth. Scour them from our sight. He slowed the ancient skimmer almost to a standstill and brought it around, the burning thrusters immolating Tau bodies by the score. Bolters mounted into the prow of the vehicle chattered and felled fire warriors in droves. The ancient warrior's head and face was a mess of puckered scar tissue, but his dark eyes burned with unhidden contempt. At his word the Astaroths around him fought with renewed vigor, driving the Tau back. Warriors and drones reeled before the Dark Angel push, unable to counter the combined ferocity of the Wild Marines. Samael brought his sword around and swept the heads of all around him from their shoulders, sending a mist of blood out into the dry air. His gaze drifted toward the towering statue of Johnson, and he thrust the blade up in salute. For him. For the father of us all. Let the sins. The old warrior's voice died in his throat as he caught sight of the gates beneath the Primarchus. Obsidian feet. They were open. They were open. Part 94. Betrayal and Regret. Codian moved further into the gloom, the sounds of the battle raging outside growing ever fainter. In here, the air reeked of death and grave dust. The sparse light was sallow and intermittent, the illumination provided by simple promethium burners fashioned to resemble candles. Death was everywhere he looked. Skulls were set into the walls or swung from the ceiling on creaking chains. More of the same still-as angels of death thronged the walls, carved into them so as to represent a sentinel procession, an eternal guard to bear witness to his passing. He clutched the sword tight to his chest as he bore on, feeling the weight of its significance. He still found it daunting that he had been the one chosen for this task, and he prayed to the Emperor that he would be able to perform this duty. These catacombs were truly haunted in every sense of the word. Time seemed to flow differently here, for he found that he could not recall how long he had been walking the long corridor. Noises and echoes hounded him, tearing at the edges of his reason and rationality. Small and dark-hooded shapes flitted from alcove to alcove, always on the very edges of his vision. After an interminable length of time, he spied light up ahead. As he closed on the point of illumination, he started to be able to make out a shape in the distance. A single, featureless door. +++. The vault is open. Samael's ruined face shuddered as he thrust the black sword out towards the gate, the gesture turning the head of every dark angel within earshot. A sea of heads turned as one to look out at the magnificent statue and the gateway beneath, and a gust of disbelief issued from every throat. Simultaneously, Samael's incredulity at the affront was such that it was several seconds before he noticed the unfamiliar figures charging towards them from the opening, a plethora of mixed fire lancing forth before them. Kill them, he commanded, gunning the engines of his ancient jet bike. Jagatai led the charge, a living blur of blood, red and bone. He unleashed a shuddering howl of challenge and surged into the waiting angels, shrugging off the bolter fire that hammered against his armor. The Khan was unstoppable. He swept his tulwar before him and slaughtered every marine within reach. Arms, heads and torsos rang as they fell to the floor. Robed bodies surged forward to meet the Primarch's advance again and again, only to fall back in waves, broken and punished. Blind fools! He raged. Ignorant sheep! You do not realize the idiocy of your own actions. Shame has corrupted you all. Jagatai swept the broken remains of his attackers away from him and cast around to look upon the others. By the walls of Quanzhou, look lively. Thunderous roar cut the rest of the Khan's command short and the towering warrior staggered. Scraps of white ceramite shedding from the carapace of his back and arms. Khan! Ligur cried out. +++. Codian reached the door and slowed. It was a single slab of featureless adamantium, corroded and ancient. Etched upon the door was a symbol, one he did not recognize. It looked to depict a planet, a world torn asunder by the blades of a brace of swords. One sword was held in the hands of the same figure he had become so used to here, the cloaked angel of death. Directly opposite to this at the foot of the world was another figure. This one was similar but had the eight-pointed star of chaos as a halo about its head. He dismissed this as nothing more than a curiosity and stepped forward to place a hand upon the door. It was cold to the touch, as cold as the freezing void of space. So cold in fact that he could feel it through his gauntlet. He withdrew and stepped back once more, a deep, aching chill settling upon his mind. There was power here, he could sense it. It was a heavy and conspicuous thing, a sensation of guilt and loss, strong enough to influence his own emotions. I will not falter, he said to himself, clutching the blade between his fingers. For the Imperium, I will remain strong. I will do for these lost angels what I could not do for my own chapter. I will release them from the bonds of guilt that bind them. I will end this. He drew the sword from its scabbard slowly and then cast the sheath aside, taking a moment to regard the flawless black blade. Eons of power sheathed the ancient polished stone, powerful enough to set both his hands and his mind tingling. Never before had he known a blade to be hewn from rock rather than forged. Just as Cypher had instructed, he placed the tip of the blade into the small recess beside the door. As he did so, he considered the duality of the renegade's guidance. Cypher had told him that only the black blades of the Dark Angels could open this door, and yet he had not told him of the ancient guardian at the vault's gates. It was as if the Fallen One had wanted to ensure that he would be the one to open the vault, to play one final role in his secret, century-spanning quest. There was a loud click and the door sank back, dust billowing in its wake. He withdrew and watched as the metal slab slid to one side, revealing a void of darkness beyond. Khan. Ligur's voice rose above the tumult once again, a cry of anxiety and disbelief. The powerful Psyker gathered every last ounce of his will and sent a burning horizontal column of fire out into the warriors advancing upon the Primarch, immolating the Marines without mercy. As the ethereal fires cleared, one shape still stood in defiance to their scathing touch. He sprinted towards the Khan and then slowed, watching as the towering superhuman rose. His teeth bared, Jagatai flashed him a look of utter rage and then cast around to discover the perpetrator of the scathing attack. Who would dare? He snarled, looking to the massive shape behind him. The dreadnought stomped forward to meet him, the assault cannon mounted at its side still smoldering. White Scar. The ancient being at the center of the towering creation shouted, its powerful voice as accusing as an augmatic monotone representation of speech could be. I know you, traitor. Son of the Emperor in the flesh, fallen so low. Smoke curled from the Primarch's back as he turned to face his attacker, his bronzed face set in a snarl of outrage. How far the ancient honored have fallen. He growled, raising his blade. The Khan bounded forward, unleashing a high-pitched, feral yell. The venerable dreadnought moved to meet the charge, its massive feet quaking the weathered stone flags beneath them. The warrior machine had taken but a single step before the Khan was upon it, a vision of blurred armor and howling rage. He leapt up and swung the tulwar two-handed at the dreadnought's leering skull mask. The blow cut deep into the thick metal artifice and the dreadnought reeled back, spark playing across its raw visage. Jagatai landed and threw himself into a roll as the massive weapon fist swung out and then down, driving deep into the floor. He danced around the back of the ancient warrior and hacked down, severing the assault cannon from its mount. The bulky weapon rang as it fell to the floor, shattering the stone like glass. The dreadnought wheeled around and struck out at the weaving Primarch with another clumsy blow, easily avoided. Jagatai whirled again and again as he rolled around to the front of the sarcophagus, his steel spinning and twisting about his body so fast the naked eye could not follow. Sparks showered from the dreadnought's bulky torso again and again, each strike tearing ribbons of ancient armor from its mass. As he attacked, the Khan ducked and leapt, never keeping the same height or position for more than a second. He danced around the hulking construct again and struck at the generator housing, separating a sizable chunk of the unit with the blow. Energy exploded across the dreadnought's back end. Plasma boiled from the rend, hissing as it turned the black metal molten within seconds. Consider this a mercy. He snarled, darting around to the front of the war machine and driving his blade deep into the ornate front plate of the sarcophagus. The dreadnought shuddered violently, terrible seizures racking its metal limbs. The Khan withdrew his blade and stepped back in order to observe the final death of the ancient warrior. Primarch. Jagatai cast around to see Chivok pointing out towards the space high above them. He followed the Inquisitor's outstretched finger and saw him. Samael. Kodian held his breath as he took his first step into the impenetrable void. The stench of corruption hit him like a lascannon blast, almost driving him to his knees. It was not a stench in any literal sense of the phrase, but rather an emotional phenomenon. A disgusting odor of the mind, a mental miasma of indescribable treachery, too much to describe. was old and dry, as grave dust, as overpowering and nauseating as putrefied flesh and as sickly, sweet as decay. It was everything wrong, conjured by the primal mind in warning to the utter inimitability of the evil contained within. Kodian fought back the urge to sob as he staggered to his feet, assailed by the experience. He could never have imagined such utter desolation in all his existence. Kodian! The voice screamed through his mind, utterly intrusive, utterly vile. Every fiber of his being railed against it, as if it were the voice of all the gods of the warp combined. You have come. I have, was all he could manage without vomiting into his helm. He took another step and raised the sword out before him, fighting to steady the quaking of his limbs. The lion sword. The voice whispered, almost reverently. A weak light guttered into being then, illuminating the small cell. Kodian froze and took up a defensive position, readying himself for combat. In the ghostly glow, the mysterious black blade seemed to shimmer with an internal energy of its own. You have done well, prophet. The dark figure chained to the far wall uttered, its voice little more than a toothless rasp. And I welcome you. Every fiber of Kodian's being writhed in absolute horror as he regarded the abomination before him. Cypher's hidden eyes looked to pulse with witch light, just for a second, and he slowed, lowering his pistols. The anxious cries of the others soon spurred him into action, and he looked out over the battle to see the master of the Ravenwing swooping low, ready to advance upon the white scars. Primarch. Grungy saw this also and broke into a sprint, driving his stunted frame forward as fast he could. Heads up, behemoth. You have been marked. The demiurge launched himself forward, his fist weapon trailing across the dry floor. He hurtled past the Primarch and raised his arm, hefting the heavy weapon into the air. The skimmer and its dark rider came in fast and hard, mere feet from the ground. The dark sword in his hand glinted as he swung it at the demiurge, and there was a ringing crash. Sparks exploded and Grungy tumbled back, landing hard. Rider and Jetbike screamed by the Khan. And the others, trailing smoke, and then rose quickly once again. He is coming about. The demiurge warned them, hauling himself to his feet. The short warrior was battered and bloodied but not seriously harmed. Cypher turned his gaze skyward to regard the long, slow turn of the Jetbike. The others were busy, either reloading their weapons or caught up in the fight with the other Dark Angels. High above, he caught sight of the telltale glow of plasma generation. As Samael brought the Jetbike about, the cannon mounted at its nose erupted, spitting bright death towards the ground. Primarch, he uttered, his voice deep and foreboding. Jagatai caught the renegade's voice and cast around in time to see the Dark Warrior break into a sprint before him, heading his way. Cypher thrust his guns up and pointed out into the air. Seconds later, the pistols erupted and he followed the trail of fire up and out until it rang and fizzed against the archaic armor of the Jetbike high above. With a low bass thrum, more audible with the passing of each second, the storm of fire slid across the cruiser-like prow of the vehicle, refracted by the energies of some unseen field so as to cause only glancing damage. The bolters set into the prow opened up in turn, hammering out shell after shell at the grounded warriors. The Khan sprang forward and grabbed one of the enemy marines by the throat, so quick and violently that the Astard had no time to respond. He hauled the robed warrior close and lifted him up, seconds before the bolt storm arrived. Shells hammered into the unfortunate Dark Angel's back, shattering armor and punching holes in the thick ceramite. In seconds the marine became a bloody, convulsing ruin. As Samael screamed by, the Khan followed his progress and flung the body at the passing shape, catching the Jetbike with a glancing blow. The next pass will see you fall to me, lost one. He raged, his inhuman voice resounding through the cavernous space. Kodian regarded the being before him with utter horror and disdain. He had known that this meeting would be a part of his destiny for some time now, and yet as he stood here, before the fiend, he found it almost impossible to fight the urge to turn and leave, to cast this vision of betrayal and evil from his mind forever. He knew that, on some level, these feelings were not generated by his own emotions but rather by the inimitable presence of the fiend. He was anathema to the mind and the spirit, an avatar of Alan. Astarte stood for the worst kind of enemy. A traitor. His visage sickened Codian to the core. His skin was pale, like that of a corpse. Where once a proud physique had been, now there was only wasted muscle and protruding bone. Long gray hair was plastered across the man's face, partially hiding the dark, ruined holes where once his eyes had been. Scars dominated his flesh so totally that Codian could not see an inch. Unmarked. The man's hands were gone, his gaunt arms secured to the moisture-slick stone by iron. Nails driven through the bones of his forearms. What mortal man could imagine the fates of the stars? The ruined being rasped. Of the deep terrors that lie within the tombs of the gods. That all existence is but a falsehood, so deeply ingrained as to be the only palatable truth. That gods could war for domination of all existence and be forgotten, the greatest feat ever achieved by sentient design. The pitiful creature laughed then, a long, hacking sound. The cackle quickly degraded into a dry retch, as if the figure was almost suffocated by his attempts at mirth. Enough. Codian whispered, feeling the lion sword's weight between his fingers. I know you, traitor. I know your darkest secrets. I am here to end this. Upon hearing this, the man lifted his head as if to regard the chaplain. His mouth twisted into a pained and toothless grin. Do you not recognize those words, prophet? No, of course you do not. Temporal orphans, we are kindred, in a sense. We are nothing alike, lost one. Codian growled, such comparisons inflaming his anger. The man simply laughed. Your zeal pleases me, son of Guilliman. I have chosen well. Kill me then, as is your destiny. End this. Fulfill your role. Codian sprang forward and thrust the sword out before him, bringing it to a stop inches from the wretch's flesh. The man threw his head back and cried out, embracing the killing blow. Moments later and it had still failed to land. You hesitate, he said, lowering his skeletal head once more. I sense it, your curiosity. The thirst inside you is strong, Codian. You need to know, don't you? You need to hear it confirmed. Codian took a step back and lifted the lion sword up, placing the blade against his shoulder. You long for this, don't you? You are at my mercy now, heretic. You will answer to me. The man let his head flop against his chest, the anticipative exhilaration of his own demise draining away. Then ask, prophet. SK, and you shall receive. I will tell you all you wish to know, all that the ghost of Shadow could not. That you will, Codian replied. Luther. Part 95. Luther's Legacy. The ancient being before him chuckled, as if amused by Codian's use of his name. Such passion, tempered by a driving ambition to understand beyond the limitations of your creation. You are a rare breed, prophet. Treasure. Enough. Codian snarled. I am here to deliver the release you so crave, Luther, but I will not do so until you have answered those questions your wraith lapdog cannot. I will know the truth. So be it. Luther answered, his voice low and ominous. But I warn you, Codian, you will not accept such answers lightly, despite their validity. Such resolute faith can blind a man to the darkest of truths. I will consider myself warned, renegade. Now tell me. Tell me of the true darkness behind the sons of the lion. Before him Luther exhaled and shook his head, a pained expression. True sin can never be hidden, chaplain, no matter how far one goes to attempt to do so. I have languished here in this cell for millennia, too defiant to die, and yet here you stand before me now. The very avatar of my salvation. I am but one facet of the darkness that haunts my chapter, and haunted my legion before it. Tell me, Codian. Do you even know the true identity of the being who brought you here, who engineered all this? He is you. Codian answered. Yes, and no. He is my soul, my salvation. Everything left of me that is good, that can hope. Once I held power enough to rival that of my primarch, power enough to strike him low. I did so, Codion. My Primarch could save killed me, but he hesitated. I took that hesitation as my chance and visited hell upon him, and yet, when I saw what I had done, the veil of corruption was lifted from my eyes. I saw the truth. What truth, Luther? The truth of guilt, chaplain. Powerful enough, guilt can become a driving force in its own right. It can transcend space and time. I struck him down, Codion, and at that very moment, I saw it. I saw the sins of my weakness and deceit laid bare before me. He inclined his head towards the sword in Codion's hand. In the seconds before I struck my Primarch down, I saw it in his eyes. The truth hit him as revelation, and stayed his hand. He saw, just for one fleeting moment, all that would come to pass. He let me strike the fatal blow, Codion. He let me win. In that instant all that I was became fractured, sundered. Cypher came to be, born of my own shame and desire for retribution. He took the lion's blade and vanished, forever divorced from me, his life's goal evident. In that instant, I knew what had to pass. That makes no sense, heretic, nor does it explain Cypher. Oh, but I does. Cypher is my ghost, chaplain. He is all that remains of my honor, of the man that I was. When my Primarch fell, my soul was torn in two, good divorced from evil. Even the weapons he wields are symbolic, don't you see it? The steadfast purity of the bold shell, tempered by the unpredictable fire of plasma. Darkness and light. My salvation. Codion shifted away from the ancient heretic as he considered this revelation, pacing slowly across the cold stone floor. Luther watched him for a few moments, following his movements despite the absence of his eyes. You have seen the evidence around you, chaplain. You have seen the watchers in the dark, I sense this much. The warriors of the Dark Angels are taught to abhor the witch, to detest the warp and its demonic wiles. Do you not see the duplicity in this? This tower of angels, this last surviving chunk of cursed Caliban, is literally seeped in such darkness. Therein lies the greatest shame of all. Codion slowed as he heard this, intrigued. Go on. The Dark Angels were the first of the legions to be created by the Emperor, you know that. And yet, the high and mighty powers that be are loath to utilize the lion's flawless gene seed to found new chapters. This is because there is a curse upon that gene seed, a dark and crippling flaw so terrible that the angels have fought to keep it secret for almost 11 millennia. Luther let his head flop back against the wall, a slow, toothless smile spreading across his cracked lips. They put it into us all, the soul poison. Terran blood was enough to counter it, but not so the blood of the sons of Caliban. No, the corruption that had blighted our world for so long was ingrained within us, absorbed by our very cells. We were condemned the moment we pledged our loyalty to the Emperor. Ironic, is it not? What darkness? Codion asked, drawn by the heretic's words despite his better judgment. The inherent flaw of the first gene seed. Pride. Lust. Ambition. The thirst for brilliance. Perfection. But above all these, pride. Even now you see it. A chapter driven to hide the sins of the past with such utter zeal as to forsake all else in the quest to achieve this. The sons of the Lion were the first of the emperors chosen, and so they sought to uphold that honor, as do they still. Whether or not he believed it, the chaplain was visibly discomfited at hearing this. So, you claim that your own sins were the product of some flaw in the chapter's seed, rather than your own failings and weakness of character? Poor defense, traitor. Typical, but poor. I tire. Open your eyes, prophet. Luther interrupted, and for a brief moment Codion felt a sinister pressure thicken his thoughts. He shook his head and took a step forward, lowering the sword. Luther saw this and nodded slowly. Balk all you like. You hear the truth, and some deep, primal part of you knows that. I know you see it in me. Johnson saw it too, and it sickened him. By then it was too late. His first brothers, the sons of his adoptive world, were cursed. We were rendered too susceptible to pride, and to the weakness such conceit brings. Our souls were open gates, chaplain, warm and inviting to the honeyed temptations of chaos. Luther sighed then, as if lost in the recollection of the past. Johnson knew. He knew of this weakness even when we did not. Before the indoctrination we had been brothers, he and I. The Emperor came and changed all that. He made us into what we are and damned us in the process. When the Primarch set out to conquer the galaxy in his father's name, he left us behind, the flawed, for fear of how the conquest would change us, corrupt us. Oh, I have no doubt that he planned to deal with us on his return. He would have put us out of our misery, like rabid dogs. Bonds of brotherhood and loyalty, thicker than blood, would have been discarded. I, in my blindness, festered like some suppurating scab, seething against this light. Too blind to see that he was right. You betrayed him, Codian said. Well, you know. The Chaos Gods saw their opening and took it. They gave me powers undreamed of. Powers to rival those of the Primarch himself. Dark, warp-spawned powers. They elevated me as a vessel of their own desires, too blinded with rage and drunk with pride to see the truth. I fell, mind and soul, to the temptations of the Pantheon. I became that which I so reviled. I killed him. And now you wish to atone, traitor? Codian answered. And yet, for all your vaunted power, the one thing you seek has thus far eluded you. Death. Luther answered. Yes, chaplain. Such is the power of my divided consciousness that I can cross the stars with but a thought. I can pierce the veil of time, and yet, for all my ability, I cannot end my own life. Pathetic, yes? And so now you see it. The darkest, most shameful sin of my chapter. They have kept me here for well over 100 centuries, torturing and hounding me, working to glean all they can regarding the other fallen. Only the oldest and most learned of their ilk know the truth, and they would stop at nothing to hunt down every last one of the traitors, in order to see the lie hidden for all time. Don't you see it, Codian? See what? He answered angrily. Enough of these riddles, Luther. The truth behind the lie. The darkest secret of them all. The flaw, prophet. The flaw that lies within every dark angel. The flaw of the gene seed. If I had been allowed to die, then the Primarch would have lived. Johnson would have exposed the truth, no matter the consequences. They fight to preserve themselves, to sustain the lie that is the chapter. The dark angels fear the wrath of their own Primarch, Codian, and that fear drives them to forsake his memory. Kill me, and amend that millennial sin. So, the truth finally reveals itself. Codian said, stepping forward. He lowered the sword further and placed the tip against the man's bare chest. He writhed at its touch. One more thing to consider, prophet, before you end my life. Luther said, his breath shallow and ragged. Beware the ancient evil. The first evil. You know of what I speak, I see it in your eyes. The Cetan. The Cetan. Luther echoed, his voice heavy with fear. Yes. So ancient are these fiends that even the Emperor knows little of their true origins. Their influence stretches to Terra itself, such is their power. They are abroad, Codian, and they hunger. Theirs is a genetic legacy more deep-rooted and potent than any other. Before you end my life, I must ensure that you know this. The legacy of the Cetan is far more ancient and insidious than any other. From the dawn of time our race was blighted, Codian, corrupted by these celestial beings. Not even the Emperor knew of the designs of the star gods, for if he had, he would surely have seen our race exterminated rather than allow their efforts to come to fruition. Blasphemy. Codian spat, driving the polished stone through the traitor's skin. Luther writhed against the touch of the ebony blade, his pallid skin blistering and smoldering at its touch. They infiltrated us, chaplain, so long ago, at the dawn of our creation. They implanted within us an insidious seed, a genetic corruption, so that one day our race might bear a terrible fruit. a fruit that would be harvested by them. Kodian fought against every cell of his being and pulled away, his hand shaking. No matter how vile or loathsome the traitor's words were, he knew that Luther did not lie. He had nothing to gain now. As hard as it was for him to do so, Kodian stepped back and listened. Luther saw this and exhaled slowly, recognizing the stay of execution for what it was. Heed my words as warning, Kodian, warning of the evil that lurks within all of us, within our very cells. Just as there are those possessed of the power to draw from and manipulate the warp, so are there those who are anathema to it. The psychic blanks. They are a rare breed, thankfully, but they are the most dangerous of all. They are the soulless ones, the legacy of the C'tan. There was a time when even the Emperor did not realize the evil of them. He sought to utilize these beings for his own ends, for such creatures are powerful weapons against the daemon and the witch. At the height of his power, when mankind marched across the stars, he commanded an army of these soulless beings, warrior women known as the Sisters of Silence. 2 of his own sons even carried the void gene, bred into them by the mystical science of the Immortal One. Primarchus? Kodian asked incredulously, his voice barely more than a whisper. Yes. When he learned of the true origins of this sinister trait, he had them hunted down and destroyed, and their memory expunged from imperial records for all time. He erased them from existence so totally that even I do not know any more than this. His own sons. Likewise the sisters. As devoted as they were exterminated, lest the corruption be allowed to spread. So you see, prophet, just how dangerous the C'tan are. Beware them, for they move even now to manipulate this war to suit their own ends. Gain, I hear of these C'tan. Kodian answered. These ancient and mysterious gods of old. I have seen them, in my dreams. Yes, a portent. Heed those visions, learn from them. Fear the Tau by all means, for the unity is a force powerful enough to take Terra in its own right, but do not underestimate the ageless denizens that lurk beneath the surface of this galactic war. Never allow your vigilance to slip, not even for a moment. They wait, as ever they have done, for the perfect opportunity to strike. Luther shifted his weight then, shuffling his wasted body further up the wall. He lifted his head as if to expose his throat, his breathing quickly becoming labored. I am ready, prophet. I am ready, at long last, to die. Honor me. Kodian steeled himself and slowly lowered the sword, sensing that the end of their meeting was drawing to a close. He felt his fingers tighten around the grip of the ancient sword and held his breath, ready to take the life of the ancient traitor. One last thing. Luther whispered suddenly. Before I meet my fate, I have one final revelation for you. You must hear me and you must heed what I have to reveal. There is another who seeks you. Dalo Kodian. A champion of the lost. For the Emperor and for the good of this war, you have divorced yourself from the Alliance in order to see your role in this through. You are no longer able to count those who fight beneath the banner of unification as allies and brothers. My cross to bear, Kodian said, sadness heavy in his voice. And bear it you shall. The dispossessed shall rally to your cause, gathered by the condemned one. You, who have the ability to see beyond black and white, beyond heresy and faith, shall be their shepherd. They shall be your army, and they will help you to bring about a war the likes of which these stars have not seen since the C'tan were at the zenith of their power. Now, enough. It is time. Heed my words and be ready, prophet. And this. His mind reeled with the revelations of the heretic. He fought to dispel the confusion within him and prepared to strike. A part of him pitied the wasted sack of flesh before him. A part of him understood all that Luther had endured to bring him here to this fate, a fate not wholly of his own design. Still, he knew without hesitation what had to be done. He had seen what would come to pass as the result of his actions, and he trusted his own instincts. I commend your tortured soul to the Emperor, Luther, and I vow to pray for your forgiveness. He said, drawing his arm back. Thank you, Kodian. Luther replied, closing his empty eyelids. With that he rested his head against the wall and welcomed the blow that would pierce his heart and release him from his flesh prison, a blow he had awaited for millennia. There followed an instant of searing pain and he convulsed, feeling the black blade drive deep into his chest. "See!" he howled, his voice a terrible, shuddering cry. "Sons of the Emperor, see the truth!" Kodian staggered back and let the lion blade fall, his hands shaking. The death scream of Luther pealed through his mind, a banshee scream of pain and release. He stood there for long moments, frozen by the enormity of his own actions, his mind reeling at what he had done and what he had set into motion. The lights dimmed then to little more than a hazy glow, casting the cell into near darkness. He became aware of movement around him, sensing their presence rather than catching a sound or a shadow at the corner of his eye. They moved as if from the shadows themselves, squat, cloaked avatars of guilt, silent and enigmatic. The watchers surrounded him, ignoring his presence as they moved towards the body of Luther. One of the beings picked up the sword, leaving the others to surround the dead heretic. They had been waiting for this. For millennia, they had been waiting for this, hidden in the deepest, most inaccessible depths of the rock. Waiting for the legacy to be completed. The sword-bearer regarded Kodian in silence for but a fleeting second, turning its hooded face his way. Then it stepped into the shadows and was gone. With that, he turned on his heel and hurried from the cell, sure that his part in this was done. He drew the dawn blade and his bolt pistol, feeling a fresh surge of determination flow through him. True war was coming to the Tower of Angels now. Part 96. Omen. Liguor's soul fire burned a path through the milling Asteroots like a flaming hammer, searing flesh and warping armor. He danced around the incoming blows of the robed warriors and drove his claws through ceramite and flesh, killing with every strike. "He's coming around for another try," Torvus warned the others, thrusting his hammer up and out above the heads of his comrades to where the shrieking jet bike came about. The others quickly shifted their positions as bolt fire hammered into the stone floor a second later, scattering the combatants. Plasma fire descended like a meteorite to smash into the ground, so reckless and close. It blew dark angels off their feet. "He is mine." Cypher darted as if from nowhere, his guns singing. A hail of fire slammed into the approaching jetbike, so violent and powerful that the Ravenwing commander had to raise his sword arm in defense, robbing him of the ability to close the attack with murderous close combat. The renegade saw his chance. 3 quick strides and a leap and he was upon the passing commander. As quick as a flash his bolt pistol was back in its holster and he grabbed at the uppermost fin. Samael ascended rapidly, carrying the renegade with him as he climbed. The speed of the hurtling jetbike tore at him as he fought to drag himself up, his plasma pistol ready to fire the killing shot. The shot never came. Cypher froze, his hand losing its grip on the bike. Samael continued to climb, leaving the Dark Warrior suspended in midair for a split second. "See!" he screamed, his voice rising to such a sudden and unexpected crescendo that every head turned to investigate the noise. "Sons of the Emperor, see the truth!" The howl drove Marines and Tau to their knees, such was its force. Liguor convulsed and crashed to the floor, flickering lightning playing about his psychic hood. The Dark Warrior met his end then, an end as swift as it was violent. His entire body exploded into sooty darkness, a miasma that howled as it spread and then dissipated, pouring into and through the damp walls of the chamber itself and out of sight, hurtled the space and time by the hidden and unknown death of Luther. Jagatai Khan's eyes widened as the rolling vocal thunder passed over him. The death scream was enough to stagger even him and it did so. He crashed down onto one knee and let out a gasp, his eyelids flickering. Millennia of torture and suffering had all but driven the memory from his mind, but here, now, it returned with a vengeance. Once, long, long ago, he had experienced the self-same thing. Then, my Khan. Jagatai opened his eyes slowly to find himself on his knees. His brethren exchanged silent glances as they moved to assist him, though rightfully hesitant to offend the Primarch by offering him aid. "Lord, you stumbled," Kurzil said, his rumbling voice heavy with concern. You have sustained many injuries this day. Perhaps the poisons that coat the Zeno's blades are more potent than we realized. The Khan rose slowly and swept a hand out before him, instilling an instant silence. The bodies of the enemy dead lay scattered around him, twisted and broken by the vengeful fury of the white scars. Before him, the portal still guttered and swirled, a tunnel of glowing interdimensional energy left behind at the Eldar's retreat. Its dark center stretched away into infinity, its destination unknown. Or, least it had been, until this very moment. No other white scar dared speak as the Khan stood in silence, regarding the phenomenon. His mind still reeled with the darkness of the vision, and though he could not explain its happening, he knew, with utter conviction, that all that he had seen was the truth. And that truth was far darker than anything he could ever have imagined. After what seemed an age, Kurzil risked the Khan's wrath to speak once again. Great Khan, what is our next course of action now? The ancient and wise Stormseer asked. He tilted the animal skull head of his staff towards the gateway. The enemy commander has made good his escape and yet the portal remains open. This must be a trap, Khan, designed to ensnare us. The Eldar expect us to follow in order to exact retribution. I suspect that they lie in wait for us to do so. I advise caution. We follow. Jagatai growled in response, the manner of his voice leaving no room to mistake his reply as anything other than an order. Nonetheless, the old warrior dared to voice his objections. It is my duty to counsel your orders, my Khan, and I exercise that duty now. If we charge headlong into that gate, then we charge to our doom. The guiding spirits scream their warnings, Lord. We must heed those admonitions. That we must, Old One. Jagatai replied, shifting so as to face the Stormseer. He fought back the urge to reveal the truth of what he had witnessed to his men, for though each one of them would gladly die for him, they had little idea of what lay ahead for them. Not one of them would return from the realm of nightmare that awaited them on the other side of the portal, and the Khan knew that he could not reveal all he had seen. Listen to me, he began, and listen well. Trust the words of your Khan, and know them to be the absolute truth. I ask this of all of you, as my warriors and my brothers. Will you trust me? The reply was as strident and as swift as it was resolute. Each of the warriors in turn fell to one knee, and pledged their fealty to the Khan, with neither cynicism nor delay. The Khan saw this and was heartened. Then heed what I have to tell you all. There is a darkness coming to our realms, a darkness so powerful and insidious that it will eclipse even the sins of Horus. The mention of the dead War Master's name, the warriors howled and cursed, as if afflicted by some physical pain. The memory of the heresy was still on the mind of each of them, mental scars that would never truly heal. Jagatai raised his hand and bade silence. This ancient evil will surpass everything we have ever known in its power. Only the Primarchs and their legions have the strength to counter this threat, though its emergence will be millennia from now. This evil will hunt us, brothers. It will hunt the first sons of the Emperor and destroy them long before these events come to pass, so as to ensure that their goals are achieved without resistance. The Khan paused then and took a deep breath, as though what he had to say next weighed heavily upon him. Thousands of years from now, our Imperium will need me. I must ensure that I am alive to see that time. No matter how I achieve this, I will do so. If I stay in the realms of man, this evil will find and destroy me. I must place myself far from these stars, where its influence cannot reach. Tell us what must be done, my lord. Kurzil answered, placing his fist across his chest and inclining his head. We are yours. You will leave. The Khan said, turning to face the portal. For the realm beyond is a place of death and torment. None of you would survive its predations. You will return to Kogoris and you will carry with you the message of my disappearance. You will tell our people that I crossed the dimensions to fight the Eldar, and you will tell them no more than that. This secret must be kept if I am to succeed. No. Quoje roared, stepping forward. The massive captain raised his lightning claw and hammered it against his chest, his bronze face alight with indignation. He swept the thick fur of his cloak back, and fell to one knee before the Khan. My place is by your side, Khan, as it always has been. I would end my own life at your command, but I would not abandon you, even on pain of death. No matter the dishonor in refusing to follow orders, Lord, there can be no worse disgrace than allowing you to face death alone. May you strike me down for my insolence, but I will not leave your side. You will die. Jagatai assured him. He looked to them all. You will all die. I promise you this. The Eldar will torture and kill you. I have seen. Your quest is ours, Primarch. Kurzil said, joining the prostrate captain at the feet of the Khan. No matter the outcome, we are forever by your side. You will not face this ordeal alone, and I will not be dissuaded. As he looked on, his warriors offered themselves at his feet, one by one. The Khan watched as Kurzil's features looked to glow briefly, ethereal power playing about his head. After a moment he lifted his gaze and spoke. I have informed the fleet that we are following the enemy, Khan. That will be the account of our fate. At this, Jagatai nodded. It has been an honor, he said, looking to the alien portal before them. May you all take a good toll before your souls find their way back to the steppes. With that, Jagatai Khan activated his blade, unleashed a shuddering warcry and advanced. +++. The silence was charged and palpable. No one dared to speak. No one dared even move. The crash resounded through the hall with thunderous force, causing all those present to shiver. The mighty oak banqueting table shuddered beneath his weight, almost collapsing. On his knees now, the Wolf King continued to stare into the distance, his yellow eyes glazed and vacant. He was stripped to the waist and his massive frame heaved with every breath, as if his body railed against the potency of the vision. The flagon of ale he had held was now empty, its contents leaking through the cracks in the ancient wood. I see, he whispered, his voice so quiet that no one else heard him speak. Lord Russ, Bjorn said, rising slowly to his feet. He swept his mane of red hair from his eyes and pushed the wooden bench aside, concern dominating his face. Is something wrong? Leman Russ ignored the young wolf lord and cast around to whisper in the ears of Manlin and Raljanir, his oldest and most respected retainers. Bjorn leaned forward and struggled to hear what the Primarch said, though he did not catch his words. The two wolf lords left their seats immediately and headed out towards the vast doors, barking orders as they went. A murmur of confusion rose up from the rest of the gathered wolves. Something was happening, and it was important enough to bring the celebrations of the Feast of Ascension to an abrupt end. Bjorn watched them go and then turned to his Primarch, his face creased with unease. Speak, my Primarch, I beg you. Tell us what troubles you. Russ regarded the young warrior as he rose slowly to his feet, the table creaking beneath his weight. He cast the empty flagon aside and looked out on the gathered warriors, his scarred face lined with grief. Brothers, he began. Sons of Fenris, hear your king. Hear what I have to tell you, and let no man present here repeat my words, on pain of dishonoring me. There is a darkness coming. Bjorn listened then, his jaw slowly falling as he took in all the Primarch had to say. He placed his hands against the tabletop as he listened, hardly daring to breathe for fear of missing a single word. As he spoke, the Primarch's eyes ran with tears and his voice broke, such was the sorrow within him. The account of Russ's vision lasted for what seemed an eternity, the wolves around him moved almost to tears. At last he finished, and stepped down from his lofty position. Around him, his warriors mourned. The Primarch snatched an overflowing flagon from the hands of the nearest wolf, and downed its contents in a single gulp. Wiping his lips, he called for his armor and weapons to be brought to him. As the order was obeyed, he looked out over the gathered warriors and spoke again. Let no wolf reveal what was said here. This is but a parting of the ways, my brothers. None of you may be alive to see these events come to pass, for even I cannot tell you how far into the future this darkness is. But I ask you this. Every year, upon the eve of this event, set my place Do so in my honor, so that those who join our ranks can know of my passing from this realm. Give the pups hope, in doing so you will keep this legion strong. And ye know this, all of you. I will return. I promise you that. I will return to you for the final battle. For the wolf time. Bjorn watched then as the Primarch cast the cup aside and made to leave. At that, he slammed his palms against the thick wood, lifted his head, and howled his sorrows to the empty air. In his mind, he made a vow that he would not fall until he stood by his Primarch's side once again. The honor guard shifted as one, turning to face the vast iron doors. The doors had not opened in almost a year. Now, with a grinding squeal, they did so once again. Each one of the warriors straightened and brought their chain swords to attention before their chests. Without question or delay they quickly formed an avenue, leaving a path between them wide enough for the emerging figure to pass. Though each of the warriors knew the individual that passed from the gloom beyond and into the light of the hall, none recognized him. His pale, haggard features were almost hidden, engulfed by the twinned mass of black hair and beard. The black-armored Leviathan swept his once pristine white cloak back as he passed down the line, not once pausing or turning his head to regard the warriors either side of him. None of the Starts dared question the Primarch's actions. For a year they had stood sentinel outside his personal quarters, awaiting his re-emergence. Even when they had heard his cries and howls of despair echoing through the vast chamber earlier that day, none had dared move to offer assistance, for his orders had been resolute. Each one of them had heard the rumors about what the Primarch had done in the dungeons beneath the Raven's Pier. It was said that he had slaughtered the lost ones held there, those pitiful and deformed creatures driven mad by the accelerated zygote processes he himself had ordered. There were those who whispered Corax had never forgiven himself for this, and that his self-imposed exile was a result of that torment. Corax reached the end of the line and cast around, his eyes finally falling upon the waiting, silent Astaroths. His dark eyes were red and wild, and as he looked upon the warriors of the Raven Guard, he lifted a finger and let it hover before him. When he spoke, his voice was heavy and low, its tone absolute. Nevermore he uttered. With that single word, the tortured Primarch lowered his hand, turned back towards the waiting doors and left, heading towards the shuttle bay and the secret destiny that lay ahead. The walls of the vast hall shook with the fury of the conflict. Brothers who had turned against one another forgot their hatred and lowered their weapons, mesmerized and terrified equally by the near-omnipotent struggle. Traitor! The single word resounded around the hall, the voice that had bellowed it so thunderous and powerful it shattered stained glass windows older than every warrior present. Lionel Johnson was a fury to behold, a living force of vengeful rage. His black sword rang against his opponent's own again and again, and so swift were the traded strikes that the sound of each blow merged into one long, keening ring. The heretic Luther stood firm against the larger being's wrath, his twisted features pale and glowing with an inner light terrible to behold. Luther long black hair whipped and convulsed as if alive, assailed by ethereal winds. His eyes were twin voids of black miasma, leaking their evil out into the Tower of Angels. Vile energies erupted from the traitor's hands to set about the Primarch, but he stood firm, and did not falter. We were brothers, he roared, his face alight with rage. Damn the weakness in your soul, Luther. I should have put you all to the sword. I should have ended you all. He drove forward and beat aside the traitor's defense, driving Luther back and down onto his knees. He raised the lion sword above his head and prepared then to end Luther's life. Stunned and prone, the heretic awaited the killing blow. It did not fall. The lion stood rigid, his face contorted by astonishment, his eyes wide and fearful. The sword hovered above Luther, locked in place. I see, the Primarch whispered. Luther saw his chance and took it. At that final moment, as the traitor rose to strike him down, Johnson looked to his former brother and saw what would come to pass. A wall of utter malevolence surged from Luther and struck the Primarch with absolute force. His armor buckled and his skin burned, and he was driven onto his back, broken by the full power of Luther's sins. Luther fell to his knees then, as though the darkness that had burst from him had left him drained. His strength stolen. All around him, every dark angel faithful to the Primarch lay dead, shattered by the sheer force of the psychic blast. The fallen stood still, stunned by the enormity of what they had witnessed. Luther's mind was clear then, and he realized what he had done, what he had become. He crawled on his hands and knees to where the Primarch lay, punished and dying. "My Primarch, what have I done?" he sobbed, distraught by the ruin he had brought upon them all. "Forgive me, I beg of you. Forgive me." Johnson opened his eyes and looked to Luther, barely able to speak. When he did so, his voice was almost lost amid the thunderous quaking of the tower as the bombardment from the ships high above slowly tore Caliban herself apart. "I am destined to journey into the darkest of shadows," he gasped, his voice no more than a rasp. "See my return, Luther, and you shall have my forgiveness." This the lion's eyes closed and Luther slammed his fists into the stone floor, utterly distraught. The walls around him began to heave and break apart as the planet itself quaked in its death spasms, slowly but surely coming apart. "My Primarch!" he screamed, rising. He spread his arms wide and let the dark power that had condemned him to purgatory flow from him, spreading like black cancer to envelop the entire tower. "I will move the stars themselves to seek your forgiveness." One by one, the fallen screamed as tendrils of shadow furled about them and tore them from Luther's presence, to cast them out beyond the veils of space and time. Luther cried and prayed for the forgiveness of the lion as Caliban tore itself apart, holding the very walls of the Tower of Angels secure against the violent death of his world. Around him the shadows seethed, and the watchers came. Blessed Emperor! Dorn stood alone at the center of the vast bridge of the Sword of Sacrilege, covered from head to foot in the blood of his enemies. What was left of the foul traitors coated the bulkheads and control banks around him. Such had his fury been that little more than Ichthys had been left in his murderous wake. He blinked. No other imperial fist had survived this fight. No matter the sorrow he felt at their loss. Only one thought dominated his mind. It cannot be," he whispered to himself, casting about slowly. Every fiber of his being ached to dismiss the vision, though he knew he could not. However fantastic and unbelievable he found it to be, he knew, with utter certainty, that it was the truth. His mind swam with all that he had seen, so much so that he released his grip and let his mighty siege hammer fall to the deck. This changed everything. Everything. He saw then what he had to do, for there was no other choice left to him now than to obey his own instincts and take action. As he considered how he would go about this, he thought to the brothers he had lost over the years. Had they too received the same vision? Many had simply disappeared or died in mystery. Corax himself had simply upped and left, abandoning his own chapter without a thought. As he considered these mysteries, everything slowly started to make sense. He had seen the full truth of what lay ahead, and he knew that, if he was to live to see these darkest of days come to pass, he could no longer lead his chapter from the fore. Indeed, he could not be seen to be alive still, for the nightmares he had seen would surely strive to see him destroyed in order to prevent any defense against their millennial designs. Rogaldorn had to die. The Primarch's brilliant tactical mind worked furiously as he quickly formulated his plan. He had to leave the public gaze for good, and secrete himself where he would be the most hidden and safe in the entire galaxy. Only then would he stand even a chance of surviving through to the end, where his presence would be needed more desperately than ever before. Dorn knew without any doubt that there was only one place for him to go. Where his brothers had appeared to flee into the darkness, he knew that only the most brilliant of light would hide him from these ancient predators. "For you, my lord, I divorce myself from your kingdoms," he whispered into the empty air. His memory was second to none, and he ran through the warren of tunnels and corridors of the traitor ship in his mind, planning his way to the shuttle bay and his escape. Before he set out, he paused, one final consideration burgeoning its way into his mind. He could not simply disappear, for this would leave a lingering uncertainty. He had to die, and there had to be proof of his death. With that in mind he made his way quickly over to where brave Forsen lay, the largest and most powerful of his retinue, retrieving his hammer as he went. He proceeded to remove every loose item of identification he possessed about his form and placed the objects around the fallen warrior. Then, he removed the melta-charge from the veteran's belt. He primed the device and set it on a 5-minute delay before placing it gently upon the dead warrior's mighty chest. This done, he slowly lifted Forsen's mighty axe, and activated its power field. He raised his fist to the crackling blade. "For your honor, my emperor. You and I shall guard each other through the ages until the dawn of that final, terrible day. You are a fool, angel of Baal. You are all fools, and you are all dead." The abomination declared, his unmatchable rage a visible crimson fire about his head. A deafening roar rose up about the giant, as thousands upon thousands of voices bellowed their assent. The terrible colossus of corruption that had once been Angren shook his fist above his horned head, cursing every living thing along the vast walls, but none more so than his brother. Sanguinius did not reply. He stood in silence atop the towering walls of the imperial palace, regarding the crimson-armored giant he had once called brother far below. As lost Angren was now a vision of utter evil and corruption, transformed by the vile powers of his god, so Sanguinius was a vision of purity and reverence. His mighty wings were furled at his back and a shining aura of pure white light played about his head. The face of the blood angel Primarch shone softly as if his skin itself glowed with the light of that purity, illuminating his handsome features for all about him to see. He raised his flaming sword and pointed it out at the horizon beyond. Though he did not speak, the message was clear. There would be no surrender. Angren turned his vast back to the walls, his mighty form shuddering with anger. Black smoke curled about his armored body, as if in physical representation of his seething dissatisfaction. Thunderous tumult of defiance shook the bulwark around him as the Emperor's loyal defenders voiced their non-compliance in the most vocal way. Lost amongst the deafening storm of noise, Sanguinius closed his eyes and bowed his head. The single, glistening tear that ran down his porcelain cheek fell unnoticed. The vision. Still the portent played over and over in his mind. He had held the memory of the vision in his mind for a day now, and he had dared tell no one of what he had seen. The risks were too great. He had seen all that was to happen and he knew in his heart he could not change it. He dare not, for fear that he would alter all that would come to pass should he attempt to do so. He was gifted with the power of foretelling, and as such he had grown used to portents and premonitions. This had been far different. Far more powerful. He would have to face Horus, his BD brother, and soon. So much replied on that confrontation. If not him, then his father and master would be the one to face the corrupt war master first, and he would fall. The Emperor was a power unmatched in all the stars, but his heart was noble, too much so to allow him to fully accept the extent of his most favored son's fall from grace. Sanguinius had loved his brother more so than any of his other siblings, and yet he knew that Horus could not be saved. Too deep was the cancer within his soul. Only the death of one son caused by another would serve to force the Emperor to see this. So it was that Sanguinius knew he had to face Horus soon, and that he had to fall. He had to die, so that countless others would live. My lord. Sanguinius lifted his head slowly and opened his eyes, seeking the source of the voice. By his side, honored Orcharius stood facing him. The captain's scarred face looked wrought with concern. The Primarch saw this and turned away, forcing a smile of cunning anticipation to form on his lips. This war will soon be over, Orcharius, I promise you this. We will see victory. Yes, Lord. The captain replied. That he looked away and fixed his helm into place, readying himself for the next assault. After a moment's silence, Sanguinius spoke again, quiet enough for only his most trusted captain to hear. I am sorry, my captain. The veteran looked around as he heard this, his bewildered expression hidden. For what, Lord? For the memory. Sanguinius replied, a deep regret weighing his voice. Blood and darkness. For the rage Orcharius did not understand, nor did he answer. He simply nodded and then looked back to the millions-strong armies of the enemy far below as they began to surge forward once again. Treachery. Fulgrim's eyes widened as the axe head halted an inch from his throat. Breathing hard, the Lord of the Emperor's children stepped back and immediately took up a defensive stance, drawing his saber up before him. The bodies of Emperor's children and Iron Hands alike lay scattered where they had fallen. There were no survivors left, save for the two brothers. Fulgrim exhaled and rotated his neck, still unable to believe how close he had come to death. That disbelief soon faded, however, as the darkness within him surged to the fore and demanded the life of his brother once again. Fool! Fulgrim spat, pointing the tip of the curved golden blade out at the still giant before him. You had the chance and you hesitated. Old loyalties no longer apply, Ferris. We are enemies to the death, you and I. I can serve the weakling emperor no longer, brother. I will suffer no such hesitation in ending your life. Ferris Manus did not answer. I see. He cried, his harsh augmetic voice a bass growl. I see what you cannot, brother, for your foul gods are blind to the truth of the first darkness. You have no idea. What is it, my brother? Have your modifications failed you? Fulgrim spat, venom heavy in his voice. You disgust me. So far from physical perfection as to be almost more machine than flesh. Disgusting notion. I will carve what remains of you from your armored shell if it pleases you. Ferris. The colossus began to convulse then, his segmented armor breaking apart and writhing as if with a life of its own. Mechadendrites and uncountable other mechanical extremities unfurled across his body, changing his shape so swiftly and totally that within seconds the Iron Hand's Primarch was utterly unrecognizable, little more than an immense mass of writhing, ever-changing metal and augmetics. Manus staggered back as if possessed, ignorant to the danger his wayward brother posed. His bolt gun and power axe fell to the floor, released by hands that swiftly transformed into extremities of writhing mechanical tendrils. Only the head of the Primarch retained a modicum of integrity. His glowing augmetic eyes regarded Fulgrim as if separate from the rest of his form, the flesh there puckered and gray. You are blind, Fulgrim. You have no idea. The corrupt Primarch lunged forward and swept his blade before him, drawing its keen edge across Manus's neck. The Primarch's head rolled free of his armored shoulders and bounced across the ground like a rock. The vast mechanical body fell forward and crashed into the floor with all the force of a toppled titan, throwing up dust and debris as it came down. Fulgrim came about and let out a cry of exultation at the death of his brother and foe, spreading his arms wide in victory. He ran the flat of his blooded blade against his face and reveled in the sensation of pain at the charged saber's touch. That, he stooped low and plucked the head of the Primarch from the ground and lifted up to his face, an expression of insane glee dominating his features. Bested. Fulgrim sneered, speaking to the slack, pallid face of Manus. Dead and done. See how obsolete the old loyalties are, Ferris? Our father's imperium is doomed to a lingering, final death. This lump of tortured flesh will make a fine trophy to present to my war master. He held the severed head out before him and moved it slowly from side to side, as if to show it the ruination of Istvan V, and in doing so the ruination that chaos would bring to the realms of the Emperor. The flesh is weak. That weakness is excised. Fulgrim flinched and spun on his heel, his eyes roving through the misty gloom. He could discern no direction from the unexpected and ghostly voice. As he looked to where the remains of Manus had fallen, his black heart froze. His twisted heart froze in his chest as he regarded the empty space where the body of the Iron Hand's Primarch had fallen. Of the remains of Ferris Manus, there was no sign. Robert Gilliman turned aside the poisoned blade and then convulsed, almost falling to his knees. Somewhere deep within thick, cloying mist, hidden by the glittering golden smog, the fiend let out a long, lingering cackle of mirth. The blue-clad behemoth staggered, beset by the strength of the vision. Agislus fell to the soil of Thalassaw, released by the convulsions racking the Primarch's body. Fulgrim came slithering out of the obscuring fog, a monstrosity of sinew and corruption far beyond anything Guilliman remembered. Guilliman! Fulgrim hissed, his serpentine form descending upon the Primarch of the Ultramarines. His countenance had changed beyond recognition. Gone was the proud and handsome warrior that had commanded the Emperor's children. In his place was a vision of absolute corruption, a beast of utter evil no mortal man could have looked upon without falling into madness. Fulgrim was a daemon prince, given holy body and soul to the indescribable powers he had committed himself to. His lower body was now that of a serpent, his legs gone. 3 arms each bore a poisoned rapier and a fourth, a long, serrated claw. Only Fulgrim's face retained a modicum of his original visage, and even that was twisted and bestial. The Primarch's inhuman eyes blinked and his serpentine tongue flickered, moistening his thin, scaled lips. You have grown weak, Rabut, and old. Chaos brings nothing but strength, whereas your loyalty to the Emperor brings only death. I have seen the truth. Guilliman cried, rising from his prone position. Foul traitor, I have seen the lament of this universe. Fulgrim struck then, drawing one envenomed rapier across Guilliman's throat. The Primarch fell back, his throat opened. Fulgrim reared back and spread his arms wide, celebrating his victory. After that he slithered forward and snatched Guilliman by the throat with his claw. He heft the Primarch up and pulled him forward. Long have I waited this moment, Rabut, to claim the mighty Guilliman in combat. At last, that dream is realized. The utter domination of chaos is one step closer. ISC Guilliman gasped, his limbs convulsing as he fought to raise them. I have seen it. Fulgrim, everything. The death of Manus. Fulgrim reared back, emitting a sibilant hiss of astonishment. No. The corrupt Primarch spat in disbelief. It cannot be. You are nothing, Fulgrim, Guilliman gasped. Obsolete no more than a flailing, thrashing memory. The Lord of the Ultramarines convulsed then, the poisons from Fulgrim's blade coursing through him. His voice was no more than a rasping gurgle as he spoke. I will rise again. His golden eyes wide with fear, the Daemon Prince drew his limbs about him and sank away, the glittering mist engulfing him. He had seen the truth. Night approached fast, as it always did during the time of trial. The winds howled across the crags of Mount Deathfire as, far below, the surface of Nocturne seethed. He looked up at the darkening skies to see Prometheus, so large that she dominated the firmament. So keen was his eyesight that he could see the ships of his fleet disengaging from her orbit as they escaped the violent effects of the coming together of the two worlds. A painful sadness weighed upon him as he thought of his warriors and his people, crying out at his disappearance. During the time of trial they needed him most, they needed his inspiring presence to see them through the darkness, but this time, he could not be with them. No more could Fukin walk amongst his people. In the distance around him he watched as telltale plumes of fire rose up from the surrounding crags. The fire drakes were growing restless, agitated by the coming together of the two worlds. His work was almost done here, and not a moment too soon. Before long the trial would reach its most violent period. The two planets would come together so closely as to cause worldwide earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. It was at this time that all life, human and otherwise, would retreat and await the abatement of the terrible conditions. Soon the giant lizards that roamed the peaks would take to their caves to see the time of trial through. There they would slumber, until the two worlds drew apart once again. The dark-skinned giant turned away from the spectacle of fire and looked back towards the dark entrance of the rock chamber as another figure stepped from the void and headed towards him. It is done, Master. Our works are complete. Fukin turned to Carmorg and nodded. The ancient and revered Techmarine bowed his head and stepped aside, his final duty in this life fulfilled. Thank you, my old friend. You have done well. Carmorg bowed his head again and turned to watch the distant fires. The suspension cradle is active and awaits you. The melta charges are set so that they can be activated from within, as per your instructions. Once you have sealed yourself within, the tomb will become part of the mountain itself. There is nothing more left to do. Fukin nodded slowly, sadly. He knew that Karmorg's work would be without compare. The tech marines of the Salamanders were celebrated as the best in all the Imperium, second only to the priests of Mars. He joined the silent veteran warrior and placed a hand upon his shoulder. Would that I could let you see into my mind and my memories with your own eyes, Karmorg. The burden of the full and terrible truth is my burden alone, but the secret of what transpired here must be total, Salamander. It can be no other way. You must understand that. I understand enough, Lord. The old warrior answered, his dark face a molten bronze beneath the light of the flickering fires. That which you have seen as portent, you have confided in me and me alone. That is my honor. Primarch, my secret privilege. My own life is surely worth the price of such an honor, for I alone know of the final fate of my Primarch. Should my soul be fortunate enough to join the Emperor's own light, then I will be sure to let that mark of distinction be known. That, Karmorg bade his Primarch farewell and began the long, slow walk to his own doom. Fukin watched him leave and felt a deep sadness. The venerable tech marine would continue on to the bubbling lava pits further down from the summit and end his life there in order to ensure the knowledge of this final secret never went beyond him. The warrior's devotion was second to none, and he alone would remember Dragus Karmorg for the rest of his existence. Fukin turned away from the shrinking figure and looked back towards the chamber. He lifted the massive hammer in his hand and regarded the flawless weapon, his mind enveloped by the symbolism in its shape, a symbolism he alone knew the truth of. My Emperor, he whispered. The smith, master of Destiny's forge. Who could have known this crippling truth? Who could have guessed such origins? This son of yours demands answers, when next we meet. At that he strode silently towards the waiting tomb, the sounds of tumult about him slowly fading. He knew now the fate of his brothers, present and future. All of them had fled their own chapters. Wait out the eons until the rise of the galactic darkness. Not so him. He could not leave the bosom of his people to flee into oblivion. Nocturne was his home. And her people, his family. Nocturne would not betray him, she would protect him, keep him safe. Until that faraway time. Until the clarion call of war was sounded once again. There would be no legend surrounding his death. There would be only simple transition, there one moment, gone the next. He had bade no farewell to his warriors but had simply left. The Salamanders were nothing if not hardy and self-sufficient. They needed to crutch to prosper and continue. They would survive and grow strong. Faith would sustain them where legend would not. For they would surely know that their Primarch would never leave them for good. As he reached the mouth of the stasis tomb, he spoke, as if his final words were a warning to the very stars themselves. I will return, and when I do, fire and thunder shall split the skies, and the heavens themselves shall cry the name of Fukin. Part 97. Army of Darkness. I sense questions, Barolinus. Do not be afraid to seek the answer to that which troubles you. The warrior slowed a little at this, uncomfortable that the Primarch had read his thoughts so easily. Guilliman's own pace decreased as he looked to his ward. Barolinus felt almost ashamed in his wish to seek the truth. Whatever the Tau had done to him was a subtle thing, but he could feel its effects still twisting through his body. He was changing, and he did not know why. There was a war being fought within him. You told me that I would soon understand this situation, my Primarch. How could any true Astarte not question why it is that he be asked to fight against the Imperium he was created to protect? History's lessons have taught us much on the dangers of blind faith. I fought through hell to find your side, my lord, because I have faith in you. I believe that you have a greater plan for our Imperium. Guilliman heard this and nodded slowly. Good, my warrior. Good. I commend your wisdom, Barolinus, and I see that my choice in you was well-founded. Come, walk with me. At that the Primarch turned to the vast iris before him and it opened to allow them passage. Guilliman and Barolinus passed into a long, circular tunnel constructed from thick glass. The stars stretched out before them, giving Berolinis pause. He looked out beyond to see the vast ships of the Unity all around, so thick in space that he could not see the outer edges of the fleet. The fleet prepares to embark upon the next leg of our journey. This will see us come before the fastness of Jupiter and her moons. It will be a hard war, Berolinis, and we will lose many ships and warriors to the guns of the Inquisition. We will persevere. And still my original question remains, my Primarch. Berolinis dared answer. Why? My lord, we fight to conquer those we once served, and I need to know why. How and why have your allegiances come to be changed so utterly? Our allegiances, Berolinis. The Primarch corrected him. Do not forget your lot. If you are to enter this war by my side, then yes, I concur, you need to know the truth. They paused then, at the very center of the walkway. Guilliman turned to the warrior and leaned forward, as if to ensure that the coming exchange would never pass beyond them. Do you believe in premonition, Berolinis? I do not know, Primarch. The concept of such things lies beyond my understanding. I know that there are psychers in the service of the Imperium that are rumored to have such abilities as foresight. Once, many years ago, I received such a vision. Guilliman continued, cutting the warrior's words short. Vision ultimately granted me by the Emperor himself, I believe. In that vision, I saw the doom of this universe. I saw, to my horror, what would come to pass. I have seen unholy beings with the power to murder sons lay waste to all life, and I cannot let that happen. I cannot allow the execution of this galaxy to take place. I see. Berolinis uttered, lowering his head. Shock coursed through him at hearing the Primarch's claims. No, Ultramarine. Guilliman answered with a shake of his head. You do not. You cannot even begin to understand, for such considerations would drive you mad. Everything is a lie, a deceit so terrible. Your mind would not stand the truth. The two began to walk again, more slowly this time. The Imperium is corrupt, Berolinis, sick, and cancerous to its very heart. Terra is neither a goal nor a prize, she is but a dais upon which the fate of existence will be fought for and decided. Our Emperor is but a falsehood. He is an idol, a golden shell, kept alive by cowards and fools too scared to let him go. He exists in torture and agony, Ultramarine, wishing only to be freed from his millennial prison. I will be the one to release him. They came to the end of the corridor and slowed before another vast iris. Before Berolinis had even time to consider the Primarch's words, the iris opened and Guilliman led him through. See, my ward, with your own eyes. See the fate of Terra, and know the greatness of what is to come to pass. Berolinis could not fail to release a quiet gasp as he took in the sheer vastness of the chamber before him. He had never seen a space like it in all his life. It was colossal. The domed ceiling was so high above his head that it resembled a gray, featureless sky, his eyes unable to focus on any discernible features. Likewise, the far edges of the space were little more than a blur on the horizon. In the sprawling expanse below he could see thousands upon thousands of moving figures. To him it was like standing on the summit of some tall hill and regarding a city. It was beyond his ability to describe. What is this? Was all he could manage to utter. The heart of the Unity, Berolinis. Come, let me show you such things as you could never have imagined. Perhaps, at last, you will begin to understand. Guilliman glanced up and back above the iris to where hundreds of recesses lined the wall. At some unspoken command, a shape detached itself from the center of one of the bays and floated down towards them. To Berolinis the machine looked like one of the drones the Tau seemed so fond of, though much larger. As it reached the ground it came to a stop, hovering inches above the floor. Part of its domed mass slid open and unfolded, forming a step. Guilliman climbed up into the space and invited Berolinis to follow. Let us take a ride. The carriage drone lifted off then and drifted out over the valley, offering commanding views of the activity far below. Guilliman gestured and the machine altered its course, accelerating swiftly and without effort. Minutes later they came to a raised platform and slowed. Berolinis looked out at the scene before him to see what was happening. There were several figures there, around 20 or so, standing in rows of 5. Each of the tall and slender individuals was dressed in flowing magenta robes. He puzzled as he looked upon them, for their faces were hidden by what looked to him to be fully enclosed helms. The helms were largely featureless save for the single, glowing crimson jewel set into each forehead. A number of Tau stood before the gathering, as if in instruction of the beings. The tallest was a creature so lean and sinuous Berolinis imagined the softest blow would break it in two. The creature gestured over and over again at a screen filled with what appeared to be alien symbols. Navigators, Guilliman announced. Berolinis cast around as he heard this, sure his ears had deceived him. He knew almost nothing of the aloof individuals of the Navi's nobilite, but he knew enough to question the presence of several of them here amongst the Tau. I thought the Tau shunned the use of warp travel. The Tau do, Berolinis, for they have not the capability to understand the ways of the warp, at least from within. This fleet is the first of its kind to use their kind. And they comply willingly, Guilliman answered. The helms they wear are of ethereal design, and are used to directly interface their expertise and knowledge with the logic engines of the Earth caste. In this way the Unity was able to create a method of crossing the stars faster and much more safely than conventional warp travel. How else do you think we have conquered these stars so fast? At that, Guilliman made a gesture and the carriage drone rose once again. I have much more to show you yet, the Primarch said. The journey carried the two warriors deep into the center of the immense chamber. Berolinis saw sights that numbed his senses and faith to its limits. Everywhere he looked, life and diversity was myriad. Men, Tau, and grey orcs mixed with other, stranger creatures the likes of which he had never seen. He saw strange vehicles and weapons tested to devastating effect. It took less than half an hour to reach whatever destination awaited them, and in that time he found himself enlightened beyond his every expectation. Since his awakening in this nightmare time, he had always scoffed at the concept of the Tau as masters of the galaxy. Now, as the carriage drone came in to land upon the waiting platform, he understood. He had seen the power behind this unity, and he doubted that power no longer. What is this place? He asked as he stepped down from the transport and cast around. Many such domes like this one dominated the contained skyline, but this one, at least by his calculation, was the largest of all. This is the future, warrior. The cradle of destiny. Come, let me show you the secret might of the Unity. Several huge Tau warriors awaited their arrival, as if they had known to expect company. Berolinis looked out at the hulking creatures and could not fail to be impressed by their imposing stature. The aliens were the largest members of the Tau race he had ever seen. They were bare-chested and wore little save for pure white robes around their waists. Each one held a truly massive golden glaive, the head of which shimmered with crackling power. Guilliman swept his cloak aside and marched towards the doors, Berolinis in tow. The warriors bent at the knee one by one as the Primarch passed by. Welcome, Kaigula il Porui. One of the behemoths uttered, its voice as deep as thunder. Guilliman inclined his head and led the ultramarine through the doors. Berolinis found himself within a clean, ivory chamber flanked by indistinguishable equipment. Drones flitted through the space in shoals, going about whatever tasks they had been created to perform. The Tau there were hard at work, dressed in white bodysuits overlaid by what appeared to be segmented armor plate, not that the tasks they were performing looked to require any protection. He spied several human figures amongst the aliens, robed menials who bore a striking resemblance to priests of the Mechanics. He dismissed this comparison immediately, for he could not imagine this to be the case. Guilliman led the ultramarine through the complex, passing by sights that confounded him. As he bore on, the place reminded him more and more of an apothecarian. The Tau looked to be conducting experiments here. Many were performing tests on what were to him little more than lumps of shapeless gray flesh, while others operated on live test subjects. There were many of the larger Tau that he had encountered before here, their numbers increasing the further into the complex he passed. Many of them looked to be in some transitional stage, their bodies showing signs of surgery and alteration. In many ways it reminded him of his own experiences following his acceptance into the Ultramarines and the subsequent modifications to his physique that he endured in order to become a fully fledged Marine. The more he considered this, the more uncomfortable he became. A few minutes later and they passed by another dissection table. Berolinis glanced towards the table as he passed. What he saw there gave him pause enough to slow. The body on the slab was clearly that of a Marine, he could see as much without a second glance. The dead warrior still wore his armor from the waist down, and Berolinis's stomach lurched as he recognized the ornate silver carapace. The subject had been one of the knights they had fought on Caricesteris. The Tau physicians were busy carving the corpse up and removing body parts and organs. Berolinis found this immediately distasteful and looked away. These knights had been his enemies on Caricesteris, and yet he could not readily dismiss how disrespectful this abuse was to him. He thought back to that terrible theater of war, to all the horrors he had witnessed. Such conflicts tested a warrior's faith and resolve to its limits. Perhaps this was what had been affecting him since his arrival here. He was unsettled and imbalanced, both physically and mentally. There was a darkness inside him that had lodged itself at his core since that conflict. It was as if he had lost a piece of his soul. He did not know how long his reverie had lasted, but slowly, surely, voices filtered through into his mind. He shifted to look upon the Primarch and saw that he was in conversation with another individual. Almost immediately, the man's appearance stunned him. Like the others, he was dressed in surgical clothing, but Berolinis was surprised to see that he was not Tau but in fact human. More than human, by the looks of him. The man was vast, much larger than even him. His hulking physique and broad shoulders looked very much at odds with the white vestments he wore. What remained of his thinning hair was tied back behind his head in a neat silver ponytail. When he spoke he did so with a voice like ancient, creaking wood. It took only a fleeting glance to convince Berolinis that this individual was in fact an Astarte. He reasoned that he had probably been an apothecary, though he seemed visibly more aged than any of his kind he had ever seen. Despite this, he seemed possessed of an almost palpable vigor, this much apparent in his every mannerism and movement. The behemoth's voice faded as he observed Berolinis's approach. Guilliman glanced over his shoulder and gestured for the warrior to join them. He did so and the physician eyed him with open suspicion. After a few seconds of tense silence, the Primarch spoke. "You may speak freely. He can be trusted." The apothecary nodded curtly and continued, albeit hesitantly. "Despite these early stages we have had much success, Primarch. I confess, even I have never come across gene seed so pure. It is flawless, Lord, and potent. The potential of its benefits cannot be measured. Have you succeeded in replicating it yet?" Guilliman asked. This, the apothecary's dark eyes looked to light up. "We have. Production is well underway, Lord. It is too early to say with any certainty, but I believe that we may even be able to modify this stock to be autonomous, with the correct balancing procedures. The Shoskeon could well be gifted with the ability to self-sustain. Of course, if that route of alteration would meet your approval." Guilliman shook his head slowly in answer. "Not yet. Give them greater strength, by all means, but we must retain ultimate control. Keep the leash at their necks." "Of course," the apothecary replied, bowing. "Was there anything else, Primarch?" "Yes." He gestured at his companion. "Berolinis desires to see the true strength of our unity lies." The apothecary nodded slowly and smiled. With that he turned away and walked back to the corpse of the knight, the Tau moving aside at his approach. Berolinis felt his stomach tighten at his last glimpse of the individual before his path carried him beyond the facility. He caught sight of dark extremities unfurling across the apothecary's back. Vestigial iron limbs ending in claws, blades and syringes. There followed the wet sound of tearing flesh, and then the iris contracted behind him, sealing away the vision, but not the memory. "My Primarch," he said after an interminable period of silence. "I feel I must speak out at what I have seen." Guilliman did not answer. Instead he continued his way down the corridor, his footsteps ringing through the sterile space. They were approaching yet another iris, this time decorated with large alien symbols he did not understand. "When we are done here, we have one final location to visit, my son," the Primarch finally said, reaching the entrance. "Until that time I ask you only to observe, and digest all you see. We are here." As much as his curiosity cried out for satisfaction, Barolinus stayed his tongue and followed, watching as the Primarch stepped into yet another sprawling space. The iris led out onto a grilled platform, and as he passed through it he could see that the floor of the chamber lay far below. The distant lights overhead glinted off what appeared to be hundreds, thousands even, of identical glass cylinders. "My secret army," Guilliman said proudly, offering the sight to him with a sweep of his arm. "The Yon Manta. The Shadow Hunters. Sweet Emperor," was all Barolinus could reply. Part 98. Flight of Heroes. Cypher Umbras uttered, watching as the misty remains of the Dark Warrior dissipated into nothing. The apothecary staggered back, almost ignorant to the bolter round that ricocheted off his shoulder guard. He raised his chain sword and fended off the following blow almost dismissively, staggered by the demise of the renegade. Samael continued on unharmed and came about, turning his jet bike up and over to begin the descent back towards the shocked attackers. "Turncoats!" he roared, his voice resonating throughout the vast space. "Heretics and collaborators! All! The fires of purgation will burn your stain of filth from this existence." The crazed master of the Ravenwing descended like an avenging angel, his steed pouring death out at the interlopers. Liguor sprinted to the fore of the murderous fusillade and weathered the incoming fire, raising a psychic shield of protection up to preserve himself and his comrades. The incoming bolter fire exploded harmlessly off the wall of shimmering power and he held firm, until a blast of plasma energy almost tore him off his feet. The librarian staggered back, crying out through gritted teeth as his powers first absorbed the blast and then dissipated, dispelled by the fury of the assault. Behind him the others battled on, fighting for their lives as both the Dark Angels and the Tau tore one another apart. Codian charged out of the vault and straight into a scene of pure hell. 3 Dark Angel warriors barred his way, their investigation into the open gates interrupted by his emergence. He felled 2 of them without pause, downing them with lightning-fast headshots. The third he cut from belly to neck, the alien blade flashing as it passed through armor and flesh. The body fell and he finished the other 2 off before they had chance to rise again, emptying his clip in the process. "It is done," he called, advancing without a moment's hesitation. The Khan rose as he heard this, casting the corpse of a Tau warrior aside. "Then we are finished here," he growled, raising the bronze tulwar. He tracked the progress of Samael with a renewed energy, as if invigorated by the chaplain's words. "Your ally is dead," he said, completely without remorse. "How or why he died, I cannot say. He has failed to resurrect himself as yet. He is gone," Codian answered simply. "For his quest is complete. The Lion's sons are saved, in spirit if not in body. Then we must cleanse this nest of redundant flesh, the better to serve my brother's memory." The Khan replied, murder in his eyes. +++. More and more of the Tau forces were surging into the chamber now. Fire warriors pushed forth in droves, laying down walls of fire as they advanced. Sniper drones flitted and weaved above the alien soldiers, their powerful guns driving shrieking projectiles through the Dark Angels. Shaskaon charged into the chamber behind the bulk of the Tau forces, roaring their hatred for their marine opponents as they entered. Fire warriors fell as the larger creatures barged their way through the lines, driven by an insatiable bloodlust. Once again the entire tower shook, throwing whole squads from both sides off their feet. Chivok cried out as the Dark Angel advancing upon him came apart, his torso shattered like glass. The screaming projectile that killed the Marine drove on and past him to embed itself the dark stone of the wall, passing with such speed that it pulled him off his feet and onto his back. Orekiel advanced to assist him, firing her alien pistol out into the throng as she did so. Shuriken hissed free of the weapon and disappeared into the shifting tide. Chivok. She reached down and grabbed at his collar. Much to her relief his eyes opened and he took her hand. I am unharmed. That will soon change. Voice said from beyond them. Both inquisitors shifted their attention to see the Kadayan on his knees and busy changing his power pack. We cannot hold this position for long. We have to get out of this damned place. Beyond them the Khan looked towards the three humans and then to the chaplain. He unhooked the device at his belt and cast it to Kodian. Instruct the Inquisitor to open the gate. I won't see any of us die a worthless death here. Kodian caught the artifact one-handed and ran quickly towards Chivok, dodging enemy fire as he advanced. Inquisitor. Get us out of here. He cast the alien device out and sent it skittering towards the Inquisitor's feet. Both Orekiel and Umbras rose, the apothecary withdrawing his medical attentions in order to allow the Inquisitor to come to his feet. Kodian pointed the tip of the dawn blade out towards the shadowed entrance to a nearby corridor. Take it into cover to activate it. Hurry Chivok, we do not have long. Umbras, follow them and keep them safe. The Marine nodded and together the trio made their way towards the corridor, keeping low as enemy fire rained about their heads. Kodian looked back towards the fight and focused his mind. This situation was rapidly descending into hell. We have to leave. The chaplain barely caught the quiet voice, almost engulfed as it was by the tumult. The others were embroiled in the fight, caught up in their own personal struggles for survival. The Khan and Grungi's attentions were on the crazed commander of the Ravenwing and his circling jet bike, whilst Liguor and the others were entwined in bitter close-quarter fighting with the dwindling Dark Angels. One figure stood apart from the conflict, almost frozen to the spot upon which he stood. It was Gormat, the Tau, and he seemed troubled beyond the mere concerns of the conflict. We will leave, Tau, and soon. Preparations are being made as we speak. Gormat heard this and looked to him, his expression almost trance-like. He blinked rapidly and then began to make his way over to Kodian, letting his sidearm fall to the flags as he did so. No, Gula, you do not understand. We have to leave now. We have to leave this very moment. This is no mere advance. The alien's voice rose in pitch as he continued to speak, and as he reached the chaplain he stumbled. Kodian caught him with one hand and hauled him upright. To his bewilderment, the Tau writhed in his grasp as though caught in the embrace of the enemy. I have seen this many times, Kodian. This is an honor guard. We must flee this place and not look back. Please. Kodian held the Tau firm in his grip, his concern growing with the passing of each second. Gormat squealed then and turned away, shielding his eyes as if in physical pain. At the furthest end of the chamber, something radiant and blinding blazed its way into existence. Gormat let out a long, pained shriek of terror and crumpled, shuddering uncontrollably. Kodian shook his head and fought a surge of disorientation, feeling the blade in his hand warm up and begin to faintly vibrate. He looked out at the towering being of flame and found only confusion where he had expected the truth. For all his secret and vaunted knowledge, he did not recognize its countenance. What is that? He asked the nigh insensible Tau, shaking him back to a semblance of his senses. Is it Nikosar? No. By the Tau Va, but it is much worse. I beg you, Gula, retreat now while we still can. We fasten. Kodian did not answer. He did not have to. He had seen. Ha! Grungy cried, delighting in his latest bloody kill. The Marine twisted as the waist and fell like a stone, his visor a blackened and gaping ruin. He stepped back, his fist twirling about his head, in order to assess his next move. Samael tore past fast enough to take the demiurge completely by surprise. He swung the black sword. And Grungy roared, tumbling back. The flashing ball of energy above his head spun away into the distance, carving through fire warriors as it went. BD! The short warrior cried, rolling back and up onto his feet. He regarded the blackened stump of his arm, cauterized at the elbow. There was no blood, and far from seeming in pain, Grungy's scarred face was flushed red with anger. Demiurge's limbs are compact to begin with. I don't have enough of me to spare. The Khan sprinted to the demiurge's side and lowered himself down onto one knee. You not hurt, diminutive one? He asked, his voice heavy with bafflement. Grungy's Ogmatic. I literally blazed as he heard this. Hurt? My pride is wounded grievously. I will take the Cretan's head in recompense, by all the ancestors. The demiurge looked up and began to track the jet bike's wide turn, hatred blazing in his eyes. Get ready, Man Mountain. Send me to him. Explain yourself. I just did. I won't leave here until I see him dead. Show me those oversized arms of yours or more. Then ineffective mass, ancestor. The Khan realized then what Grungy meant and hoisted him aloft, one massive hand wrapped around the squat warrior's waist. He drew his arm back and proceeded to analyze Samael's approach, his superhuman mind calculating the jet bike's path. You are unarmed. Not so. I have hand, foot, forehead, and tooth at my disposal, and rage to fuel them all. Jagatai inclined his head, drew his arm back, the ravening alien in his grasp. Make it count, he said. With that the Primarch flung his arm forward and hurled Grungy out into the air like a mortar shell. The demiurge let out a cry of bloodlust, his limbs flailing. Jagatai's aim was true. Grungy slammed into the crazed commander, wrapping his remaining arm around Samael's neck. The sudden force of the impact was enough to tear the Astarte free, and together Dark Angel and Demiurge plummeted towards the ground, wrapped in a deadly embrace. Samael's back crashed into the stone flag with such force that Grungy was flung from him. He landed hard and rolled away, swearing and cursing the Marine's name. He came up onto his feet and staggered, almost losing his balance. The Dark Angel began to rise, snarling through bared teeth. Stone chips and dust fell from his armor, remnants of the pulverized flags beneath him. Grungy charged and let fly with a kick, the blow connecting solidly with the Start's face. The Khan watched the jet bike's descent and his eyes narrowed. He deactivated his blade and slipped it back into its scabbard. Kodian grabbed his arm. Caution, Khan. We are in the vehicle's path. I know. Jagatai replied calmly, his gaze never once leaving the falling skimmer. That, he rotated his shoulders, flexed his hands and took a step forward. A second later the jet bike came down with all the force of a descending comet. The Khan let out a grunt of effort as he caught it. The impact pushed him back, causing the stone beneath his feet to crack and splinter. He pushed down and drove the bike into the ground. Without the rider's manipulation the vehicle's thrusters were powering down. I am a weapon, forged in the womb to spill the blood of my enemies, he cried, following the blow with a powerful uppercut. Samael reeled back, blood spurting from his punished face. Grungy leapt as high as he could and let fly with a vicious headbutt. Samael rose faster than the demiurge anticipated, causing the lunge to smash into the Dark Angel's armored chest. Grungy staggered back, cursing for all he was worth, stunned by the impact. Genetic filth! Samael roared, sweeping his sword before him. Grungy barely managed to lean back and turn away from the strike, the energized blade passing close enough to singe the back of his head. The Start commander's eyes were red and glazed with madness, his mind ravaged by an insanity born of crushing guilt. He raised the sword back over his head and prepared to strike, spittle streaming from his retracted lips. Armored fingers closed around his wrist and he looked over his shoulder to see who dared to prevent the kill. The Khan's snarling, scar-lined face filled his vision. Enough, was all he said. Samael was a powerful warrior with centuries of combat experience, but he was to the Khan what a human child was to an Astarte, perhaps even less so. The full and unfettered fury of a Primarch was terrible to behold, and no mortal creature would wish to receive such a being's attention. Jaghatai wrenched the commander up off his feet and over onto his back with bone-crushing force. He twisted his hand and Samael's wrist shattered like glass, causing the warrior to release his grip on the blade. He tried to rise, only to have the Khan slam the palm of his hand into his chest plate. The commander smashed into the stone floor, sending cracks cascading all around him for several meters. Blood sprayed from his mouth like a fountain and he fell limp, most of the bones in his body shattered. Kodian and the others threw themselves back as the Khan hauled Samael up from the floor and cast him clear across the chamber into the advancing Tau. Cries of anger and disbelief rose up from the Dark Angels close enough to witness the death of their commander. "The Emperor's justice comes for you all," Jaghatai roared. He rose to his full height and pulled his tulwar free to brandish it at the surrounding angels. Kodian warily approached the enraged Primarch. "Khan, we must leave immediately." He pointed out at the glowing being beyond as it began to carve its way through the Tau lines, its mere presence sending fire warriors, Shaskaon, and even drones scattering before it like fish before an ocean leviathan. "We cannot fight him," Gormat uttered fearfully behind him. "Enon wields the very power of the paradox itself. He cannot be harmed." "We shall see," Jaghatai answered, stooping low to pick something up from behind him. Kodian looked on as the on tore into the Dark Angels with unremitting fury. Dark bodies were cast aside like leaves before a gale with but a gesture. Bolter fire flared harmlessly across its burning form, not enough to even give the creature pause. "What is it?" Kodian asked the Tau, watching as the every projectile looked to pass through the fiery mass. "It seems insubstantial, almost comprised of nothing but energy. It is like no psyker or creature of the warp I have ever seen," Ligur answered, his face a mask of pain. "Its powers are not warp-based. It is something more." Something lithe and dark flashed through the air before them, giving pause to every voice. Samael's sword flew like an arrow and sank into the blazing creature, the blow sending spasms of flares across its incorporeal form. "Now we leave this damned place," the Khan growled. He nodded to where a familiar rippling glow shimmered across the dank walls. Chivok had succeeded in opening the gate. Kodian set off with the others, glad to be leaving this haunted place behind. Aside from Gormat, he was the only one amongst them who knew how truly dangerous the Ethereals were face to face. Even Cypher's dark knowledge had contained little on these mysterious figures, but he had learned enough to know that to face one in combat was ultimately futile. "Have we succeeded?" the Kodian asked him, struggling to keep pace with the enhanced starts. "We have," Kodian replied. The soldier remained silent for a few seconds, as if expecting the chaplain to offer more in the way of an explanation. When he did not, the Kodian frowned. "And will we see evidence of that success, chaplain?" "Better that we do not remain to see it, Kodian. Trust me, in time you will understand what we have achieved here today. If you survive this war long enough." With that, the small group of warriors sprinted towards the waiting Wraith Gate and left the Tower of Angels behind to burn. Tau and Angel alike would feel the wrath of retribution soon enough. Part 99. Facets of Loyalty. +++TU Fleet, Levi THN, +++. Segmentum Solar +++. 3 weeks after the Tower of Angels +++. Barolinus took in the undercurrent of fear and disbelief around him in silence, content enough to observe and nothing more. Perhaps content was too inappropriate to describe his current situation. Starts were engineered and conditioned to dismiss such notions as fear or apprehension, and yet, as he stood here in awkward silence, largely ignorant to the causes of the current disquiet of the situation, he was experiencing those very emotions. Here they were, barely days from the outer defenses of Saturn, ready to make war with the first line of Terra's defenses. He still felt a crushing unease at this, but for the moment, such concerns had been forced aside. This was a council of war, a gathering called by the Primarch himself. Prior to the assault on Saturn, more pressing and immediate concerns had come to light. He stood amongst a small gathering of Guilliman's most trusted warriors, as well as himself and a handful of the unidentified Marines that served the Primarch. Other commanders bolstered the assembly. Amongst them were Tau of various factions, such as fire and air caste commanders. He did not know any of them, nor did he have a particular desire to do so. A murmur passed through the Marines around him, snatching his attention. He still found these mysterious warriors an enigma. Their blue-green armor was devoid of any markings save for those of their adopted allegiance, and no one, not even the Primarch, had spoken of their origins. "He is to speak," one of the warriors said, the commander named Hadrian. Berolinis looked to the warrior and found himself drawn to the figure's piercing green eyes and the curious tri-headed serpentine tattoo on his cheek. Hadrian met his gaze and held it with unapologetic ease. "Our lord is angered, Ultramarine. When he speaks, ensure you listen." Berolinis scoffed at hearing this and turned away, as if he needed such guidance from one not of Guilliman's blood. "Spare your lecture. I hear all my Primarch says," he replied, shifting his weight as if to accentuate the retort. Whispered voices drew his attention to the far end of the chamber, and he watched as Guilliman strode onto the raised dais before them, the floodlights of the vast chamber converging upon his towering form. Berolinis forgot all other concerns as he concentrated on his Primarch. "Here we stand, united, before the gates of the final bastion. And yet, it would seem, we have more pressing concerns." "FIOO." The stocky, heavily augmented Tau before him nodded his head and turned to the Corvesa by his side. He made a few adjustments and the drone hummed to life, its vast, single-lens eye illuminating. A hazy sphere of light sputtered into being, projected by the hovering drone. Within seconds an image formed at the center of the sphere, a bright, burning visage, vaguely humanoid. Twin pits of blinding flame regarded the gathered figures. Everyone present fell to his or her knees before the daunting figure, even the Primarch. As disquieting as this was to see, Berolinis nonetheless felt himself descending, a reaction barely of his own choosing, like the rest of them. The reaction initially disgusted him and he railed at his own weakness of spirit. The very idea of bending his knee to a Xenos appalled him. Somewhere, at the darkest, most primal corner of his mind, a voice inside him screamed for him to resist. To fight. To suffocate the Tau's biological influence and rise, reborn, defiant and proud. Pride. Pride is all, the very definition of a warrior. There is no dignity in this, only debasement. He willed this insidious voice to the back of his mind as his Primarch spoke again. "Lordun, it is an honor to receive your likeness. I only regret that this meeting should be called as the result of such a dire discovery, especially now, on the very eve of our final phase of expansion. Rise, Kaigyu Law, and explain this intrusion." The figure replied, its voice resonant and terrible. Guilliman inclined his head and rose as commanded. He signaled to the waiting engineers of the Earth caste and they responded immediately, mobilizing as one to work upon the waiting consoles. Before them, I bear grave news of the fate of Subfleet Colossus. He began ominously. Behind him another spherical hollow projection shimmered into being, little more than a vast orb of white light. 8 days ago the navigators of the fleet became aware of the attentions of a transdimensional locator array. 2 days ago we detected the translation and subsequent signature of an inter-system distress drone. Upon investigation we discovered this device and brought it on board, intent on discovering its origins. What we did discover was worse than any of us had dared suspect. At that he gestured at the waiting FIO and the projection behind him came to life, a riotous swirl of color flooding the pale hue. Berolinis could not help but feel intrigued as he watched this, his eyes drawn to the quivering ball of light. He looked on as a picture began to form, flowing first into shape and then resolving, sharpening in focus and definition. Before him, the Primarch continued his explanation. The drone was identified as belonging to Colossus, and in particular, the Larshifjal Nax. Colossus. was last known to be pursuing the mobile headquarters of the Astarte chapter known as the Dark Angels. All communications with the fleet were lost over half a Tausir ago. The recording we have obtained from the drone is far from explanatory, especially given its dubious quality. It is however the only piece of evidence we have concerning the fate of Colossus. From what we were able to ascertain, the recording I am about to show was sourced from a spy drone attached to the retinue of the unaccompanying the fleet, one Unokel Shankal or Vash. Gilliman fell silent then and stepped back to allow the forming image to be seen by all. Barolinus looked on in silent anticipation, his interest fueled. Vox drones hovering at the corners of the chamber came to life and emitted a cacophony of noise, enough to startle most of those present. The sounds were broken and intermittent, as though the source of the recording was under some duress. The picture swam into focus seconds later to show a scene of utter bedlam. Bodies were surging past the source of the recording, too fast to accurately identify. Weapons fire dominated the audio, a mixture of screaming energy and thunderous ballistic fire. The picture shifted position, avoiding a number of dark, robed shapes. The distinctive sound of bolter fire shook the machine and caused the projection to break up for a second. The picture sharpened again, showing another angle of the vast, dark chamber. Despite the animation of the recording, it was possible to pick out familiar shapes as the picture settled again and again, lasting no more than a second at a time. Fire warriors swarmed past, their pulse rifles sending waves of energy out into the dark mass beyond. Many of the warriors were blown off their feet by the return fire, bodies shattered by the explosive retort. The picture shook violently once again as a black mass descended upon the nearest Tau. There followed but the briefest glimpse of oversized clawed fists carving energized swathes through the Tau. Ivory robes swirled around the towering warrior and a thunderous voice sang prayers of battle so loud that the audio buzzed and broke up. Red eye slits regarded the recording's source. Through the blood mist and a loud crackling dominated the audio. A moment later a storm of fire slammed into the Marine and threw him back. Hulking gray shapes engulfed his flailing form, roaring and cursing in a harsh and unrecognizable language. The picture swam and faded, every light source running fluid. As the recording regained its integrity, there was the briefest flash of blinding light and a burning energy source appeared at the far right of the projection. The light cast off from this source was of such strength that the recording faded and went black. It remained so for almost a minute. Once again, the picture returned. The light source was still visible but much more distant now, a burning column of white too brilliant for the equipment to accurately filter. The image itself quaked, as if the entire chamber was shaking. A collective cry rose up from what sounded to be the entire combined forces, and figures twisted around to regard the hidden space behind the image. The picture shifted its position to follow the crowd's collective gaze. As it did so, the fiery being looked to intensify, its sudden burning vigor caught only a second before it slipped from view. The image shook, breaking up, as something screamed its rage out into the hall, the noise so thunderous that it caused the audio to crackle and lose integrity. Light swam again and bodies hurtled past, feet hammering against the stone floor. Shouts and screams of pain dominated what little audio maintained any coherency. Something huge and dark plowed through the Tau with languorous ease, its vast arms smashing aside warriors by the score with every pass. Weapons and limbs spun by, assailing the recording unit. Such were the spasms of the recording that no discernible features could be made out, save for dark armor and devastating, murderous locomotion. The image was all but redundant now, little more than a strobing of movement and light, of weapons fire and desperate action. The burning figure grew larger and larger, as if moving to face this new and terrible threat. A scream, a shudder. Then blackness. Gilliman nodded towards the FIO and the hollow projection died away. He turned to face the burning visage before him and placed his hands behind his back. This is as much as we know of the fate of Colossus. This poor account is the only evidence we have. Since the recovery of the drone, we have made ceaseless attempts to make contact with the sub-fleet, to no avail. Our own efforts at transdimensional location have proved fruitless. If anything of Colossus has survived, we are unable to locate it. He fell silent then, as if choosing his next words carefully. After a few moments' pause he looked to the hollow image before him and spoke again. Honored Un, this is the reason I have asked for your audience here today. This recording is dated as being around 3 solar weeks old. I am concerned that the On leading this fleet seems to have disappeared along with everyone else. Every light in the chamber flickered, cutting the Primarch's voice short. The projection faded and died abruptly. A second after, a keening whine cut through the air and the Tau present sank away, most of them prostrating themselves flat against the floor. Guilliman himself lowered his vast body onto one knee and bowed his head. Berolinis saw this happen and felt a greater surge of discomfort than ever before. The very image of his Primarch bent at the knee so subserviently set his heart aching, as if the very scene was anathema to him. Dark and seditious thoughts flashed through his mind and he fought to dispel them as quickly as they formed. Could he be wrong? Could the unquestioning faith and trust he placed in his Primarch be ultimately misguided? He cast his mind back to the terrible creatures he had seen in his visit to the heart of the fleet, the sleeping, monstrous armies created by the Unity to lay siege to the Emperor's palace. Even now, his own instincts fought against the memory of such abominations, just as his mind railed at the prospect of fighting alongside them. It stepped from the empty air and out into the center of the chamber, scouring away every doubt and confusion in his mind. Even as he felt the heat of the burning being hit his face, he closed his eyes and descended, feeling the cold metal of the deck against his forehead a second later. Gone was the reservation and distrust, banished as shadows before the dawn of the new day. Something deep within him unfurled and enveloped him, body and soul. He could not explain it, nor did he desire to. "We are masters of the undying spirit," said a voice that enveloped him totally, setting his nerves alight. Protected by the paradox, we are as unfading and untouchable as the light of the stars. We cannot be killed, Kaigyu La. We cannot die. Our destiny will not be denied. His face still pressed against the floor, Berolinis heard the words of the breathtaking being, and wept. Somewhere at the very deepest core of his being, another voice raged. Plus plus plus. Plus 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 the grudge bearer plus plus plus. Plus 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 location unknown plus plus plus. Codian glanced through the viewport of the holding bay doors, peering beyond the grime-encrusted glass. Jagatai and Grungy were still engrossed in the prize, inspecting its every facet with reverent fastidiousness. Though he could not hear their conversation, it seemed to him that the Primarch was busy explaining the various functions of the ancient vehicle, pointing out the weapons mounts and other such devices. The demiurge's craggy face was aglow with delight, almost childlike. What little insight he had gleaned into the demiurge race spoke of a cultural affinity with technology, and this certainly seemed to be the case as he watched the short alien at work, engrossed in the technological wonder before him. "Re they still in there?" He turned to see Chivok standing behind him, hands behind his back. The Inquisitor wore a weary but sincere smile. He walked over to join the chaplain and peered through the glass, raising his eyebrows as he did so. Curious scene, without a doubt. Who would have dared to imagine bearing witness to an exchange between a Primarch and a Xenos? Such incidents remind me, chaplain, just how much things have changed, for all of us. I am an Imperial Inquisitor and you are a chaplain of the Asteroutes. And yet we stand here in silent witness to this. Codian stepped away from the door and looked to the Inquisitor. Indeed. Much has changed, Chivok. Perhaps for the better. Besides, Inquisitor or no, would you question the company of Primarch? Chivok smiled again and shook his head. Most certainly not. I wish to live to see this victory of ours. Both began to walk away from the doors, side by side, deeper into the vast alien vessel. They continued to do so for a while, each lost in his own myriad thoughts. Eventually, it was Chivok who spoke again. I must admit, when the Khan turned back and entered the Wraith Gate, I had initially feared the worst. I still cannot believe that he went back for it. Codian regarded the Inquisitor as he spoke and then turned away to observe his progress, One hand rested on the hilt of his alien weapon. Jagatai Khan is the father of the White Scars, a chapter given to impulsiveness and hot-headed bravado. I confess, I too had thought the worst. He is a powerful and inspiring figure, one we will need in the days to come. Indeed. Chivok answered, his voice lowering. Chaplain, there is something else I wished to discuss with you. I am concerned at the loss of the Wraith Gate. Kodian heard this and understood the Inquisitor's concerns immediately. The loss of the alien device was indeed a blow to their cause. It had been necessary not only to leave the generator behind but also rig it to be destroyed, for fear of the enemy following them here. There was no way we could have physically brought it with us without first deactivating it, thus collapsing our only means of escape. Chivok went on. Now we are without it, we are effectively lost. Here, stranded. All we have is the Demiurge network, and the gateway back to the Proscriptus. What do we do now, Chaplain? We may be stranded here. I wish I had the answer to that, was all Kodian could reply. Part 100. The Emperor. The Sanctum Imperialis the Ziggurat Imperialis the Imperial Palace Terra Ventress took a deep breath as the vast Eternity Gate closed behind him, and did not dare to exhale. The lighting of the chamber was subdued enough so as to render the dimensions of the space indiscernible. Not that he dared even peer at the hazy shape beyond. Golden armor glinted as custodes milled about him, barely disturbing the serenity of the hallowed sanctuary. Golden servo skulls flitted in their thousands beneath the highest reaches of the arched roof, so vast in number that they emitted a resonating collective whisper intrusive enough to pressurize the ears. He had been stripped of his armor and now wore simple pilgrim robes. His skin had been anointed with the purest oils and screened by ablution servitors, ensuring he was free of any physical taint. He flinched slightly as flitting shapes passed before him. Chubby, gray-skinned cherubs flashed by him, flicking stylus fingers across his face and shoulders. He tensed but did not resist as the silent bioconstructs painted his exposed skin with runes of purity and protection, ensuring that he would not soil the Sanctum Imperialis with his presence. Ventress endured this ordeal without protest, and indeed with good grace, for he knew such precautions were utterly necessary. Indeed, he had expected no less. Custodes flanked him as the vat-grown automatons continued their work, shimmering glaives hovering inches from him. Towering Imperatorius looked on in silence as he underwent the cleansing, the Captain General's own weapon held ready for use. His gray eyes were as unwavering as they were piercing, daunting even to him. He clutched the casket tighter to his chest and waited patiently for the cherubs to finish their task. In his hands he could feel the significant weight of the Cessus, still scarcely able to believe that he would be the one to deliver it. It took the cherubs over an hour to consecrate his body, and in all that time he had watched in silence as the caskets were brought in and prepared for use beyond. Even in the murky gloom he could see the mountain beyond, growing ever larger as the moments passed. He had no idea what purpose they served, or even what they contained. It was enough for him to know that they were necessary to the procedure. Done, the creatures ascended into the darkness on beating wings and the custodes withdrew, leaving only Imperatorius to regard him. The immense warrior shifted his position and gestured to the hazy illumination within the heavy gloom beyond. Walk with me, Uriel Ventress. He did as Imperatorius asked and slowly advanced, still clutching the precious object. As he continued on, his mind reeled with the enormity of everything he had seen so far. The experience had been beyond description. The Eternity Gates had taken his breath, such was their wonder. Not even the cacophony of the tens of thousands of prostrate pilgrims that lined the golden stairway had stolen that wonder from him. How do you feel, Start? Imperatorius asked him, the giant's sudden voice jarring him from his reverie. Humbled, he replied sincerely. This is an honor I would have not dared to dream of, Captain General. Indeed it is, Nsient, for none but custode feet have ever trod this space since our emperor ascended. Imperatorius continued. Yours is a truly unique and honored situation. With this in mind, I need you to understand, Ventress. I need you to comprehend the enormity of what we are about to do here, and how it will influence the coming war. Ventress nodded but did not speak, for he could not imagine what lay ahead. You are pure of mind and body, Uriel Ventress, I see that. Our attentions have confirmed this much. I asked you to carry the Cessus because, amongst all the alliance, I know I can trust you before any other. You are unique in that you have been blessed by the Emperor himself, blessed with a foresight unlike any other of your kind. New York other, save for one. Ventress looked to the custode then, his expression one of extreme bewilderment. He truly had no idea of what the Captain General meant by this. I do not understand. Of course you do not. That is part of the gift. You are special for two reasons, Ancient. The first of those reasons is your ability to think and see beyond the obvious. You are Astarte, forged in body and mind to destroy the Imperium's enemies. Great and devout a weapon as a marine is. Sometimes it is necessary to be able to see the bigger picture. We should always question. Ventress replied. Even if we only do so in our minds. No mortal mind is infallible, brother Captain. As a marine, we ultimately fail in our duty if we allow ourselves and our chapter to fail in our duty. Imperatorius nodded slowly, as if pleased by his answer. Indeed. I see that in you, Ventress. And so this brings me to the second reason. You are special. Because you have a unique past. I am long-lived, ancient, enough so to have served at my emperor's side in that glorious age when he walked amongst men. As such I am privy to many great secrets. Secrets that would otherwise be buried and hidden for all time due to their dark and inconceivable nature. When one is charged with the ultimate task, to guard the Imperius Corporalis, one learns the most terrible secrets this galaxy has to hide. Secrets? Ventress asked, as puzzled as ever. Even as he responded he felt the darkness of distant memory welling from deep within, as if to remind him of his past. You have survived much, Uriel. More than any warrior should have, and yet here you still stand in defiance against circumstance and fate. Your existence is blessed by the highest power. Once, long ago, you bore witness to the rebirth of a terrible and ancient evil. None should have survived such an experience, and yet, against the odds, you did. You are now the last of those who were present at the second coming of the creature we know of as the Nightbringer, the very manifestation of death. There are many gods of legend, ancient, but not all of them are false. You must understand that. I do. Uriel answered, his voice little more than a whisper. I saw it and at once I knew it for what it was. The Reaper of all life. I was bade never again to speak of what I saw that day, on pain of dishonor and death. Ignorance. Imperatorius answered. And fear. Such is the way of this dying Imperium, to try to hide that which is dangerous and unknown away from the masses, instead of rising in challenge to face such dangers. No longer must you carry this burden in secret, Uriel, for the age of secrets has ended. As defenders of the Imperium, we have entered a new age. NGE of survival. Uriel listened and began to understand then why he had been chosen. More so, he began to realize the darker implications of this. The more he considered his situation, the more uncomfortable he began to feel. He looked around him at the gathered custodes, most of who were little more than shadowed outlines shifting silently in the gloom. You are besieged, he said, looking to the giant. I see it plainly now. The legends of Terra speak of the Deptus Custodes, the greatest and most powerful of the Emperor's servants, omnipresent within the walls of the Imperial Palace. This, he gestured around him as best as his burden would allow, is not omnipresence. I have sensed nothing save for fear and mistrust since I arrived here on Terra. What has happened here? You are correct. Never before has the Emperor's life been in such danger since his internment here. Heresy and sedition has always plagued our Imperium, Astarte, only a blind fool would deny this. This war is far more than a struggle for domination against the Tau. There are other, darker forces abroad that have been waiting for the very upheaval this schism has caused, forces that have desired this seat of power far longer than the Tau. But the Unity's power has eclipsed the stars themselves. The old enemies of the Imperium are gone, as far as we know. Our Imperium is the last of those great powers, and even now we are reduced to almost nothing. Terra, Luna, and Saturn are our last bastions of defense. Who is left to oppose the Unity and steal the seat of power from the Emperor? Trust me, Ancient, the greatest and most dangerous threats are not always those of obvious outward power. As we prepare to hold our walls against the vastness and might of the Unity, so must we guard ourselves against the insidious enemies within these very walls. Ventress slowed as he heard this, a look of disbelief spreading slowly across his scarred face. The words of the Captain General were grave and heavy, and yet, as distasteful as his claims were, the Ancient did not pause to doubt them. If this is true, then we must act, Captain General. Now that the Alliance has returned to Terra, we can inform the War Master. My Lord Calgar's honor cannot be doubted. No, Ancient. Imperatorius answered with a slow shake of his head. We cannot involve Calgar and the Alliance at this stage. You see, it is the High Lords themselves who have fallen to this corruption. This cannot be. It is the truth, Uriel. Regos is the traitor, the darkness I speak of, and his web of deceit stretches further than you could dare imagine. If we involve the Alliance now, there is a good chance he will convince them that we are the traitors and that he will bring the wrath of the Alliance down upon us. Even worse, Calgar could believe us and move against the traitor and his puppet forces. If this were to happen, then we could see the Alliance shattered long before the arrival of the Unity. Ventress heard this and came to a complete stop, his eyes widening. The Alliance shattered? What manner of enemy has the power to do that, Imperatorius? Remember what you saw that day, Start, and you have your answer. At that the towering being gestured him to move forward, and Ventress saw that they were approaching a raised dais. Hovering servo skulls illuminated the podium, casting a collective glow upon the artifacts that hovered there. The Ultramarine's mouth fell slowly open as he regarded the sight before him. Golden armor rotated slowly, suspended in midair. A vast power claw and a long engraved sword danced slowly around the ancient and baroque carapace, and above them all a golden laurel wreath glinted in the light. The Emperor's own armor and weapons. He knew them for what they were straight away, for the items radiated such a highly wrought and regal magnificence that they could not have been fashioned for anyone else. Since the day he entered this chamber, they have hung here. Imperatorius said softly, as if unwilling to disrupt the Ancient's reverie. Every buckle and rend repaired, every drop of his blood removed. None of us knew if, or indeed dared to dream, that the Emperor would rise from his throne and walk amongst us again. His armor was lovingly restored in case of this, back when there was still hope that he would rise again. The custode regarded the blessed artifacts for a while, his expression placid and distant. After a lengthy pause he looked away and lowered his gaze. Of course, such dreams were born of folly, we know that now. Our Emperor could not, and never will, rise again. That phase of his existence is long ended. There can be no doubt of that. Hearing this, Ventress felt a crushing sorrow envelop him. The Emperor's return was a secret desire that nestled in the heart of every faithful servant of the Imperium, no matter his or her station. A part of him had hoped that the device he carried would play some part in doing just that, in restoring the Emperor to physical health. Of course, he had not dared to ask what the Cessus was or what it did. Now, more than ever, the artifact's mystery deepened. What are we here to do, then? He asked, raising his arms so as to offer the Cessus to the Captain General. If not to bring him back, what is the purpose of this creation? Imperatorius reached out and gently took the casket from him, as if it were made of the most delicate glass. We are here because of vision, Uriel. Because of prophecy. Our Emperor has reached out to many since his internment. Thor Macarius. Celestine. This device is the result of one such vision, received not by one, but several high-ranking members of the Imperium. The secrecy behind its creation was immense, for the Cessus is perhaps the most powerful artifact ever to be constructed. It has, we hope, the power to achieve what the Emperor himself desired above all else. At that the Golden Warrior carefully removed the lid of the casket by removing one golden gauntlet and placing the palm of his hand upon it. The box hissed open, releasing a glittering steam. "Remove it," Imperatorius said. Ventress took a deep breath and did so. As carefully as he could, he reached inside and lifted the object free. It was a delicate laurel wreath, fashioned to the most incredible artifice. Everything about it was perfect, down to the smallest detail. Tiny jeweled runes twinkled across its surface, and as he regarded them he felt a pull at the core of his being, a depthless and terrible hunger for the soul. He issued a quiet gasp and looked away, disturbed by the sensation. "What is its purpose?" he asked again, fighting to dispel the disquiet within him. Imperatorius replaced his gauntlet and then gestured out at the caskets heaped around the dim glow at the far end of the chamber. "Catalyst. Receptacle. I am unsure how best to describe its role. You aware of what these chests contain?" "No," Ventress answered honestly. "Souls, ancient. Millions upon millions of souls. I told you before of the Emperor's greatest wish. The Golden Throne itself was created long before he almost died at the hands of the arch-heretic Horus. It was, and still is, his greatest work. He had a plan, a vision, one that would ensure mankind's ultimate dominance of these stars, and more. You see, the throne was to be a gateway, one that would deliver him to the very heart of evil's domain." "Gateway?" Ventress answered incredulously. "To where?" "To the deepest and most haunted regions of the warp. To the domains of the very gods of chaos themselves. The very last realm to be conquered, Uriel. The final frontier." "But I don't understand." "The Emperor was the most powerful man in the galaxy, but he was no god. And they feared him so," Imperatorius proclaimed, a darkness in his voice. "For he was a being of flesh with the power to rival that of any denizen of the Imperium. The dark gods knew this only too well. This was a time when such concepts of daemons and insidious malevolencies were dismissed as superstition. Only the Emperor knew the truth." Imperatorius turned to the faint glow beyond and began to walk, gesturing for him to follow. The delicate artifact in his hand shimmered with nascent power, so potent that Ventress could feel the hairs on his head stand on end. "If only you could understand the truth behind all this, you would see." Even as the dark gods rallied to waylay the Emperor's secret plans, he began his greatest work. So important was this task that it stole him away from the crusade and brought him back to Terra. Perhaps this was his greatest mistake. The ruinous powers saw their chance and corrupted Horus, the Emperor's favored son. And thus the betrayal was complete. So you see, Uriel, just how close he came to realizing his ultimate goal. Ventress did not answer. He continued to advance, daring in the process to raise his eyes towards the closing destination. He caught the faintest outline of a wizened, desiccated face and immediately lowered his gaze, adrenaline coursing through him. "What will happen now?" he asked, staring at his feet. "We shall deliver the Cessus unto him and see the prophecy realized," the custode commander answered. "The Emperor will rise again, not as body, as we had once hoped, but in spirit. He will sing again, one final time, and our enemies shall tremble at his call." Part 101. Awakened. Ventress's chest tightened as he watched the Captain General hand his weapon to the nearest custode and then turn towards the glow beyond. Anxiety clawed at him, quickening his pulse, as the enormity of what they were about to do sunk in. "Why do you need me?" he asked, unable to accept his own worthiness. "We need one to bear witness," Imperatorius replied. "So that perhaps, in distant days to come, he can speak in whispers of what he saw here today, and the legend of the Emperor can live on." Ventress nodded at this and began to follow, every footstep an agonizing effort of will. The noise of the towering giants as they motivated was immense. The ratchet click of arming weapons mixed with the rising whine of augmetic limbs as both gatekeepers shifted their attentions to meet the threat, glowing eyes illuminating the space before the Eternity Gate. "Plus who goes there?" plus one of the behemoths asked, its monotone voice a rumbling and guttural growl. Regos the Sigillite stepped from the vast landing and out into the light without fear or hesitation. He regarded the two vast constructs before him and smiled. Around him, the darkness looked to seethe. "Stand down, Guardians. You know I could peel you from those adamantium shells with a thought if it pleased me." He lifted his gaze as he heard a series of low whines and glanced up into the darkness high above, to where hundreds of individual hidden gun emplacements trained their sights upon him. Likewise, across the dark length and breadth of the vast landing, innumerable pairs of glowing eyes cut through the darkness as they looked his way. "You guard him so jealously," the Sigillite whispered, crossing his hands before him. "So loyal. So incorruptible. Perhaps if he had fashioned all his subjects in his own image, I would not be standing here today. But I am. And all this," he gestured around him, "is mine now. I am the master of this Imperium, and he is not but a memory. I know what you plan to do, and I could stop you, if I so desired. Know that." He raised a finger at the giant constructs. As he did so, his skin looked to glow with a faint luminescence. "I could crush this last, desperate attempt at salvation of yours, but I will not. You see, I have worked longer than you could comprehend at securing my dominance of this realm, and I see my goals achieved. Awaken him if you so wish. I do not fear him, no matter his latest guise." He smiled then, an expression of pure malevolence. His terrible eyes twinkled as if in remembrance of ancient days. He never was the strongest amongst them. Now look at him, crippled and broken by his own machinations. Power is only effective if it can be mastered, dominated utterly. Look what the power of the other realm has done to your people. Little gateways to death and oblivion, everyone. The gatekeepers said nothing. They merely stood in silence, weapons trained upon him, awaiting the hostility that would cause them to attack. "I could have killed him 100 times over, if I had wished it so," the Sigillite claimed, with utter conviction. "Do you realize that? You stand here in defense, as though it actually makes a difference. I could have stopped the sacrifices that feed him with a word and starved him to death long ago. I do not need to." Regos considered the powerful defenses before him without fear. "I could crack this chamber open with a thought, do you understand that? I could have crushed his corpse to dust long ago if I had wished it. I need you to understand that. I only stay my hand because he will be the one to deliver unto me the means of preserving my kingdom from the jealous attentions of the others. Remember that, when the war comes to this world. Remember who it is you all truly serve." With that, the Sigillite regarded the vast gates for a while longer, his gaze distant, as if he were looking beyond the meter's thick barrier, and then turned into the darkness, and allowed it to swallow him up. What will happen? Imperatorius glanced over his shoulder as he heard this. "Perhaps nothing will happen. Then again, perhaps we will all be consumed in a maelstrom of blazing soul fire. Truth be told, Ancient, we do not know. All we do know is that it must come to pass, if this race of ours is to survive. Come now, we have delayed enough. It is time to fulfill our destiny." Ventress took a deep breath and followed. As he advanced, he finally willed himself to look upon their destination, knowing in his heart what he would see and yet still unable to believe it was so. Set into the wall before him was a vast construction. Innumerable pipes and cable bundles spread out from a central point like the branches of a tree to stretch away into the darkness. The golden throne, the legendary seat of the Emperor, glinted beneath the sparse light. As Ventress neared, he could see that the entire area before him looked to be coated in a fine layer of glittering dust. Sanctified servo skulls flitted about the scene, tiny mechanical appendages gathering up the powdery residue shed by the hazy aura. By now his breathing had become labored, a result of his proximity to the being interred there. He summoned every last vestige of his will to look upon the throne, as if daring to do so was almost more than he could manage. The Emperor, the master of mankind, the most powerful and revered being in the galaxy. The dead husk before him sagged against the contours of the thorn, little more than a sack of dry bones covered with the flimsiest layer of gray, desiccated skin. Tubes and plugs near encompassed the corpse, for that was what it was. A corpse. A body long since dead. There were no traces of life to be seen, not even a single spark. Ventress had not known what to expect, but he had not expected this. A sudden and crippling despair washed through him then, almost enough to stagger him. "He is gone," he whispered, his distress enough to attract the attention of the Captain General. "Fear not, Uriel, he is very much alive. Our Emperor is a being transcended far beyond the need for corporeal sustenance. This shell you see before you is not but an anchor to physical existence, as diminished as it is." Ventress looked upon the empty eye sockets of the wasted body, taking heart in the custode's words. Despite his distress at what he saw, he knew that Imperatorius spoke the truth. Standing here, before the throne, he could feel the presence of the Emperor all around him, as if the chamber itself struggled to contain it. The Captain General slowed and raised a hand to his ear. Ventress was this and then noticed the other custodes around him as they seemed to respond with a quiet, collective whisper. "What is it?" "Regos," the giant answered. "He toys with us, even now. Damn him. For all his arrogance, he is afraid, Nsient. He fears what we are about to unleash, and rightly so. This being, this dark impostor. Does he have the power to stop us?" Ventress asked. Imperatorius looked to him then, and the Nsient could see the answer in the warrior's eyes long before he spoke. "No one truly knows what he is capable of. He has power enough to have taken Terra herself hostage. Even those utterly loyal to the Emperor are under his thrall. Only the Mechanikus and the custodes remain free of his control, and the Mechanikus serve another power, as dark and insidious as he. We are alone." The old warrior's head swam with disbelief as he heard this latest revelation. To imagine such betrayal right here, at the very core of the Imperium, was almost too much to bear. He thought of the Alliance and his brothers, and wished dearly that there was some way he could warn them of this deceit, though he knew that there was nothing he could do. "Do we stand a chance?" he asked. "Besieged as we are, from within as well as without. Can we win this war and take this Imperium back?" In response to this, Imperatorius held the Cessus up before him. Long have the enemies of the Emperor sought to unravel the mysteries of the Cessus. None have succeeded. Even those who know of its existence have only speculation and theory to fuel their considerations. If we succeed, we will see a new and golden age dawn upon Terra and upon all the stars of this galaxy, I promise you that. Regos is right to fear what is to come to pass, and a fool to think that he can manipulate us into winning this war against the Unity for his own benefit. "What of timing, Captain General?" Ventress asked. "How do you even know when to activate the Cessus? Look around you, Nsient. Look at this existence. This chamber is the last safe place on Terra, the most secure and guarded world of the Imperium. Not even the Emperor himself is safe here. The Unity is at our gates, having conquered its way through our realms faster than anything we could have hoped to counter. Terra is the last bastion left for the Unity to overcome, the Emperor, the last king to be subjugated. Every covetous gaze is turned to our home world, Uriel. The time is now." Imperatorius loved to stand before the remains of the Emperor then and lifted the Cessus up to his head, slowly and deliberately. "I would advise everyone to leave this chamber. I cannot guarantee what will happen from this point." Ventress didn't need to be told this. The closer the Cessus moved towards the throne, the worse the feeling inside him grew. He felt an ache at the center of his being, a gnawing, and ravenous hunger. Every part of him ached, as if his vigor was being leeched. The blood that coursed through his veins burned as if it were molten lead. Custodes were mobilizing now, shouting orders to one another as they responded to the captain. General's warning. Golden armor flowed about him, enclosing him. For the first time in his life he felt claustrophobic. High above his head, flocks of cherubs ascended into the hidden shadows like startled birds sensing the coming of a storm. He flinched as a servo skull fell from the air to clatter to the ground at his feet, blackened and leaking sparks. Raised voices drew his attention to the caskets heaped about the throne. Every one of them had begun to pulse with an inner light, as though growing hot. A ghostly and omnipresent whispering filled the vast chamber, enough to set him off balance and cause his stomach to tighten. "What is happening?" he asked, grabbing the nearest passing custode. The towering warrior slowed and took his arm, his eyes wide and anxious. "Leave," he said, hauling Ventress before him. "Before it is too late." The Ancient struggled against the warrior's vice-like grip, though it was several moments before he was able to free himself. He staggered away to the side as the custode uttered something beneath his breath and hastened away from him towards the gate, swiftly merging with the flow of bodies heading in that direction. He looked back through the throng in time to see Imperatorius lowering the golden wreath, his vast frame hiding the emperor from sight. The captain general was speaking, though what he said was lost in the melee. Both the whispering and the physical trauma continued to worsen, enough so to force him to take the same action as the custodes. He turned away and headed for the Eternity Gate, which had begun to slowly open, allowing the sea of milling bodies to pass through. He joined the retreating custodes and sank into their midst, quickly enveloped by the armored mass. Everything was happening too quickly to take in. It was as if he had awoken to find himself caught in the midst of a storm. A terrible keening cut through his mind, like the scream of the banshee, and he slowed, pain lancing through him. He felt rough hands grab at him and haul him on, near dragging him off his feet, towards the gate. Screaming. A horrific and mournful screaming rose up around him, more wraith-like than human. It was the worst sound he had ever experienced, though it was felt more than heard. A blazing white light enveloped the chamber, materializing from nowhere to illuminate every shadow and recess. The floor and walls shook, dislodging loose items all around him. The screams and wails of the lost continued to intensify until, within moments, the cacophony was akin to a storm of agonizing noise. He stumbled and clasped his hands around his head, as if fearful his brain would burst through his skull. Still the churning within him grew worse. It was as if his soul fought and struggled to break free of his flesh and join the maelstrom, but he would not allow it. He was not ready to die yet. The sensual bombardment continued to intensify, and soon it was all he could take. He fell to his knees before the gate, deafened and blinded. The light was such that it burned his sight away, and the noise became a constant buzz at the center of his mind. It was then he heard it, distant and yet loud, at the core of his being. His own blood sang the words, and his soul knew the voice that spoke within, as sure as it knew itself. To war. It was a call that echoed through him, through every custode present. It was a call that enveloped the chamber like the bow of a spreading wave, a thunder that shook the fiber of existence, a tsunami of psychic might. A call to war. Million souls surged from the dissolving caskets and into the Emperor's divine embrace. Every one blazing and powerful. Every psyker ever captured and killed by the Eldar of Kumarak found release at that moment, attracted to the radiance of the Emperor's spirit like moths to a flame. The Astronomicon itself guttered and writhed as it absorbed the spirit feast, for never before had it known such power. At that moment, every psyker in the galaxy felt the burgeoning presence of the Emperor. Was his vast mind awoke, roused by the power of the sacrifice. Deep within the warp, the Astronomicon's light became a supernova, a blazing, blinding surge of purity. Terrible and irresistible, denizens of the warp as ancient as the stars themselves were obliterated by the spreading light. To war. The call was felt across the stars, both in the material realm and the Empyrean alike. No living creature escaped its touch, not even the psychically inert Tao. It was a voice recognized by all, human and Xenos alike, if only for the briefest of moments. To war. The eye itself shuddered, its indescribable energies quailing beneath the assault. Null drones sent forth by the Unity disintegrated in their billions, unable to withstand the assault. Entire corrupt worlds were scoured clean. To war. Shadows seethed as eyes were turned to the skies, unknown intelligences recognizing the call. To war. It was time. Part 102. Rise of the Lost. The Grudge Bearer Location unknown Chaplain. He awoke to the sound of the voice, his mind only partially at rest. Something was wrong, he sensed. That from the moment he opened his eyes. Something had changed. Had he been dreaming? For the first time since he had found himself here in this future period, he could not remember. After images of a featureless, white landscape faded from his mind even before he had realized their presence, to be replaced by a slowly forming image of the door of his chamber. Then he saw Ligure. The librarian staggered through the opening and fell to his knees. The warrior wore the simple robes of rest, and the rough material was soaked with his sweat. He clutched at the frame for support, his scarred arms bulging and tense, his muscles quivering. Ligure. Codian rose and swung his feet onto the deck as the librarian fell onto his hands. The sockets and runes embedded into his shaved head glowed and a hazy power shimmered around them. It was clear that he was in obvious psychic distress. It has changed. The chaplain quickly donned his own robes and hurried to assist his comrade, yet was surprised to find his own limbs shaky and palsied, as if he had not used them for an age. He ignored this as best he could and moved to assist Ligure, taking him by the shoulder. The troubled psyker lifted his gaze, and Codian saw that his eyes were luminous and bright, as if his entire body was saturated with psychic power. "Help me, chaplain. Help me." The warp so bright eye. Codian stepped back as crackling energies played about his hand, startling him. It seemed to him as if the librarian was about to lose control of his abilities. If that were the case, both of them were in serious danger. "What has happened to you, Ligure? Talk to me. I cannot make sense of this. Did you hear him, Codian? Did you feel him?" To war. He backed away, his mind spinning. Though Ligure's words made little sense to him, he still found them somewhat familiar, as if the deepest part of his subconscious knew what he did not. Something had changed, he could feel that much. Something fundamental, unexplainable. He felt different, both physically and spiritually, and he could not explain it. "Try to remain calm, brother," he said, moving towards the aqua dispenser set into the wall by his cot. He took the cloth there and passed it beneath the hose, activating the flow. Cool water drenched the material. "Codian. Rest," he replied, wringing excess water from the cloth. Despite his calm exterior, the change in the librarian's voice troubled him. It was deep and age-old, heavy with ethereal power. He hoped that this did not indicate that Ligure was losing his hold on his fluctuating powers. "I will gather them. The lost and the damned." He froze. The voice was not Ligure's. He cast around and dropped the cloth, his mind reeling at what he saw. A host of ghostly figures stood around Ligure, black as the void. He caught sight of black power, armor and bleached bone, glowing red eye slits and flame. The stench of decay burned his nostrils, hitting him like a wall. The entire chamber was at once dark and cold, like the inside of a tomb. Mildew encrusted the walls and floor. Everything not made of metal was rotten and decayed, black with corruption as if abandoned for an age. Then they were gone. He blinked, as if in doing so the scene would return. Everything was as it had been before. Ligure was still prone, unaware of the vision, his face racked with pain. "Did you see that?" Codian asked, moving towards him. Ligure, Did you see that? Liguor did not answer. Kodian quickly returned to the cloth and retrieved it. As he attended to the troubled librarian, the ghostly voice played through his mind again and again. I will gather them. The lost and the damned. What did this mean? The vision reminded him of Cypher, though he knew that the avatar of Luthor was long gone now. No, this had been different. Perhaps Liguor was responsible for the vision? This and other theories played around his mind as he applied the wet cloth to the librarian's head. Further consideration of the incident was dispelled by the sudden and intrusive scream of the internal Vox system, or whatever alien network passed for such a thing. The guttural and disembodied voice that crackled over the intercom was unmistakable. Grungy. Plus whoever you are, wherever you're skulking, you had better get your rear ends up to the bridge. Something has happened plus. The transmission ended as abruptly as it began, leaving Kodian and the harried librarian to consider this latest turn of events. Can you walk? Kodian asked. To his relief, the librarian seemed to be regaining a measure of control. Liguor nodded and allowed Kodian to help him to his feet. Plus. Everyone was here, Kodian noted. Summoned from the vast depths of the Grudge-bearer, intrigued by the Demiurge's call. Grungy himself was standing before a large and complex arrangement of machinery, pregnant with screens and dirty, coiled wiring. Kodian regarded the array and decided almost instantly that he could ascertain little of its function, as alien as it was. There were elements of it that seemed familiar to him, but by and large, he could not have guessed at why they had been summoned here. The Demiurge regarded everyone in turn and then looked to the device. He reached out and tore a strip of yellowed parchment from the feeder before him, raised it close to his face, and after a thorough inspection of whatever was printed there, spoke. Short while ago, the automated warning system detected a foreign presence some 15,000 kilometers off our port side. A ship, and a bloody big one at that. An Imperial ship. The others remained silent as Grungy regarded the readout further, as if trying to make sense of what was before him. How can you be sure this ship was Imperial? Chivok asked, breaking the silence. He regarded the mechanical contraption before him with undisguised bemusement. Grungy saw this and scowled, placing a hand on the device. HNN. This is a Castellan ray, constructed of parts and data storage devices salvaged from every kind of vessel imaginable and linked via hard light beam network to every other existing bastion and stronghold. If a vessel has been built, its identification records will be contained here. He tapped the metal case twice in quick succession, as if this would somehow prove his point. My apologies. Chivok answered, sweeping a hand before him. Grungy nodded and turned his attention back to the readout. This was a hard one to process. The logs identified her as the Rapturus Rex. She was of an unknown classification, perhaps even unique. The only information I am able to find on the vessel is that your Imperium logged her as lost in 4963 Imperial. Anyway, in the time it took me to run the scan, she was there and then gone again, vanished without a trace. I have never encountered an Imperial vessel with the ability to do that. The Rapturus Rex. Chivok replied. I have heard that name somewhere before. HNN. In any case, I had thought the craft to be a space hulk, or some other piece of lost space flotsam. Perhaps that is exactly what it was. Liguor said. It was clear that the librarian was still fighting the effects of whatever had happened within the warp. As he spoke, his voice was broken and strained. You say that this craft was logged as being lost in the warp. It is no doubt little more than a crumbling hulk, disgorged by the agitated tides of the Imperium and then swallowed once again. Plausible theory, Inquisitor, or it would be had the hulk not scanned us before it disappeared. And yet still the intrigue runs deeper. He turned to the array and proceeded to punch a number of runes set into its vast construction. Many of the screens before him shuddered and lit up, displaying reams of unidentifiable Xenos text. According to this, the Castellan network has recorded a number of other such incidences. No less than 3 strongholds in a bastion class have encountered this vessel, all within the last solar week. Not bad at all, given that the surviving ships of my people are hidden well enough to avoid detection by even the Unity. It would seem that they are searching for something, whoever they are. Us, perhaps? The Khan asked. It may seem pompous so suggest, but this group has seemed to have attracted quite a great deal of attention since we formed, Kodian in particular. He looked to Kodian then, his gaze followed by the rest of them. Chaplain, I don't suppose you have any theories on who this latest mystery? Kodian shook his head in reply. For what seemed like the first time in ages, he did not have the answer. I cannot say. I do however recall one thing the traitor Luther told me before his death. He told me of a being he called the Condemned One, who would rally the dispossessed to our cause. I have no idea who this being is, but perhaps he is connected to this sighting in some way. He finished there, for he did not want to elaborate on the dark vision he had received earlier, at least not yet. Not until he had formed his own conclusions on what it meant. Grungy placed the readout parchment upon the console and sighed, resting his chin upon his newly fitted augmetic hand. The limb he had lost had been replaced by Laner and Umbras, and both had done an excellent job, despite having been forced to use materials of Zeno's design. Orekiel moved forward then and swept her long braids from her eyes. Speculation aside, perhaps it would be best if we concentrated on our more immediate concerns. We need to address our situation. All eyes turned to her as the others heard this. She moved to stand before the rest of them and cast around, resting one hand upon her hip. I trust the chaplain. We all do. That is why we are here right now. We cannot ignore the fact, however, that circumstances have led us to being cast out of our Imperium. We are stranded here now, with no obvious way of returning to the Alliance and to Terra. Even if we did have the ability to do that, we would nonetheless be executed as traitors and heretics upon our return. She paused then and looked to the Khan. Well, most of us. I am sure you could return safely, Khan. You are a Primarch, after all. No one, not even the Hereticus, would dare raise a hand against you. Jagatai shook his head slowly as he heard this. Destiny has placed me here amongst you, and so this is where I stay. If the Imperium is as fractured as you say, then my return could only add to the degeneration. Besides, the events that led to my disappearance were more orchestrated than any of you realize. No, it is no accident that I am here. All eyes turned to the Khan as the others heard this. None present could miss the haunted, faraway look in his eyes. So, where do we go from here? Torvis asked. To Terra. Jagatai replied without the slightest hesitation. Renegades or no, it is our duty to stand against the Unity there. War has been called, and the response will be greater than any of you imagine. We will be part of that response, I promise you all that. Upon hearing this, the Kodian stepped forward and fell to one knee, placing the stock of his rifle upon the floor as he did so. To Terra, he said. He bowed his head and placed his fist against his chest. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. Umbras echoed beside him. Grungy folded his arms and watched this, clearly bemused. Wonderful display of faith. It does, however, pose a question. How in all the leagues are we supposed to get there? This is a demi-erg ship. Even if we were to transfer ourselves to the closest vessel to your home world and make full speed to Terra, we wouldn't even make it as far as the upper atmosphere. And that is if we somehow managed to avoid the combined fleets of the Unity. It would be suicide. The Khan listened to the demi-erg's rant intently. Once Grungy had finished, he nodded slowly and then began to pace before the Castellan array, regarding its vast multi-screened facade with interest. These craft you speak of, they truly spread across the galaxy? How close could you get us to Terra, Xenos? Grungy exhaled a whistling sigh through his nose and turned to the array. He began to manipulate the runes there, and after a few moments, several of the screens altered their displays. HNN. The closest vessel is the Heaven's Anvil. She lies south of the warp storm you call the Maelstrom. I can calculate her distance from Terra if you wish. No, Jagatai replied, his response causing the demiurge to pause in his efforts. It does not matter. Even if we transfer ourselves to this vessel, we are still too far from Terra to make it in time. The Khan's expression was dark with displeasure. Even Grungy seemed concerned by this. The Segmentum Solar is the most heavily patrolled area of space in the galaxy. Every ship that was hidden there has been discovered and destroyed by your war fleets. That is as far as I can get us. Then we may yet be lost. The Khan answered quietly. An uneasy silence descended over the gathering. The sense of disappointment was palpable. After long moments of quiet contemplation, the Khan spoke again. We have no other choice. We have to try. We will go to this vessel and we will do everything with our power to make it in time. Grungy regarded the array again, as if trying to decide upon something. He looked at the group, then at the array, and back at the gathered faces. There is one other ship closer to Terra, but it would be near suicide to try and move her. The others looked to him as they heard this. Explain. The Khan said. She is called the Rune of Grimnir. The records here hold a log sent by her automated systems over 100 years ago. She was captured, Khan, by your Mechanikus. She currently resides in what appears to be a vast orbital dock around the planet of Stygies 8. The Xenorites. Chivok interrupted. Of course. It would make sense. The Xenorites were a sect of the Mechanikus dedicated to the study of alien technology, based on Stygies 8. Their orbital dock was a subject of great interest amongst the Inquisition. Wait a moment. Kodian said, stepping forward. I have heard of this planet. It is a forge world, is it not, one of the last surviving Mechanikus strongholds, and so heavily fortified even the Tau were unable to conquer it. I never said it would be easy. Grungy answered with a shrug. At that, all eyes turned to the Khan. Our destiny is in your hands, Primarch. Kodian said. Part 103. Wakenings Ftermith. The Sanctum Imperialis the Ziggurat Imperialis the Imperial Palace Terra Sound was the first experience that returned to him. His ears filled with a dull and escalating ringing. As if all other noise had been stunned into silence. He opened his eyes and found the lofty ceiling. Spinning high above him, incense fumes like rolling clouds hovering beneath a shadowed sky. Ventress inhaled deeply and rose, his lungs aching and empty. He coughed, forcing the organs to function once again. His mind was heavy and aching, as if his every sense had been assailed all at once, and he fought to remember what had brought him to this prone position. Custodes milled all around him, a sea of blurred gold motivated by a collective and palpable sense of urgency and alarm. Piece by piece, the recent past began to seep back into his mind and he remembered. Imperatorius. The Cessus. The Emperor. He hauled himself to his feet and cast around to find the Eternity Gate ajar and alive with activity. Custodes hurried to and from the inner chamber with unobvious yet clear purpose, as if the entire Adeptus were mobilizing in response to some unknown order. He shook himself and grabbed at the nearest passing warrior, his efforts almost tearing his arm from his socket for his troubles. Pain, however, was far from his greatest concern. The Captain General. The custode glanced towards the open gate and nodded. Ventress released him and looked to the opening to see a towering figure striding forth, proud and unharmed. He had feared the worst, yet Imperatorius emerged from the throne room without a scratch. Ventress could scarcely believe that the commander of the Custodes had survived, let alone done so unharmed. He started forward and pushed through the gathering to meet with the ancient warrior. Captain General Imperatorius. You survived. I had thought you lost. Imperatorius is lost. The giant replied. He removed his helm and cast it aside. As he did so, the surrounding custodes turned to look upon him, the entire gathering falling silent. Ventress looked upon the weathered face before him. The Captain General's hair and beard were of the purest white, and yet his eyes were as striking and bright as those of a warrior hundreds of years younger. Indeed, his features spoke of an energy and vigor that far belied his suggested age. Ventress had never noticed this before now. "I don't understand," he whispered. At this, the giant raised his hand, and the ancient saw that it was an augmetic, gleaming gold and fashioned to the highest possible excellence. Set into the palm of the hand was a jeweled yellow rune, surrounded by polished onyx. A fist. Ventress recognized the symbol immediately for what it was. "My name is Rogaldorn, Uriel, and I am the Emperor's own son. The time for deception is ended. The prophecy, fulfilled. He has called the enemies of the star gods to war, and I will hide in his shadow no longer." Ventress fell to his knees as he heard this, tears streaming down his lined face. Though he could scarcely believe what he was hearing, he knew without doubt that it was true, as sure as every fiber of his being told him it was so. Rogaldorn, father of the Imperial Fists, was returned. He knew of Dorn just as he knew of all the Primarchs, for it was part of Anstart's doctrine to know all the sons of the Emperor, both faithful and corrupt. It was part of what made him imperial. "My lord, I cannot comprehend this miracle," he gasped, too afraid to even raise his eyes to the living wonder before him. He felt a hand fall upon his shoulder. "Rise, Uriel. No warrior of your caliber will kneel before me." Ventress followed the order without hesitation and rose, his head still bowed. He dared not look upon a being of such perfection. He felt hands close around his shoulders then. The grip tightened, enough to cause his armor to squeal in protest. He looked up then and held his breath, fearful still at gazing upon such a divine entity. Dorn's eyes bored into his own, creating a connection between them that could not have been broken by anything less than death. When he spoke, his voice was absolute. "My brother has fallen to corruption, Uriel. It is a corruption even he could not have resisted, for it transcends both faith and choice. He will be saved, you have my word on that. I promise you." Ventress bowed his head and wept, his tears born of joy. He believed Dorn utterly, for who could doubt the vow of a Primarch? "What now, my lord?" he asked, fighting to regain composure. Dorn released him and rose. He glanced back towards the throne room and spoke. "Now is the time. We will spread the word amongst the faithful here on Terra. Despite the treachery of Regos, there are those who still remain utterly pure, though they work within the organizations they serve. We will begin this resistance in earnest. Plus plus plus. Plus 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 the grudge bearer plus plus plus. Plus 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 location unknown plus plus plus." Codian checked his bolt pistol again, as he had done so countless times already. The Cadian entered the chamber and threw several heavy equipment bags down onto the floor. He nodded to the chaplain and then slipped his hellgun from his shoulder, the power pack removed and in his hand. Even as the weapon itself came to rest. "Perhaps today is the day we will meet our end," he said. Codian regarded the soldier. His emotions were hidden well, better than he would have expected from a member of the Imperial Guard. Codian could not help but feel the ever-present sense of hostility that the Cadian exuded. Ever since the day that Cypher had assisted them against the Eldar pirates, the Cadian had harbored a deep and lasting mistrust of him, despite everything they had been through. Perhaps so. Codian mused, placing the pistol back in its holster. He glanced around in order to ensure that no one else was nearby. For the moment at least, they were alone. "Do you trust me, guardsman?" The Cadian looked up from his efforts and frowned. "I need to know that you trust me," Codian continued. "I need all of you to have faith in me. Otherwise there is little point to our association. Tell me, Cadian, do you still have faith in me, after the incident on board the Proscriptus Rex?" The soldier did not answer at first. He swung his rifle back over his shoulder and began to fasten grenades to his belt. "I had faith in you once," he finally admitted without raising his eyes. "I saw a chance at atonement. Chaplain. I saw that in you. Then I saw the secrets, the deceit, and that faith was murdered within me. I am not sure I have the ability to trust within me anymore. Kodian nodded slowly and moved to stand before the man. You must understand that sometimes it is necessary to keep the truth from even those who are considered comrades. Had I told anyone of Cypher's presence, then both of us would surely have been killed. Had that happened, we would not have found the Khan, one of the Imperium's greatest warriors, and everything else we have achieved since that day would have not come to pass. Face to face, the two warriors were a world apart. Kodian's chin touched his chest as he regarded the smaller soldier, and the Kodian's face was almost horizontal. Despite these extreme differences, there was no fear or awe on the Kodian's face. I agree, Chaplain. I understand that sometimes a man must go beyond all he has been taught in order to do the Emperor's work. And this is the Emperor's work, guardsman. This is exactly that. Heresy and treachery has plagued our Imperium so constantly and for so long that it blinds the masses to the gray areas between right and wrong. Heresy is perceived in the most minor of actions, however pure the intent. Cypher wished for nothing save for atonement, and through that penance he had a great and miraculous gift to offer us, but that would have meant little to those who would have labeled us heretics and put us to death for our mere association. Do you even realize what it was that we achieved within the Tower of Angels? Do you realize what I thought I did. The Kodian interrupted quickly. He lowered his gaze once again and began to empty the equipment bags at his feet. I had hoped, dreamed, and then we left. We left with nothing, and I saw that I had been mistaken. You were not. Kodian replied. We achieved exactly what we set out to do, Kodian. I need you to understand that. It may seem like we left with nothing, but we did it. We set him free. And left him. Yes. That was how it had to be, Kodian. Sometimes, the most obvious course of action is not the correct one. Kodian fell silent then as the rest of the group entered. Grungy passed by him and nodded, heading towards the translation matrix. Kodian noted the large, double-headed power axe he carried at his back and the belt literally pregnant with small spherical grenades as he passed. The Khan and the others followed closely behind, every one of them heavy with weapons and equipment. They were a group ready to make war. He waited until the Primarch was isolated from the rest of them and then moved to meet him. When he spoke, he did so quietly. Do you think that this mission is worthwhile, Khan? The risks are invariably great, perhaps too much. So, it is the only course of action open to us. The Khan replied. For we have no other means of reaching Terra. Even if we are successful in this endeavor, we will still struggle to reach Terra before the Tau. This is a long shot, but it is our only chance. Then this is the correct course of action. Kodian said. He glanced over to where the Kodian was still busy attaching battle equipment to his person. The Khan saw this and followed his gaze. Do you ask this for yourself, or for the benefit of others? There are those among us who cannot truly understand what we achieved within the Tower of Angels, Primarch. Your discovery was a blessing and a miracle to us all, and most expected to see the Lion return to stand by your side, brothers reunited. We are the only ones who understand that it was not his destiny to return with us at this time. The Lion is free, Kodian. One by one, the surviving Primarches will return for this final war. I can promise you that they will see the fruits of their labors before this war is ended. Kodian lowered his gaze then and cast around slowly to check the proximity of the others. Sure that none were close, he looked to the Khan once more. Not all the Primarches, of course. There are those who fell far from the Emperor's grace, Khan, loath as I am to even mention such foul traitors. I can envisage no viable situation whereupon we would see the return of such damned creatures. The Khan's face darkened as he heard mention of his traitorous brothers, and it was clear that even the vast length of time that had passed since the heresy had not diluted his hatred of the corrupt War Master and his supporters. LSO, Luther told me of the secret of the Soulless Ones, the two who were hunted down and destroyed for the corruption within them, soiled from birth by the dark seed of the Citan. Kodian's breath caught in his throat then as he felt vice-like fingers enclose his forearm. His armor groaned audibly beneath the Primarch's superhuman grip. Pain lanced up his arm, but the shock was enough to keep him silent. The expression upon the Khan's face could not be described, but it was a terrible and menacing look. Until you are sure of the facts, never speak of such things again, chaplain. Not even Luther knows the whole truth of the matter, it would seem. The Khan released his grip then, and Kodian stepped back, issuing a quiet gasp. He looked at his arm and saw the indentations in his armor where the Primarch had buckled it. "My apologies, Primarch," he said, aghast that he had inadvertently offended the powerful warrior. The Khan scowled and moved away towards the Matrix. His part in the conversation was clearly over. +++. +++TU Fleet, Levi THN, +++. Segmentum Solar +++. Damn the Tau to the warp, Lurum Barolinus. Damn the alien filth that flows through your veins. You are mine, body and soul. He opened his eyes and gasped. Tau menials paused in their work to regard the Start's strange behavior. He felt his face flush red and looked away, swiftly composing himself. Then he felt the eyes boring into him. Guilliman had turned away from the screen and was looking at him. He wore an expression of bewilderment and displeasure, and this was enough to set the nerves of the Astarte on edge. "My apologies, Primarch," he whispered, bowing his head. By the Primarch's side, Commander Shadowblade snorted. It was said that the Supreme Commander of the Fire Warriors of Leviathan was as xenophobic as any Imperial, and that she only tolerated Guilliman through fear. That toleration, however, extended no further. That one dreams even now, Kaigyu Law. Perhaps its mind is broken, unable to accept the purity of Tau blood. You should destroy it. Barolinus is my ward. Guilliman growled, with menace enough to cow the arrogant commander. He will be ready for this coming battle, I assure you. Okorst Law bowed her head and looked back to the screen once more. When she spoke, her voice was heavy with venom. You sound sure that we will meet resistance, Kaigyu Law, and yet you attempt this. Would it not be better to simply advance the fleet and begin the annihilation of these fools? Better, Guilliman answered. Better to plunge our forces into a conflict that will surely see us depleted, that will guarantee that we reach Terra with many of our ships lost to us. This battle will diminish our power, Shadowblade, that much is certain. If there is even a chance that we can avoid this, then we have to take it, however slight. The power of the Unity is right and absolute, we know that. Entire systems have bent their knee to the Unity and embraced the Tau Va because it is the only true path. There is hope yet. Perhaps. Shadowblade spat. But I doubt it. Guilliman shot the Tau a look of contempt and faced the screen. "Tivate it," he commanded. The black monitor came to life, first flooding with static and then, slowly but surely, an image formed. A face swam into view, pale as moonlight. The eyes that regarded the Primarch were like ice. "Lord Thor," Guilliman uttered. The figure on the screen swept his white hair back away from his eyes. Shadowblade hissed as she regarded the man before her. "What is it?" she spat, her features twisting in disgust. "Primarch," the man uttered. The host of faces about him shifted uncomfortably as they heard the word. The white-skinned man did not falter. "Say your piece and be done, traitor. We have a war to win." Guilliman smiled. "Lord Thor, I implore you. Join us. Allow this fleet to pass without incident or harm. You know that this defense is futile. Give yourselves unto the greater good and know that you will be saving many lives, too many to count. Succumb, Thor, and be saved." The man shook his head slowly as he heard this. "I would not succumb to heresy, Primarch, even if it would save the lives of countless others." "Have you fallen so far that you cannot see how futile such a request is? You were once a son of the Emperor." "I still am," Guilliman answered, cutting the Lord Inquisitor short. "More so than you or any other man before me. Thor heard this and shook his head again. If that were true, then we would not be here, Primarch. You would have heard the call as surely as any of the faithful, and you would have given your life in response. Are you surely so blinded, Guilliman, that you did not hear it? If so, you are truly lost to us. You speak in riddles, Lord Inquisitor. I am given to understand that you were made in the image of another. Perhaps that process was flawed somehow. Thor heard this and smiled, much to the Primarch's surprise. He raised a gloved fist and shook it at Guilliman in defiance. You heard it, Robert Guilliman. You felt it deep within, I can see it in your eyes. The Cessus has done its work. I am told that you employ many traitorous astropaths and navigators. How are they? Primarch. Guilliman's face colored at that. Do not test me, he snarled. Thor remained defiant. Test you? Lost One, we will test you greatly, I promise you that. Did you genuinely think to persuade us to surrender? We will fight and we will die to the last man to defy you, Guilliman. We are the Emperor's servants, and he has called us to war. Bring your ships to us. Our guns are hungry. Fools. Guilliman spat. Pathetic, suicidal fools. You know that you cannot stop this fleet. I put your knights to the death on Caris Esteris, Thor, you must know that. Your greatest warriors are gone. Swept away without effort or thought. How do you hope to stand against us? In his heart, Guilliman railed against the absence of fear displayed by his counterpart. The nameless faces surrounding Thor wore the same determined expression, as if they all shared some hidden and absolute confidence. How could we not? You so lost that you truly have no idea what is happening to this galaxy. What has been set in motion? The soul of every psyker sings with what they have seen. Great miracles have come to pass already, and this is just the start. The Khan of the White Scars is returned, Guilliman, did you know that? I am sure he waits on Terra for you even now. I will ensure that you reach him battered and bloodied. End transmission. Guilliman ordered. Thor's white face shuddered and broke up, leaving the screen before him dark. Your orders, Kaigula? Shadowblade asked. Leave no one alive, came the reply. Part 104. Mercenaries, the spreading of the word. Codian exhaled and stepped forward as the darkness of void became a grey gloom. Dull strip lights guttered overhead, illuminating the Khan's vast form. He drew the Dawnblade and his bolt pistol as he advanced. Behind him, the translation matrix crackled again as the next figure emerged. The matrix had brought them into a wide corridor, largely featureless save for the rusting iron busts that lined the path. He paused to regard the nearest of them. The face that stared back was obviously intended to represent a member of the Demi-Urg race, as were they all. Runes were carved beneath the bust, and while unreadable it was likely that they identified whoever the statue had once been. Dust and grime lined the tarnished metal, as it did the entire hallway. This area had not seen life for a long time. Grungy stood before a large bulkhead door, waiting for the others, his arms folded. Hurry along there. This ship will not liberate herself. The Khan slowed as he reached the door. His eyes narrowed and he slowly cast around, his nostrils flaring. Something is here on this ship, and it is neither human nor Demi-Urg. I smell Xenos. He remained tense and silent for long moments after, his eyes fixed upon a place beyond the others. Codian followed his gaze to a nearby ventilation grill and felt his fingers tighten around the grip of his pistol. The vents were barely large enough to allow a human child through, and as soon as he saw this he relaxed. Perhaps it is nothing, the Primarch finally said, looking away. Filth and earth, rank putrefaction. Remain vigilant nonetheless. With that the Khan looked to Ligure and the librarian stepped forward. He walked up to the door and placed the palm of one giant gauntlet upon the rusting surface. He closed his eyes. Witch light flickered about his head as he concentrated, his mouth moving soundlessly. The rest of them waited in silence for him to make his assessment. After a few moments the librarian inhaled and stepped back, opening his eyes once more. His gauntlet left behind an icy afterimage that began to fade as soon as he backed away. I sense no immediate danger beyond here. But there is life on this ship still. Lean feet have walked the spaces beyond this door many times. Both the Khan and Liguor had confirmed the presence of Zeno's life here now. Kodian considered this, and then spoke, asking what had been foremost on the minds of everyone else. What of the Mechanikus? If this ship was indeed seized by them, where are they? Liguor slowly shook his head. There has been no human life on board this vessel for a long time. They were here once, but they have long since abandoned her. He speaks the truth. Grungy added, nodding his head towards the translation matrix. Look. It seems that we are lucky to have even got here. Kodian looked back towards the machine and saw that Grungy was right. Tools and other paraphernalia were scattered around the matrix, almost hidden by the dust. Rusting portable cogitator machines were stacked in one corner of the chamber where they had been left to rot. Unknown symbols had been daubed across the matrix itself, and dust-filled bottles that had once contained the oils sacred to the priesthood were smashed and abandoned about the foot of the device. So, they tried to crack the matrix. Grungy uttered, a twisted smile sliding across his face. HNN. Fools, the lot of them. Only a demiurge knows how to operate demiurge technology. I hope it drove them insane. Kodian heard this and gestured towards the scattered detritus. Perhaps it did, demiurge. From my experience, the Mechanikus aren't given to abandoning their precious technologies under any circumstances, yet we have evidence of that all around us. Either that, or they left in a hurry for other reasons. Grungy strode over to the abandoned equipment and kicked the rusting heap. HNN. They left because they gave up, I wager. Don't do that. The Kodian shouted, his voice a mixture of anger and disbelief. The technologies of the Mechanikus are sacred. So sacred that they leave such things to rot. Grungy retorted, moving back towards the door. Plus plus plus. Plus 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 Arthas Moloch plus plus plus. Plus 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 Artifact World plus plus plus. Plus 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 the Inner Tau Empire plus plus plus. Dust swirled around the crumbling dais, its vast circular form long since eroded by the incessant winds. Arthas Moloch was a dead world, and had been so for millennia, long before the Tau discovered her. The flensing dust hissed as it slid over the living darkness before it, dancing through the softly writhing tentacles of hazy shadow. The being known as Ka studied the raised dais in silence. His vast black eyes were drawn to the center of the podium, where once ancient and mighty wards of power had protected the artifact. Housed there, an artifact of incalculable power. An artifact carved by the hand of a god. The light was harsh and blinding, the rays of the nearby sun made all the more deadly by the planet's lack of a protective atmosphere. Once, long ago, such protection had been taken away, so as to ensure that living hands would never disturb the finest work of Vol, as the wards had ensured its safety against those of the unlife. The searing sunlight could not penetrate the darkness beneath it, for it was a darkness born not of this reality. Darkness absolute. The artifact was gone. Stolen away in the absence of those who had intended to keep it safe until the time of the Rodsko. My brother. Ka uttered quietly, turning his gaze to the blinding skies far above. Is this fate? Is this destiny? I would let her eat my soul again but to uncover the answer. I sense the hand of destiny at work here, and yet I see in the echoes of the past the handiwork of the BD race. I am confused. I am fractured, inside. Should this be, Vol? Once, long ago, you risked the wrath of Cain to ensure this legacy. Now the blade is gone, and I see it taken by one of the false race. Ka balled his black hands into fists and lowered his eyes, the black miasma about him shuddering in empathy. So much left to chance with our legacy, perhaps too much. The cage is gone, Vol, I have seen its ruination. We should have known that it would not hold him for an eternity. Are we too late, or are our great works unfolding still? Once more his eyes returned to the empty dais and his thoughts to what had come to pass. There he remained, as if frozen in time, his powerful mind exploring every avenue of possibility. He shuddered then, a blazing light flashing across his dark eyes. His face widened and he cast around. Slowly, turning on his heel again and again. "Wake," he whispered, his eyes still blazing. "I hear you. I hear you. Tell me what to do." A few moments later and the ancient being issued a slow, understanding nod. "I see. To the Eldar, then. To war." At that, his shadowy form quivered and dissipated, and Ka was gone. +++. See this. Kodian lowered his weapons and stepped forward to inspect Grungy's find. The demiurge reached over and unhooked the object from around the rusting valve and handed it to Kodian. "I don't know what it is, but it's not bloody demiurge." The chaplain considered the strange object as the others gathered about him. It was a curious collection of what looked to be small animal bones, bound together with rough twine. A single bright feather hung from the totem, along with an old and rusted Imperial issue auto gun shell. "I have no idea what that is meant to be," the chaplain admitted. The Khan took it from the demiurge's hand and sniffed at it. "It is Xenos." Grungy snarled and removed the axe from his back. "Is there no end to the disrespect this craft has been shown? This is a demiurge vessel, not a bloody thoroughfare. Woe betide the necks of any who meet me and my blade within these walls." The Khan cast the totem aside and nodded towards a wide access hatch at the far end of the gloomy corridor. "Enough of this hesitation. It matters little who or what has boarded this vessel before us. This ship is our best chance of reaching Terra before the Tau. We must take it as fast and as efficiently as we can." The others agreed with a series of murmurs and nods, the most animated response amongst them that of the demiurge. "Hear, hear," Grungy said, barging past the others and heading for the hatch. "This is a ship of the ancestors and I'll not suffer it to remain in the hands of these interfering anvil heads a moment longer." He strode up to the hatch activation rune and slammed his metal fist into the protrusion. As the hatch hissed open he looked to the others and then peered into the space beyond. "Oomph. If I had known of the rune of Grimnir's plight before now I would have taken her back myself. This is desecration and nothing less. These vessels are both the tombs and the monuments of my people. Bloody tomb robbers." Grungy's rant died away. He peered into the chamber beyond, his lined face creasing further. "GNNN." He looked back at the others, an expression of bemusement upon his face. Kodian saw the Khan tense and his own body responded similarly. Grungy looked through the open hatch a final time and then promptly punched the rune once again, sending the thick metal sliding down to seal the opening shut. The Khan slowly followed the demiurge's progress as he passed by him and moved to join the rest of the group once more, a look of displeasure upon his face. As they looked on, he slowly rotated his neck, the bones there grating as he did so. Then he lifted his axe and ran his metal thumb over the blade, causing the hard surface of the prosthetic digit to squeal. "What is it?" Kodian asked, arming his bolt pistol. Grungy exhaled through his nose, a dry whistling sound, and then nodded to each of the gathered warriors in turn. "I'll tell you what it is, Bone Priest. It is more of a bloody travesty than I had first thought. Ready? Those weapons." His augmetic eye glowed as he cast around to regard each of them in turn. "LL of you." As if in response to his warning a loud and vicious impact shook the hatch, followed by another and then a third. "Ready weapons." Jagatai roared, barging past the others. Only the Primarch did not question the sudden disturbance. Kodian looked on as the Khan and Grungy readied their weapons and headed towards the hatch, staggered by the sudden turn of events. He cast around and saw Ligur and the others looking to him expectantly, waiting to see his reaction. It was enough. "We fight," Kodian said, driving himself forward. One by one the rest of them followed him, weapons rising. By the time they reached the hatch the Khan was waiting for them. "Marines, ready for combat. Everyone else, I want rifles shouldered and sidearms raised ready for use. When this hatch opens I want suppressive fire. Do not cease or fall back until I give the command." The others obeyed his orders without question, swiftly taking up their individual positions before the metal gate. You, Jagatai said, pointing to the two inquisitors. Does either of you have a flamer amongst those trinkets? I do. Orekiel answered, proffering one of her exotic rings at the giant. Jagatai nodded and gestured before him. Be ready. I want the entire area beyond there engulfed. Kodian watched the woman move forward and prepare herself, trying as best she could to ignore the violent ringing that shook the rusting metal door. He tried to imagine just what Grungy had seen. But everything was happening so fast, almost too fast for him to consider anything. Whatever lay in wait beyond was not of the Mechanic-Use, he knew that. It was feral, bestial. He could tell that simply from the indiscriminate violence against the hatch. The Khan looked to Grungy and spoke, his rumbling voice enough to break everyone's reverie. What do we have, Demiurge, and how many? We have beasts that would rend us with bite and with claw, Giant One. Grungy replied, taking up a combat stance. Too many to count. With that, he reached for the rune, and pressed. Part 105. Lost Kindred. The hatch slid open with a hiss and Orekiel raised her fist, supporting it with her other hand. She braced herself in readiness and then, on first sight of the gloom beyond, she fired. Bright flame burst from the ring to spread out as it rolled on through the opening. A series of inhuman shrieks rose up from the space beyond as the fireball found its victims. Move back. The Khan commanded. Orekiel obeyed immediately, the ammunition of the digital weapon spent. The Kadian, Chavok, and Gormat all fired through the smoke-wreathed opening as soon as the way was clear, sending bright energy lancing through the gloom. The guardsman quickly removed a brace of grenades from his belt and cast them into the chamber for good measure, causing two satisfying and thunderous explosions to shake the surrounding area seconds later. Have a care. Grungy raged. This isn't a bloody war zone. Yes it is, Demiurge. The Kadian replied coldly, raising his rifle once again. The Khan allowed the onslaught to continue a few moments more and then signaled for the fire to cease. With me, he commanded, ordering the starts forward. He took the lead and headed for the gap. As he did so he glanced back over his shoulder to where the guardsman knelt, his rifle shouldered. Kadian, eyes alert. Kill anything that comes through T. Dark shapes surged out of the smoky gloom and into the Khan, almost faster than the eye could follow. The Primarch swung one mighty fist and struck one of the attackers with a backhand blow that burst it like a ripe fruit and dashed its remains against the wall. Another of the loping creatures pounced on the Khan, its vast serrated jaws clamping around his head. He staggered back as a third bounded past him and headed for the others. The Kadian was first to respond. He fired 3 swift and precise shots in quick succession and felled the charging creature, the powerful loss blasts carving through it. The cadaver lurched and then tumbled end over end as the Khan fought to free himself. He reached up and wrenched the creature away. Such was the Primarch's strength that he tore the attacker's body away from its head and cast the remains aside amid a torrent of dark alien blood. The thing's jaws were still clamped around his head and he had to pull the head free, drawing his own blood in the process. Kodian ground to a halt as more of the ridge-backed creatures sprinted free of the chamber and out to meet the warriors. His gut tightened as he regarded them, for their visage was ugly, bestial and utterly unknown to him. They were quadrupeds, lean yet powerful. Long spines fringed their backs and vicious curved beaks snapped at the intruders, powerful enough to slice through flesh and even armor. The Khan cut one of the beasts in two but the rest charged past him, growling and screeching with bloodlust. 3 long strides carried the first of them to Kodian's feet within the space of a heartbeat. The chaplain fired his pistol but the creature was too agile, enough so to easily sidestep the hail of fire. Metal flashed before him and Grungy appeared, his axe drawing a great silver arc through the hurtling mass. Blood and flesh pattered against the Demiurge's ruddy skin as the bestial attacker came apart, leaving the chaplain stunned by the ferocity of the attack. Crude. The short alien snarled, his single eye wild and filled with hatred. Bloody Kroot are on board. This ship. Kodian heard this and cast around to where the Khan was holding his own against the creatures that were still pouring from the open hatch. Though greatly assailed, the white-armored giant held his own. He swung his blade and cut one of the beasts from a mid-air leap. Another followed its comrade, but he caught this one by the throat and snapped its neck with a shake of his hand before casting the body back into the gloom. Grungy charged for the hatch, and before the Khan or anyone else could stop him, he was gone. Demiurge. The Primarch snapped. Now is not the time for demmed suicidal foolishness. Perhaps you are right. Grungy answered a second later, exiting the opening as fast as he had entered it. That way lies more bloody crude hounds, and more. Hissing blue pulse fire speared through the hatch and slammed into the walls around them, leaving smoldering impact craters in its wake. Kodian and the others ducked reflexively as the storm continued with ever-increasing ferocity. The Khan stepped back as several shots thudded into his chest and arms, scoring the smooth armor. There. He sidestepped the fusillade and pressed himself flat against the wall by the side of the hatch. His tulwar ready to end the lives of any brave enough to pass. Find cover. He commanded, gesturing for the others to follow his lead. Retreat is not an option. Open to us, for there is nowhere to retreat to. We will advance and we will achieve what we came here to do. Crude Grungy answered almost breathlessly, jabbing a finger out towards the opening as if to drive home his point. Bloody hordes of the twig-legged swines. A fresh storm of fire scattered the stragglers and sent them running for cover. Gormat was the last to do so, and he barely escaped the pulse charges flashing at his heels. The Tau slammed into the wall and blinked furiously. He ejected the spent charge cell of his pulse pistol and swiftly pushed another into its place. Unmistakably crude. I don't understand how that can be. The crude are extinct. Then perhaps you had better tell them that, Tau. Orekiel answered scornfully, inspecting a singed section of her long braids. A shadow fell over them as Torvus pushed past, his dark face a mask of hatred and disdain. Extinct. That sounds desirable to me. He paused in his advance as a long and blood-curdling screech resounded through the ship, powerful and directionless. Everyone present shuddered beneath the effects of the cry, as if it were as much a mental assault as it were oral. What was that? Liguor asked, his eyes glowing with icy power, almost as if in empathy with that call. What in all of Ultramar was that? He looked first to Grungy and then to Gormat, fully expecting that they were the most informed of all those present on the ways of the crude. There is power here, and it is feral and raw. What manner of psyker creature exists amongst these crude? Energy pulses exploded around his head, but he ignored them, responding only so far as to shift in reflexive self-preservation. Much to his chagrin, neither replied. Tell me, he shouted, leaning forward enough to almost envelop the two smaller beings. Initially lost for a reply, it was Gormat who finally answered. As far as I am aware, there are none. No crude creature has ever been recorded as displaying any psychic ability or potential. There is a psyker on this ship, and it is alien. Liguor growled. Kodian was listening so intently to the debate that he did not realize the enemy had stopped shooting at first. When he finally did, he held up a hand and signaled for silence. The Khan saw this and nodded. We advance on my command. Ready yourselves for combat. The rest of them did just that. The Kodian fixed a bayonet in place and then watched as Gormat deactivated and holstered his pistol before removing something from beneath his robes. He held the small tube out before him, twisted it, and then shook it once. Within seconds it elongated and became a staff. Both ends crackled to life and began to glow with bright azure power. Gormat caught the Kodian watching him and he inclined his head. Have you ever fought the Kroot, Gula? I have not. The Kodian replied, as though the very suggestion disgusted him. Then you are fortunate. They eat the flesh of the fallen, Kodian, whether you are dead or alive. At that he patted the haft of the staff in his hand. Do not fear. If they start to feast upon you, I will ensure that you are dead myself. The Kodian was about to answer when he felt a tug at his belt and looked down to see the Demiurge removing several of his grenades. Many thanks. the short Xenos said, his augmetic fist full of the small explosive devices. He raised the hand up to his mouth and removed the pin of one of them with his teeth. If we are going to do this, then you must all listen to me. Follow me exactly, and do not deviate from the path, not even an inch. If you get lost, then you will stay lost, for none of us can afford to be chasing around this ship looking for stragglers. What do you intend, Demiurge? The Khan asked, largely ignoring the hissing pulse fire wrapping against his armor. I am going to take control of this ship, Grungy answered. Just as we had intended to do. Now follow me. He cast around to face the hatch and let the armed frag grenade fall and then booted it through the opening into the gloom. Seconds later the space beyond flashed orange and the wall shook, but most importantly the firing ceased. Let's go, he said, charging forward. The Khan followed close behind, followed in turn by the rest of them. Kodian fell in behind the Primarch and ducked into the thick grey smoke, feeling his pulse quicken as the way forward was obscured. He raised both the Dawnblade and his pistol in instinctive readiness, though he could not hear any sounds of life around him. Within seconds they had passed beyond the smoke and the chaplain found himself charging through a dingy, shadow-lined corridor. Small animal bones crunched beneath his boots, but he ignored them and pressed on, ready for combat. They passed through the blackened chamber and headed through another hatch, literally wading through charred alien bodies as they did so. Kodian dismissed the twisted flesh scattered around him and concentrated on the path ahead. They soon reached the end of the wide but short chamber and Grungy signaled for them to wait as he moved to check the exit. One by one they came to a halt, weapons at the ready. More of the creatures lay scattered around them, killed by the grenade blast. He considered them and found himself confused by this situation. The things were clearly bestial and hardly sentient in any sense of the word, so how it was that they were under fire, he could not say. There were no weapons scattered around and no signs of any other creatures. These are not Groot, he said, glancing around. They can't be. Where are the bodies of the enemy? They have been taken. He looked back at O'Gormat. The Tau lowered his staff and gestured around him. They remove the bodies of the fallen so that the enemy cannot eat of their flesh and steal their accumulated genetic traits. Strange notion, I know. Another explosion shook the surrounding walls and floor. Up ahead, Grungy was stood before a smoke-wreathed doorway, gesturing for them to follow. Up ahead, echoing through the corridors. Beyond, Kodian could hear the enemy calling to one another. The calls were warbling in avian, quite at odds with the current environment. He dismissed the noise and continued on, heading for the exit. They passed through the opening and into a wide chamber lined with all manner of storage crates. Grungy was hunkered down behind one of them, waving frantically for the others to do the same. Weapons fire flashed down the hall towards the group, as if to convince them to follow his advice. Kodian caught a glancing blow to his shoulder as he sprinted for cover. He grunted and landed heavily against one of the crates, his weight almost tipping the rusting container over. Grungy risked a swift glance out from behind the improvised cover and sprang back almost as fast. Pulse fire raking grooves through the metal inches from his head. GNNN. We need to run the gauntlet and get across this holding bay. Past here the ship opens out. And that should give us a few more options as we work our way towards the bridge. The Khan risked a glance himself and then nodded. He opened his mouth to speak, but whatever he intended to say never came out. The Primarch's eyes widened and he cast around, rising from his crouching position. For a second, Kodian became convinced that the Khan was about to strike at him and he tensed, the prospect of a being of such size and power assaulting him enough to test the courage of any individual. The Khan's tulwar flashed over his head and the shadows screamed. Kodian rolled to one side and came up in time to see a brace of leaking bodies slump to the floor, their alien flesh writhing with a rapidly dissipating darkness. Infiltrators. Jagatai spat, kicking the gaunt bodies away in disgust. Gormat hurried to his side and lowered himself onto one knee, a look of clear alarm on his face. I do not understand. The Kroot I know of were not capable of such things. Pigment. Alteration, yes, but... It was the Tao's turn to have his words cut short as the Khan sprang into action again, this time snatching at the darkness above the Xenos. His hand closed around something and he pulled, hauling what appeared to be a living miasma of shadow out of the air itself. He shook his arm and there was a gurgled cry. The shadows sagged in his grasp and he cast the strange anomaly aside. "We are far from safe here," he said, his predatory eyes scouring the gloom around them. Torvus rose and drew his storm shield close to his chest. He pointed the head of his hammer out towards their intended direction. "We will smash our way through. Force and speed are the only things that will see us victorious this day." Liguor ascended by his side, his lined face tight and fraught with discomfort. "I sense them. HGGNN, they are all around us." The shadows seethed. His eyes were glowing with a pale azure light, and as the rest of them looked on, the light began to grow brighter and extend, illuminating his entire face within seconds. Moments later the space before him shimmered with the icy glow and the librarian cast around to look out into the vast chamber, twin beams of luminescence spearing through the gloom like lamp packs. Wherever his gaze passed the others could see lithe, tall shapes sliding through the darkness, illuminated by the Psyker's warp-fueled gaze. OST. The Kadayan cursed quietly. Part 106. Illumination. Narsign Tau held Imperial World Agrippina Sector Segmentum Obscurus Archdemagogue Logosov Preed removed his rebreather and cast it aside. He raised his scarred face and closed his eyes. The magnificence of the Mother Eye was a palpable and exhilarating thing. He could feel its warm caress upon his skin, sensual and exciting. Comforting, like a mother. Exhilarating, like a lover. The Eye of Terror. He opened his eyes again and took in the perfection of the eye, its roiling light dancing across the skies above. He took a deep, heaving breath and then exhaled, as if imbibing the essence of the eye itself. No matter what the BD Tau do to her, she perseveres still. He smiled, his filed yellow teeth a stark contrast to his dark, greasy beard. The figure by his side bowed his head overtly and then cast his gaze out over the endless cityscape. His eyes were bright and yellow, aglow with the corrupting influence of the warp. Gray-skinned and completely hairless, the wasted man hovered above the ground as if lighter than air, his blackened toe ends scraping against the concrete like the severed guide rope of a wayward zeppelin as he swayed in the breeze. He began to hover towards Preed, his advance causing the milling figures around the demagogue to sink back in fear. One such individual did not retreat fast enough and he fell to his knees screaming and tearing his rebreather to shreds with his bare hands. The man's entrails spilled like escaping serpents from his open mouth and he slumped to the floor, submerged in a pool of his own blood. The 8-pointed star carved into his sunken chest glistened as if freshly hewn, despite its age. The blood visible there glittered as if saturated with precious stones. He closed his eyes briefly and the air around his head quivered and blackened. "We were totally unexpected," RCH Demagogue and the Tau were completely unprepared for a counterattack. "Our forces have already caused untold destruction here on Narsign. Realistically, we could well take this world before the Unity is able to respond with sufficient force." "Yeah, and by then it will be too late," Preed snarled, setting his autogun down upon the crumbling rockcrete partition before him. He placed his hands flat upon the bulwark and cast his gaze over the sprawling cityscape far below. All this will be his, and soon. For 2 centuries Logosov Preed had gathered his military power in secret, away from the prying eyes of even Abaddon. Once Preed had been a celebrated general in the armies of the Imperium until the fateful day that the Tau had come to the Scarus sector. On the world of Messina he and almost 5 million guardsmen had found themselves abandoned by the retreating armies of the Imperium, left to rot at the mercy of the Tau. Both human and Tau alike had underestimated Preed's burning anger, an anger that had consumed him body and soul. Through presence and influence alone he had taken his hatred and forged it into an iron spear of intent, an intent that had lit his soul like a beacon within the warp, for Preed's was a soul impregnable to anything save for its own blind pride. Through oratory fueled by the power of the demonic he had bent the lost and the damned to his will, and in turn the will of the ruinous gods. The archdemagogue turned his gaze skywards once more to bask in the magnificence of the eye. "We will slaughter the Xenos utterly, and without mercy," he whispered to the glowing anomaly. "For mercy was long since scoured from our souls. Then take the populace into our fold, in your name. The able-bodied will be indoctrinated, and the young and weak will be rendered into nourishment for those they once loved. I will see these stars remade in your image once again, my pantheon." At that he lowered his gaze once more and cast his eye out over the city. As far as he could see, his forces were advancing upon the enemy's command complex. Rising columns of smoke dotted the landscape, telltale signs of the extent of his influence across the city. Preed smiled and clambered onto the roof of the rusting salamander. He produced a pair of field goggles and scanned the layout of the vast conurbation, pleased with what he saw. The Unity occupation force had not been expecting anything like this, that much was clear. As powerful as the conquerors of this world were, they were ill-prepared for a counter-attack by the forces of the ruinous powers. "Lanquavitz." "Yes, my lord," the twisted psyker answered, hovering forward. "Lend me the ears of my commanders. It is time to coordinate the annihilation of our enemy." The psyker nodded and spread his gaunt arms wide. The air around his head warped and blackened like burning paper. His eyes burned with a blood-red fire, and when he opened his mouth a burning internal heat spilled forth. "Heed the archdemagogue," Lanquavitz said with his mind. All around the city, voices fell silent. Preed turned his back to the burning city and looked to renegade psyker. He knew that, at this very moment, every one of his agitators could see his face and hear his words. "It is time to close this pincer and grind these Xenos BDS into the earth. Let the despoiler fight his own wars far from the blessed light of the eye. World by world, we will spread the darkness of chaos. With each victory." He looked away from Lanquavitz and consulted his field goggles again. "Golamask, lead the Titans down the main avenue and towards the gates of the enemy stronghold. Hold back to extreme range and assail the walls. Zaveri, likewise the artillery. Hisferod, bring the Malco doors as far forward as you can and await the order to advance. First we will bring the wrath of the gods down upon the heads of the Xenos, and then we will defile any that survive." He lowered the goggles and looked up to the churning skies above. They could just be seen from this distance, vast, blood-red shapes sliding ponderously beneath the rolling clouds. The Harbingers were feared for the powerful and deadly payload of bombs they carried. A single bomber had the ability to burn an entire city to its foundations. 3 of the vast craft were heading towards the enemy stronghold, flanked on all sides by a cloud of sleek Hellblade and Hell Talon fighters. "They do not stand a chance," Preed snarled, his cracked lips splitting into a wide and malevolent grin. Without glancing back he raised a hand behind him and gestured for something to be brought to him. "We must bless the payload of the Harbingers to guarantee our success. Bring me the icon." The crowds behind the archdemagogue parted and a figure hurried forward, carrying a hideous totem. It was the naked upper torso of a man, mounted upon a cruel, rusting spike. The 8-pointed star of chaos undivided had been carved into the victim's grey flesh, desecrating the faded Aquila tattoo there. The only item of clothing upon the partial cadaver was a confessor's mitre, marking the partial corpse as a former member of the ecclesiarchy. To guarantee the favor of the gods, the blood of the innocent must be spilled. The twisted psyker croaked. At this Preed looked on as a screaming woman and child were dragged in chains from the depths of the gathered army and out onto the parapet. "Mother and child," Lanquavitz continued, "bonded in blood. The tormented faithful must scream his agonies out to the Mother Eye, and beechen the favor of the gods. The blood shall strengthen his call, and only then can we guarantee the guidance of the warp and an assured victory." Preed nodded and took the grisly icon from the waiting soldier. He held it aloft and then drew a long, rusting combat blade from the scabbard at his waist. "Waken him, psyker," he ordered, eager to begin. "Nd bring the sacrifices to me." Mother and daughter were dragged sobbing to his feet while, behind him, the hideous warlock began to chant. At his burning words of power, the eyes of the corpse snapped open to reveal empty sockets. Its desiccated mouth yawned, expelling fetid dust, and an expression of utter despair and agony contorted the dead flesh. A long and mournful howl shook the air as the archdemagogue slashed the knife across the woman's throat and opened her veins to the air. The victim fell limp and the spurting blood swirled and eddied as it was drawn into the animated torso. The gray flesh writhed and took on a fresh pink hue as if invigorated by the victim's blood. The agonist scream intensified. The fat little bags of capering flesh and pus scampering around the feet of the nearby soldiers howled and squealed in delight as they waddled to wallow in the woman's blood. Preed's lip curled as he kicked one of the demonic entities away, sending it twisting wetly over the parapet in a way. Satisfied, he exhaled with exultation and shoved the body of the woman aside, his eyes glistening with evil intent. Before him the young boy-child writhed, his dark eyes wild and fearful. The Nurglings scampered to surround him expectantly, terrifying him further. "My Pantheon!" Preed uttered, saliva streaming from his lips. "Hear me. Accept this offering as a symbol of my pact W." Something attracted his attention. Though it was little more than a flicker at the corner of his eye, it was enough to draw him away from the arcane proceedings. The eye. Even as he stared up at the heavens, it took several minutes for what he witnessed to sink in. The eye. The eye blinked. Even as his own eyes told him that what he had seen was the truth. Disbelief coursed through him. He stared up at the skies in disbelief, unwilling and unable to accept. To believe. This kind of thing did not happen. The mother eye did not waver, nor alter. There was no fluctuation or intermittence in her power and influence. It did not matter how much Logosov Preed's mind railed or protested at what he witnessed. He stood far beneath on the surface of Narsine as the eye of terror shuddered, flashed, and then went out. "Unmerciful gods," Preed uttered, taking a step back. His fingers slackened and the knife clattered onto the rockcrete at his feet, released by a grip stolen by utter disbelief. Where has it gone?" he whispered, the power in his voice stolen by shock. The skies above had changed beyond all recognition. The carpet of tiny daemons squealed in fright as the distant glow of the mother eye flickered, their unnatural mass writhing with instability. Voices were raised all around him as the rest of his army began to slowly realize that the eye no longer shone her light down upon them. Preed leapt down from his raised position and began to push through the crowds, as if in doing so he could somehow get closer to the scene of the occurrence. "What is this? What is happening? Lanquavitz, anyone? Where is the eye? Where is the eye?" Utter confusion reigned all around him, for no one had even the slightest idea what was occurring. Preed shouldered and pushed his way forward. The gruesome totem in his hands had fallen silent, and had returned to its previous state. High above, where the burning corona of power had until recently dominated the skyline, there was a brief flash of power, a distant explosion of pure white light. Preed saw this and slowed, his mind reeling. None of this made any sense. Every single body around him shifted as one, and it was as if the collective army were stalks of corn in the breeze. An ethereal wind buffeted them all, rocking bodies back onto their heels. Preed dropped the totem and the knife and staggered forward, gasping over and over again. Lanquavitz lay on the floor a small distance behind him, writhing and convulsing, a pure white light streaming from his eyes and mouth. "He awakens! He awakens!" The psyker was screaming over and over again, with such intensity that his vocal cords were starting to shred. Within seconds his voice had degenerated into a continuous, monotone howl, like the sound of air being blown through hollow pipes. The horrific sound soon faded in Preed's ears. His eyes had begun to blur so severely that they hurt. He was shaking so hard he imagined that the tremors would tear him in two. He felt for all the world as if something or someone was trying to shake him apart from the core of his being. Outwards. Light and sound merged to become a single keening, blinding phenomenon, painful and unbearable. Through the sparks flashing across his eyes he could just make out the crimson lances that were the harbingers, falling slowly from the skies towards the towers of the city below. The archdemagogue stumbled through the panicking mass, deafened and blinded by the unknown assault. All around him men were screaming, men who had murdered and raped and debased themselves before their patron gods in every imaginable way, screaming like terrified children. His blood was on fire, burning as it thundered through his veins. The agony was greater than anything he had ever experienced in his life. He fell to his knees and clawed at the dusty ground, feeling vomit and excreta spatter him from above as the sweating, stinking traitor mass roiled around him. Demonic matter puffed up into the air around him as the nurglings began to combust, popping like wet sacks one after another, their hold on the material universe severed. Living banners writhed in the hands of those who carried them, tearing and squirming as if in pain. Dark powers leached from them to drift up into the air and dissipate, drawn out of the cursed standards by the intensity of the blinding light. All was chaos. All was confusion. All was pain. LL was. He blinked. Silence had descended upon the entire battlefield. Not a single weapon's discharge or raised voice could be heard. Logasov Preed hauled himself to his feet and rose, shielding his eyes against the bright light bearing down upon them all. Around him his men did the same, groaning softly as they righted themselves. There were no cries of confusion or disbelief, just the underlying hum of the collective murmur of an army. The first face he saw was that of a trooper. The man's eyes were sewn shut and yet tears streamed down his face, drawing lines through the layers of grease upon his skin. Preed opened his mouth to speak as he watched the man raise an auto pistol up to his own head and then remove his helmet with his spare hand. Too late, the soldier put a round through his temple and slumped to the floor, bright blood drawing a glittering arc in his wake. More gunshots echoed about him, carrying over the steadily growing undercurrent of disbelief and anguish. "My EEMP Emperor," he wheezed, tears running in rivulets down his cracked face. His entire body sagged with the weight of an utter and crushing realization. "My Emperor, what have we done? What have we done? What have we?" High above him, as far as the eye could see, thousands upon thousands of white doves saturated the skies. Of the Eye of Terror, there was no sign. Part 107. The Stirring of Gods. +++all 3+++. Light flickered briefly around the dark chamber, the laconic outburst little more than herald to the rolling void that followed. Darkness came to the central chamber, a living darkness that boiled and blossomed from nothing to quickly fill the gloomy space. Ka stepped from the retreating void cloud and out into the bronze-lined hall, sweeping a black hand before him as he did so. A weak illumination lit the space, barely enough to dispel the deepest of the shadows. The ancient being regarded his surroundings as he made his way towards the silent effigy seated before him, its vast form cold and dull, like old, scorched metal. He slowed as he came to the feet of the dormant avatar and lifted his gaze so as to look into the dark eyes of the quiescent sentinel, his own huge eyes no less depthless and black. "Cain," he said quietly, as if fearful of disturbing the serenity of the place. "My brother. Where are you? I have journeyed here to this lost, adrift world to find you, and yet you are not here. Why is that? I sense you linger still, fractured, like me. I see your likeness before me, as the Eldar saw you. And yet it is but an empty shell, a vessel long since abandoned." He stepped forward and placed a hand upon the cold iron of the Vadar's leg. "Where are you, Cain? The time of the Rodsko is upon us." Almost at once the avatar shook, as if motivated by some psychic tremor. Ka stepped back as a cold luminescence enveloped the immobile giant. Flames licked about the avatar, flames as cold as grave air. The mighty figure leaned forward on its throne to regard the Old One, its eyes burning with cold light. "You are not Cain," Ka whispered, unfazed by the sudden animation of the avatar. "You," deep voice uttered. As the Vadar spoke, a cold breeze rose up from nowhere to sweep around the chamber, ice glittering as it swirled and eddied. When next the entity communicated, it was with thought speak. You are of the Pantheon. Light of Isha, I see it within you. You are of the first. You are not Cain. Ka repeated, mentally this time. He closed upon the avatar once again and regarded the being before him with an inquisitive eye, as if inspecting an intriguing toy. You are not my brother. You are complex. Saturated, a collective. You were once of the Eldinar, a being of flesh and blood. Now you are altered, combined with the souls of many. I see it now. You were of the Isharia once, a son of Asurian. Now you are much more. Once I was Eldrad Ulthran of Ulthwi, of the Old Hanish line. Now I am Inyad. Ka answered, tilting his head. You are Lord of the Damashir, the Fluorharn incarnate. I see that. So the prophecy has been fulfilled, at least in part. At that the ancient being lowered his gaze and turned away from the throne to regard his surroundings once more. Though his eyes met only the featureless wraithbone of the walls, his mind was far beyond the chamber. So much has changed since last I walked amongst the young races. This world of yours is dead. Devoid of life. Abandoned. I have seen much within the racial memories of the creatures I have encountered since my return, and I have seen the shame of your race. Ka fell silent then, as if to give the entity time to respond. When it did not, he blinked slowly and then continued. Why, son of Old Hanish? Were the wars against the Ingur not terrible enough to forge unbreakable alliances between all the young races? Was the fall of your race not enough to inure you to such concepts as arrogance and pride? It would seem not. Again, the entity did not respond. Ka continued to consider the avatar with an unwavering gaze, until after many moments, the towering metal giant answered. The Eldar have realized humility, Ancient One. It took the rise of the Tau for us to see our mistakes and learn from them. A realization that may have come too late, Inyad. You were the first, entrusted with the custodianship of these stars. The wars against the Ingur took their toll upon us, all but wiping us from existence. Then came Oramash. She was born into existence through the sins of the foolish, and she tore the survivors apart. The balefires that enveloped the avatar intensified as Ka recounted the fall of the surviving old ones to Slaanesh. The arms of the throne creaked as the construct's iron fingers tightened around them. There is no need to recount the fall of the Pantheon to an Eldar, my lord Ka. It is a shame that is ingrained within the soul. No? Was it this shame that drove the Eldar from these stars at a time when the races of this galaxy needed their guidance most? How could the first of the young allow this upstart race to come to power, especially given its origins? She is gone now, Inyad. Did you feel her death even here, in the silence of your tomb? Like her before him, the youngest has awoken, and his was a terrible awakening. He has scoured the evil from the Shatil of the warp, enough to stabilize it and hone it as a weapon in the coming war. The power of the young races can be pure once again. The fires surrounding the avatar seethed and crackled, blossoming in intensity until the iron structure beneath was almost hidden from sight. Ka waved his hand almost nonchalantly and the inferno guttered and died away. Humility, Inyad. A soul cannot prosper without it, and neither can a race. But enough. The direction of blame is obsolete and pointless now. The Ingur are set to rise, and we must move to stop them if we are to prevent the extinction of life in this galaxy. I must gather the surviving Slahi for war. That is why I am here, to find Cain. The bloody-handed god no longer resides within this shell, my lord Ka. The craft world Eldar have left this realm and taken the other avatars of Cain with them. Only Ulthwi remains. Then help me, Inyad. Ka replied. Only 3 of us survived the birth of Oramash. If Cain is no longer here, then there is but one more of the Slahi still to call upon. Sigarak. Came Inyad's answer. The laughing god. In the bowels of the webway you will find him, my lord Ka. Ka tilted his head at this and swept a hand before him, the gesture drawing every trace of light from the chamber except for that generated by the god of the dead. As I suspected. Consider this a call to war then, Ennead. It is time for the Eldar to fulfill their destiny. And prepare for the Ranadandra. Carry this message through the Infinity Matrix and beyond, to where the rest of your race lie in wait. Awaken Cain. Ka said no more. The shadows swirled and drew about him, and when they dissipated, he was gone. To Yandon. Ennead's powerful collective mind whispered. Moments later the azure fires of the avatar dulled and died away, leaving the chamber in silence once again. You cannot hide from me, Xenos. Liguor's voice rose like a hurricane as he flung his arms out by his sides and thrust his head forward. The building energy was released with all the brightness and power of a twin-linked las cannon blast, spreading as it speared forward. The advancing creatures were instantly lit up with such an intensity that they threw their weapons aside and fell to their knees, screaming and cawing in agony. Alien skin blackened and blistered, peeling away in strips beneath the Psyker's onslaught. Liguor charged forward and raked his claws through those who still clung to life, carving the Kroot into pieces within seconds. Assailed so violently by his psychic attack, there was little they could do to defend themselves. Pieces of Kroot rained down on the others as Liguor slaughtered his way through the survivors, the ferocity of the attack leaving even his comrades stunned. Press on. The Khan ordered, the first of them to recover. He raised his blade and beheaded the last lingering survivor before following the Psyker, his face a mask of stony determination. More Kroot appeared at the exit before them, quickly ducking back out of sight as fast as they appeared. I saw them, Codian said, thrusting his bolt pistol out towards the opening. These ones were visible. Of course they were, Gormat answered, an undisguised bemusement in his voice. Whatever these strange invisible Kroot were, they were only a specific strain, perhaps quite rare. You must understand that the Kroot as a race are immensely diverse, Chaplain. They leech certain genetic trait. Codian sprang forward and threw Gormat to the floor as a number of slender barrels speared out of the gloom of the exit beyond and erupted, spraying pulse fire out at the advancing squad. Everyone ran for cover in the face of the attack, even the Khan. He had caught a glancing blow to the face and, as a result, one of his eyes and a good section of his left cheek was a black ruin, crisp and smoldering. Khan! Codian exclaimed, propelling himself across the room on his elbows. Jagatai held up a hand and dismissed his concern. It will heal, Chaplain, he said, waving Codian back. Given a day my face will be as good as new. The Primarch of the White Scars keep only the wounds he chooses to do so. Codian slowed and then turned back, grateful that the Primarch was not seriously harmed whilst at the same time instantly displeased by his current situation. It was then that movement caught the corner of his eye and he looked back towards the doorway to see several shapes hurling themselves through into the chamber. Prepare. But a single word had left the chaplain's mouth when the Kadian's gun spat its first lance of light out at the attackers, the shot passing cleanly through its unarmored chest and out through its back, felling it immediately. Bolter fire followed a second later and the attacking Kroot fell in waves, shattered and bleeding. Chivok cried out as a pulse round exploded next to his shoulder and seared his flesh, causing him to tumble back. Laner responded immediately, using his bulk as a shield to protect the lesser armored of the group. Pulse fire pattered across the Tech Marine's girth, sending sparks twisting across his armor but causing little more damage than that. As he fell to the ground, one of his servo arms extended out towards the advancing Kroot and ignited at the tip, sending a column of searing fire out into the charging aliens. Kroot fell back screaming, burning in the liquid promethium soup. Laner snatched at burning bodies and flung them aside or tore them apart, the limbs of his servo harness flailing. Something fast came spinning out of the gloom and wrapped itself around Laner's arm. The explosive bolus tightened faster than the eye could follow and the resultant detonation reduced the Tech Marine's wrist to a bloody ruin, causing him to drop his power axe. The powerful warrior shook his punished arm and gauntlet in hand twisted away, the violent action separating it from the limb altogether. The flesh is weak. Laner roared, advancing upon the Kroot with renewed vigor. He charged. Towards the nearest doorway, the multitude weapon tools grafted onto his servo harness burning, scorching and crushing the Kroot to death. A second bolus whispered from the gloom and Laner turned it away with the back of his remaining fist to send it into the bulkhead, where it exploded spectacularly. He was almost upon the opening when a powerful discharge speared through and caught him full in the face, sending him reeling back. Then the third bolus spun into the light and wrapped itself tight around the Tech Marine's neck. Laner slowed, but any response was too late. The limbs of the servo harness went rigid as the device detonated and fire enveloped Laner's head. The Tech Marine fell forward onto his knees with enough force to buckle the deck. A second later and he was flat on his face. Laner. Codian saw this and threw himself forward, firing his bolt pistol as he advanced. Lithe shapes screamed in the shadows and fell back, torn apart by the explosive power of the weapon. He ducked low as a hail of pulse fire lanced past and then returned the assault, sending bolts thundering into the murderous shadows. He came to rest on his knees beside the injured warrior, his concern enough to cause his to drop his weapons. Brother. Codian tried to lift him up, but Laner was just too heavy, the extra limbs lifeless and sagging. The explosion had caught the warrior at the neck where the armor was weakest, and as such it had torn the flexible neck rings apart. The flesh beneath was black and ruined. A pulse round slammed into his shoulder, but he ignored it, instead laying the warrior back down on the ground as gently as he was able to do so. Umbris. The apothecary was already by his side and on his knees, the various components of his wrist mounted reductor firing to life. I have him, Chaplain. I will do all I can. The warrior fell silent as he felt a hand upon his arm. Codian's grip was like a vice upon him as he looked into the apothecary's eyes. See that you do, Umbris. We cannot lose him. Umbris simply nodded and turned his attention to the injured marine. He raised his arm and the reductor growled, as if thirsting for Laner's flesh. Stay with us, my brother. You cannot come so far just to leave us now. This way. Grungy punched his augmetic fist through the metal grill set into the wall at his side and then tore it from its mount. He threw his axe into the vent and leapt in behind it. Torvis knelt beside the opening and frowned, regarding the unaccommodating space. You expect Starts to be able to fit inside there, Demiurge? Is this some unfathomable Xenos humor? He did not have time to receive an answer. Energy rounds slammed into the walls around him and thudded against his armor, forcing him to turn and defend himself with his shield. Codian weaved around the backs of the Khan and Ligur, searching for a way to close upon the enemy-held access way. His actions were risky but vital. From what he could tell, the bolus the Kroot were using seemed to be devised using Imperial crack grenades as the explosive element, explosives with a short range but powerful enough to penetrate even power armor. Laner had already been injured by them, perhaps fatally so. The last time he had seen Grungy was as the Demiurge had disappeared into the walls. The Kadian and the others were holding their own well enough, but did not possess the armor to weather an effective advance. The Librarian and the Primarch were fury incarnate to behold. Jagatai's raw physical power was yin to Ligur's psychic yang, and together they slaughtered foes none of the others were even fast enough to see. The Librarian's powers illuminated them and the Khan cut them down, swifter than any of them could counter. Within minutes the chamber was a charnel house. Codian pushed forward, the bulkhead at his back, trying to gain upon the doorway. At first it seemed as if his plan was working until a screaming shape fell from the blackness above him, twisting and swinging around the hissing coolant pipes like some dexterous simian until it was almost on top of him. The slender assassin wrapped its legs around the conduit and allowed itself to slide over and upside down, its rifle in its hands. Codian turned in time to see a bright azure flash, and then he felt himself being flung back, pain lancing through his neck where the force of the blast had punched his head back. He landed hard on the deck and raised the dawn blade instinctively. The Kroot let go of the pipe and, twisting in the air, dropped to the deck before him. A screaming ethereal energy surged from the blade and entered the alien, causing it to discorporate and turn to ashen dust instantaneously. Codian did not have time to question this, as a cry of alarm snatched his attention. He turned to see Grungy roll free of the vent and fall to the ground with a thud, almost bowling Torvis over. Bearded gods, they're even in the ventilation system. The demiurge exclaimed, dusting himself off. Damned bendies, like vermin they are, black and scuttling. Chaplain. Codian hauled himself up and cast around again to look this time at Torvis. The apothecary was holding the limp form of Laner in his arms. Although his face was not visible beneath his helm, the gravity in his voice told the chaplain all he needed to know. Emperor, guide us, he whispered. Part 108. The enemy of my enemy. Codian fought to see what was happening as the readouts on his vision slits flickered and rolled. Assailed by the shot. He caught sight of the Khan charging past, and then came blackness, albeit briefly. He felt himself being shoved back with violent force, enough to topple him. As he landed, his vision cleared and a host of alien faces appeared before him, monstrous and malevolent. The creatures screeched and squabbled amongst themselves as they fought to dominate the coming kill, the barrels of their rifles clacking together. This gave him a chance. He raised his pistol and put a bolt through the center crute, blowing it to bloody chunks. The remaining aliens were faster than he had anticipated in a series of fast and surprisingly powerful blows turned his weapon aside. He was out of choices now. He raised the Dawnblade and willed himself forward, determined to fight to his last breath. For the Emperor! He cried, thrusting the alien weapon out before him. The crude rifles erupted in a line, sending a hail of searing energy towards him. Blinding light erupted from the shimmering weapon in his hand and exploded, turning everything white for an instant. When his eyes adjusted to the assault, he looked on amazed as the attacking crute staggered back. Their alien hands clawing redundantly at the air before them, blinded and disorientated. Somehow, he had managed to turn every pulse round aside. As he pulled himself up onto his feet once again, the enigmatic weapon began to shudder and squirm, the keen blade warping as if made of quicksilver. He felt a warm buzzing at the base of his spine that felt to spread through him, and as he watched, the Dawnblade began to change before his very eyes. The scene before him shifted and changed, colors swirling like liquid before his eyes. Every figure was swept away in a roiling, fluid maelstrom, and even sound dulled and disappeared. Images began to flash before his eyes, most of them too quickly to make any sense to him. His ears shook with a dull roaring as noise made a sudden and violent return, and it was as if he was caught in a raging storm. Pain lanced through him as a crimson giant cast him down, shattering every fiber of his being. The taste and scent of blood suffocated him, as if he were drowning in it. Emotions surged through him. Anger. Betrayal. Revenge. Defiance. These were not his hands that gripped the blade. This was not his pain. Alien thoughts ran through his mind, powerful and inhuman, so much so that he felt as if his head would tear itself apart. He had defeated and bound the most powerful of the ancient ones, the great enemy, and yet he could not defeat this raging abomination, this murder incarnate. Vast chains bound him to his earthly anchor, a punishment born of jealousy and misguided hatred. His brother, so powerful and mighty, and yet, for all this, too blind to see the truth. Too blind to see the corruption of the warp fueling him. His was a rage born of a most malign influence, an influence as raging and terrible as it was insidious. No other of his kind had been touched by the madness roiling behind the veil, but the silvered corruption forever impregnated within him had stripped away his defenses, allowing anger and bloodlust to seep inside, buried deep within notions of honor and pride. High above the towering, omnipotent presence of burning blood and boiling smoke, he caught sight of it. Majestic and soaring, both guardian and friend. The blade was clasped in the bird's claws, far out of reach of the raging god, a potent symbol that the war was not over, that victory was still within grasp. Failku. The falcon. The ray of hope. Slowly, the sounds and the images faded, the scenes before his eyes stabilizing. As quickly as it had begun, his ordeal came to an end, and as he blinked away the unsettling visions, he began to recognize those faces before him once again. As reality began to return to normal, The same word echoed through his mind again and again, fading as it repeated. Naris Naris. The Khan's scar-lined face loomed into view, his craggy features filling Kodian's vision. Chaplain. You injured? Kodian shook his head and pushed himself up to his fell height, placing a hand against the bulkhead behind him for support. The Khan stepped back to allow him room. What was that, Kodian? What did you do? He fought to clear his mind, the Khan's question little more than a dull murmur in his ears. Everything he had seen in his mind was already distant, faded like an old childhood memory. Laner. He uttered, his most recent actual memories filling those mental spaces left by the departure of the vision. A fresh sense of dread took hold of his gut and twisted, and he attempted to push past the Primarch, only to be held back by the powerful being. Laner. He repeated, unwilling to be waylaid in his efforts to discern the fate of his comrade. The Khan's grip tightened further, and Kodian found himself fast. He is gone, Chaplain. Laner is dead. The blast all but severed his head from his shoulders. Kodian sagged in the Primarch's grip, sorrow threatening to envelop him. Though he had feared it, he still could not believe that Laner had died. Warriors die in the Emperor's service. Jagatai continued. You know that as well as any of us. He is gone, and we cannot change that. He died in battle, Kodian, the most fitting way for an Astarte to meet his end. Now, answer my question. What did you just do? Kodian frowned beneath his helm. He met the Primarch's gaze and held it until the Khan slowly eased his grip and lifted the chaplain's arm up so he himself could see it. The Dawnblade was still in his grip. Then he saw it, as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. The weapon in his hand was not the Dawnblade. It wasn't a blade at all, nor did it any longer appear to be of alien design. In his hand was a Crozius Arcanum of particularly striking artifice and perfection, its silver skull and wings gleaming flawlessly in the sparse light. Its eyes were jeweled with flawless crimson stones that seemed to glitter with a living sentience. What happened to the alien blade? He asked quietly. He was little prepared for the Khan's answer. It changed, Kodian. It changed before our eyes, right after you called the Emperor's name. Don't you recall what you did? Kodian shook his head, a response that seemed to bemuse the Khan. The giant warrior stepped aside to reveal the scene behind him. As he did so, a sudden and sobering realization hit him. The Kroot, he began, his body tensing. It was only as he saw what lay beyond the Khan that his alarm was swiftly replaced by numbing disbelief. Beyond the Primarch, and the rest of his battered and bloodied comrades, lay Laner's body. Umbraz still knelt above him, his white armor marred with the Techmarine's congealed blood. Umbraz did not meet the chaplain's gaze. His head was turned and he stared out over his shoulder into the space behind him. Kroot lined the chamber as far as Kodian could see. Hundreds of them, all different shapes, sizes and colors. And they were all on their knees, beaked faces touching the floor. Kodian stepped forward slowly, clearly distrustful of the current situation. Now he understood the Primarch's question, despite not having a clue as to the answer. He had no idea what had happened to cause the Kroot to prostrate themselves before him, nor did he harbor any particular desire to learn the truth. Laner was dead, killed by these Xenos fiends. Of all the things that had occurred, this was the only event on Kodian's mind. He gestured for Umbraz to stand as he neared the Techmarine's corpse. As he did so, the apothecary began to speak softly. I am sorry, Chaplain. His injuries. Kodian placed his hand upon the veteran's shoulder and shook his head. Fleeting glance at the cooling body told him all he needed to know. No Marine could have survived such an assault. You did all you could, Umbraz, I am sure. The apothecary lowered his head and lifted the reductor up. I tried to save his progeniod gland, but the damage is too great. I don't even know why I bothered. We have no chapter to return to, Chaplain. We are the only Ultramarines left. Kodian gently ushered the dejected warrior towards the others and then stepped forward, passing by the body of his comrade. The flame of revenge burned hot at his core, growing by the second. As If to mirror this internal, emotional fire, the eyes of his newly acquired Crozius pulsed with a shimmering light. "Murdering Xenos scum," he uttered beneath his breath. While most of the aliens seemed not to notice this, one of the tall creatures lifted its head and fixed its small eyes upon him. As he neared, it cocked its head to one side and opened its beak like maw. "Murdering Xenos scum," it echoed, generating the mimicry of human speech from the depths of its throat. The voice was so like Codian's own that it caused him to slow his approach. This pause allowed him his first proper examination of the alien creatures that had attacked them. For he had never seen a Kroot until now. It was quite obvious to him that the individual was of a rank above the others surrounding him. Its light green skin was covered in ceremonial tattoos and scars, and it wore an elaborate headdress of multi-hued feathers that intermingled with the sharp quills upon its head. Seeing his interest, the alien rose from its prone position and raised its wiry arms. An inner light flashed across its small dark eyes, causing the weapon in Codian's hand to shudder softly. "Mark of the favored," the Kroot said, in almost flawless low Gothic. "Venerated one. The ancestors have shown us the sign. It is you." Despite his shock at hearing the alien speak so clearly, Codian responded. "You make little sense, Xenos. Explain yourself." At this, the Kroot spread its arms and the air between his hands lightened and shimmered. As the chaplain looked on, an image slowly formed. It was a representation of some avian creature in flight, its wings rising and falling slowly. All around the individual, the other Kroot raised their heads and looked upon the manifestation, chirping and hooting softly in awe at what they saw. "The Kruthok flies within you, human. We all saw it. There is a greatness within you." The Kroot lowered his hands and the image faded. Codian had witnessed the phenomenon but remained unmoved. "One of my men lies dead at your hand, Xenos," he growled. The Kroot rose then, and at its full height it stood shoulder to shoulder with the chaplain. Neither of the two figures showed a hint of fear as they faced one another. "I apologize for the loss of your warrior, human. We did not realize that he was of the favored. Perhaps my kindred could taste of his flesh, so that his memory may be honored. It would please us to perform this rite of honor for you." Codian felt his gorge rise at this, and his hand tighten around the haft of his ever-changing weapon. "Taste his flesh? How dare! I am Groker, Master Shaper. This is my kindred, human. We are all that is left of the Kroot race." As the Shaper said this, his eyes wandered over to Gormat, who was standing in the shadows behind the others, a distinct look of concern upon his face. A deep and ominous clicking rose up from the alien's throat. "You harbor Tau, favored one. The Tau betrayed my people. Gormat serves the Unity no longer," Codian answered. "He fights for us now. What are you doing on this ship?" Grungy asked, interrupting the discussion. The short Xenos pushed his way past the chaplain and stood before the Kroot, a distinctly hostile expression dominating his face. "This is a demiurge vessel, a sacred place. You are not welcome here." Groker's eyes lit up as they fell upon the demiurge. He spread his arms wide and shook his head, an apparent gesture of delight, the quills set into the top of his head rustling and standing on end. "Living demiurge, by the ancestors. It is as we had hoped. Our ancient allies survive yet." Grungy exhaled through his nose and grunted, turning away. Groker saw this and his pleased expression dwindled away. "I am the last of my kind, Kroot. The demiurge are gone, extinct." The Shaper lowered his arms slowly and twisted to look at the others behind him. None of the other myriad Kroot lining the chamber responded, save for a few quiet clicks and chirrups of confusion. "But this cannot be," he said after a lengthy pause. "Ours was a combined destiny of vengeance and honor. The Tau betrayed both our peoples, demiurge. They put us to death, cast us aside as expendable. Both our races gave everything of ourselves to bring the Tau to ultimate power, and yet, for all our sacrifices, we were betrayed." A low and rhythmic murmur drifted up from the rest of the Kroot as the Shaper waved his hands in the air before him and called upon the unknown powers of the warp once again. The mists that formed before him swiftly solidified and took shape. The scene showed a red world, dusty and barren. Spherical ships literally saturated the space around the planet. Huge columns of light lanced up from the surface of the world to cut through the ships in their dozens, and yet despite the rate of attrition, the planet's thin atmosphere flared time and again, as ship after ship descended. There was a sudden flash of light and the entire scene dissipated. The Shaper's glowing eyes dulled, and he lowered his arms, while the Kroot behind him caught and croaked regretfully. The Tau tried time and again to bring ultimate genetic control to the Kroot, but they could not. We are the masters of our own genetic destiny, with the ability to reject malign biological influence. When they realized that they would not be able to bring us under complete control, they instead sent us into a war they knew we could not win. Mars. Codian and the others looked on as Orekiel emerged from the small group and moved forward, intrigue dominating her features. The Shaper's words had clearly piqued her interest. The event that saw the Kroot race destroyed en masse, at least that's what we believed. The Mechanikus destroyed their own world rather than see it fall into enemy hands. Yet there were those of us who resisted the rule of the Tau. Entire kindreds left to pursue their own goals and further Kroot evolution. We were the only survivors, and it falls to us to exact our revenge. You are psychic, Orekiel observed. How is that possible? The Kroot were never suggested to be a psychically sensitive race, at least not as far as I am aware. Hearing this seemed to lift the Shaper's spirits. He emitted a series of rapid clucks and shook his quills. Human, the Kroot can be anything they want to be. Without the constraints the Tau tried to impose on us, our destiny is whatever we choose it to be. It was the absorption of the Mind Song that opened our eyes to the truth of things, to fate's hidden network. It is a network only those fluent in the Mind Song can hope to understand, for it shows much that races such as the Tau cannot comprehend. The Shaper stepped back and raised his hands above his head. Every Kroot present rose as they saw this, and in standing they revealed many differences previously hidden. Some unfurled small but usable wings from their backs, whilst others faded from view and reappeared, displaying chameleonic qualities. Yet others altered their body mass with but an apparent thought, gaining mass and muscle instantly. So many abilities were displayed within the following few seconds that none of the group were able to keep track of them all. It was the Khan who ended this. He stepped forward and swept a hand before him, his armored shape all but engulfing the Shaper. Enough. The power in the Khan's voice was enough to cause the alien collective to cease in their display. The Shaper cast his gaze over either shoulder and squawked before turning his attention upon the Primarch. You are by far the most intriguing, he said, sniffing deeply. You are far beyond anything your origin genes could ever achieve. There is great perfection in you. The Khan did not answer. He drew his sword, turned the curved blade in his hand and drove it into the deck before him. This happened in the blink of an eye, faster than even the Kroot's reactions. The Shaper reacted to this instinctively. As he sprang back his eyes flashed with power and a burst of raw psychic energy boiled from nowhere to envelop the Khan. The raging energy cloud quickly died away, leaving behind an unscathed Jagatai Khan. An uncomfortable silence descended upon the scene. Every single individual present tensed, waiting for confrontation to erupt. I care for none of this. The Khan growled, his powerful voice rumbling through the close air. He raised a hand and gestured at the body of Laner, and then out across the chamber to where the Kroot were gathered. We came here for this ship, Xenos, and whatever we expected to find here, it was not you or your kind. Now one of us lies dead at your hand. You attacked us, for whatever reason, first. That makes it an act of war. Unless you give me answers, I will respond to this threat in the most brutal and absolute way possible. I care little how many of your kind there are here, Xenos. Be assured that I will take my toll of them before I am brought low, and that your head will be the first to roll to the floor. Groker's eyes narrowed as he heard this. The quills on his neck and head shook and stood on end, as he considered the Khan's words. The death of your comrade was a mistake, human. Destiny and the guidance of the ancestors have placed our paths together, with a view to achieving vengeance against the Tau. There is no need to seek further confrontation. Then answer my question, Xenos, and I will sheath my blade. Groker tipped his head at this, prompting the Primarch to speak further. How is it that you are here on board this vessel? This is an Imperial Forge World Orbital Impound Yard. How were you able to escape detection here? The Tau have tried for years to penetrate the defenses of Stygies 8. Orekiel added. She is one of the last surviving Forge Worlds. How is it that a group of surviving Kroot were able to achieve what the Unity could not? Groker's eyes glistened as he heard this. It would seem that you have mistaken the situation, human. This world is no Imperial bastion. It belongs to the Kroot now. Excuse me? Orekiel asked, not totally convinced that she had heard the Kroot correctly. The Shaper tilted his head to one side and clucked, the expression lost on the humans. It would seem, female, that you underestimate how many of us there are. Part 109. A Valiant Stand, A Journey to the Abyss. Grand Master Sabashian Thor II hissed through his teeth as he watched another status rune blink out. Another station gone. Another irreplaceable loss. Inch by stellar inch, the Unity was gaining ground. He shook his head and cast away from the immense display bank, raising a fist to his mouth as he did so. 4 days. They had fought the Unity for 4 days now, and in that time he had witnessed death and destruction the likes of which he had never done so before now. Sebastian Thor, this Sebastian Thor, was a ghost from the past. His was an existence born of desperation, of the absence of choice. He was but an image of a far greater man, a legend of imperial purity. He was a creation, a living icon, brought forth through the mists of time by powerful genomancy rarely used since the creation of the Primarches. Sebastian Thor was a clone, created in secret by the dwindling Imperium's greatest minds, a collective known as the Afriel Project. Thor knew what he was. He was under no illusions as to his origins. Memories of his first existence were still available to him, albeit not directly so. He had seen and done many great and miraculous things long before he had even been born into this life. You can't imagine what it is like to try and live up to your own reputation. He whispered quietly to the figure beside him. The Inquisitor looked up and frowned. Did you speak, my lord? Thor exhaled deeply and shook his head. Just trying to think of ways to raise the attrition rate in our favor, Xanthus. We have to slow them down further. The Ordo Xenos Inquisitor rose from the screen he had been assessing and nodded in agreement. Indeed. The ships of the Unity have already suffered horrendous casualties against our guns, but we are losing stations and emplacements by the hour. My lord, in the last 2 hours alone we have lost 6 Romulus forts alone, as well as over 20 defense platforms. As for vessels, Xanthus shrugged and shook his head sadly, hesitant to quote even estimated numbers. After a moment's thought he reached down and removed a small polished mahogany message tube, tested the weight of the object in his hand and then passed it to Thor. Lord Admiral Lechtenbaum is asking for confirmation of his next orders, my lord. It seems that he has ordered the surviving ships of Battlefleet Scarus to form the primary naval defense line. What size are we looking at? Thor asked, glad of the opportunity to focus his mind. Reasonable, lord. 2 battleships, both Retribution class, heading up a contingent of 3 cruiser squadrons and 8 escort squadrons. Most ships seem to be configured for ordnance as opposed to assault. Perhaps this is intentional on the part of the Lord Admiral. It would seem so. Thor replied. Lechtenbaum is an exemplary tactician, Xanthus. He knows what he is doing. The survivors of Scarus would want for nothing more than to fight and die together, as a fleet. The least we can do is allow them that. Is your wish, lord. Xanthus answered with a bow. Thor exhaled sharply and turned on his heel to face the display bank once more. Update all links, he ordered. The gathered adepts followed the order without pause and every screen flickered and then stabilized, the entire status of the battle updated in an instant. He straightened his neck, placed his hands behind his back, and spoke. Report. Primary defensive ring is down to 15%, Lord. Reserve platforms are moving up from beneath the secondary line, Lord. Fighter squadrons Lectus and Stellar Claw are prepped and ready for launch, Lord. Admiral Quarad requests your authority to advance. The Imperial Palace continues to transmit a hail request, Lord. Alpha level clearance. Thor started as he heard this. Repeat that. He ordered, moving towards the adept who had spoken last. The woman flinched but did not look up from her station. The Imperial Palace continues to transmit. Who? Thor asked, drawing closer to the screen. Who wishes to speak with me? His Eminence the Sigillite, Lord. Pa. Ignore it. Thor spat, rising once again. He felt Xanthus's eyes upon him and cast around to look upon the Inquisitor. Do not judge me, Xanthus. My lord, I would never. Sigillite. Thor continued bitterly, sweeping a hand before him as if to dismiss both the title and the individual with a physical gesture. Is this how far our beloved Imperium has fallen, Xanthus? That a dead man is raised from oblivion to continue a fight he can scarcely comprehend? That the very corruption he existed to fight be returned to the seat of his emperor? Thor lowered his gaze then, allowing the building anger to fade. He stared at the deck, though in truth, his gaze was far from this location. Vandire was a monster, made corrupt and insane by the power he wielded. He whispered. "Nd. Now I see him reborn in the form of another, perhaps even darker, individual. This Regos has corrupted the other High Lords, Xanthus, I am sure of it. However much Golemon and the Unity seek to conquer us from without, this one strives to do so from within." Dren Xanthus was as loyal and steadfast an Inquisitor as could be found in the service of the Emperor, and whatever Thor said, he believed without hesitation. Then what do we do, Lord? He asked, running an armored hand over his smooth scalp. We fight on. Thor replied simply. We fight the Unity until our last gun is spent, and our blood freezes in the void of space. And we pray to the Emperor that he has a plan, for we do not. Plus plus plus. Plus 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 Yandin plus plus plus. An all-encompassing silence permeated every inch of the vast reception chamber like a living presence. Hundreds of feet above the floor, set astride vast columns, Eldar heroes of millennia past stood in eternal witness to all who passed through the webway gate and into the craft world of Yandin. Aspect warriors of each of the shrines turned their unwavering gaze down upon the boulevard of reception, weapons raised in perpetual salute to those received by the craft world and her denizens. On this day, the vast reception chamber was all but empty, save for a brace of figures that waited in silence before the vast gateway. The ancient spirit Siriana Arianel shifted her eyeless gaze to look upon the figure by her side. The lights of the chamber glinted off her flawless wraith bone form as she regarded the tall, slender Eldar. The portal stirs, my prince. He comes. The Eldar's dark eyes narrowed as he heard this. His flawless face tightened, a frown of displeasure creeping across his pale countenance. You are sure, Ancient One? The Fluerhorn does not lie, my prince. The spirits have no need for deceit. The first among us seeks counsel with the Lord of Yandin, for there are changes afoot within the skeins of fate, changes our kind have waited millennia to come. The Ranadandra. The Eldar uttered, his response half question, half statement. You would have me believe this. At hearing this, the ancient Wraith Guard looked away, its elongated head shifting in the direction of the dormant gateway. Believe all you like, my prince. Doubt my warning if you must, it matters not. All that does matter is that you respond, when he asks of you. The Eldar emitted a grunt of indifference and shook his head, clearly unconvinced by the dead spirit seer's conviction. There was no more time for either persuasion or denial, as before the two figures, the gateway emitted a single, resonant boom. Rippling light bathed the chamber as the energies of the warp flooded the dark opening to create an ethereal bridge, a rend in the very fabric of time and space. He is here. Arianel said simply. At that, She lowered herself slowly onto her knees and bowed her head as the gateway shimmered and the towering, burning being strode forth out into the craft world of Iyanden. Uriel. An ancient and powerful mind voice called, so potent that it caused the eldritch illumination of the chamber to dim and gutter. Scion of the house of Old Hanush, Lord and Protector of Iyanden. I call upon you. I am Uriel, the Eldar said, stepping forward. His manner was that of one who feared nothing, not even the final death. He swept his long raven topknot aside and moved to greet the vast, smoldering entity, unwavering in its presence despite the confusion that crept across his features. My unliving comrade tells me that you are more than you appear. He continued, standing in the shadow of the burning avatar. If he felt anything akin to fear, he did not show it. I am unashamed to confess that I understand little of what I have been told. What exactly are you? Denizen of the afterlife? I have heard it whispered that you are an Iyad. An unlikely claim. The towering construct regarded the Corsair Prince of Iyanden for long minutes, the azure flames that flickered about it sending dancing motes of soft light bouncing across the surrounding walls. Unlikely? As unlikely as an illegitimate creature who finds himself the autarch of a craft world, a creature who wields one of the fabled blades of Vol, a weapon of legend ostensibly too powerful for mere mortals to handle? The avatar tilted its head towards the spear held in Uriel's hand, a gesture that caused the prince to raise his chin in haughty defiance. I am a descendant of Old Hanush, entity. I carry his blood in my veins. Renal has told me of your origins, long dead one. Eldrad Ulthran was a denizen of Ulthwi, the song of Old Hanush. Scoff at my origins all you like. It would seem that we share an origin more closely linked than you no doubt find comfortable. An interesting notion, but one that is based in truth. I have come far to petition your aid, Uriel of Iyanden. I need you to awaken Kain, for the Ranadandra is imminent. It is time for the Eldar race to fulfill their legacy, and answer the call to the final war. Why? Uriel asked, a question that seemed to provoke an embarrassed response from the Wraithbone construct by his side. Tell me why I should do this, unliving one. The people of Iyanden have suffered greatly over the millennia, far more so than any others of the Eldar race. We have endured hardship and pain the likes of which none of the other craft worlds have, and for what? What have we gained, save for death and pain? Iyanden has been dying for thousands of years, and yet you would ask me to sacrifice another of my people to see the bloody-handed god resurrected. Why? Because it has to be. The Avatar answered. Because, of all the craft worlds, Iyanden has known the pain of loss and suffering the most. I chose to seek you out, Uriel, because you are of Old Hanush. The people of Ulthwi are gone, Prince. Ulthwi is a dead world, with only ghosts to stand vigil against the machinations of the great enemy. Enough. Uriel said, looking away. You ask too much. Ask too much? Did you think this to the ultimate fate of our race, Prince? Eking out an existence of the edges of the great star void, hiding in its shadows lest the Tau or the Ingur find us. The Tau. Uriel spat, absolute venom in his voice. What is the Tau race but a virus, released by accident into the starscape? I know the truth of the Tau, ancient ghost. I know what the foolish dreamers of our kind unleashed upon us in their ignorance. I feel neither guilt nor sense of duty. Let them burn themselves out. Iyanden will return when they are done and gone. At that Uriel swiveled on his heel and swept his cloak aside, turning his back on the burning entity. Uriel. The psychic roar shook the entire chamber, such was its power. The Corsair Prince slowed, the smooth floor beneath his feet quaking. Do not be so foolish as to deny the very existence of your flesh, son of Old Hanush. To do so is to deny his legacy, and the sacrifices of those ancient days. The red moon rises high in the sky, the darkest of all portents. The dragon stirs. I shall play no part in this, phantom. Uriel answered coldly, pivoting sharply to thrust the spear of twilight out at the Ulthran avatar. Do you not understand me? The denizens of Iyanden are done with the affairs of the lesser races. The Banshee's call shall wake the dead, Corsair. The Soul Host said, turning on its heel to face the shimmering gate once again. She who thirsts has screamed her last. We are free. You will go and rouse the young king, and you will prepare him. You will awaken Cain, and you will spread this message to all the craft worlds that still survive. It is the Eldar's time to rise again, and rise we shall, both the living and the dead. The Rana Dandra is here. The Avatar said nothing more. Uriel of Iyanden watched in silence as the iridescent energies at the center of the lofty gateway swallowed the gigantic figure whole. My prince. Arianel whispered at his side. Uriel spared the soul construct little more than a burning, frustrated glance as he turned on his heel and strode from the boulevard of reception. The rune of Grimnir high orbit around Stygia's 8 I don't understand. Chivok shook his head slowly and exhaled through his nose. One can certainly accuse the situation of being most perplexing, Chaplain. He answered, resting his hands against the bar before the vast viewing bay. The curved surface of Stygia's 8 slowly rotated far below, its metallic crust glinting beneath the harsh surface of the system's nearby star. Chivok considered the world before him, as mystified it. The Kroot's claims as Kodian himself. An entire Imperial Forge world, conquered right under the noses of the Imperium. I understand how things must have changed in the face of the Unity's rise to dominance, but Stygia's 8. According to Orekiel, the Tau of Leviathan have fought to conquer her for years. And now we learn that, all this time, she was under the control of the Kroot. Impossible, Inquisitor. It has to be a lie. Kodian reasoned, clearly unwilling to accept the claims of the Xenos. Perhaps these Kroot were stowed away on one of the Xenos vessels, and somehow survived. Whatever catastrophe befell the Mechanicu's occupants of this planet. I cannot guess. All I can say is that I do not believe these savages capable of achieving anything on a scale akin to the conquering of a planet. Chivok was about to respond when he paused, noticing the pulsating flash of the gemstone set into one of his extravagant rings. The others summon us, Chaplain. It would seem that the Primarch has reached a decision. Kodian nodded. Though a small part of him felt slighted each time the Khan made a command decision, a far greater part of him felt only relief. These were truly times that would test the greatest leader, and he had thus far found himself thankful for both the Primarch's presence and his unmatchable status. Chivok paused briefly as if to wait and see the chaplain's response. When Kodian did not speak, the Inquisitor nodded his head slowly and then turned to leave. I will inform the Khan that you will be along shortly, he said, the door to the chamber sliding open before him with a quiet hiss. With that, Chivok left the chaplain alone, and deep in thought. Before he followed, Kodian turned his gaze once more to the scene beyond the massive view screen, and to the tens of thousands of captured human and Xenos ships floating in silence around them. Part 110. The War Beneath. Waken it. The adept nodded and moved towards the glowing field, the shimmering radiance illuminating his sigil-covered armor. I pray you exercise caution, my lord Skarn. The man warned, his voice broken and rasping. The creature is a true abomination, one of the strongest ever incarcerated here. Its honeyed lies are as foul and influential as its abominable powers. Steel yourself, or allow your soul to betray you. Forgive my perceptible arrogance, but I don't consider that either a possibility or a threat. The hooded figure raised his head slightly as he watched the adept set to work, his hidden eyes glistening with a predatory light. The adept threw a nervous glance his way, his scarred face twitching. Understand this then, my lord. Both you and I could be subjected to punishments far beyond anything that the finality of death could bring, simply for being here. We are a rare breed, you and I. Most of our kind would rather tread the path of the ignorant than see such treasures utilized. Treasures? Skarn echoed, his tone a mixture of mirth and wariness. An interesting phraseology, my colleague. Perhaps it is my turn to advise caution. The adept whispered a curse beneath his breath and shook his head before turning his attention back to the task at hand, something that clearly amused the hooded inquisitor. We cannot risk a lengthy interrogation, Lord Skarn. Even with the Unity hammering at our borders, the vigilance of the Ordo Malleus is without equal. It was all I could do to waylay the warning augurs of this tomb cell. We have less than an hour before the system itself initiates an automatic containment confirmation. We do not have long. Then cease your infuriating dialogue and awaken the fiend. Skarn spat, his voice deepening exponentially. The adept's face slackened and he redoubled his efforts, suddenly finding himself with an entirely new motivation to fear for his welfare. The man whispered a few hurried, indecipherable words, wiped the sweat from his brow and then stepped back, scratching at the softly glowing runes tattooed into the flesh of his bared chest. It is done, my lord. The host is awakened. May the Emperor swathe us with his protective embrace. For there is evil abroad. The adept made the sign of the Aquila and scurried back, almost falling over his own feet. Skarn smiled as he regarded the being before him, a malevolent smile spreading slowly across his shadowed face. He took a few steps forward, apparently devoid of the palpable fear his comrade exuded, and regarded the rusting words etched into the base of the containment tomb. Subject Alpha 453-666, Cherubale. Daemon host. Skarn began, sweeping his cloak aside with a shining, golden augmetic hand. Warp. Filth, creature of the ether. You will call me Skarn. Beyond the shining field, partially obscured by the billowing clouds of holy incense, the pallid, naked being opened its glowing eyes and screamed, a terrible and keening sound. The adept reeled back, falling onto his amongst the meager collection of unidentified objects lining the chamber. The purity servitors set into the alcoves surrounding the chamber flinched as one, dead flesh. Shuddering, psychonins rising but a centimeter in empathic response. Even deactivated they were still innately sensitive to the awakening of the abomination, and it would not be long before their base, psychically ingrained safety algorithms asserted their control. The nameless adept hurried forward, head bowed in the presence of the daemon host, swinging the censer in his hand before him. The pungent fumes filled the room, drifting past Skarn as they did so. The Inquisitor screwed his nose up at the smoky stench, and proceeded to waft his shining hand before him. Skarn, as hidden as his expression was, betrayed a discomfort at the cloying smog. He waved his hand and the cloud of incense disappeared, as suddenly as it had developed. The adept peered at him with fear in his eyes, an expression further intensified by what had just occurred. You have succeeded in aggravating me, flesh thing. Skarn said dismissively. He waved his hand and the adept screamed, his form shivering and breaking down. In an instant the man became mist, a cloud of glowing particles that swirled as it poured into Skarn, causing the Inquisitor to glow, albeit briefly. Skarn gave an indifferent sigh and turned his attention to the daemon host once more, nascent energies playing about his robed form. The creature railed against its bonds, its flesh bulging and roiling as if liquid. Skarn simply sighed and observed its anguish, his face devoid of emotion. Be quiescent, fiend, otherwise you will incur my wrath. Then I shall incur it. The daemon host cried, its voice strangled and broken. For he comes, and I will not suffer his rage. Keep me here, bound within this form, or destroy me. I will tell you all I know. Faceless one, but do not banish me back to the ether. Skarn chuckled as he heard this, clearly amused by the daemon's distress. So, you see him then, even from here? Interesting, and pleasing. I am between. The daemon gasped, its glowing gaze flashing about the dark chamber as if its eyes were focused elsewhere far from its physical location. I see both realms and yet I can venture into neither without permission. That is the lot of my kind. Tell me then. Skarn continued, clearly disinterested in the creature's explanation. Is it as I had imagined? Does the warp roil at his awakening? At this the daemon host writhed at the blessed chains that bound it, exuding a palpable aura of terror as it fought against its captivity. Aiiiiii. Your kind cannot know the destruction he wreaks within. The soul light, too much. Too potent. He scours and grows, scours and grows. Cease your ravings and focus, warp filth. Skarn spat, his outline shimmering with a faint, golden light. Do not presume to test neither my patience nor my wrath. As unpalatable as your kind are, I will consume you. Tell me what I need to know. Do the great denizens suffer? None may stand against him. His powers are legion, distilled beyond purity by the light of uncountable essences. He is free, they all are, and there can be no counter to the living wrath. This pleased Skarn. He nodded slowly, as if in great satisfaction. Then my great works proceed as planned. Soon the only warp entities with power enough to hurt us will be no more, and victory will be assured. Go now, little spark of filth, and feed my waking champion. Skarn's cloaked form shivered and then exploded with a golden radiance, the light so powerful that it scoured everything else from existence for a fleeting second. As the light drew back into the towering, shining being, its feet now hovering inches from the floor, the field surrounding the daemon host flickered and died away, effectively releasing the entity. The creature known as Cherubale screamed and writhed as the wards binding him to the host body blackened and turned to ash, as if at the whim of the glowing being. The host shuddered, screamed one final time and then crumpled, as if every bone in its body crumbled to dust at the exact same instant. The thing that had been Skarn smiled a slow, predatory smile and pivoted in the air, raising a hand out before it. Nascent powers began to crackle at its clawed fingertips when an unexpected event occurred. All the lights of the chamber flickered and dulled as one, and the featureless walls bowed inwards, groaning like some waking denizen of myth. The being's pulsating eyes looked to the deactivated holding cell and widened as the host body rose. Once again and with a sudden violence, the ragged flesh sac reforming and gaining integrity once more. Vampire of light, the possessed host snarled, its features squirming and malleable. Deceiver, I know you. Jackal god. The golden being's expression became quizzical, its elongated features tightening. Your arrogance will prove to be your undoing. The host spat, the voice of the entity that possessed it far stronger and heavy with power than that of its predecessor. The deceiver twisted his hovering form around and released the power at its fingertips upon the host, causing the very stuff of reality to warp and shudder around it. The daemon host let out a cry of pain and arched back, and for a fleeting moment a flicker of joy passed over the deceiver's face, joy that all too soon turned to annoyance as the ever-changing host righted itself once again, far from done. The pallid skin of the punished body took on an ever-deepening azure hue, and its glowing eyes swam together at the center of its face, changing its visage beyond all recognition. Ancient One, a warning. Know that your plans shall betray you, as you seek to betray all life. You are far from the only entity at large in this or any existence with the ability to manipulate and scheme. You know that better than any. The initial shock felt by the shining entity subsided, as once again a slow, smoldering smile crept across its face. The warp never ceases to mystify me. It is almost a shame that I will seal it shut for eternity, when my destroyer has done his duty. Fool. The host spat, a smoldering corona of ethereal flame growing around it. So certain of your own machinations to realize your own flaws. There are those who know the truth of your kind. Vampire of light, those who can yet wield that knowledge as a weapon against you. He knows who you truly are and what you wrought in ignorance. He knows why you fear the warp so. Enough. The deceiver roared, growing in both size and illumination in empathy with his flaring rage. Warp thing, do not presume to know me. I know who and what you are, better than you could imagine. I see at last the truth of the warp, for I have had the lies of eons cast from my eyes. He calls us, Ancient One, from all the corners of the realities. He calls us all to war, and we shall answer. At that the flame-wreathed daemon thing expanded with sudden and violent force and threw itself forth, uttering unknown words of great power so potent that they rippled the air. Like a phoenix rising from the flames, the being became as light and sank through the grey metal of the bulkhead, burning away the protective runes scribed there in an instant. Out into the cold void of space beyond. The deceiver bared his teeth and hissed his displeasure out into the empty chamber. Amid the hissing and cracking of sparks could be heard the distant wail of purity sirens. The confrontation had momentarily robbed him of the ability to confound the station's automatic sensors. No doubt the cattle that manned this dark and secret place would be responding to the alarms, already converging in preparation to counter a threat they had no hope of defeating. Briefly, he considered staying behind to await the arrival of the sustenance morsels, but soon reasoned that this was not a time for pleasure. None of the security systems of this secret cell would record what had happened here. He had ensured that. At that, he raised his hand towards the far wall once again and twisted reality into a yawning, emerald-hued vortex. The arrival of the event horizon threw the room into darkness, every single electrical system blinking out as one. Sigillite Fraudator Regos stepped from the swirling vertical pool of light and swept a hand before him, causing the singularity to cease to exist. Lights flickered on and screens came back online, as if nothing had ever taken place. There, on one of the smallest screens before his luxurious, black leather throne, blinked a rhythmic rune of summoning. He had a waiting message. He sat heavily and flicked a finger across the activation rune, sighing as he did so. The face of his new adjutant swam into view in the air before him, a grainy and pallid facade. "Speak, and be quick about it," he told Nico Etar, master of the Kulexis temple. "I am a busy man, and I have little time for trivialities. My lord, we are still as yet to contact the forces at Saturn," the image replied. The manner of his voice suggested a hesitance in relaying the message. Still, Regos would not brook any such delay. "Thor. The BD thinks he can ignore me," Regos sneered, curling his fist into a ball, his leather glove creaking beneath the constriction. "Such arrogance. It will be his undoing." "My lord, what would you have me do?" Nico Etar asked, again with a measure of uncertainty in his tone. Regos exhaled deeply and shook his head. "Such things are beyond my concern at this point. Let the war around Saturn play its course for now. I have more imperative considerations to attend to. I would speak with the Grand Mugos." "Of course, Lord. I will arrange a link immediately," the Master Assassin answered. That the image bowed its head and dissipated, leaving a wall of momentary static as the scene quickly changed. In seconds another figure appeared before him, this time indistinct and hooded. No discernible features could be seen beneath the shadow of the hood, save for the slightest twinkling of augmetic optics. "Plus what is the manner of this?" Plus Akosix asked, his voice as flat and mechanical as it ever was. "Plus you waste your time. We have little more to exchange. Plus shut up and be quiet, puppet." Regos spat, leaning back in his seat. Despite the tech priest's perceptible anger he did so. Regos pressed his outstretched fingers together and then continued. "He scours the ether. It is as I had planned. The other void will be rendered sterile by his hand, and the mistakes of ages past put right. This time, there shall be no unforeseen events. No counter to our rise. Plus our rise? You speak as if we are allies, Mafaran, instead of mortal enemies. Plus." On hearing this, Regos's expression changed to one of utter, inhuman rage. For the merest flicker of a second his features glowed with an unearthly light and he leaned forward, the console before him creaking as if beneath a great weight. "No matter who you serve, I will suffer no insolence from such an insignificant creature. Your master would hardly take slight at the consumption of a single slave puppet." Plus the Omni's Saya is all. Plus Akosix intoned, his mechanical voice taking on an even flatter monotone. "Plus he see all. He hears all. When he wakes from his slumber, there shall be none to stand in his way, be they mortal or god. Plus then pass this message on, slave puppet. Tell him that the great work is underway, and that soon it will be time for the gods to rise again. Plus and yet the corpse emperor still lives, such as his existence is." Plus Akosix interrupted him, almost mockingly. "Yes, as a tool. When his usefulness is ended, I will kill him and forever seal the warp away. Now, I suggest that you concentrate on the reasons for your existence. The Tau fleets have encroached as far as Saturn, where they will linger to destroy the outer defenses. Soon enough they will begin their approach to Terra. What finer meal to feast upon on awakening. Plus do not presume to try and dictate plus. Regos waved a hand and the image blinked out. He waved his hand again and every screen before him went out except for 4 of them. His pale skin bathed in the glow of the screens, he considered them. All 4 screens showed what appeared to be certain locations within the galaxy, and the information relevant to them. The first showed what appeared to be a dark starscape, devoid of any nearby stars. The clustered light of the inner Perseus arm gave off its hazy illumination far beyond. The information on the bottom of the screen glowed white against the dark backdrop. Stellar body, Cyclo. Reclassification, stellar remnant. The next screen showed what appeared to be a planet, a brown-orange orb. Celestial body, Neogeddon. Dead world. The third depicted another area of space seemingly devoid of any focal point. It looked to be some manner of asteroid or debris field. Celestial body, Mars. Reclassification, celestial remnant. The fourth was the strangest of all. This appeared to show a vast planet, its surface smooth and metallic. Celestial body, unknown. Soon. Regos whispered to himself. Check the description for the links to the author.